Qin Feng, honored with the title of Haotian Douluo, possesses a martial soul known as the two-element celestial hammer, a transformation of a discarded hammer. This formidable weapon, capable of delivering power surpassing that of the Haotian hammer, also possesses healing abilities rivaling those of the nine-hearted sea pair. Since his departure from Holy Soul Village, he has triumphed over Zhao Wuji and subdued Liu Erlong, earning fame across the continent within a mere decade. However, the brilliance of Qin Feng ultimately provoked the slumbering demon dragon, drawing the attention of the highest authority in Douluo continent, the martial soul hall. As a result, Qin Feng ceased to hide his true strength, unveiling his long-sealed second martial soul, sending shockwaves throughout the world, in a desperate attempt to avert impending doom. The martial soul hall dispatched Qian Renxue to execute a covert strategy, yet Bibi Dong could never have anticipated that her foolish decision would lead to the downfall of the martial soul hall, rendering her a mere instrument for others' gain. Chapter 1. I, cast into the Stardow Forest. On that fateful day, under a dim, starry sky, Qin Feng was abruptly seized by Zhao Douluo. I swear I did not bully Schwer. She offered to rub my back and then inexplicably ended up on top of me, and I accidentally touched her lips. It was truly an accident. Qin Feng desperately struggled to explain. You certainly have a knack for accidents, Zhao Douluo remarked with a slight smirk, before transforming into a gust of wind, carrying Qin Feng to a towering ancient forest. Uncle Zhao, please don't do this. I am merely 6 years old. How could I have such thoughts? Qin Feng pleaded with a pitiful gaze. Do not blame me. You shall fend for yourself in this Stardow forest. Zhao Douluo's voice echoed, and he vanished without a trace. Wow, you are truly a despicable person. Qin Feng lamented, pounding his thighs in frustration. 6 years prior, he had been a beleaguered designer. After completing a CAD project, he had thought to indulge in the anime adaptation of his beloved novel, Douluo Continent, but found himself too busy to watch. That day, while munching on instant noodles, a thunderstorm struck. In a flash, he inexplicably found himself in the Stardow forest, transformed into a 1-year-old infant. Fortuitously, he was discovered by Qian Douluo of the Martial Soul Hall, a devoted fan of Douluo. Qin Feng recognized this elder as a level 99 worshipper of the Martial Soul Hall. He had envisioned a path to greatness in the Douluo universe, only to awaken with the most dismal martial soul mere hammer. Indeed, yes, a hammer, as in the device used for pounding, and it was the fabled zero soul power. In utter despair, he was promptly abandoned by Qian Douluo. What use was a zero soul power hammer? The Martial Soul Hall had no need for renovation. Fortunately, the elder's granddaughter maintained a good rapport with him, sticking closely to him since childhood, thus providing him with a semblance of safety. Especially last week, he unexpectedly discovered he had acquired a system. Just as he thought his life was about to embark on a second spring, the system issued a task that involved cultivating a romantic tension with the granddaughter. What a grotesque reflection of human nature and moral decay. Why would such a vile system exist? He vehemently opposed the idea. How could he ever lay hands on a 6-year-old girl? However, he soon realized he too was 6 years old, which seemed plausible. Yet, it turned out to be a disastrous miscalculation. Alas, Qin Feng exhaled deeply, filled with despair. Beep. Congratulations, Master. The system has successfully awakened. Host, Qin Feng. Gender, male. Age, 6 years. First martial spirit, hammer. Second martial spirit, none. Soul power, 110000. At the onset, a nameplate of Tang San 1 and a mutation card 1 were bestowed upon him. A mechanical female voice resonated within Qin Feng's mind, and in an instant, a radiant golden light enveloped him. Who on earth has the audacity to claim the identity of Tang San? Qin Feng rolled his eyes. The man's whereabouts remain a mystery, and yet he is referred to as brother. Who on earth is snoring at this moment? Upon hearing a snoring sound, Qin Feng turned his head and was startled to find a pair of purple eyes fixated on him. To his astonishment, it was a nether cat. In the Douluo continent, the nether cat, Zhu Zhiqing, is known for her alluring beauty. Yet this one appeared rather hostile, seemingly intent on devouring him. Run! Qin Feng dashed away, cursing the heavens for putting him in such a dire predicament. Soul power 100. 100, 100. 1000. Congratulations, Master, you have been promoted to level 2 Soul Master. Soul power 020000. What the? Qin Feng was filled with bewilderment. This system employs a breathing upgrade calculation method. Master can increase 1 soul power through normal breathing, 100 through deep breathing, and 1000 through profound inhalation. A mechanical voice explained to him. Could you provide something useful dear sister? Even reaching level 10 would not suffice to escape this nether cat. Gentle reminder, Master may attempt to use the items within the inventory. The system's voice chimed in. My sister, you haven't told me how to use it. He indeed wished to utilize it, but how? Master, simply choose the item and silently will its use. Suddenly, a status bar appeared before Qin Feng that on the left was a nameplate emanating a soft blue glow, and on the right lay a pitch black card. Then let it be Tang San's brother. Qin Feng silently declared. In Douluo, Tang San is unparalleled. Surely his brother cannot have perished prematurely. Whoosh, a gust of wind swirled around, and Qin Feng inexplicably found himself in the arms of a man. The man was disheveled, sporting a stubbled face, and reeked of alcohol, making it difficult for Qin Feng to open his eyes. Where did this child come from? How did he end up deep within the Stardow forest? The man was none other than Tang Hao. Every year, on a specific day, Tang Hao would venture into the depths of the Stardow forest. As for the reason, only he was privy to it. Soon, they arrived at the outskirts of Holy Soul Village. Along the way, Tang Hao inquired about Qin Feng's situation, learning that the boy was 6 years old, with unknown parentage, abandoned in the Stardow forest. Tang Hao, today is your son's martial spirit awakening day. While others are accompanied by their parents, you, on the other hand, have not a soul in sight. Are you even fit to be a father? Upon entering the gates of Holy Soul Village, an elderly man with a head full of white hair confronted Tang Hao. He was Elder Jack, the village chief of Holy Soul Village, utterly perplexed as to how such a sensible child like San could have such a disheveled and irresponsible father. Were it not for the presence of the third party, he would have long sought to expel the untidy blacksmith from the village. What kind of martial soul have you awakened? Tang Hao appeared to disregard old Jack's inquiry, directing his attention instead towards the third party. With a slight movement of his finger, a sprig of blue-silver grass materialized in his palm. Blue-silver grass? A flicker of intrigue sparkled in Tang Hao's murky eyes, though it quickly faded into serenity once more. I just found a lost child outside, slightly older than you take him to change into some proper clothes, he stated flatly, unceremoniously placing Qin Feng before the third party. And old Jack, Tang. How? Old Jack trembled with fury, his hands shaking as he jabbed his cane into the ground. Child, what is your name? Old Jack inquired of Qin Feng, curious about where this disheveled blacksmith had acquired yet another child. My name is Qin Feng, and I am 6.5 years old. 6.5? Have you awakened your martial soul? Old Jack asked, his excitement palpable. I have awakened. Oh, let me take a look, Old Jack said, gazing intently at Qin Feng. Raising his left hand, a small iron hammer appeared. Second level, Soul Master. Old Jack could hardly contain his exhilaration, grasping Qin Feng's hand tightly. He even inquired about Qin Feng's background, suspecting that the blacksmith might be involved in the illicit trade of children, in this manner, their Holy Soul Village would effectively gain 2 young talents capable of cultivation this year. Chapter 2. Tang San's brother. Although Xiao San possesses innate full soul power, he is burdened with the blue-silver grass, a rather ineffective martial soul. In contrast, Xiao Feng, despite not having innate full soul power, wields an offensive weapon soul, which may render him more promising in the future. Xiao San, Xiao Feng, your grandfather will visit you later. I shall see if I can secure an additional quota for both of you to attend the Nodding Academy of Soul Masters. Old Jack stated to Tang San and Qin Feng. Each year, their Holy Soul Village has one quota, originally intended for Xiao San, but now with an additional opportunity. Old Jack hoped to find extra slots in the neighboring village to send both children together to school. Thank you, Grandpa Jack, Tang San and Qin Feng replied in unison. Observing the maturity of the 2 children, Old Jack smiled with satisfaction, pondering whether he had done some good deed in his past life, resulting in such understanding children. Brother Feng, I am Tang San. Tang San introduced himself to Qin Feng with remarkable courtesy. Qin Feng graciously extended his hand. Astonished by the effectiveness of the card that had unexpectedly made him Tang San's brother, a figure of significant future potential in the Douluo continent. Thus, Qin Feng followed Tang San to the blacksmith shop, where after changing clothes, Tang San began cooking while Qin Feng assisted by tending to the fire. Xiao San, come here. Tang Hao called to Tang San. Father, I am cooking with Brother Feng. It will be ready soon. Tang San replied to Tang Hao. Do you truly wish to cultivate? Tang Hao inquired, gazing into Tang San's eyes. I will heed my father's wishes. Being a blacksmith is not a bad choice. Meanwhile, Qin Feng hesitated as he gazed at the status bar before him. Having previously used the identity badge, he had become Tang San's brother, and now he had 1 mutation card remaining. What would happen if he used it? Qin Feng questioned the system, but it remained aloof, only responding during task assignments. Ultimately, Qin Feng resolved to take the plunge. He had always been the type to feel uneasy if he possessed something yet did not utilize it. He silently invoked the usage. In an instant, a radiant light began to swirl like a prize wheel within his attributes. Host, Qin Feng. Gender, male. Age, 6 years. First martial soul, hammer. Second martial soul, none. Soul power, 182,002,0000. As the light gradually slowed, seemingly poised to stop at the gender field, Qin Feng nearly gasped in horror. A terrifying thought struck him. A mutation card, by its very name, suggested a transformation of existing attributes. If his gender were to alter, would he become female? Oh, that would be utterly catastrophic. Qin Feng clasped his hands together, beseeching deities and celestial beings alike, fervently praying that it would not halt at the gender field. Ding! A crisp sound resonated in his ears, and Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes. He was truly terrified. This mutation card was exceedingly exhilarating. Exhaling a deep breath, Qin Feng realized just how thrilling this experience was. At this moment, the light on the status bar rested on the position of the first martial soul, accompanied by a notification indicating a successful mutation. The two instruments, celestial hammer? As Qin Feng summoned his martial soul, he observed that aside from the transformation of the previous hammer into a blacksmith's hammer, there seemed to be no other changes. Meanwhile, Tang Hao regarded Tang San with a detached expression. If you wish to become a blacksmith and learn the craft from me, you must first strike this iron 1,000 times with the hammer to earn your place. That piece of iron is mere common metal, riddled with impurities. Of course, you are free to reconsider. With that, Tang Hao yawned, appearing thoroughly fatigued. Father, I am eager to try, Tang San exclaimed, approaching the great hammer and summoning his strength to lift it. Qin Feng also stepped forward, aware that Tang San was channeling the power of the Xiantian skill. He understood that Tang San, as a traveler from another world, sought to master blacksmithing to enhance his skills in crafting hidden weapons. Oh, innate divine strength, perhaps? Tang Hao rolled over, his eyes still closed, yet his face was a canvas of surprise. It was noteworthy that the hammer weighed nearly 100 pounds and towered above him. A 6-year-old child should be utterly incapable of lifting such a weight. After a time, having struck the iron 500 times, Tang San felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Brother Feng, why don't you give it a try? He inquired of Qin Feng, who stood nearby. Then I shall give it a go. Qin Feng, whose height was comparable to Tang San's, grasped the hammer's handle. Ah! He shouted, then exerted himself to lift it. Lacking the Xiantian skill, in his previous life he was merely a design worker with no physical prowess, constantly beleaguered by computer screens, and unable even to perform 2 pull-ups. His attempt was purely out of curiosity. Huh, why is it so light? Qin Feng was astonished to find that he could easily lift it. Are all children born with such extraordinary strength? Tang Hao opened his eyes, murmuring to himself, filled with astonishment. Brother Feng is truly remarkable. Even Tang San expressed his surprise at that moment. The way he regarded Qin Feng was not that of a 5 or 6-year-old observing another child. He knew he had only managed to lift the hammer with great effort through the Xiantian skill, but Qin Feng seemed to have genuinely raised it with his own strength. Observing Qin Feng's composure while forging, it appeared he was even more steady than himself. Has he leveled up? 100, 1,000. At that moment, Tang San ascended to the rank of a level 3 soul master. Breathing heavily, he gazed at the rows of data on the status bar, inadvertently increasing his speed by several measures. Unexpectedly, the act of forging had accelerated his breath and thus served as a shortcut to advancement. Despite being drenched in sweat, Qin Feng continued to wield the hammer vigorously. Level 4 Soul Master. Level 5 Soul Master. Level 7 Soul Master. Qin Feng's meteoric rise in levels left Tang Hao and Tang San utterly astounded. Tang San stood agape, nearly dropping his jaw to the ground. After laboriously striking the iron 500 times, Qin Feng had directly hammered it 20,000 times. What once resembled a massive block of iron had been reduced to the size of a thumb. Leveling up through forging? Have you ever witnessed such an extraordinary phenomenon? To suggest a promotion to a higher level may imply that the soul power was originally at its peak, and through tempering, it has successfully transcended its limitations to reach the next tier. This possibility indeed exists. However, transitioning from a 2nd-level soul master to a 7th-level soul master, what on earth is that? Tang Hao, who once roamed the Douluo continent, has seen much in his lifetime, yet he has never encountered anything like this. With a sigh, Qin Feng set down the hammer, his freshly changed attire completely drenched in sweat. Brother Feng, you are truly formidable, Tang San exclaimed, giving Qin Feng a thumbs up, his eyes reflecting a newfound admiration. Not at all, compared to your innate full soul power. I still fall short, Qin Feng chuckled, scratching the back of his head. Noticing the glimmer of respect in Tang San's gaze, Qin Feng understood that Tang San, now in his 30s, was expressing genuine admiration that one would expect from someone of that age. Innate full soul power. At these words, Tang Hao sprang from his bed. Chapter 3. I, too, am a hammer. Little San, manifest your martial soul so I can see it. From behind the curtain emerged a robust middle-aged man with stubble. All right, Dad. Tang San flicked his wrist, and a delicate blue-silver grass, radiating a faint glow, appeared in his hand. Tang Hao stared, entranced, at the petite plant in Tang San's palm, lost in thought for quite some time before coming to his senses. Nearby, Qin Feng recognized that Tang Hao was reminiscing about his late wife. In the Douluo continent, Ain had sacrificed herself for Tang Hao, leaving him with an enduring sorrow. What could compel a man of such resolute character to succumb to despair? Only the loss of a beloved, without that cherished one. Even the most splendid starry sky appears dim, and the finest meals become unpalatable. Ah, blue silver grass. Just like her. Suddenly, Tang Hao, with a mournful expression, turned around, nearly toppling Tang San. At that moment, the blue silver grass in Tang San's hand vanished. Dad, Tang San called out to Tang Hao. Do not disturb me. Tang Hao replied coldly. Dad, I believe I have another martial soul, Tang San said, eyeing Tang Hao, who had already stepped beyond the curtain. What? In an instant, the curtain was thrown aside. Tang San slightly raised his left hand, and a burst of black light erupted, revealing a martial soul resembling a smaller version of a forging hammer, entirely black. Due to its weight, Tang San's hand subtly drooped. This is... Tang Hao's gaze shimmered with a faint light, as he had never before seen such a complex expression on his father's face. A twin martial soul? My son possesses a twin martial soul. Tang Hao's expression was a mixture of complexity and excitement. Twin martial souls are exceedingly rare in this world, a phenomenon seldom witnessed in a millennium. Child, remember this. You must always protect the blue-silver grass in your right hand with the hammer in your left. Tang Hao's murky eyes sparkled with rare brilliance before he turned and retreated into the inner room. Though Tang San did not fully grasp the meaning behind his father's words, he nodded in agreement. Brother Feng, what do you think has happened to my father? He suddenly seems very sad. Tang San, engrossed in the task of preparing a meal, casually inquired while rinsing rice. As soon as the question left his lips, a flicker of self-deprecation appeared in his gaze. After all, Qin Feng was merely a 6-year-old child. What could he possibly understand? Perhaps he is reminded of something. Qin Feng suggested while washing vegetables. Despite their tender age, anyone witnessing the two would surely be astonished. For both Qin Feng and Tang San executed their tasks with such meticulous order, devoid of the typical carefree demeanor of children, almost as if they were adults. Indeed, both were reincarnated beings. Oh, Tang San looked at Qin Feng, surprised by the unexpected depth of his words. Yet he found himself in agreement. Perhaps their father indeed harbored some hidden secrets. After completing the washing of vegetables and rice, Tang San took charge of the fire while Qin Feng handled the cooking. As Tang San had tasted a bit of Qin Feng's cooking beforehand and found it far superior to his own rather lackluster attempts. As a design professional living alone in the 21st century, he had developed a modicum of culinary skill beyond instant noodles, capable of preparing a few decent dishes. As the vibrant orange sun dipped below the horizon, the only blacksmith shop in Holy Soul Village bustled with 2 6-year-olds diligently attending to their tasks, while within the interior, a muscular man lay fast asleep. Soon, the delightful aroma of food wafted through the air. Dad, it's time to eat, Tang San called out. With a yawn, Tang Hao rose from his bed, looking quite groggy, and took a seat at the table. Why are there so many dishes today? Your skills seem to have improved, he remarked while savoring the meal and sipping wine. Father, it was Brother Feng who cooked, Tang San said, seated at the table, his head barely visible above its height. Oh, you must be Qin Feng, Tang Hao said, turning his attention to the boy. Yes, Qin Feng affirmed, nodding his head. Indeed, the great ones often have fleeting memories. Tang San continued, Brother Feng's culinary skills are truly impressive. This meal is far superior to what I could prepare. He felt genuine admiration for Qin Feng. At such a young age, his abilities were astonishing. Yes, we could collaborate in the future. That would make mealtime quicker, Tang Hao remarked nonchalantly. By the way, father, Brother Feng's martial spirit seems quite similar to my hammer. Earlier that evening, the two had engaged in a casual exchange about their martial spirits. You two possess a hammer? Tang Hao asked, glancing at Qin Feng. Yes, I wield a hammer as well. However, as soon as he spoke, he felt a tinge of peculiarity in the conversation. Show me your abilities, Tang Hao requested, his interest in the boy rivaling that of his own son. Today, after forging, he had leveled up 8 times. Despite his impassive expression, his heart surged with excitement. All right, Qin Feng replied with a nod. As he focused intently, a hammer materialized in the palm of his hand. This hammer bore a resemblance to an ordinary forging hammer, yet its upper part was fashioned from platinum, while the lower part was crafted from black gold, faintly crackling with electric sparks and inscribed with ancient runes. It was the celestial duality hammer. Even the typically composed Tang Hao could not suppress the excitement bubbling within him, exclaiming in astonishment. The celestial duality hammer represents the pinnacle form of hammer-type martial souls, reigning as the king among hammers. Legends suggest that if the renowned Haotian hammer, known as the sovereign of hammers, were to undergo a mutation, it could potentially transform into the celestial duality hammer. Although only one ancient powerhouse is said to have succeeded in this transformation. Uncle Tang, is this hammer truly formidable? Qin Feng inquired, observing Tang Hao's stunned expression with a hint of confusion. As a titled Douluo, Tang Hao's astonishment hinted that perhaps this black and white hammer was indeed remarkable. Yet Qin Feng wondered why he could not sense it. This is the celestial duality hammer. The black hammer pierces the heavens, while the white hammer severs the gates of the underworld. You must summon the power of the platinum hammer. Let us see what abilities it possesses, Tang Hao said, his expression a mix of complexity and gravity as he gazed at Qin Feng. Uncle Tang, how do I summon its abilities? Qin Feng fumbled with the hammer, utterly perplexed. You must harness the soul power within your body through your thoughts and channel it into the celestial duality hammer. Then face the back upwards, Tang Hao instructed Qin Feng. It was surprising that Qin Feng, wielding a top-tier mutated martial soul, had no idea how to utilize it. It was indeed peculiar. Following Tang Hao's guidance, a faint glow emerged along the edges of the platinum hammer, the crimson light strikingly unique, resembling a blossoming blood flower. Chapter 4. Eternal Life. 9 Hearts Blood Begonia. Hiss. Even the usually composed Tang Hao could not help but draw a sharp breath. To his astonishment, one aspect of Qin Feng's duality was the 9 Hearts Blood Begonia. The 9 Hearts Blood Begonia was no less formidable than the undying 9 Hearts Begonia from the 3 great sects. In fact, its healing prowess was even more potent. If the 9 Hearts Begonia of the 3 great sects is regarded as undying, then Qin Feng's 9 Hearts Blood Begonia could be deemed eternal. Tang Hao spoke with earnest gravity to Qin Feng. This is the form prior to its mutation. Qin Feng looked at Tang Hao with confusion. This was a warning from a titled Douluo, and he certainly would not take it lightly. However, if even Tang Hao spoke so highly of it, then this hammer must be extraordinarily powerful. After all, it belonged to one who dared to challenge the Spirit Hall, the father of the most formidable individual among Douluos. Simply control it with your thoughts and channel your soul power to unlock its seals, Tang Hao elaborated patiently, thinking Qin Feng might still be unclear. Tang-san, witnessing his father's demeanor for the first time and never having heard him speak so much in one sitting, thought to himself, what kind of existence is Feng Ge? His gaze towards Qin Feng bore a depth not typical for someone of his age. Uncle Tang, is it really like that? Qin Feng's wrist flicked, and in an instant, it transformed back into the previously seen spiked hammer. With its curved ram's horns and thick hammerhead, it appeared utterly grotesque. Did you mutate through this very hammer? Tang Hao felt as though his worldview had been shattered. Were children truly this astonishing nowadays? Even the transformation of the Haotian hammer into the 2-element Heavenly Gang hammer only possesses a mere 10% chance. Yet Qin Feng astonishingly succeeded in mutating an ordinary ram's horn hammer. Has the world outside changed so dramatically during my 6 years of seclusion? Qin Feng nodded and remarked, Father, is Brother Feng truly formidable? Tang San's round, sparkling eyes gazed at Tang Hao, who had never before exhibited such a complex and splendid expression. Ah, Tang Hao, Tang Hao. At that moment, a frail voice echoed from outside. It was Grandpa Jack. Upon hearing this voice, Little San hurriedly rushed out to greet him. Grandpa Jack was one of the few individuals in the village who had shown him kindness. During the family's impoverished times, he often delivered rice to them. As expected, an elderly man appeared, leaning on a cane, and upon seeing Little San, old Jack's face broke into a warm smile. Indeed, this child is well worth the care. He truly understands. What brings you here? Tang Hao inquired, casting a nonchalant glance at Jack. Although Jack was merely a few years his senior, his aged appearance irked Tang Hao, who found it intolerable that Jack always pretended to assume a wise elder's demeanor. What a lazy and disheveled man. If it weren't for Little San and Little Feng, I wouldn't even consider stepping foot in your blacksmith shop. Jack, noticing Tang Hao's disdainful expression, retorted angrily. Then don't come. You. Old Jack pointed accusingly at Tang Hao, his fury nearly overwhelming him. If it weren't for these 2 children, would I even want to be here? Jack shouted toward the inner room where Tang Hao lay on the bed. The Nodding Primary Soul Master Academy starts next week. Our village has 1 slot available. And since the neighboring village has no suitable candidates, I intend to send Little Feng and Little San together to attend school. Do as you please. I have not a single coin, came Tang Hao's dejected voice from within. You lazy blacksmith, I won't use your money. The village will sponsor these two children. Jack's white beard trembled with indignation, and his once kind visage grew somewhat fearsome. He felt that with this blacksmith around, he might lose at least 10 years of his life. Whatever, Tang Hao muttered, turning away dismissively. Children, you must not be as unambitious as him. Grandpa will come to pick you up tomorrow morning and take you to the Notting Primary Academy for your studies. As the saying goes, one who stays near vermilion becomes red, and one who stays near ink becomes black. I fear that spending too much time with this sloth will lead you to adopt undesirable habits. So it is best to distance yourselves quickly, old Jack admonished sincerely before he departed the blacksmith shop, leaning on his cane. The night passed peacefully, with the familiar sounds of snoring echoing within the shop. However, the only difference was that a new figure lay by Tang San's bedside. The two seemed to share an unspoken understanding, sleeping quietly through the night. The next morning, before dawn broke, the rhythmic sounds of forging rang out from the blacksmith shop. What a beautiful hammering technique. Both Tang San and Qin Feng had risen early, peering with wide eyes from behind the curtain. The chaotic wind hammer. Qin Feng murmured in awe. This chaotic wind hammer was a unique technique created by Tang Hao, which had instilled fear in the spirit hall. Brother Feng, are you familiar with this technique? Tang San asked, astonished. Though Qin Feng had spoken in a hushed tone moments ago, Tang San still overheard him. Since you two little rascals are awake, come over here. Father, Uncle Tang, they greeted Tang Hao in unison. Little San, have you not always desired to learn the art of forging? Today, I shall teach you, and little Feng can join in as well. With these words, Tang Hao once again lifted the forging hammer. For reasons unknown, Tang San distinctly sensed an unusual expression on his father's face. Previously, his father had been accustomed to sleeping in the mornings, working in the afternoons, and drinking in the evenings. And he had never woken so early as far as Tang San could remember. The fact that his father had risen so early today was truly astonishing. Although Tang San was perplexed, Qin Feng understood perfectly. Despite Tang Hao's outward appearance of despondency and indifference, he genuinely cared for Tang San. Moreover, he was personally imparting the chaotic wind hammering technique to him. As an observer, Qin Feng was fully aware of this. A father's love is often silent. Unlike a mother's nurturing expression, which is more fervent and overt, one may not always perceive it, yet a father's love consistently lingers quietly by one's side. However, Tang Hao's insistence on having himself learn the chaotic wind hammering technique surprised him somewhat. By exerting force through his calves, he connected his body into a unified whole, achieving full power. With a resounding clang, the hammer struck the wrought iron, producing dazzling sparks, and the iron, once as solid as brick, suddenly buckled under the impact. Standing nearby, Qin Feng felt the surge of power emanating from Tang Hao's muscles, akin to a mighty tide sweeping towards him. Such a palpable force of impact is truly awe-inspiring and can only be fully appreciated through personal experience. In Chapter 5, Tang Hao found himself questioning his existence. By utilizing his calves to channel his strength, he passed the forging hammer into Tang San's hands. Your turn. All right, Tang San replied, gripping the hammer firmly. Channeling his Xiantian Gong. In his previous life, he had mastered the creation of intricate hidden weapons, but the fundamental art of forging had eluded him. Acquiring this basic skill would enable him to create precise hidden weapons independently, providing an additional layer of assurance once he ventured outside. With a resounding clang, the piercing sound of metal striking metal echoed. Although there remained a significant gap compared to Tang Hao's skill, Tang San's efforts had taken form, and he noticed that, following his father's guidance, his strength had increased tenfold. Tang Hao refrained from commenting, yet it was evident from his expression that he was astonished. He had not anticipated Tang San would grasp the technique so swiftly. Unbeknownst to him, Tang San's rigorous training in the Tang sect had endowed him with a solid foundation. And in comparison to his peers, he possessed an extraordinary aptitude for learning, allowing him to comprehend the technique rapidly. Little Feng, it's your turn now. After a few attempts, Tang Hao called Qin Feng over. Here you go, Brother Feng. Tang San politely handed the hammer to Qin Feng. However, at that moment, Tang San noticed a peculiar glint in Qin Feng's eyes, a hint of defiance. Yesterday, Qin Feng effortlessly wielded the forging hammer, striking it 20,000 times, which profoundly unsettled Tang San. After all, he was a transmigrator himself, possessing the secrets of the Tang sect. And yet he found himself bested by a mere 6-year-old native child. Truth be told, Tang San felt a sense of imbalance within. At this moment, the ability to rapidly master the skill was attainable through the Xiantian skill and other Tang sect techniques. And he was genuinely curious about how long it would take Qin Feng to grasp it. All right, let me give it a try. Qin Feng was taken aback by Tang Hao's willingness to teach him and promptly took the forging hammer. As someone who had read the Douluo novel multiple times and watched both its comic and animated adaptations, he was, in certain aspects, slightly more perceptive than Tang San. Focusing intently, Qin Feng unified his body as a whole. With a resounding clang, the entire blacksmith shop trembled as if an earthquake had struck. The piece of pig iron was now flattened like a thin sheet. How could I possess such strength? Qin Feng marveled, astonished that, by truly employing Tang Hao's chaotic wind hammer technique, his power had surged to over 20 times its previous magnitude. He also vaguely sensed that not only had his hammer undergone a transformation, but his body seemed to have been enhanced as well. Cough, cough, let's stop here, Xiao Feng. Just as Qin Feng prepared to strike again, Tang Hao's voice suddenly interrupted. What's wrong, Uncle Tang? Qin Feng placed the hammer aside, puzzled. Unbeknownst to him, Tang Hao was questioning his own existence. He had initially intended for Qin Feng to try a few strikes with the forging hammer before introducing the Twin-Yi Tiangang Hammer to perform the chaotic wind hammer technique. However, he never anticipated Qin Feng's ferocity. After just the first strike, his blacksmith shop was already on the verge of collapse. If another blow were to land, would his shop still stand? Absolutely not. As for letting the boy wield the Twin-Yi Tiangang Hammer to execute the chaotic wind hammer technique, that was out of the question. He feared that if it were poorly controlled, it could obliterate the Holy Soul Village. This was no jest. The Haotian hammer, weighing 18,000 pounds, was known as the King of Hammers, while the Twin-Yi Tiangang Hammer was revered as the Emperor among hammers. The implications of employing the chaotic wind hammer technique were beyond comprehension. You two should tidy up. Old Jack should be arriving shortly. Tang Hao feigned indifference as he spoke. All right, father. Certainly, Uncle Tang. Qin Feng and Tang San had already tidied up the previous night and found little left to do, so they swiftly finished their task. Xiao San, from now on, you two should refer to each other as brothers and support one another with all your might. Remember, under no circumstances should you resort to using your hammers unless absolutely necessary, Tang Hao said gravely, locking eyes with Tang San. Father, I will, Tang San replied earnestly, nodding. He understood that his father was considering his well-being. If he were to face adversities alone, he would be easily bullied. However, with Feng Ge by his side, they would likely deter any would-be assailants. Indeed, Qin Feng stood as a formidable presence among his peers. Yet Tang San was not merely a child of the same age. He was a prodigy of the Tang sect. He acknowledged his unprecedented defeat at Qin Feng's hands, but remained confident in his own ability to craft hidden weapons. Xiao Feng, what do you think of my earlier words? Tang Hao approached Qin Feng, crouched down, and inquired, are we agreed to care for one another in the future? Qin Feng nodded, beaming with a naive smile. He had always harbored a fondness for the character Tang San. Thus, he had no objections to becoming his elder brother, especially since Tang San was once the most formidable figure in the world of Douluo continent. As for why he was referred to as once, it was because from this moment forth, Qin Feng would be Tang San's elder brother. The thought sent a thrill through Qin Feng, causing his hands to tremble. After nearly 7 years in this realm, he was finally on the cusp of a remarkable transformation. Remember, do not reveal the form of the two instruments Heaven Gang Hammer lightly, unless faced with mortal peril, Tang Hao advised, gently resting a hand on Qin Feng's shoulder. His previously murky eyes now sparkling with clarity. Understood, Qin Feng replied, maintaining an impassive demeanor. With a yawn, Tang Hao remarked, I really shouldn't rise too early. I'm feeling rather drowsy. You two little rascals wait for old Jack. Standing up, Tang Hao transformed as if a different person, slapping his mouth and yawning again. Appearing utterly fatigued. Dad, may I use this piece of raw iron? At this moment, observing his father preparing to enter the inner room, Tang San pointed to the previously hammered piece of iron. With this piece, he might be able to fashion a rudimentary concealed weapon for self-defense before old Jack arrived. Do as you wish, just don't bother me. Tang Hao waved his hand dismissively. Then, succumbing to fatigue, collapsed onto the bed, and within half a minute, the sound of snoring filled the air. Brother Feng, I am crafting something splendid for you. As his father entered the room, Tang San turned to Qin Feng. Qin Feng understood that Tang San was preparing to create a concealed weapon, for the Tang sect from his previous life was renowned as the door of concealed weapons. However, Qin Feng possessed little knowledge of such devices and could only watch quietly from the sidelines. Unbeknownst to Qin Feng, his silent demeanor relieved Tang San. If Qin Feng were also adept at crafting concealed weapons, Tang San would genuinely question his own existence. The last vestige of dignity for this time-traveling individual might be utterly trampled by a mere 6-year-old child. A sentiment that could only be truly understood by those who have experienced it. As time passed, the sun gradually ascended into the sky. Chapter 6. The comparison of men can kill. Tang San was wholly engrossed in crafting his concealed weapon, neglecting even breakfast. Curiously, old Jack had yet to arrive. Eventually, the sun reached its zenith, and after more than 5 hours of forging and molding, a jubilant sound resonated through the iron shop. In Tang San's hands emerged a concealed weapon resembling a sleeve arrow. Although only 3 in number, each was exquisitely crafted, featuring 3 blood grooves. And the arrowheads were conical with spiral grooves, suggesting exceptional penetrative capability. Brother Feng, I made 2. One is for you. Sweat-drenched, Tang San handed the other sleeve arrow to Qin Feng. It must be noted that Tang San possessed remarkable emotional intelligence. Instead of praising the sleeve arrow in front of Qin Feng, he chose to gift it to him, thus not only earning goodwill, but also indirectly showcasing his own prowess. In the realm of forging, he undeniably falls short of Tang Hao, and even Qin Feng surpasses him. Yet, one must ponder, who in this world could forge 2 concealed projectiles in the span of 5 to 6 hours? To say 5 or 6 hours is remarkable. Even over the course of a day, no one could achieve such meticulous craftsmanship. He found himself bewildered by the latent potential that enabled him to accomplish this monumental task in such a brief period. Gratitude swelled within him for Xiao San. As Qin Feng accepted the concealed projectiles, he mused if he had inadvertently spurred Tang San into action. He recalled that previously, Tang San had taken a full 3 months to craft his first concealed weapon. Now, to have completed it in merely 5 to 6 hours, who could possibly believe such a feat? Even Qin Feng, having witnessed the entire process, felt a twinge of skepticism. It is essential to recognize that transforming a piece of iron into a concealed weapon entails numerous intricate steps: the forging of pig iron, shaping, meticulous polishing, and the processes of annealing or heat reduction. Although Tang San opted for water quenching instead of allowing the heat to dissipate naturally, 5 to 6 hours seemed excessively ambitious. At this moment, Qin Feng delicately caressed the still warm concealed projectile, pondering if corners had been cut in its creation. Observing Qin Feng entranced by his crafted weapon, Tang San, drenched in sweat, felt a surge of joy. His relentless effort over 6 hours had finally borne fruit. Qin Feng nodded, perplexed. This shouldn't be possible. How could it be completed so swiftly and with such precision? After Tang San retreated into the inner room, Qin Feng continued to contemplate. He picked up the hammer and began to strike it gently. For reasons unknown, with each strike, his excitement intensified, as if he were invigorated by an unseen force. With vivid images of Tang San's crafting process replaying in his mind, time slipped away. Half an hour passed. Suddenly, a loud splash erupted from the nearby water bucket as a fiery red hue transformed into a silvery gray. Xiao San, Grandpa has come to fetch you, called old Jack's voice from outside. Moments later, Tang San emerged from his bath, feeling utterly refreshed. Brother Feng, what's the matter? He inquired, noticing Qin Feng's perspiring visage. Grandpa Jack has arrived. Give me 2 minutes to shower, and I'll be right out, Qin Feng replied, hastily gathering his clothes for a quick wash. He had never anticipated that the system possessed such a function. What's going on with Brother Feng? Tang San wondered, perplexed. As he approached the forge, to his astonishment, the remaining iron plates were nowhere to be found. Could it be that Brother Feng had been experimenting with forging while he was bathing? For he had faintly heard the sounds of crafting emanating from within. Suddenly, Tang San stood frozen in place, his round eyes shimmering with an astonishing light, as if all the blood had been drained from his face, rendering him pale. This is the falling leaf eagle hook arrow. Its tip is conical and equipped with a curved hook, while its tail is slender like a leaf, capable of enhancing speed and maintaining balance. When, brother, did you create this? At that moment, Qin Feng emerged from the inner room, having just finished his shower. As old Jack was preparing to enter the house, Qin Feng naturally moved with a sense of urgency. I was a bit bored earlier, so I mimicked your design and made a few improvements, he replied. Impressive. The falling leaf eagle hook arrow, although a common concealed weapon of the Tang sect, is still twice as challenging to create as the one he had just fashioned. It was astonishing that Qin Feng had managed to produce one in just over half an hour, especially considering he had never received any formal training. Little Feng, Grandpa is here to pick you up. Just then, old Jack walked in. Good afternoon, Grandpa Jack. Both Qin Feng and Tang San greeted him obediently. You two little ones are quite thoughtful. Have you tidied up your things? Old Jack asked, patting Tang San's head with a look of satisfaction. With such considerate children, any fatigue he felt was entirely worth it. We finished packing. This morning, Tang Hao had instructed them to get their belongings ready, so there would be no delay on that front. Tang Hao, I'm taking these 2 children with me. Old Jack called out toward Tang Hao inside. Shaking his head in resignation, old Jack's eyes reflected a hint of disappointment. With a father of such caliber, he couldn't help but wonder how little San had managed all these years. Thus, Qin Feng and Tang San arrived at the village entrance with their luggage. If your bags are too heavy, let Grandpa help you with some, old Jack kindly offered, noticing the considerable load the 2 children were carrying. Thank you, Grandpa Jack. But we can manage, Qin Feng replied, darting ahead to indicate that the luggage was no burden. Suddenly, As Qin Feng's breath quickened and his soul power surged, a long-awaited mechanical female voice echoed in his mind once more. Congratulations on advancing to level 9 Soul Master. Chapter 7. Old Jack almost had a heart attack. Qin Feng stood stunned, a data panel manifesting before his eyes. Host, Qin Feng. Gender, male. Age, 6 years. Level 9 Soul Master. First Martial Soul, Dual Element Heavenly Hammer. Second Martial Soul, None. Soul Power, 10,090,000. Child, what's wrong? Old Jack exclaimed, alarmed by the sudden stillness of the once lively Qin Feng. This child was a treasure of their holy soul village, and any issue was intolerable. For many years, they had not seen a soul master capable of cultivation, especially someone like Little Feng, who began as a level 2 soul master wielding an offensive hammer. Old Jack approached the statue-like Qin Feng, and suddenly, a brilliant light blinded him, the overwhelming soul power nearly knocking him off his feet. 9. Level 9 Soul Master. Old Jack's pupils constricted. His breath became rapid, and his hands trembled incessantly, resembling a seizure. Grandpa Jack, what is the matter? Tang Sen hurriedly stepped forward to offer support. The old man's face flushed, and he gradually calmed down, though his hands remained tightly gripped against his chest. What has happened to Grandpa Jack? Child, it's nothing. I'm just overwhelmed with joy, Old Jack replied, his frail fingers clasping Qin Feng's hand tightly. His bony grip was so sharp it caused pain. Child, have you become a level 9 Soul Master? A glimmer of brilliance surged in Old Jack's murky gaze. Yes, Qin Feng nodded affirmatively. Hiss. Upon hearing this revelation, Old Jack felt as if the ground had shifted beneath him. His heart lurched painfully. Just yesterday, had the boy not been merely a level 2 Soul Master? In the span of a single night, he had ascended to level 9. The shock nearly induced a heart attack, and he could have easily believed he was dreaming if not for Qin Feng's tangible presence before him. Little Feng, did you truly advance to level 9 Soul Master in a single day? Old Jack asked once more. Indeed, Grandpa Jack, Qin Feng confirmed with a nod. Feeling no need for concealment, a genius has emerged from Holy Soul Village. Old Jack's trembling hands clenched tightly, his face etched with countless wrinkles quivering with excitement. Although he had braced himself for this news, he could hardly contain his elation. Having lived in Holy Soul Village his entire life, he had never witnessed anyone advance a rank in such a brief period. To leap from level 2 to level 9 was unprecedented. Was the long-dormant Holy Soul Village finally awakening? Thank you, Lord Soul Saint. Thank you for blessing our Holy Soul Village. Old Jack exclaimed fervently, kneeling at the village entrance, repeatedly expressing his gratitude to the plaque that bore the village's name. At that moment, both Tang San and Qin Feng shared a remarkably synchronized gaze, seemingly disconnected from the legendary Lord Soul Saint. However, neither displayed any unusual demeanor. They stood obediently beside Old Jack. Were it not for him, they would have had no opportunity to attend a junior Soul Master Academy, and in their hearts, they felt genuine gratitude towards Old Jack. Soon, the three boarded the carriage. You two, compared to my ineffectual grandsons, are like heaven and earth. I truly wonder what fortune Tang Hao, that drunkard, accumulated in his past life. Old Jack mused as he looked at Qin Feng and Tang San, wishing fervently that these two children were his grandsons. Why does little San seem a bit downcast? Missing your drunken father? A little, he replied. Although he was a transmigrator, Tang Hao was his biological father, and over the years, they had relied on each other in the village. To say there were no feelings would be a lie. Don't overthink it. You will make many more friends at the academy and learn a wealth of knowledge. It will be far more enjoyable than in the village, Old Jack reassured Tang San. Later, Old Jack patiently introduced Tang San to the world outside. Meanwhile, Qin Feng gradually reclined beside them, his eyelids growing heavier until he succumbed to slumber. If one were to compare their familiarity with the Douluo continent, Old Jack would be akin to a book, while Qin Feng resembled a vast library. For he was once an avid fan of Douluo. Upon arriving in Nodding City, which is not far from St. Soul Village, the journey on foot would take approximately half a day, while a horse-drawn carriage would shorten the trip to 2 or 3 hours. Due to unforeseen circumstances, Old Jack had to delay their departure until noon. Had they chosen to walk, they would likely miss the enrollment at the Soul Master Academy. Therefore, Old Jack spent lavishly to hire a carriage. Upon disembarking, the trio found that Nodding City, though not large, was heavily guarded due to its proximity to the border of the Heaven Do Empire. After undergoing a thorough inspection, they finally entered the city. Old Jack, with a hint of reluctance in his eyes, addressed Tang San and Qin Feng. Is Grandpa Jack leaving in such a hurry? The carriage has departed. We could have stayed at an inn for the night and left tomorrow, he suggested. After a wry smile and a gentle pat on Qin Feng's head, Old Jack felt a deep sense of gratitude for Qin Feng's understanding. The three of them wandered through the city, eventually locating the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy to the west. After some searching, they spotted a tall archway, meticulously crafted from exquisite granite, with 2 dark iron gates made of fine wrought iron. Nodding Academy. In the center of the splendid granite archway, 4 gilded characters stood out strikingly. It is noteworthy that such opulence is bestowed upon a mere junior academy, underscoring the significance of the soul master profession in the Douluo continent. Move aside, you country bumpkins. As they approached to inquire, a young gatekeeper strode towards them, loudly admonishing them. Ding! Mission activated. At that moment, a mechanical female voice unexpectedly resonated in Qin Feng's mind. Chapter 8. Even the master cannot save you. Thanks to the generous support of the buffering 99. This young brother, we hail from St. Soul Village. These 2 children are our village's work-study students for this year, old Jack explained, sensing the disdainful look from the young man. Despite the condescension, he forced a smile. Can a golden phoenix truly emerge from a chicken coop? Does a tiny village even possess soul power? Our academy hasn't had work-study students in ages. You 3 audacious country folk can't possibly be legitimate, the young man replied with a cold smirk, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Upon hearing this, a flash of anger crossed old Jack's eyes, yet he restrained himself and presented the proof provided by the Wuwen Temple's Su Yuntao. Ha ha ha, innate full soul power? And blue silver grass? It is truly a farce of the highest order. In all my years here, I have never encountered anyone with innate full spirit power or a worthless martial soul like the blue silver grass. This certificate from the Spirit Hall must surely be a forgery. If one must fabricate, at least do so with some expertise. Upon seeing this document, the young man burst into laughter. Hearing his words, old Jack clenched his lips tightly, the veins in his aged arms pulsing visibly. Oh, you even have a letter? Do you intend to have this individual named Qin Feng tested for spirit power at Nodding Academy? The signature is from the Village Committee of Holy Spirit Village, is it? The young man, seemingly oblivious to old Jack's fury, casually opened a yellow envelope from his bag. This child possesses spirit power. Master Su Yuntao left too early to conduct a test, hence the desire to assess it on-site at Nodding Academy. Old Jack struggled to contain himself, thinking that it was acceptable for this old man to endure some humiliation, all for the sake of these 2 sensible children. Huh, what Holy Spirit Village? It resembles more of a beggar's settlement. You country bumpkins dare to dream of testing privately at our Nodding Academy? Remember, cow dung remains cow dung. Even when steamed, it will never transform into a delicacy. The young man's gaze sharpened, a disdainful sneer escaping his lips, before he violently ripped the envelope to shreds. You. Old Jack trembled with rage, his entire being akin to a boiler on the verge of explosion. Do not linger here. Leave at once. The young man stepped forward, attempting to shove old Jack aside. Tang Sen fixed his intense gaze on the man, the concealed arrow in his sleeve poised to strike. In that instant, a gust of wind swept past old Jack, and a massive black iron hammer came crashing down. Feel the might of my hammer. Seeking death, as Qin Feng charged forward. The young man's expression twisted into a snarl. He had already ascended to the rank of a level 11 soul master, and could effortlessly eliminate such a small fry without a soul ring. Zhao Feng. Even though Qin Feng had advanced to a level 9 soul scholar, he was still facing a soul master. There was a vast chasm between them. However, it was ultimately too late. Bang! The sound of shattering bones rang out sharply, followed by a distant crash. Zhao Feng, why must you be so impulsive? Old Jack collapsed to the ground, pounding his thigh, appearing as though he had lost his very soul. He dared not look toward the source of that sound, for the echo of the breaking bones reverberated in his heart, and he feared to see Qin Feng in a mangled state. In the eyes of these soul masters, the lives of the impoverished were as worthless as weeds, especially since Zhao Feng had just launched an attack against the opponent. Reporting to the martial soul branch would likely prove futile. How was he to explain this to Tang Hao and the villagers after just an afternoon's lapse? Tears streamed down old Jack's face, for no one could fathom the immense despair and heartbreak that consumed him. In his eyes, Qin Feng was not merely a sensible child, but the hope of their Holy Spirit village, and that hope had now been irrevocably shattered. Grandpa Jack, Brother Feng is fine, Tang Sen observed old Jack, who had never before displayed such vulnerability, crying like a small child. The sound of the bone shattering was so distinct that even I, hard of hearing, could discern it clearly. How could there be no consequence? Little 3, I understand you wish to comfort Grandpa, but he is truly heartbroken. Old Jack sat on the ground, sighing deeply, tears streaming down his face. Grandpa Jack, I assure you, I am fine. At that moment, Qin Feng approached old Jack's side. Upon hearing Qin Feng's voice, old Jack incredulously lifted his head, his expression a blend of surprise and joy, interwoven with complex emotions. You little rascal, I shall have your head. Just then, a chilling roar emanated from behind. The young man who had been guarding the door approached, his dislocated jaw hanging grotesquely. Little 3, I leave this to you. Qin Feng glanced at Tang San. Rest assured, Brother Feng. Tang San nodded emphatically. In truth, even if Qin Feng had refrained from intervening, he would have acted. The hidden darts he had prepared were already coated with poison, and he was confident they could swiftly eliminate the opponent if unleashed. Only 49 more to go. Qin Feng set the hammer aside, his cold gaze fixed on the young man. Once he accomplished the task of delivering 50 strikes to the door guard as assigned by the system, a mysterious treasure chest would be his reward. The commotion had attracted an increasing number of onlookers. It has been ages since anyone dared to strike me. You are the first. The young man's palms surged with soul power, manifesting a large blade, accompanied by a radiant white aura. 100-year white soul ring. Old Jack was instantly alarmed upon witnessing the soul ring, urging Qin Feng to flee. Facing a soul master with a soul ring is akin to an egg colliding with a stone. Just a worthless soul ring under 100 years. Qin Feng scoffed, raising his hammer and launching a relentless assault. The spectators beheld a child, no taller than the hammer itself, wielding it fiercely against a nearly adult young man. Although the young man wielded the power of the soul ring, for reasons unknown, its strength seemed utterly ineffective. At that moment, a man clad in black appeared at the entrance of Notting Academy. Master. The other members of Notting Academy bowed upon seeing him. Master. These country bumpkins attempted to infiltrate the academy as work-study students. When discovered, they became enraged and assaulted the door guard. A young man stepped forward to explain. You speak falsely. It was that individual who looked down upon us villagers, tearing our letters and attempting to force Grandpa Jack to chase us away. Cease this at once. The man cast a glance at the ongoing struggle between Qin Feng and the door guard, his deep voice issuing a command. Master. It is not that I do not wish to stop, but this brat keeps clinging to me. The young man, battered and with a dislocated jaw, spoke through gritted teeth. Even the master cannot save you now. This 40th strike is for Grandpa Jack. Qin Feng's youthful hands bulged with veins, the air around him vibrating with a resonant hum. Chapter 9. The Thrill of Striking. Crash. The doorman was ruthlessly slammed against the sturdy iron door, leaving him in a pitiable state. Especially his face, swollen to the point of resembling a pig's head, was so disfigured that even his own mother would fail to recognize him, frightening nearby young ladies to tears. Please, stop. You're my uncle. I admit my mistakes. The doorman cried out in desperation. Why had he provoked such a lunatic when he had been minding his own business? The fight was nothing short of life-threatening, and the strength of his assailant was astounding. Stop. Dream on. This 49th strike is for my own sake. How dare you tear up my test letter? Do you know whether I possess soul power? Qin Feng gripped the hammer tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. As the black hammer swung down upon the doorman like a game of whack-a-mole, a sinister grin adorning his lips. To onlookers, Qin Feng appeared utterly deranged. Yet, unbeknownst to them, he was experiencing an unprecedented thrill. On Earth, where laws prevailed, he had endured years of oppression in the spirit hall after crossing over to Douluo continent. He had never relished the sheer exhilaration of physically confronting someone like this. It was simply delightful. If he were to assign blame, it would be to this fool who had unnecessarily obstructed their entry. Cease. At that moment, a hoarse voice resonated, and the cloaked figure cast a glance at Qin Feng. For reasons unknown, though the gaze held the usual divine light, Qin Feng felt an inexplicable force restraining his actions. Do not get cocky, kid. Our master from Notting Academy is observing how you behave. Noticing Qin Feng's movements seemingly hindered, the battered doorman suddenly wore a look of triumph. Bang! At the instant the words left the adversary's lips, the massive hammer crashed into his abdomen. Though it appeared to be a light strike, the doorman felt a force several times greater than before. Spectators watched as the doorman was sent flying into the grand arch of Notting Academy. His garment snagged on the gleaming T-shaped structure, resembling a hanging corpse with blood dripping to the ground. The nearby female students shrieked in terror. Chaotic wind hammer technique. From a distance, the man in black observed the scene, his previously indifferent gaze igniting with a spark of intrigue. The Academy's protection squad soon arrived, encircling Qin Feng in an instant. Upon the arrival of the cloaked figure, the once furious protection squad members bowed in unison, their expressions more sycophantic than ever. Master. That doorman spoke disrespectfully, not only defiling our holy soul village, but also claiming the spirit hall's credentials are counterfeit. This child, Qin Feng, has a fiery temper. Old Jack, pulling Tang San along, hurried to stand before the man in black. As the village chief, Old Jack was adept at reading the room. He recognized that this individual held significant influence. If little Feng were to be taken away by the protection squad, he feared he might not return alive. To speak candidly, Old Jack had never anticipated that Xiao Feng would be so formidable, capable of vanquishing a level 11 soul master. However, this indirectly indicated that their holy soul village was poised to produce a prodigy. Thus, Old Jack's sole thought at this moment was to ensure that Qin Feng remained unharmed, regardless of the cost. You harmed a member of our Nodding Academy, and you expect to let him go? Do you truly believe that our Nodding Academy is a feeble entity, easily trampled by anyone who fancies themselves a contender? The leader of the school protection team declared coldly. Silence. The man in the black robe intoned, and in an instant, all fell silent. Was that the chaotic cloak hammer technique you just employed? The black-robed man gazed at Qin Feng with an indifferent expression, yet for some inexplicable reason, Qin Feng felt as though he was being seen through. Indeed. Is it your desire to enroll? The black-robed man inquired, fixing his gaze upon Qin Feng. It is my companion, Xiao San, who seeks admission. I merely wish to demonstrate my capability and obtain the enrollment qualification. However, the doorman insisted that our Wuhuan Hall's credentials were fabricated and doubted my soul power, forcing me to prove it on the spot. You scoundrel! You were the one who struck first, yet you dare to feign innocence. Another young man who had been on duty with the doorman clenched his fists, speaking in a cold tone. Sir, might I request that you present your Wuhuan Hall credentials for my inspection? The master did not heed the young man, but instead turned to Old Jack. Upon seeing this, Old Jack hastily retrieved the earlier pouch containing the credentials, fully aware that the fate of Xiao Feng hinged upon the master's words. This credential appears legitimate. On behalf of Nodding Academy, I extend our apologies to you. The master examined the Wuhuan Hall's credentials closely and then expressed his remorse to Old Jack. There is no need for apologies. We too have not handled this matter appropriately. Old Jack felt an overwhelming sense of vanity satisfied at being addressed with such deference by a figure of at least soul master caliber. Master, shall we consider this matter resolved? The captain of the school protection team queried the master. Having been bested by a child of 6 or 7 years, it would be prudent to have him removed promptly. Otherwise, hanging there at the entrance is hardly befitting and brings disgrace to Nodding Academy. The master's tone was exceedingly calm, yet the young man trembled upon hearing his words. At this proclamation, Old Jack's previously anxious heart finally settled. With this master present, Xiao Feng should be safe. He turned to Qin Feng and Tang San, yet both remained silent. In truth, had the master not intervened, the doorman would have already become a lifeless corpse. Such a spiteful individual dared to offend Old Jack. Regardless of whether Qin Feng would have spared him, Tang San would have surely eliminated him without hesitation. Noticing the two boys were still at a loss for words, Old Jack surmised they were perhaps not yet accustomed to being alone in the world, offering a few more words of encouragement before taking his leave. Come, let us proceed inside, the master said, addressing Tang San and Qin Feng. Thank you, teacher. Tang San and Qin Feng expressed their gratitude politely to the master. Hee, I am not a teacher at this academy, the master replied with a warm smile. Then you must be a leader within the institution? Xiao San inquired, lifting his little head to ask. I am not a leader within the academy either. Along this journey, Tang San appeared considerably more vivacious, whereas Qin Feng trailed quietly like a reserved child. Unlike Tang San, Qin Feng, as a traveler from Earth, possessed a profound understanding of the master's identity. At this moment, his attention was primarily focused on the status bar emerging before him. Chapter 10, Ascension to Level 10 Soul Master. This marked his inaugural completion of a system task, rumored to yield a mysterious treasure chest. The system had described this chest in almost mythical terms. Only those below level 10 were deemed eligible to receive it, and it would manifest only once in a lifetime. At this juncture, a chest radiating a resplendent purple-gold light was slowly materializing within the status bar, and Qin Feng could hardly contain his anticipation. What treasures might lie within? Ding! At that very moment, a resonating voice echoed within his mind, nearly overwhelming him with its intensity. What nonsense is this? Is it impossible to open it with so many people around? Qin Feng rolled his eyes as an error warning appeared on the status bar. It suggested that the item was extraordinary and advised him to find a less populated location to avoid potential peril. Being an inherently curious individual, Qin Feng felt an even stronger urge to unveil the mystery of the treasure chest. At this time, he followed closely behind the master and Tang San. Having arrived at the teaching building, along the way, Tang San seemed to resonate remarkably well with the master, engaging in lively conversation, as if he intended to apprentice under him. Qin Feng felt indifferent to this. Although the master was the foremost authority on Douluo theory, with the system at his disposal, he saw little need for guidance from the master. In contrast, he preferred to stealthily develop his abilities through the system. Ahead lay the Academic Affairs Office of Nodding Academy. The master addressed Qin Feng and Tang San, though his words seemed more directed at Qin Feng. The new students at Nodding Academy were managed uniformly by the Academic Affairs Office, located on the first floor of the main teaching building. Inside, an instructor appearing to be in his 60s was responsible for welcoming the new students, accompanied by two younger teachers in their 20s or 30s. Director Su. These two children are work-study students sent from Holy Soul Village. Could you please assist with their registration? The master personally signed a document for both of them, handing it to the elder's care. What a rare visitor. Master, what brings you here? The elder inquired with a beaming smile. Although the master resided at their school, he seldom appeared in the teaching building, let alone the academic affairs office. The master merely shook his head slightly before departing alone. All right, goodbye, teacher. Tang Sen respectfully addressed the master, and Qin Feng also waved politely. Young man, you actually called him teacher, but he is not a teacher at our school, is he? Teacher Su appeared quite intrigued by Tang Sen's address for the master, smiling as he asked. Meanwhile, Qin Feng proceeded to register, eager to complete the process and find a secluded spot to open the treasure chest. He could understand their disdain for the master. In the realm of Douluo continent, where strength reigns supreme, master has been unable to transcend the 29th level for many years, thus remaining at the threshold of 30. While an ordinary person might hold him in the highest esteem, those who have attained greater mastery perceive him merely as a scholar who can only speak without action. How could they possibly respect such an individual? Yet, these individuals remain myopically focused. Master hails from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, one of the most formidable clans in the Douluo continent. As a direct descendant of such a powerful lineage, he is undoubtedly not lacking in potential. His struggles merely stem from complications in the evolution of his martial soul. Once he unlocks the latent power within, he will undergo a true metamorphosis, becoming the pinnacle of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, the Golden Sacred Dragon. However, reality remains harsh. If one does not succeed, they become the subject of ridicule. Xiao-san, I'll step out to the restroom for a moment. You head to the dormitory first, Qin Feng said, hastily completing his registration before dashing out. Do you know where my dormitory is? Seeing Qin Feng sprint away, Tang Sen attempted to call him back, but he had already vanished from sight. That boy is truly restless, but fear not. All of you work-study students are together, a young teacher in his 30s remarked with a nonchalant tone. Upon hearing this, Tang Sen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, teacher, he said as he accepted the dormitory card and expressed his gratitude. Go on, child, Director Su smiled faintly, recognizing the boy's maturity. At the back mountain of the school, where people were scarce, Qin Feng muttered to himself. He was on the verge of cursing. During the previous half hour, he had hidden in the restroom, only to find the rooftop inaccessible due to safety warnings, igniting his frustration. Ultimately, he decided to venture to the back mountain alone. To his surprise, he discovered a charming lawn, an expanse of open space. Confirming that no one was around, he attempted once more to open the purple gold treasure chest. If it remained unopened here, he would seriously suspect the system of mocking him. Ding! Suddenly, a light illuminated the area, revealing a smaller treasure chest within the purple gold one, with a note indicating that Qin Feng needed to reach level 10 to unlock it. Damn it! Qin Feng exclaimed, hurling the small box to the ground in exasperation. He felt profoundly insulted, as this was clearly a trap within a trap. Only a fool would allow themselves to be manipulated. Who knows if reaching level 10 would lead to yet another small chest. Sitting down, Qin Feng took about 10 minutes to calm his blazing anger. Host, Qin Feng. Gender, male. Age, 6 years. Level 9 Soul Master. First Martial Soul, Twin-Yi Heavenly Hammer. Second Martial Soul, None. Soul Power, 403, 090, 000. I'll trust you one more time, Qin Feng thought as he opened the attributes bar, realizing he was just over 46,000 short of advancing to level 10. He contemplated that it might be worthwhile to level up and see what tricks this troublesome box had in store. As he ran, he took deep breaths, determined to push forward. As the notification chimed, you took a deep breath, your soul power reaching a staggering 1,000. A mere 10 minutes later, you found yourself at 100. Qin Feng felt as though his lungs might burst. Why did it seem so arduous to level up? With only the final stretch of 10,000 soul power remaining, he was utterly exhausted. In truth, he longed for the tranquility of being a salted fish, indifferent to any so-called treasures. Yet, despite his thoughts, Qin Feng pressed on, cursing the system while sprinting desperately, even resorting to unleashing the two instruments' heavenly hammer in a frenzied assault. His sole aim was to draw in a few more deep breaths. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations on advancing to level 10 Soul Master. The status appeared before him. Host, Qin Feng. Gender, male. Age, 6 years. Level 10 Soul Master. First Martial Soul, 2 instruments Heavenly Hammer. Second Martial Soul, None. Soul Power, 101 million. At that moment, Qin Feng collapsed onto the grass, utterly spent. The status bar manifested before him, and the treasure chest slowly began to open. Chapter 11. I feel as though you are mocking me. Qin Feng's heart raced with excitement. He sprang up, eager to discover what treasure awaited him after such a hellish ordeal. A mutated card? A reinforcement card? Or perhaps a soul ring? He rubbed his hands together, eyes fixed intently on the small chest. With a soft creaking sound, the chest revealed a blinding golden light, from which emerged a small, worm-like creature that sluggishly crawled out, making its way past Qin Feng's eyelids and eventually resting in the palm of his left hand. Qin Feng's expression froze, first in shock, then in disbelief, and finally, it morphed into fury. How could he, after enduring such hardship, be rewarded with a mere worm? Was this some kind of joke? His black hammer swelled ominously in his right hand, indicating his rising rage. The creature not only crawled onto his hand, but also, without warning, sank its two tiny fangs into his palm, causing blood to spurt forth. Qin Feng felt as though he had been electrocuted, an intense sting coursing through him. Finally, the pent-up frustration within Qin Feng erupted. He flung his hand furiously, sending the worm flying through the air. The hammer, forged from dark iron, descended with terrifying gravity, revealing the true might of the two instruments' heavenly hammer. Holding the hammer, Qin Feng glared coldly at the sluggish worm on the ground, his anger surging like a torrential river. To deceive him was one thing, but to dare bite him was intolerable. This creature had to perish. Veins bulging in his arms, Qin Feng brought the two instruments' heavenly hammer crashing down. With a resounding thud, the area surrounding the worm was compacted into the earth. Silence enveloped the scene as Qin Feng lifted his hammer, pondering if the tiger's silence could be mistaken for weakness. Yet, in his moment of cold contemplation, he suddenly noticed something writhing on the hammer. What on earth? Are you still lingering around? Qin Feng raised the hammer and began to strike fiercely once again. He refused to believe that he could not subdue a mere lowly creature that crawled on its body today. In just a minute, the originally flat grassy area had been transformed into a cratered landscape reminiscent of a geothermal zone at the foot of a volcano. Suddenly, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! The second martial spirit fusion is complete. Amidst the chaos of his relentless strikes, a status bar materialized before his eyes. Host, Qin Feng gender, male age, 6 years level 10 soul master first martial spirit, duality heavenly hammer second martial spirit, divine beast martial spirit soul power, 12, 801. 000, 000. Qin Feng stood frozen, akin to a statue, as disbelief washed over him. With a mere thought, the insect he had been pursuing materialized in his left hand, refusing to be shaken off, for it had truly merged with him. He was petrified, a flash of despair coursing through him. No, this must be a dream. Who on earth possesses an insect as a second martial spirit? Qin Feng shut his eyes and slapped his forehead heavily. Upon reopening them, he found the unsightly little creature cheerfully wriggling in his palm. Qin Feng was on the verge of tears from frustration. He forcefully channeled his soul power, hoping to test the capabilities of this martial spirit, reasoning that if it were indeed a divine beast martial spirit, it should awaken like the duality heavenly hammer, right? Yet, no matter how he attempted to manipulate it, the ugly insect merely crawled in his hand. Was this creature a divine beast martial spirit? It seemed more like a neurotic beast martial spirit. Qin Feng slapped his forehead again, nearly succumbing to exasperation. His left hand was truly rendered useless. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from a distance. Within moments, a young nobleman accompanied by 2 lackeys approached, brushing past Qin Feng. "Boss, someone has destroyed our turf." At that precise moment, a voice filled with astonishment rang out. "What?" In the middle of the group stood a robust boy in academy attire, incredulous. They had used this area just the day before. How could it have changed so drastically? Everyone in the vicinity knew this was the private domain of the noble youths, and no one was permitted to trespass. At that moment, the raggedly dressed Qin Feng caught their attention. "Hey, brat, did you do this?" A scrawny boy darted behind Qin Feng and kicked him. In truth, the noble student understood that a 6 or 7-year-old child could not have caused such destruction. Even their group of 3 would require a day or 2 to create such havoc. However, since the child was present, they felt compelled to vent their frustrations on him. Observing the boy's shabby appearance, they figured he was merely a poor child. At worst, they would pay a few gold coins, and his family would not pursue the matter further. Meanwhile, a dejected Qin Feng walked despondently along the ground. He never anticipated that someone would rush up and deliver a kick to his backside, nearly sending him sprawling into the dirt. "How dare you challenge me?" Qin Feng turned around, his temper flaring. In all his years, no one had ever dared to strike him from behind. "Oh, you little brat. Do you even know who we are?" Upon meeting Qin Feng's icy gaze, the male student felt an inexplicable sense of dread. However, he quickly dismissed it. After all, this child could only be around 7 years old. What could a mere 7-year-old possibly do? "Xiaoling, what is going on?" In the distance, a burly youth approached, his eyes carrying an almost imperceptible aura of menace. "Boss, I suspect this kid is responsible for the state of our lawn," exclaimed the male student. "Oh," the youth, referred to as the boss, cast a cold glance at Qin Feng. So what if I did? You really have some guts, don't you? Do you even realize who you are facing? The boy named Xiao Ling pointed at the burly youth beside him, his eyes filled with admiration. What he does is of no concern to me. I am always clear about my grievances. You kicked me just now. If you come over obediently, I might go easy on you. Qin Feng raised his right hand, his middle finger slightly twitching, mimicking a gesture as if calling a dog. Seeing such a flippant and provocative gesture, the male student could hardly contain himself. He glanced at the burly youth, who nodded slightly, prompting the male student to unleash his martial spirit and advance with fury. Chapter 12. Bludgeoning with the two instruments of heaven and earth. Indeed, what a good dog. So obedient. Qin Feng grinned mischievously as he observed the advancing male student. As a member of the Earth's 5 Poisons youth, in terms of verbal prowess, these boys were no match for him. Since you seek your demise, do not blame me. With a grim expression, the male student leaped forward with remarkable agility. Oh, a flight-oriented martial spirit? Qin Feng scoffed in defiance. Just as the male student was taken aback, the bright sky above him suddenly darkened. A massive black hammer loomed over his head. After channeling soul power into it, the hammer came crashing down with tremendous force. Even if you possess a flying beast martial spirit, you must first be able to take to the air. Qin Feng hefted the hammer and began to strike wildly in all directions, as if he were pounding rice cakes. After a relentless barrage, Qin Feng felt significantly better. Indeed, after being bullied by the system, nothing quite balanced his heart like pummeling someone. Standing over the male student, who lay like a lifeless dog, Qin Feng unleashed a powerful kick. The frail male student was sent sprawling before the burly youth, doubled over in pain from the blow to his abdomen, nearly losing consciousness. The beating was for your earlier rudeness, and that last kick was retribution for your earlier assault on me. I, Qin Feng, am always clear about my debts and grievances. Qin Feng gazed at the half-conscious male student, leisurely whistling while cradling his head as he prepared to depart. Halt! Do you intend to leave after assaulting someone? A burly youth coldly commanded. Why call me elder? Haven't you been battered enough? Qin Feng turned around, a crescent smile gracing his lips. Such audacity from a child. What is your name, and which family do you belong to? The robust boy appeared somewhat foolish, yet he was no simpleton. Accompanying him was Xiao Ling, a level 10 soul master, who was on a quest for soul rings. By all accounts, she was among the elite of soul masters. Yet she had been left in a near-death state by this child. Notting City, a border town of the Tiando Empire, was rife with formidable individuals and numerous complex and fearsome families, whom his father had warned him never to provoke. Are you deaf? Didn't I just say? My name is Qin Feng, and you may address me as Master Feng, Qin Feng declared, pointing a thumb at himself. Give you a little sunshine, and you shine bright. If you manage to walk out of here on your own, I shall call you ancestor. Qin Feng's arrogant demeanor completely enraged the burly youth, his expression darkening as he summoned his martial spirit. A blinding white light ascended from his side. In Notting City, no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner, especially not a 7-year-old clad in tattered clothing. Observing the child's shabby attire, it was clear he was not from a prestigious family. He was merely a wild chicken adorned with a few pretty feathers. Boss is actually unleashing his soul ring, another youth exclaimed, hastily dragging the barely conscious male student aside. In the entire Notting Academy, their leader was a figure of considerable renown. Typically, he could snap a tree in half without the use of soul power, and now, with the soul ring activated, he could likely shatter a boulder. It would be prudent for them to find safety. This lad had only himself to blame for provoking their leader. I am not worthy of being called ancestor. Just master will suffice. Qin Feng shrugged slightly. Then, with a sweeping gesture, a hammer struck the burly youth's face without warning. The ferocious force sent him staggering back several meters. How dare you ambush me? The burly youth had not anticipated such shamelessness from this boy, who had taken advantage of his moment of inattention. Fortunately, he had summoned his martial spirit. Otherwise, that blow might have rendered him utterly incapacitated. Quite resilient, aren't you? Do you know how these pits and hollows came to be? Qin Feng grinned wickedly, instilling a sense of dread. He appeared far from a mere 6 or 7-year-old child. Rather, he resembled a cunning and calculating figure of authority. While I may not know the origin of these pits, I can assure you they were not caused by your hammer. Do you truly think I am as gullible as a 3-year-old? The burly youth retorted coldly, crimson energy manifesting in his hands. It was a blood wolf. With its terrifying speed and lethality combined, Qin Feng found himself dodging frantically. Under the intensity of such an assault, he was unable to even execute his hammer techniques. Boss, hit him, beat this kid to death. Nearby, a still fuming youth shouted encouragement. If you have the guts, don't dodge. After receiving the system's enhancement, Qin Feng felt his physical strength multiplied, and his speed surged several-fold. He managed to evade the attacks of the burly man with remarkable precision, infuriating his opponent to the point of boiling over. Don't dodge? What if you end up on your knees, clutching my leg, weeping and begging me not to hit you? Qin Feng taunted from a distance of several dozen meters, wearing a mischievous smile that exuded confidence and a hint of amusement. Huh, you think you can make the boss kneel? With that mouth of yours? Scoffed a slightly pudgy boy in the distance. With it, Qin Feng's originally black hammer began to shed pieces of black iron, transforming into a hammer with a black gold top and a platinum bottom, filling him with an overwhelming sense of power in an instant. The two instruments, celestial hammer. Each time he summoned this weapon, a surge of exhilaration coursed through him. All right, I shall experience the might of your hammer. The burly boy was about to charge forward when he suddenly felt an inexplicable, terrifying force locking him in place. No matter how he struggled, he could not budge an inch. Soon, an immense pressure bore down upon him. The burly boy fought desperately, his veins bulging, but it was futile. At that moment, despair enveloped him. If that hammer struck, he would surely perish. Boom. A heavy sound resonated as the violent shockwave turned into a whirlwind, shredding the burly boy's clothes and leaving his hair standing on end. Gulp. The boy's martial spirit gradually dissipated as he swallowed hard, nearly terrified to the point of losing control. The hammer had struck nearby, yet it unleashed such terrifying power. If it had landed on him, he would have been reduced to mere pulp. He pondered that Qin Feng must be concealing his true identity. Or perhaps the other's identity was so mysterious and fearsome that it was unspeakable. After all, could one believe that a country bumpkin, clad in rags, could drive a top-tier luxury car and spend lavishly? Either the bumpkin's identity was a facade, or he was backed by an incredibly formidable force. Observing their stunned boss, the two little brothers in the distance looked at Qin Feng as if they had seen a ghost, inwardly questioning, is this kid really only 6 years old? Quietly, Qin Feng approached the burly boy with heavy footsteps. Chapter 13, The Duel with Zhao Wu. Now you understand how all these craters came to be, right? I know. The burly boy trembled, his expression one of sheer cowardice. It was hardly his fault. The hammer had struck just half a meter away. He was acutely aware of the ground's concave impressions. Had that hammer landed on him, his father would likely be burning offerings for him next year. So, what should you call me now? Qin Feng slightly lifted the corners of his mouth, gazing at the burly boy with a smiling countenance. Master Feng. The young boy spoke almost reflexively. At that moment, Qin Feng's gaze drifted towards the two younger companions in the distance. One of them, still in good health, immediately called out to Qin Feng, addressing him as Windmaster. Indeed, you all are quite clever. This time, I shall let you off the hook. Qin Feng remarked with a slight smirk. He then comfortably placed his hands behind his head, humming a cheerful tune as he strolled away. Once he departed, the three of them let out a sigh of relief, particularly the burly youth, whose back was soaked with perspiration. When Qin Feng had approached him just moments before, an inexplicable pressure had rendered his breathing laborious. Having narrowly escaped, he silently vowed to keep his distance from this devil in the future. Where is Dormitory 7? After some inquiries, Qin Feng finally located it. It was situated in the most remote and highest room of the entire teaching building. Indeed, students in work-study programs had no rights. Even their accommodations were the most secluded. Qin Feng walked straight into the dormitory, where he found a young boy named Zhao Sin pushing a bed, while a remarkably delicate little girl stood by, overseeing the task with her arms crossed. If his guess was correct, the battle for dominance in this dormitory had just concluded. Conveniently, Qin Feng had no desire to participate in any power struggles. Others could pursue their romances while he focused on his own growth, remaining uninvolved. Who are you? A boy of about 11 or 12 blocked Qin Feng's path as he sauntered in, whistling leisurely. This boy was Wang Sheng, the third in command of Dormitory 7. With Zhao Wu and Tang San preoccupied, it was naturally up to him to handle any newcomers. Brother Wind. At that moment, Tang San, upon spotting Qin Feng's entrance, called out joyfully. Qin Feng had been missing for over 2 hours, causing Tang San considerable anxiety. He genuinely feared that Qin Feng might become lost trying to find his way. Brother Wind? Wang Sheng hesitated for a moment, and then everyone stood at attention, synchronously greeting Qin Feng with a collective hello, Brother Wind. If even Tang San addressed him as brother, surely he was someone of significance. You all seem quite prepared, Qin Feng said with a slight smile. Originally, the teacher intended for this large blanket to be shared between the two of us, but Tang San scratched his head, appearing somewhat embarrassed. While Qin Feng was away, Zhao Wu had forcefully claimed it for herself, leaving him unable to intervene. No worries. I can find somewhere else to rest, Qin Feng shrugged. Having read novels previously, he believed the two were indeed well suited for one another. Although he was a time traveler, he held a respectful admiration for their relationship and had no intention of causing any rifts between them. Are you the one who just competed with me for the blanket? Brother Wind. Despite Qin Feng's unintentional provocation, Zhao Wu approached him with a fierce expression, radiating an aura of hostility. Compete? I have no such intention. I can sleep anywhere, Qin Feng replied, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. No, I, Zhao Wu, am not someone who bullies others. Let us engage in a duel. The victor shall have Zhao Sen accompany them for the night, Zhao Wu declared, raising her delicate white fist towards Qin Feng with a frosty demeanor. Not interested, Qin Feng replied, shaking his head slightly as he reclined against the nearby bed. Humph, how dare you disregard me? What are the rules of the 7th dormitory, you all? Zhao Wu fumed, her rabbit ears twitching in indignation at Qin Feng's nonchalant attitude. Feeling the intensity of Zhao Wu's glare, Wang Sheng reluctantly stepped forward. According to the rules of the 7th dormitory, every newcomer must demonstrate their strength. Here, prowess reigns supreme. He glanced at Qin Feng, his voice halting. Do you truly wish to fight me? Qin Feng inquired, regarding Zhao Wu. He had no desire to wreak havoc upon the wife of his third brother. In the 7th dormitory, strength is what matters, Zhao Wu taunted, raising her fist defiantly. Meanwhile, Qin Feng turned his gaze towards Tang San, who appeared utterly exasperated. Very well, if you wish to duel, then let us commence. Qin Feng rose from the bed and positioned himself directly before Zhao Wu. Wang Sheng and the others quickly retreated, recalling the tremendous commotion from Zhao Wu's previous battle with Tang San. Now, they faced a man whom even Tang San deemed worthy of the title Brother Feng. They could only hope that the bed frame would remain intact. Come on. Zhao Wu lunged forward, instantly engaging with Qin Feng. He delivered a powerful punch directly at her. Although he refrained from utilizing soul power, Zhao Wu was still sent staggering back several meters. Who do you think is stronger, Brother Feng or Zhao Wu? Wang Sheng and the others approached Tang San, whispering their inquiries. They were wary of Zhao Wu's temper, having just witnessed her volatile nature. Brother Feng vastly surpasses me in strength, yet Zhao Wu possesses the advantage in speed. Thus, I am uncertain who would emerge victorious, Tang San replied. In truth, he had no clear assessment of who would prevail. Qin Feng was shrouded in mystery, akin to an unfathomable abyss, even to him as a time traveler. Is Brother Feng truly that formidable? Wang Sheng and the others gasped in astonishment. The fact that Tang San had used the term vastly highlighted the terrifying prowess of the man they referred to as Brother Feng. Huh, you cannot touch me. After approximately 2 minutes of combat, Zhao Wu made a face at Qin Feng, teasing him. Throughout their brief skirmish, despite Qin Feng's overwhelming onslaught, he had not managed to graze even a single hair of Zhao Wu. Observing Zhao Wu's antics, a smirk crept upon Qin Feng's lips, and in an instant, his entire demeanor shifted dramatically. With a flash of lightning, he vanished from sight, only to reappear behind Zhao Wu like a specter. Be careful. Tang San activated his purple extreme demon eye to its fullest extent, barely managing to discern Qin Feng's trajectory. What? A sudden gust of wind surged behind Zhao Wu, a terrifying aura enveloping her. Chapter 14. Does Feng prefer men? As if the specter of death loomed near, Zhao Wu instinctively sought to evade. Yet her body seemed to act of its own volition. Desperate, she resolved to unleash a technique, the soft bone embrace, ensnaring Qin Feng's waist, determined to inflict 1,000-fold damage at the cost of her own vitality. However, at the moment Zhao Wu forcefully flung Qin Feng away. He was sent hurtling through the air, crashing against the wall. Wang Sheng and the others gasped in astonishment. Zhao Wu was truly formidable. I concede. Qin Feng remarked, brushing off the dust from his attire, addressing the dazed Zhao Wu. He then exchanged a playful wink with Tang San. Their gazes locked, and Tang San's lips twitched. Was Feng's concession not too conspicuous? Given the earlier ferocious onslaught coupled with Feng's might, Zhao Wu should have sustained severe injuries. Yet, Qin Feng appeared entirely unfazed, deliberately allowing himself to be bested. Perhaps Wang Sheng and the others were oblivious to the underlying dynamics. But with the insight granted by his purple extreme demon eye, he perceived everything with clarity. Feng's intentions were unsettlingly apparent. He seemed to be orchestrating a connection between himself and Zhao Wu. Was this truly an endeavor suited for a mere 6-year-old? Tang San scrutinized Qin Feng, his eyes deepening with contemplation. Could it be that Feng was indeed inclined towards the legendary love of Long Yang? If this were not the case, why would he so brazenly present Zhao Wu to him? It was evident that Feng harbored no affection for women, thus offering Zhao Wu to him. Yet, if Feng were truly disinterested in women, shouldn't he have triumphed over Zhao Wu, allowing himself to share a bed with her? Tang San's thoughts spiraled chaotically, eluding any semblance of coherence. What does this signify? He pondered. Meanwhile, Zhao Wu, visibly incensed, glared at Qin Feng, her eyes nearly aflame. She was no fool. She recognized that Qin Feng had intentionally let her win. It's nothing. I simply lost due to carelessness, Qin Feng replied nonchalantly, ignoring Zhao Wu's furious expression as he leisurely strolled around the dormitory, muttering to himself about which bed to choose. At that moment, Wang Sheng approached. Feng, this is my bedding, brand new. Would you like it? I can manage with a squeeze. Having spent several years at Notting Academy, Wang Sheng had acquired a measure of sagacity. Despite Qin Feng's defeat, the destructive force of his previous attack was vividly imprinted in Wang Sheng's memory. Had that punch landed on him, he would have undoubtedly knelt, pleading for mercy. It was only prudent to flatter such a prominent figure. To be honest, it had been years since the academy had welcomed work-study students. To his surprise, 3 had arrived at once, and all were exceptional prodigies. All right, since you were so understanding, I will reluctantly accept, Qin Feng replied. However, I cannot take it without recompense. Consider it a loan, and I shall repay you when I have the means. Qin Feng chose a corner closest to the door, behind a large pillar, which conveniently shielded him from the sight of Tang San and Zhao Wu's shared bed. In his words, out of sight, out of mind. Brother Feng, I've just brought over the academy uniforms, Tang San exclaimed cheerfully as he jogged to Qin Feng's bedside, holding 2 sets of the Notting Academy attire. In Notting Academy, it was customary for students to don their uniforms, and he found them rather appealing. Qin Feng ran his fingers over the fabric, which was soft to the touch and pleasantly cool, crafted from exquisite silk. Such fine garments were a luxury he had only worn during his time at the Spirit Hall. Indeed, Tang San nodded emphatically. This was the finest attire he had worn since arriving on the Douluo continent. As the sun dipped low in the sky, a warm orange glow spilled into the room, casting a picturesque aura around Qin Feng's bed. Though the location was isolated and perched high above, the view of the entire Notting Academy was breathtakingly clear from the window. At that moment, Wang Sheng rubbed his stomach, realizing it was time for dinner. Little San, Sister Zhao Wu, Brother Feng, shall we go for a meal together? He suggested with a broad smile. But we have no money for food, Tang San replied dejectedly. They had arrived here thanks to Grandpa Jack, and they had not a single coin to their name, as all their funds had been spent by Tang San's father on wine. Don't worry, I can treat you all, Wang Sheng declared confidently. Although they were all work-study students, Wang Sheng had been at Notting Academy for several years, and treating a few friends to a meal was not a problem for him. What do you think, Brother Feng? Tang San did not respond, but instead glanced in Qin Feng's direction. Why not accept the invitation? You all go ahead. I will join you shortly, Qin Feng replied, struggling with the complexity of the uniform, which he found rather cumbersome to put on. We'll wait for you, both Tang San and Wang Sheng said, with Zhao Wu nodding in agreement. Upon hearing about the possibility of dinner, Zhao Wu's earlier resentment towards Qin Feng dissipated in an instant. You all go first. I know the way to the cafeteria well, Qin Feng said with a playful expression, causing Zhao Wu to look at him in confusion. Wang Sheng, too, shared her bewilderment, unsure of Qin Feng's intentions. Only Tang San managed an awkward smile and nodded in understanding. All right then, we'll head out first. Brother Feng, make sure to come over soon. With that, Tang San led Zhao Wu out. Indeed, a transmigrator. Their mind is sharper than the average person's, Qin Feng sighed with relief. With Zhao Wu gone, he could finally change clothes without reservation. Although they were all young, especially Zhao Wu, who was merely 6 years old, Qin Feng, possessing the mentality of an adult, felt uncomfortable changing in front of a little girl. He could avoid the embarrassment by using the bathroom, but he was too lazy for that. Once they had departed, Qin Feng took merely a minute to don his uniform. After adjusting his attire, he leisurely closed the dormitory door and made his way toward the cafeteria, where Tang San and the others had already arrived at the outer perimeter. The cafeteria was an opulent structure, exuding a grandiose aura. Indeed, as the esteemed cradle of soul masters in Nottingham, the Nottingham Junior Soul Master Academy boasts a dining hall that surpasses even the grandest of noble estates. Wow, is this really where we dine? Zhao Wu exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder, resembling a curious child. Though Tang San maintained an impassive facade, his heart surged with tumultuous emotions. After all, this was merely a junior academy, yet its canteen was so opulent. What then could one expect from a middle or even a higher level academy? Well, isn't that the group of impoverished souls led by Wang Sheng? As Tang San and his companions stepped through the entrance of the dining hall, they were met with discordant voices. Looking up, they discovered a few noble-looking students on the second floor mocking them. What did you say? Zhao Wu, undaunted by confrontation, could hardly restrain herself upon hearing their derision. Oh my, a work-study student with such a lovely little girl? Brothers, let us go down and see. Perhaps we can initiate a nurturing plan. Her response drew the attention of the young men above, their eyes lighting up in intrigue. Like explorers discovering a new land, they surrounded her with expressions of mischief. I say you're a bunch of paupers, destined to never dine on the second floor. What's the matter, little sister? Are you upset? One of the boys, appearing to be around 11 or 12, spoke with an air of arrogance, his posture embodying the essence of a spoiled rich kid. So what if it's the second floor? What is so unattainable about it? Zhao Wu clenched her fists, brimming with indignation. Truth be told, we indeed cannot afford it. Wang Sheng, though seething with anger, could only whisper in response. The second floor housed the elite dining hall, primarily reserved for the aristocracy, where even the simplest meal cost more than their monthly wages. As work-study students, they had never set foot on the second floor, always relegated to the first. Humph. We don't even care to go there. Upon hearing Wang Sheng's words, Zhao Wu blinked her large eyes, scoffing defiantly. Ah, this little girl does have some spirit. One of the young men continued to mock. But let me tell you, with your pathetic appearance, even meals on the first floor are nothing but the lowest grade slop. To which another rotund student beside him chuckled. At least slop is a compliment. Our pigs feast on the finest herbs. What can these paupers even afford? Laughter erupted around them. Wang Sheng endured silently. The friction between work-study students and these noble youths was not new. Yet they had never retaliated due to the timing being unfavorable. You're looking for trouble, daring to say our meals are worse than pig slop. Zhao Wu, lacking the restraint of her companions, was ready to charge at the insolent students. Don't be impulsive. Tang Sen firmly grasped her arm, conveying a silent message. In Tang's sect, there were strict rules. If possible, one should avoid confrontation. Better to let sleeping dogs lie. Why are you so afraid of trouble? Zhao Wu shot a furious glare at Tang San. Alas, my heart is stirred. This little girl, even when angered, possesses such captivating beauty. If only she were nurtured for a few more years, she would undoubtedly blossom into an exquisite vision. Just moments ago, a corpulent male student was drooling, his tongue flicking in a most unseemly manner. Away with you. This little girl is mine. A youth behind him delivered a swift kick to the hefty student, then advanced to the forefront. Wang Sheng, shall we strike a deal? The boy regarded Wang Sheng with an air of playful superiority. Pie foam, what trickery are you scheming this time? Wang Sheng inquired, brow furrowed in suspicion. What trickery could a benevolent and simple soul like me possibly conjure? If you hand over this little girl, I shall bestow upon you this second-floor card, which grants you a month's worth of dining at the second floor, a place renowned for its exquisite culinary delights, far superior to the swill you consume on the first floor. I assure you, the taste will linger in your memory for a lifetime. Pie foam smirked, his gaze leeringly traversing the form of Zhao Wu. You. Wang Sheng seethed with rage, his finger tremulously pointing at Pie foam. How dare he shamelessly humiliate him and the entire group of work-study students in such a public manner? What a lively scene. You refuse a meal offered in good faith? I simply cannot fathom your reasoning. At that moment, a voice rang out from outside the cafeteria as a child of modest stature entered. Brother Foam, this is no ordinary invitation to dine. It is akin to consuming human blood bonds. He is deliberately insulting Sister Zhao Wu. Upon seeing Qin Feng, Wang Sheng immediately spoke up. Oh, at that instant, Qin Feng's speed surged, and in the blink of an eye, a golden card materialized in his hand. Bullying my sister-in-law, you say? That would require my elder brother's consent. Qin Feng grinned at Pie Foam. Sister-in-law? Who is your sister-in-law? Both Tang San and Zhao Wu inquired in unison. Qin Feng's lips curled upward, and he winked, his gaze fixed on the intertwined hands of Tang San and Zhao Wu. In that moment, their hands instinctively recoiled as if struck by lightning. Brother Foam, please do not misunderstand. I merely held Zhao Wu's hand out of concern for her safety, fearing she might act impulsively. Tang San's youthful visage flushed a deep crimson. Zhao Wu, too, felt a warm blush spreading across her fair cheeks. For reasons unknown, when he grasped her hand, she experienced an inexplicable sense of security, and even her previously restless heart found a serene stillness. Impudent brat, have you consumed the hearts of bears and the gall of leopards to dare seize my card? Return it at once. By the time he comprehended the situation, the card had already found its way into the hands of an oblivious child. With a resounding clap, Qin Feng strode towards Pie Foam, gesturing to indicate his height before stepping onto a lower step. Just as the crowd, bewildered and unable to fathom the child's intentions, stood in astonishment, a sharp sound of a slap silenced the bustling cafeteria. It was indeed this child who had struck Pie Foam across the face. As the scion of a wealthy family, Pie Foam was accustomed to a pampered existence. The impact of the slap left a vivid red mark upon his cheek. A collective gasp echoed among the onlookers. Wang Sheng and his fellow work-study students felt a chill run down their spines, cold sweat trickling down their backs. Pie Foam was the son of the city's revered general, known for his distinguished lineage, and notorious as a debauched youth within the nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. Notorious for exacting revenge on any perceived slight. Now, Qin Feng had audaciously delivered a slap in public. Was this not akin to inviting death? Chapter 16, Beneath the Cool Moonlight. Present gifts graciously. but do not dare threaten me, for I have a temper. Unfazed by the astonished gazes surrounding him, Qin Feng maintained a chilling and playful smile, continuing to pat Pai Feng's face as he coldly declared, "You are courting death." Enraged, Pai Feng retaliated, raising his fist to strike Qin Feng in the abdomen. No one, not even in the entire nodding city, dared to slap him in public. He was determined to make this insolent brat pay dearly. With a thud, a large black hammer appeared in Qin Feng's grasp, and with a swift motion, he sent Pai Feng sprawling to the ground. A level 10 soul master. Witnessing Qin Feng's display of soul power, several noble offspring instinctively took a few steps back. None among them had reached level 10, and even Pai Feng had only just achieved this rank in recent days. Another innate full soul power? Wang Sheng exclaimed in disbelief. Previously, during his battle with Sister Xiao Wu, Qin Feng had refrained from showcasing his soul power. This was Wang Sheng's first glimpse of Qin Feng in action. This batch of work-study students was truly remarkable. Wang Sheng roared within his heart. In the Junior Soul Master Academy, reaching level 10 and obtaining a soul ring to ascend to Soul Master status meant one could graduate at any time. Who are you? The young aristocrat, not foolish, seemed to regain his senses after being struck. Reaching level 10 at merely 6 or 7 years old, there seems to be no one of such caliber among the work-study students. Could he be a newly arrived noble? If indeed a noble, it would be akin to a flood overwhelming the Dragon King's temple, with family turning against family. Within the Nodding Junior Academy, work-study students formed one group, while the noble offspring comprised another. The two factions were in opposition. However, the nobles had never regarded the work-study students as worthy adversaries, for they lacked the qualifications. "They all call me Brother Feng," Qin Feng replied with a faint smile. "So you are a work-study student?" Pai Feng inquired, his voice chilling upon hearing this revelation. If he were a noble, he would be wary of the forces behind his opponent. After all, advancing to the rank of a soul master at such a tender age is no small feat. However, if he were merely a student, no matter how talented he might be, Pai Feng would ensure his downfall, extinguishing his potential. Indeed, Qin Feng nodded resolutely. "Then today shall be your last." Pai Feng snarled, his fists cracking ominously as a green light emerged, and in the next moment, countless black vines materialized around him. The silver ring poison vines. Tang San exclaimed in astonishment. Today, his instructor had provided him with several texts, and since Tang San's martial spirit was of the plant type, he had developed a keen interest in plant-based martial spirits. The silver ring poison vines are among the rare advanced martial spirits in the plant category, possessing remarkable flexibility and resilience, and most critically, they are laced with a lethal toxin. Merely coming into contact with the skin can induce paralysis within 3 seconds, and should the poison penetrate deeper into the flesh, death would be imminent. Are these wild grasses truly formidable? Qin Feng remarked, surprised by Tang San's reaction. "Brother Feng, step back. I will handle these silver ring poison vines." Tang San spoke gravely to Qin Feng. Although Qin Feng could suppress even an 11th level soul master, Tang San, possessing a plant-based martial spirit, understood that even the mightiest combatants would struggle against such a martial spirit, akin to a water buffalo attempting to eat a crab, strength without direction. Moreover, his Xian Yu hand was perfectly suited to counteract this toxin, and combined with his years of martial arts training, he felt confident in dealing with Pai Feng. Very well. Then, Qin Feng began, but before he could finish his sentence, a lurking black vine suddenly pierced his body without warning. A cool moonlight bathed the scene, and Qin Feng's smile faltered, feeling a sharp pain at the wound, as if all his strength had been drained from him. Brother Feng, Tang San, in a panic, rushed forward, disregarding the need for secrecy, desperately attempting to seal Qin Feng's acupoints to halt the spread of the toxin. However, when Tang San lifted Qin Feng's foot, he was horrified to see the once fair skin had turned black, emanating a foul odor of decay. Qin Feng, leaning against Tang San, wore a bitter smile. Realizing he had been outsmarted by a 12-year-old child, what a disgrace to his dignity. "You've been struck by my silver ring poison. In less than a minute, you shall pass peacefully. You might as well inform his family to prepare for his funeral. My martial spirit rarely manifests, but when it does, death is inevitable." Pai Feng's lips curled into a sinister smirk, his gaze brimming with malice. Young Master Pai is amazing. Young Master Pai is formidable. Many had never witnessed Pai Feng's martial spirit, and they were astonished at its might, believing it had sent that wild boy to his demise with a single move. Truly, he was the son of a general, a prodigy of the Tiger Gate. Around them, a crowd had gathered, including some teachers who had come closer. Yet, upon seeing the instigator of the chaos, they averted their eyes and turned away. These noble offspring hailed from influential families, and each year the Academy, under duress, would issue reports of fatalities due to training accidents. In truth, these incidents were orchestrated by those very aristocratic students. They provided funds to the Academy, allowing it to indirectly compensate the families of deceased students, thereby managing the aftermath under the Academy's name. Naturally, the families would not scrutinize this arrangement, and the funds would suffice to stabilize their basic emotions. I instructed you to prepare for the aftermath as well. Tang Xin unleashed the Ghost Shadow Misty Steps, executing the Control Crane Capture Dragon technique against Pai Feng. His father had once conveyed the importance of mutual support and assistance while they were outside. When Brother Feng intervened to help them, he was ambushed and poisoned. If he did not seek revenge, he would not be Tang San. What of a single slap? What of striking with a hammer? It was all the fault of that Pai fellow. Are you all right? Tang San stepped forward. At that moment, Wang Sheng was supporting him. Zhao Wu came to Qin Feng's side, gently placing Qin Feng's right hand on her shoulder. In an instant, Qin Feng felt a peculiar sensation coursing through his right hand. His heart tightened sharply, followed by an extraordinary surge of rapid beating. Could it be that Zhao Wu is healing me? Qin Feng distinctly sensed all the toxins racing towards the palm of his right hand, as if drawn by some unseen force. He cast a meaningful glance at Zhao Wu, but she was entirely focused on Tang San's battle, showing no signs of concern for his injuries. Moreover, if he remembered correctly, although Zhao Wu had transformed from a 100,000-year soul beast into human form, she was essentially akin to a 6-year-old child in human terms. She lacked the capacity to heal him, and their relationship had not reached such depths. Could it be? Qin Feng slightly closed his eyes, and in that fleeting moment, a dark and grotesque insect appeared in his mind. Chapter 17. The pretty boy becomes a pig's head. The insect, upon encountering the toxins, devoured them voraciously as a beggar would feast in a kitchen. Qin Feng's mind was filled with the sound of the insect's tongue slurping, a bizarre noise that made his scalp tingle. Though its demeanor was unseemly, its efficiency was remarkable. Within mere moments, all the toxins within Qin Feng were completely eradicated, and the creature slithered contentedly, letting out a burp. This peculiar insect possesses such an ability? Qin Feng, now restored to normalcy, was astonished. He had almost thought he was doomed. Hadn't a minute passed? Why was he still alive? Qin Feng pushed aside Wang Sheng and Zhao Wu's hands, a slight smile playing on his lips as he teasingly called out to the battling Pai Feng. Brother Feng. Surrounding Pai Feng, black vines entwined, and Tang Xin had repeatedly failed to breach their defenses. His carefully prepared hidden darts could not be launched due to these obstructive vines. Hidden weapons are meant to silently claim lives. Without absolute certainty, deploying them would only heighten the opponent's vigilance. This explained why Tang San had yet to use his hidden darts. The interference from the vines was too significant. Had it been earlier, before the opponents summoned their martial spirit, Tang San might have had a chance to deliver a single lethal blow. Brother Feng, you're all right. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Tang Xin leapt back to his side, staring at Qin Feng in disbelief. Zhao Wu and Wang Sheng also wore expressions of astonishment, wondering how just moments ago Qin Feng had seemed on the brink of death, yet now appeared revitalized in mere breaths. Undoubtedly, the most shocking presence was that of Pai Feng across from him, his brow furrowed and his demeanor grave. As a poisoner, he could discern that Qin Feng had completely rid himself of the toxin. Yet, as a fellow practitioner of poison, he fully understood the horrific potency of his own concoction. Without the refinement of his own blood into an antidote, detoxification was an impossibility. What? Do you still wish for me to be in peril? Qin Feng jested. No, replied Tang San, shaking his head with the gravity of a stone sinking. The thought of what he would tell his father if something were to happen to Feng Gu was unbearable, yet he found solace in Feng Gu's miraculous resilience. At that moment, Zhao Wu, with her lips pursed, circled around Qin Feng, her large, innocent eyes brimming with curiosity. How could he have been so deeply poisoned just moments ago, only to recover so swiftly? Playfully tapping her forehead, she murmured her thoughts. He surmised that the strength of her 100,000-year spirit beast had influenced that dark, repugnant creature, causing it to frantically consume the toxins within him. Of course, other factors might be at play, but Qin Feng was disinclined to discuss them now. He was determined to make the one who nearly brought about his demise pay dearly. With a massive hammer in hand, he advanced towards Pai Feng, his cold gaze unwavering. Every attack Pai Feng attempted was effortlessly shattered by a strike. As Qin Feng approached like a demon from the depths of hell, Pai Feng felt as though an invisible hand was constricting his throat, rendering him breathless. The noble youths who had previously lingered at the back hastily retreated to the second floor, leaving Pai Feng alone on the staircase. Why you? Don't come any closer, Pai Feng shouted, pointing at Qin Feng. The arrogance he had just displayed was now replaced by a complete lack of fighting spirit. As for ensnaring this boy with vines, he had already tried that, and it had been utterly futile. I am a fair man. For every debt you owe me, I shall ensure you repay it in full. Qin Feng, embodying a shadowy demon, raised his hammer and unleashed a flurry of 5 consecutive blows upon him. However, Qin Feng exercised remarkable control. avoiding any critical harm to Pai Feng, instead doubling his torment. Everything must be kept within reason. After all, they were merely work-study students, impoverished without connections. To truly kill someone would indeed invite trouble. Yet, if the other party were to provoke him intentionally, then Qin Feng would not shy away. One was the young heir of the blue lightning tyrant dragon, while the other was Tang Hao, a figure bold enough to challenge even the spirit hall. Who would dare to lay hands on them? Xiao Feng cease. Suddenly, a voice resonated from outside the door. A slender man clad in a black robe entered the room. Master? Upon seeing the newcomer, Qin Feng halted his assault. Tang San greeted him warmly, the bond of master and disciple deeply ingrained in the essence of the Tang clan. What is happening here? The master, somewhat irate, reprimanded the two. Master, they just insulted Xiao Wu and slandered us work-study students, and we couldn't help but. In Notting Academy, do not provoke trouble. Come to my office after dinner. The master's tone was icy. Understood. Finally, the tension that had gripped Qin Feng and Tang San began to dissipate. They almost thought the master intended to trouble the two, which would have been quite a headache. I'm heading out for a meal. Would you two care to join me? The master turned to glance at Qin Feng and Tang San as he ascended the stairs. We can eat with everyone else. Both Qin Feng and Tang San shook their heads in unison. Very well, this is preferable. No special treatment. The master looked at the two with a sense of satisfaction. He had genuinely hoped to take both children as disciples, but it seemed that young Feng lacked much interest. I give you 3 seconds to vanish from my sight. The icy hammer was poised before Pai Feng's face, leaving his fair visage battered as Qin Feng struck him mercilessly. Upon hearing the threat, several noble youths rushed forward. The opportunity to seek fortune in peril had presented itself, a perfect moment for flattery. If they could carry away Pai Feng, who could barely move, they would be hailed as his saviors. Indeed, seeing others rush to his aid, Pai Feng wore a look of immense gratitude, on the verge of tears. Now, he could only rely on others to carry him away. Disappearing within 3 seconds was utterly impossible. Yet if he stayed, the madman would surely strike again. Well done, Brother Feng. Witnessing Pai Feng's disgraceful retreat, Wang Sheng and his companions began to regard Qin Feng with newfound respect. The long-standing conflict between the working students and the noble youths at Notting Academy had always seen the former oppressed, but today, the working students finally vented some of their frustrations, all thanks to Qin Feng. In an instant, Qin Feng was warmly embraced by the throng of working students. Do you wish to dine on the second floor? Qin Feng raised his card and shouted. Yes, especially little Wu, who was practically bubbling with anticipation, her eyes sparkling with eagerness. Chapter 18, The Qin Clan? The earlier remarks about the second floor serving one of the finest cuisines in Notting City had piqued little Wu's curiosity, but lacking funds. She could only dream of tasting such delights. After arriving here, she finally understood the significance of money. Without it, nothing could be accomplished, not even securing a meal. On this day, a significant event unfolded at Notting Academy. The impoverished working students congregated en masse on the second floor of the dining hall. Remarkably, they ordered the most expensive meals, leading to a situation of overwhelming demand at the Junior Soul Master Academy's second floor that evening. Meanwhile, in a high-level office within the academy, a man in his 50s clad in black was engrossed in a book. Suddenly, a knock resonated from outside the door. Come in, the master replied coolly. He presumed it was the two children visiting, as few ever ventured to this place. However, the unusual silence from them made him wonder if they were trying not to disturb him. How considerate. Long time no see. When the door opened, it was not the youthful voices the master had anticipated, but a voice filled with age and weariness. The master raised his head slightly, and upon seeing the person before him, his pupils constricted in shock. Haotian, let bygones be bygones. The words that the master intended to convey were abruptly stifled by a sudden voice. What brings you here this time? The master inquired, addressing Tang Hao, who was draped in a gray cloak and sported a scruffy beard. I have but a single request, to ensure the well-being of Xiao San and Xiao Feng. Tang Hao replied, his voice slightly hoarse. Do you not care for these two children? The master's surprise was evident upon hearing Tang Hao's seemingly farewell remarks. You care for them far more than I ever could. Entrusting them to you brings me solace. I am merely an inadequate father. Tang Hao's tone was somber. This token I bestow upon you. I hope you will look after these two children with utmost diligence. He produced a token, the highest insignia of the Spirit Hall's elders, though it had lost its significance for him. The previous pope, Qian Renxue, had been gravely injured by him, leading to his own fugitive status. Thus, the token was nearly rendered useless. Despite its lack of value to him, this token bore immense significance for the master and his order, symbolizing a rare and earnest gift from Tang Hao, a heartfelt plea for the master to genuinely educate the two children. Upon seeing the token, The Master's expression shifted to one of profound astonishment. "Thank you," Tang Hao murmured, placing the token on the table before turning to leave. "Wait, I have one final question," the Master called out to the departing Tang Hao, his gaze intensifying with curiosity. "What is your question? Is your wife's surname Qin?" The Master's dark eyes sparkled with insight. The stir surrounding Tang Hao's wife had garnered significant attention, and, regrettably, her true identity remained shrouded in mystery over the years. Now, with one child bearing the surname Tang and the other Qin, it led to speculation. If Tang San took his father's surname and Qin Feng took his mother's, it would imply her connection to the Qin lineage. If she belonged to the Qin clan, it could elucidate the extraordinary measures taken by the Spirit Hall in the past. The Qin clan is a buried secret that soul masters across Douluo continent are reluctant to unveil. "Xiao Feng is not my biological child," Tang Hao declared, and with that, he vanished like a shadow, leaving the Master in stunned silence. After a lengthy pause, the Master exhaled with relief. The knowledge that Qin Feng was not of the Qin clan eased his mind. Across Douluo continent, there were many individuals with the surname Qin, completely unconnected to the Qin clan. He had previously wondered how a member of the Qin clan could possibly be present here, wielding a hammer as a martial spirit. Burp. Tang San patted his now rounded belly, having feasted from sunset until the moon hung high in the sky. It must be said that the fare in the second-floor cafeteria was unprecedentedly delightful. After 6 years here, it was his first encounter with such exquisite cuisine. Indeed, I must commend that fellow, Pai Feng. He is quite the exceptional courier, Tang San remarked, chuckling as he let out another burp. "Courier? What is that?" Tang San queried, his expression one of confusion. He suddenly realized that Feng Gu had uttered numerous terms he neither understood nor had ever heard before. "You may interpret it as someone who brings us what we require." Qin Feng scratched the back of his head, inadvertently letting slip the vocabulary of the 5 poisons youth once again. After all these years here, he had yet to change. It seemed he needed to be more cautious with his words in the future. "Oh," Tang San grasped his head and nodded slightly. Just as they turned towards the Master's loft, a shadow flashed past them. "Who is that?" The two, with their bellies protruding, raced forward in pursuit. Alas, the shadow was too swift. They barely caught a glimpse before it vanished into the endless night. Only a faint scent of liquor lingered behind. Who could run so quickly? Tang San was ready to continue the chase, but Qin Feng held him back. "Xiao San, let's first check if the Master is all right," Qin Feng advised Tang San. In truth, upon catching that scent, Qin Feng had already deduced it might be Tang Hao who had passed through. Even if Tang San employed his ghost shadow mist technique, he would be unable to catch up, for after all, a father is still a father. "Yes, let us see if the Master is safe," Tang San exclaimed as if enlightened. The loft was solely occupied by the Master. If that shadow had come to assault him, it would be troublesome. Thus, the two hurriedly rushed into the office. At that moment, the Master was seated, engrossed in a book. With a loud bang, the Master was startled. "Why did you burst in so recklessly?" Although startled, the Master bore no expression of reproach, rather a hint of surprise in his inquiry. "Master, just now Feng Gu and I saw a shadow flash by outside. We thought it might have come here, so we became a bit anxious," Tang San explained apologetically, noticing that the Master seemed taken aback by their sudden entrance. "Oh," the Master nodded knowingly. It appeared that Tang Hao did not wish for these two children to know his identity. "I didn't call you here for anything significant. I merely noticed that both of you have reached level 10. Xiao San, I know you possess innate full soul power. I would like to inquire if Xiao Feng also possesses innate full soul power?" the Master asked Qin Feng. Previously at the school gate, he had observed Qin Feng appearing to be a level 9 soul master. How could he suddenly be a level 10 soul master tonight? Had the child concealed his strength today? Chapter 19, The Astonished Master. "I possess innate dual souls." In truth, he was innately devoid of soul power, but he refrained from stating this, fearing it would be too astonishing, and thus referred to the soul power he had possessed when Tang Hao found him. After all, possessing innate 0 soul power, it would take over a decade to scarcely reach level 10. Otherwise, Qian Douluo would not have relinquished his own potential. Even if Qin Feng had had a level 1 soul power back then, with the resources and foundation of the Spirit Hall, he might have aspired to ascend to level 50, which would at least have been of some utility to the Spirit Hall. In contemporary times, the Master observed that the individual awakened with merely a half level of soul power, yet, relying on the profound heritage of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, he ascended to the 29th level. The disparity between the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan and the Spirit Hall is indeed not trifling. A congenital second-level soul master? Upon hearing this, a hint of perplexity flickered in the Master's gaze. How could one with such a classification elevate to the 10th level so swiftly? Typically, it takes at least 3 years for a second-level soul master to reach the 10th level, and the optimal awakening age for a child is 6. Did Xiao Feng awaken at the tender age of 3 or 4? Such a notion seems utterly implausible. Indeed, Qin Feng nodded slightly. How long did it take you to ascend from 2nd level to 10th level? The master regarded Qin Feng with eyes full of curiosity. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng raised 2 fingers. It appeared that only 2 days had elapsed since Tang Hao brought him out of the forest. 2 years? The master rose, deep in thought as he paced. This was undeniably the mark of a prodigy. Some individuals take years to advance even a single level. In his own past, with the resources of the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, he could only advance by 1 level in a year. Yet, this young boy had remarkably ascended 8 levels in merely 2 years. It was no wonder that Tang Hao treated him like a son. However, observing Qin Feng, who appeared to be no more than 7 years old, one might wonder if awakening at 5 was indeed too early. It has only been 2 days. Qin Feng shook his head and gazed at the master with wide eyes. Young man, how could you have learned to lie at such a tender age? The master looked at Qin Feng with a mix of mild anger and disbelief. To ascend from a 2nd level to a 10th level soul master in just 2 days is an unprecedented feat in the entirety of Douluo continent, verging on the impossible. Teacher, Brother Feng truly advanced to the 10th level in just 2 days, Tang San interjected earnestly. To be honest, Tang San had not grasped the significance of the levels before, so he was not initially taken aback by Qin Feng's rapid advancement. However, when he learned that some individuals at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy spent years, even over a decade, to progress by a single level, he was astonished. Qin Feng was undoubtedly an anomaly, a remarkable prodigy. How can this be? Ascending 8 levels in 2 days is simply inconceivable. Even advancing by 1 level in that time frame is impossible. The master exclaimed in outrage, his eyes filled with incredulity. He had devoted his life to studying martial souls and had conducted extensive research on soul master progression. He had previously investigated 39 super geniuses and 120 ordinary geniuses, as well as 3,200 average soul masters, leading to a well-known theory on advancement rates, categorizing the fastest as requiring half a year for a single level and the slowest as needing 5 to 10 years. The discrepancy between his theoretical findings and this claim was staggering. Tang San understood that this might be hard to believe, yet the reality remained unchanged. The master gazed at Tang San in astonishment. Indeed, Tang San nodded earnestly. The master fell into deep contemplation. If it were Tang Hao, such a remarkable event might indeed occur. It is no wonder that he entrusted this child to himself as if he were his own. Xiao Feng, manifest your martial spirit so that I may behold it, the master instructed Qin Feng. Without hesitation, Qin Feng flicked his wrist, and a large black hammer materialized in his palm. No, this hammer surely conceals secrets, the master observed, his gaze deepening as he scrutinized Qin Feng's weapon. This hammer appeared ordinary, yet Qin Feng possessed a unique constitution. Thus, one hammer could hardly account for such an exceptional trait. In this realm, all soul masters are intrinsically linked to their martial spirits. If a soul master is formidable, their martial spirit must be equally so. This conclusion had been drawn from his extensive research over the years. What Tang San had just demonstrated was merely an ordinary weapon spirit, and it was evident that it could not possess such a peculiar constitution. Upon hearing this, Tang San's eyes sparkled with astonishment. His teacher, as expected, could discern even the unique martial spirit of Feng Ge. Indeed, it can also mutate. Qin Feng injected a trace of special soul power, and a blinding radiance erupted. In his hand appeared a hammer imbued with an ancient aura. The upper part of the hammer shimmered in black and gold, subtly radiating purple light, while its face bore exceptionally archaic and enigmatic carvings. The lower section glimmered in platinum with a faint red glow surrounding it, and from the base of this platinum hammer, a blood-red flower emanated a mysterious power. The 2 instruments, celestial hammer. The master nearly exclaimed in disbelief. Tang San had never before witnessed his usually composed teacher lose his composure so entirely, reminiscent of his father's reaction long ago. What kind of martial spirit was Feng Ge's 2 instruments' celestial hammer, and why did both his father and teacher react with such fervor? Qin Feng, equally perplexed as Tang San, still had not comprehended the nature of this 2 instruments' celestial hammer. Master, is my martial spirit truly remarkable? Qin Feng innocently inquired. This is indeed the legendary 2 instruments' celestial hammer. The master seemed oblivious to Qin Feng's question, circling around the small hammer in his hand, as if it were a rare treasure. After several breaths had passed, the master finally emerged from his state of shock. Your martial spirit is rare in this world, but I advise you to refrain from using it excessively until you have acquired the ability to protect yourself. Encountering someone with ill intentions could spell trouble, the master said gravely to Qin Feng. Qin Feng solemnly nodded in agreement. The master patted both their shoulders and, with a somewhat hoarse voice, added, well then, you both should allow me some rest. They nodded in unison and exited the attic. Just as they closed the door, a cacophony of intense sounds erupted from the office. Chapter 20. Sparring. The master was in a frenzy, nearly delirious as he rifled through the books on the shelves. The records regarding the two instruments' celestial hammer were exceedingly scarce. Even he had seldom encountered knowledge of such a martial spirit. Moreover, he vaguely recalled that its function was primarily related to attack power. Could it possess other capabilities? Moreover, why would such a hammer manifest upon a child? It is said that only those of the esteemed title Douluo rank encounter fortuitous circumstances that allow their martial souls to undergo a complete transformation. All of this perplexes the master, as if a vital piece of his years of research had suddenly gone missing. Thus, he is determined to seek answers. In terms of martial souls, he has reached an impasse due to the constraints of rank. However, knowledge knows no bounds. He must delve deeply into areas previously unexplored, supplementing and refining his understanding. That night, the master toiled until the early hours before finally extinguishing the lamp and succumbing to slumber. Meanwhile, beneath the academy's teaching building, a small figure stood defiantly, hands on hips, observing two slowly approaching silhouettes. Are they here? Zhao Wu mused as she spotted Qin Feng and Tang San, her expression lifting with excitement. What on earth are you two thinking? Why drag me along for your late-night rendezvous? Qin Feng yawned, having been peacefully asleep only to be roused by the sound of someone calling his name. Upon awakening and seeing Xiao San, he assumed something urgent was afoot and followed him down. To his surprise, it was Zhao Wu waiting for them. Fenggu, Zhao Wu wanted you to come out. Tang San wore a look of innocent grievance. They were set to embark on a quest for soul rings the following day and had intended to retire early. Who would have imagined that Zhao Wu, unable to sleep, insisted on summoning him for a spar, and insisted he bring Qin Feng along as well? Tang San was well aware of Zhao Wu's temperament. After all, they were sharing a bed, and if he did not satisfy her desires, he could foresee a tumultuous future. Zhao Wu, why did you call me out? Qin Feng asked, his eyes heavy with fatigue. Is it you, Qin Feng? I know you are here tonight. So let us engage in a true duel, Zhao Wu declared, her ponytail flicking with determination as she pointed at him. A duel? Seriously? Who duels at 1 a.m? He was utterly exhausted. Given the chance, he would sleep until the sun set. Are you tired? Zhao Wu approached him. I'm getting old. I can't keep up with you youngsters. All right, since you're weary, I'll let you rest for a moment. Xiao San, let us begin. I shall strike first, and you will undoubtedly find it disagreeable. Zhao Wu assumed a commanding demeanor as she addressed Tang San. Me? Very well. Tang San replied with a resigned shrug. Shall we commence? Zhao Wu moved beside him, and a soft voice whispered in his ear, causing his cheeks to flush. Beware of Zhao Wu's braid. Qin Feng called out to Tang San as he noticed Zhao Wu closing in. As expected, in that instant, her braid suddenly ensnared Tang San, flinging him away with remarkable force. Bang! The unsuspecting Tang San collided with a lamp post. Qin Feng shook his head, pondering whether the boy was truly oblivious, unable to recognize such a straightforward ploy. After all, he was a time traveler. Yet, it seemed reasonable. After all, Zhao Wu had existed for over 100,000 years, and it was hardly surprising that someone in their 30s could be outmaneuvered by a soul beast of such ancient lineage. The braids can indeed be a weapon. I underestimated you. Tang San's lips curled slightly as he unleashed the Ghost Shadow mistransmission counterattack. Competing in speed? Zhao Wu scoffed, and unexpectedly, her pace surged several-fold. Qin Feng let out a soft sigh. The youth brimmed with energy, engaging in playful sparring late into the night, and more critically, dragging him, a lifelong singleton, into this fray. What sins had he committed? His eyelids grew heavy. Given a blanket, he could easily succumb to slumber right there on the stone slab. What are you doing here? Just as Qin Feng contemplated lying down, a chilling voice echoed from behind, startling him into a jump. Turning, he found a plump woman, seemingly the director of discipline and education. Teacher. Qin Feng stood up, and both Tang San and Zhao Wu ceased their activities. You three little rascals are indeed quite mischievous, having a rendezvous late at night. A boy and a girl. The teacher admonished sternly. No, we're just practicing. Tang San and Zhao Wu hurriedly clarified. Practicing, you say? Do you take me for blind? I distinctly saw that girl using her foot to pin your head. I cannot fathom how children these days are so precocious at merely 6 years of age. Come, follow me to the office for a registration. The female teacher strode forward, her steps firm. Teacher, we are not what you think. If you don't believe us, we can demonstrate. Zhao Wu's eyes sparkled with a unique glimmer, astonished by the misunderstanding from the director of discipline. Oh, now I am intrigued to see what tricks you three little ones can conjure. The teacher replied with a cold laugh, eager to witness the antics of the children. You two continue. I will handle her. It's time I awaken a bit. Qin Feng yawned. Better late than never. Since they were already brought out, this battle was unavoidable, so he might as well engage with the teacher to warm up. Thank you, Brother Feng. We are about to conclude our side as well. Tang San expressed his gratitude. Conclude? Do you think those few pebbles can suppress me? The night is still young. With that, the two became entangled once more. The female teacher, witnessing this, was incandescent with rage. They were blatantly disregarding her presence. Even noble scions should not dismiss her authority as the director of discipline. Fueled by anger, she prepared to charge forward when suddenly, a black spiked hammer blocked her path. Teacher, the ones you wish to spar with are right here, Qin Feng said, yawning as he addressed the director. You? What prowess can a 6-year-old child possess? The director attempted to push aside Qin Feng's hammer, but at that moment, a whirlwind of energy sent her flying back a couple of meters. Teacher, if you do not reveal your martial soul, do not blame me for being impolite. Qin Feng's hammer rested beside him, a playful smirk gracing his lips. You little rascal, do you truly believe that the instructors in administrative positions at the academy are merely incompetent fools? A radiant white light appeared beside the director, revealing a formidable level 12 soul master, wielding a weapon spirit in the form of a scythe. Very well, I shall rise to the challenge. Qin Feng hefted his massive hammer and leaped into the air with a sudden burst of energy. Chapter 21, An Uneasy Night. Such a small hammer can be easily deflected. The director of moral education slightly raised her hand, confident in her ability to counter this minor threat, bolstered by her soul rings as a level 12 soul master. However, as the hammer descended, she was engulfed by an overwhelming force. It was as if a fragile boat had encountered monstrous waves, leaving her with no chance to resist. In an instant, the director was sent sprawling to a distant fountain. How audacious of you to attempt an underhanded attack while I was unprepared. The female director, wincing from the pain, touched her sore face and spoke with fury. She cherished her appearance above all, and that child had dared to strike her face, leaving an unsightly mark. Now, she was thoroughly enraged. No matter the justification of these 3 children, they would not escape punishment. If they were commoners, they would be expelled for such a blatant violation of school rules, with no appeal permitted. So, do you now believe we were merely sparring? Qin Feng looked at the female director, a smirk playing on his lips as he inquired. The female director, touching her stinging face, replied coldly, Oh, how heartless you are. Teacher. It was as if Qin Feng had anticipated her response, and he raised his hammer to attack the plump director. First soul skill, Windblade. A halo of light surrounded the female director, and her weapon spirit transformed into countless shards that flew towards Qin Feng. Will he be all right? Zhao Wu, who was engaged in combat with Tang San, glanced nervously into the distance. The instructor possessed soul rings as a level 12 soul master, while Qin Feng had none. Brother Feng? 2 more directors would not suffice. Tang San confidently smirked, possessing an understanding of Qin Feng that surpassed that of others. He recalled the level 11 soul master at the school gate, whose weapon spirit was quite aggressive. What had been the outcome? Brother Feng, with the strength of a level 9 soul master, had defeated him without even using the Twin-Yi Tiangang Hammer, leaving the opponent utterly unrecognizable. Now that Brother Feng had reached level 10, the administrative instructors, lacking in practical experience, would be no match. If he utilized the Twin-Yi Tiangang Hammer, it would be a swift victory. Is Qin Feng truly that formidable? Zhao Wu gazed in astonishment towards the distance. With unwavering determination, Qin Feng charged forth, his hammer leading the way, his hands tense as he gritted his teeth and leaped. In the next breath, the night was filled with anguished cries, more heartrending than the sounds of slaughter. The lights in the nearby dormitories flickered on, as the horrific wails, akin to the cries of tormented souls, abruptly pulled them from their dreams. Yet, before they could discern the source of the commotion, silence enveloped the night once more. Some individuals glanced out the window, only to find silence outside before extinguishing the lights. After all, it was already the early hours of the morning, with the quietude prevailing. No one possessed the energy to investigate further. Indeed, the early morning hours were best suited for slumber. Brother Feng, was your approach a tad too heavy-handed? Tang San and Zhao Wu approached the fountain, observing the corpulent head of the political education department with a slight twitch at the corners of their mouths. If the doorkeeper had been rendered unrecognizable by Qin Feng's blows, then this director's visage had been utterly obliterated. Given the director's usual conduct, I believe my actions were not overly severe. I merely wished for her to rest for a few months. Qin Feng shrugged in response. The actions of these work-study students were well known to the director, a quintessential sycophant and a shrew. Moreover, she was the most direct overseer following the tragic demise of the work-study students at the hands of the aristocracy. She embezzled compensation funds meant for the common folk, while simultaneously oppressing the work-study students, treating them as free labor. Furthermore, if this old witch recognized them, even with the master's protection, they would still be vulnerable to hidden dangers. Upon hearing this, Tang San found himself unable to refute. Upon entering the school, the infamous reputation of this individual was already circulating, and awakening her would undoubtedly invite trouble. The optimal solution was to ensure she remained incapacitated for a couple of months. On this dark, moonlit night, clad in their academy uniforms, they were difficult to distinguish in a month's time. The individual who had only encountered them once would certainly misremember the details. Thus, even if identification occurred, they could evade culpability without absolute evidence. However, they had not anticipated Brother Feng's decisive strike, leaving her bettered in for half a year. How ruthless. Will you two be finished with your sparring? Qin Feng inquired of Tang San and Zhao Wu. We completed our match long ago. It was merely Zhao Wu who refused to concede. Tang San replied with a resigned smile and a shrug. Today, he had indeed been somewhat unprepared, caught off guard by Zhao Wu, which led to her dominating the encounter. This evening, he had adjusted his state, and, utilizing the purple extreme demon eye, quickly discerned Zhao Wu's weaknesses, subsequently suppressing her with the ghostly shadow technique. That was due to my poor condition tonight, and your luck as well, Zhao Wu retorted, clearly still unsatisfied. Come on, it's my turn now, Qin Feng declared, assuming a fighting stance. All right, Brother Feng, you may proceed. Tang San stepped back willingly, genuinely eager to witness Brother Feng's prowess. Despite having consistently dominated Zhao Wu, he had revealed nearly all his cards, save for the Haotian hammer. It must be said, Zhao Wu was indeed formidable. Among peers of the same age, the strongest he had encountered was Brother Feng, followed closely by the current Zhao Wu. Thinking of sparring with me? I knew you would be unwilling to concede today. Zhao Wu dashed towards Qin Feng with remarkable speed. Qin Feng responded with resignation. Mother told me that boys' words are but deceitful ghosts. I shall not believe the fabrications of you boys. With a swift horizontal sweep of her leg, Zhao Wu launched a series of intricate moves towards Qin Feng. In that fleeting moment, he vanished into thin air. Yet again, that same maneuver from earlier today. Zhao Wu let out a cold scoff. She had already encountered this technique once, and now her opponent dared to employ it against her again. Even a fool would not stumble twice in the same place, and she was far from foolish. Zhao Wu's speed increased exponentially, her figure darting through the roadside, against walls, and amidst flower beds. Yet, Qin Feng seemed to have completely disappeared, as if he had never been there at all. Tang San furrowed his brow, perplexed by the overwhelming explosive power exhibited by Feng Gu, akin to teleportation. Little sister, have you finished your acrobatics? After approximately half a minute, a calm voice emerged from a distant shadowy corner. It turned out that during those moments, Qin Feng had merely been seated in that corner, playing tricks on Zhao Wu. How infuriating. She had never anticipated being deceived by Qin Feng for so long. This battle was undoubtedly the greatest humiliation she had faced in a long while. Here it comes, take this. In the darkness, an unforeseen force surged toward Zhao Wu. What? This is bad. If Feng Gu struck with that blow, Zhao Wu would surely be injured. A look of concern flickered in Tang San's eyes. He understood better than most just how terrifying Feng Ji's strength was. With a resounding crash, the ground trembled violently. However, the blow did not land on Zhao Wu, but rather beside her. Even so, the impact sent her hurtling away. You have lost, Qin Feng declared, a signature smile gracing his lips as he gazed at Zhao Wu. She resembled a deflated balloon, realizing that had that strike connected, she would have been utterly incapacitated. Indeed, as Qin Feng stated, she had lost, and comprehensively so. Yet, the opponent appeared to be of a similar age. How could he possess such extraordinary abilities? Not only was his strength formidable, but his speed was astonishingly swift. Typically, strength-type soul masters are deficient in speed, while speed-type soul masters lack in offensive power. It is rare to find someone excelling in both attributes in this world. Very well, I concede this time. We shall seek another opportunity to compete, Zhao Wu said, her expression initially marred by disappointment, before brightening with resolve. Upon hearing that Zhao Wu had finally chosen to spare him, Qin Feng yawned, embodying a relaxed and carefree demeanor. Feng Gu, I wish to spar with you. At that moment, Tang San approached, his eyes reflecting a rare fervor for battle. What? Little San, you're not coming down with a fever, are you? Qin Feng exclaimed in shock, reaching out to touch Tang San's forehead. It was late, around 3 in the morning, and there was hardly any time left for sleep. Third brother, I am not joking. Tang San's gaze remained fixed on Qin Feng, a glint of determination shining in his round eyes. Are we not sleeping tonight? Qin Feng tapped his forehead, realizing that he had already shown considerable restraint and had not inflicted excessive harm on Zhao Wu. Was it necessary to act like such a devoted husband? All right, let the two of you engage in a duel. Zhao Wu clapped her hands with the enthusiasm of a child, clearly eager for the impending battle. Both of these individuals exuded an air of mystery, and she too was curious to discern who among them was stronger. Brother Feng, let us give our all in this fight. Tang San gazed at Qin Feng, his spirit brimming with combat fervor. Very well, I concede to you. Although Tang San did not summon his martial soul, his blue-silver grass remained merely an ordinary plant, incapable of being wielded as Qin Feng did. Nevertheless, he could still rely on his skills such as Ghost Shadow Misty Steps, Xin Yu Hand, and the Tang Sect's techniques like controlling the crane and capturing the dragon to contend with Qin Feng. Come on. As Tang San's voice echoed, he vanished like a phantom, appearing swiftly around Qin Feng. Oh, Ghost Shadow Misty Steps? Qin Feng had anticipated this maneuver, and he had already formulated a counter-strategy. Following the transformation from the system mutation card, Qin Feng's sensory perception and speed had surged exponentially, allowing him to instinctively react to Tang San's swiftness. Controlling the crane and capturing the dragon. A chilling voice resonated from behind Qin Feng. Just when Tang San believed he had orchestrated everything to perfection, a piece of cold, dark iron hurtled toward him. How is this possible? Tang San was utterly astonished. The angle seemed like Qin Feng's flaw, and it was theoretically impossible to react so swiftly. He immediately employed the Xin Yu Hand, utilizing the principle of Tai Chi to break with minimal effort. Brother Feng's strength is simply terrifying. He managed to evade the strike, only for Qin Feng to charge toward him once more, wielding a black hammer that emanated a subtle yet formidable pressure. With a thunderous crash, debris erupted. Tang San darted away as if he were a whack-a-mole. However, being at a disadvantage was transient, as he quickly matched Qin Feng's prowess. With each exchange, Qin Feng became increasingly invigorated by the thrill of battle. The garden lay in ruins, marred by numerous hammer indentations. Yet the fight persisted until the early hours of dawn. Ultimately, Qin Feng triumphed through his overwhelming assault against Tang San. It was undeniable that this was the most decisive and exhilarating battle Qin Feng had experienced since obtaining the system. Despite his defeat, Tang San accepted it with grace, having utilized all his skills, save for the Haotian hammer, including even hidden weapons. Qin Feng, Xiao San, we must depart. Xiao Wu called out to the two combatants. They were so engrossed in their duel that they had shattered a portion of the glass in the lower 3 dormitory levels. Now, lights flickered on in most of the dorms, likely prompting an imminent pursuit. The trio, not wishing to be caught, swiftly fled. On the rooftop of the dormitory, the 3 small figures gasped for breath. Phew, what a night of chaos. Qin Feng leaned against the railing, appearing utterly exhausted. 1,000 experience points surged in increments, with each tally adding to his total. If it were an ordinary day, such intense training would surely have earned him a promotion. Unfortunately, after reaching level 10, he now requires 1 million experience points to ascend even a single level, and he had only amassed about 1/5 of that by the end of the day. Xiao Wu glanced at Qin Feng and Tang San before inquiring further. Below, a throng of people had begun to gather densely. Chapter 23, The Bewitched Old Hag. We shall descend at dawn, Qin Feng declared. At that moment, the corridors of the lower 3 floors had already been affected, with shouts echoing throughout. Their dormitory, situated on the highest floor and somewhat isolated, had so far remained unaffected, but it was only a matter of time before the chaos reached them. All right, she conceded. Yet Qin Feng and Tang San intervened. It wasn't a matter of distrust towards their roommate, but rather a cautious approach was warranted. But I'm truly exhausted, Xiao Wu murmured, rubbing her eyes. After a night of tumult, she felt as fatigued as any typical young girl would. By the way, Xiao Wu, our teacher mentioned last night that we would be going out, Tang San informed her, having intended to share this news earlier, but had not found the right moment. Going out. Does that mean you won't attend the opening ceremony? Xiao Wu asked, her large, sleep-laden eyes glistening with surprise. Yes, it seems we will not be attending. Then I'll be all alone on the playground? Such a vast space. And you would leave a girl to handle it all by herself? Xiao Wu pouted, clearly displeased by the notion. Tang San felt a twinge of embarrassment as he scratched the back of his head. It did seem rather inconsiderate to leave Xiao Wu alone to clean up after they departed, especially since she was just a girl. Indeed, we ought to offer some compensation. As Tang San pondered how to respond, Qin Feng's voice cut through, presenting a golden card. This is a card for the second-floor cafeteria. The balance is sufficient for one person to dine there for at least a month. How about I give it to you? Qin Feng smiled, holding the card before Xiao Wu. Initially, Xiao Wu had maintained a sulky demeanor, but upon seeing the card, her eyes sparkled with delight. Fine, I accept your offer. Though she had intended to play hard to get, not wanting to make it too easy for the two who not only bullied her in combat, but also left her with all the cleaning. The thought of the delicious meals on the second floor compelled her to agree without hesitation. Wow, Tang San remarked, taken aback by Xiao Wu's swift acceptance. He had to admit, Qin Feng's tactic was remarkably effective. Despite Xiao Wu being only 6 years old, during the gathering at the cafeteria, her portion had been the largest. Of course, This was partly due to the fact that the cafeteria on the second floor prepared exceptionally good food. As time slipped by, the clock approached 6 in the morning, nearing the start of their day. As the morning sun gradually ascended, 3 figures were bathed in a warm, orange-red glow, their shadows stretching and fading into the distance. Looking down from the rooftop, a man clad in black was slowly approaching. Many disciples in the vicinity began to murmur upon seeing this figure, yet the man appeared oblivious to their chatter. "The teacher has arrived. We must hurry down," Tang Sen exclaimed upon spotting the silhouette. Thus, the trio descended from the rooftop to the 7th dormitory. Most of the inhabitants of the 7th dormitory were already awake, and no one seemed to question the absence of Qin Feng and his companions. Word had spread that the old witch had been beaten, prompting many work-study students to rush outside to witness the spectacle. It must be said, the beating was indeed satisfying. "Brother Feng, third brother, Sister Zhao Wu, how could you be so disloyal as to sneak out and not wake us?" One student lamented. "Indeed, Brother Feng, we missed everything. All we saw was that old witch being carried out like a mummy." Another work-study student added, a look of disappointment on his face. Qin Feng offered an awkward smile, shrugging in response. "Oh, so you witnessed the old witch's pitiful state?" Wang Sheng inquired, his interest piqued. When he first entered the academy, he had a close friend who, due to his straightforward nature, was bullied to death by aristocratic youths, with the old witch handling the case. The aristocrats compensated with 100 gold soul coins, and the old witch, under the guise of the academy's authority, facilitated the application for a cultivation accident, ultimately pocketing 10 gold soul coins for herself. While minor embezzlement of 10 or 20 coins could be understood, given that she personally handled the matter, demanding 90% was utterly outrageous. For ordinary families, 10 gold soul coins represented a significant sum. After all, in the Douluo continent, a soul master earned merely 1 gold soul coin per month, and those who advanced to the great soul master level could earn 10. In their region, great soul masters were revered wherever they went. Had Wang Xing not been haunted by this incident and investigated thoroughly after gaining strength, he would never have realized the depths of the old witch's greed. "It's quite tragic. She scarcely resembles a human anymore," Tang San and Xiao Wu observed as they regarded Qin Feng. He was the one who had dealt the blows. Yet he maintained an air of calmness as if merely a bystander, speaking with the utmost sincerity. If possible, they were inclined to award him the title of Best Actor. Was he truly just a 6-year-old child? Tang San sat on the bed, admiring Qin Feng's eloquence, feeling somewhat inferior. Had he not been by Qin Feng's side, he might have believed him just as Wang Sheng and the others did. For Qin Feng's words bore no trace of flaw, more convincing than reality itself. A soul as mature as his, in his 30s, seemed less adept at spinning tales than Brother Feng. Were all the children outside so extraordinary? Yet, upon observing the 6 or 7-year-olds at Notting Academy, they appeared quite ordinary. None were like Brother Feng. Why are they all awake so early? Just then, a hoarse voice rang out from outside. Chapter 24, Setting Off in Search of Soul Rings Master. What brings you here? The previously boisterous dormitory fell into a sudden hush. Wang Sheng and the others stared at the master in astonishment. In their minds, the master resided in his exclusive loft and had never set foot in the dormitory building, let alone this humble 7th dormitory. "We were just discussing the incident involving the director of student affairs, which is why we rose so early." "Oh, the director of student affairs was attacked?" The master appeared somewhat taken aback. Just as he had descended the stairs, he had indeed overheard students discussing a similar matter, but he had paid little attention. To him, he was merely a guest enjoying the hospitality of the academy, and the affairs within held no significance for him. Were it not for Tang San and Qin Feng, he would never have ventured into the dormitory. "Indeed, I heard the director was quite badly hurt, but no one knows who did it." As the master's surprise flickered, Wang Sheng and a few other work-study students began to chatter excitedly. However, the master seemed disinterested in the matter, and after a while, he shifted the topic, leading Qin Feng and Tang Sen outside. Awaiting them by the school gate was a solitary carriage, a tool prepared by the master well in advance. "Now, let us take this opportunity to delve deeper into the knowledge of soul beasts," he said, sitting across from Qin Feng and Tang San in the carriage. "Yes, indeed." They both nodded earnestly. "Our destination this time is the soul hunting forest, the primary locale for soul masters from Notting Academy and the surrounding cities to hunt soul beasts for their ascension. This forest is home to soul beasts of varying ranks. These creatures can typically be distinguished by the color of their soul power when they launch attacks, which corresponds to the color of their soul rings. For instance, soul rings under 100 years are white, those between 100 and 999 years are yellow, and those between 1,000 and 10,000 years are purple. As for those exceeding 10,000 years, they are black. Our main objectives this time are the white and yellow soul rings." As the carriage jolted over a bump, Qin Feng and Tang San, who had been dozing peacefully, nearly toppled over. Upon opening their eyes, they found themselves being scrutinized by a pair of penetrating black eyes. "Why do you both look so drowsy? Did you not sleep well last night?" the master inquired. After speaking for over half an hour, he was suddenly met with the sounds of snores, which would have infuriated him had it been anyone else. It was a clear sign of disrespect, a mockery of his words. However, it was evident that these two children were different. Their innocent hearts were not like those of adults. Their deep slumber was perhaps a genuine result of fatigue. "No, master, please continue," Tang San replied, shaking his head. Qin Feng, now fully awake, found himself nearly sprawled across Tang San. "Never mind, given your current state, continuing would be futile, merely a whisper in the wind. You should rest well. And I'll share practical insights when the time comes," the master said with a slight shake of his head, letting out a sigh. The discourse on the knowledge of soul beasts within the carriage was merely a spontaneous whim of his. With the two children feeling fatigued, it was best to allow them to enjoy a restful slumber. As the saying goes, a forcibly twisted melon is not sweet. Such imposition is of no avail. Even if they remembered it now, closing their eyes and reopening them would render their minds a blank slate once more. Teacher, let us rest for a while," Tang San suggested. Mere moments after his words, he succumbed to deep sleep. Earlier, when jolted awake, he had struggled to keep his eyes open, compelled by the sight of the teacher earnestly lecturing. Yet, his eyelids felt as heavy as lead, stubbornly pulled downwards. Truthfully, had the teacher continued, he could not have predicted how long he would manage to endure, for exhaustion weighed heavily upon him. Hence, upon hearing his teacher's words, he finally felt at ease to recline. As the carriage traversed the bumpy road, Qin Feng and Tang San resembled a Chinese character, leaning against one another in slumber. The master quietly extracted a book, engrossed in his reading. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until, at last, the once jostling carriage came to a halt. "Have we arrived?" Master gently tapped the shoulders of the two, prompting Qin Feng to open his bloodshot eyes, still clouded with sleep. "Yes, we have reached the marketplace of the soul hunting forest," the master informed them. Qin Feng and Tang San disembarked from the carriage, with the master leading the way, while they closely followed behind. This place was no less vibrant than Nodding City, bustling with people and the occasional strange cries echoing through the streets. "Teacher, what are they doing? What does it mean to form a team with a food system soul master?" Tang San inquired, perplexed. "They are likely forming temporary teams of soul masters to hunt soul beasts," Qin Feng replied, articulating the obvious. "Indeed, they are waiting for suitable partners to hunt soul beasts together. Typically, there are roles to fulfill during a hunt, generally divided into 5 categories. Food system soul masters handle provisions, recovery system soul masters manage status and spirit power restoration, agility system soul masters conduct reconnaissance. Power system soul masters provide defense, and attack system soul masters are responsible for exterminating the enemy." As he spoke of these teams, a flicker of disdain crossed the master's eyes. "Then, why don't we form a team to hunt soul beasts together? Wouldn't that increase our chances of success?" Tang San asked, his curiosity piqued. "That is a good question. While teaming up does indeed enhance the likelihood of success, such hastily formed groups are often unreliable. In the face of life-threatening danger, they may disperse, leaving the slower soul masters to become easy prey for the soul beasts. Thus, if one must form a team, it is imperative to choose trustworthy companions to whom one can entrust their safety. This is far more crucial than mere strength." The master imparted his wisdom earnestly as they walked. "Oh," Tang San nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed, a team hastily assembled lacks any semblance of trust, should calamity strike. It would be akin to a scattered sandpile. Let us proceed to purchase some provisions to sustain ourselves. It seems we shall be in for a lengthy duration this time." The quest for soul beasts is not something that can be accomplished in a day. Even with fortunate circumstances, it requires a span of 1 or 2 days, thus necessitating ample preparation. With that, the 3 individuals commenced their search amidst the bustling market. In the blink of an eye, over half an hour had elapsed, and they soon arrived at a heavily guarded entrance, replete with formidable armored sentinels. This was the gateway to the beast hunting forest. Chapter 25, The Enigmatic Flower. The iron gates of Sunluo exuded an ancient and mysterious aura. At this moment, the master produced a token, and upon witnessing it, the leader of the guards appeared to recognize a person of significant stature, hastily instructing the soldiers to open the gates to the soul-hunting forest. The trio stepped inside. The earlier clamor of the market faded into a serene silence, replaced by an eerie yet tranquil ambience. Luo Sanpao, come forth. With a flick of his wrist, a soul beast resembling a pig manifested before Qin Feng and Tang San. Sanpao possessed a large head and a body swollen like a balloon, presenting a rather comical sight. "This is my martial soul. You may call it Sanpao." The master introduced it to Tang San and Qin Feng. "Master, why has your martial soul separated from you?" Normally, beast martial souls cannot detach from their wielders, Tang San inquired, his expression a mix of surprise and curiosity at the charmingly ludicrous Sanpao. This Luo Sanpao must indeed be a variant martial soul, Qin Feng remarked, whimsically plucking a blade of dogtail grass and playfully teasing the creature. Sanpao, entirely golden, emanated a concealed air of majesty, yet retained a pig-like clumsiness that rendered it endearing. In essence, it seemed a blend of a comic and an animated character. For reasons unknown, Qin Feng felt that this Sanpao was the epitome of its kind, imbued with an understated regal aura akin to a golden celestial dragon. As Xiao Feng has stated, it is indeed a variant martial soul, the master said, his gaze filled with a sense of satisfaction toward Qin Feng. He had initially thought Xiao Feng to be taciturn and reluctant to delve into theory, yet he was pleasantly surprised to discover a depth of knowledge within him. Brother Feng, where did you sneak off to for extra lessons? Tang Sen gazed at Qin Feng with an expression of mild envy, sensing that he possessed an abundance of knowledge. Qin Feng merely smiled and shrugged. Variant martial souls typically fall into two categories. One, like Xiao Feng, who successfully evolves from a mundane hammer into the formidable Twin-Yi celestial hammer, and the other, like myself, who transforms from a powerful martial soul into a more ordinary form. The master sighed with a wry smile, continuing, I apologize for inadvertently touching upon a sensitive subject. Upon hearing this, Tang Sen felt a twinge of awkwardness and quickly offered an apology. He understood that, despite his teacher's outwardly indifferent demeanor, deep down, he was a fiercely competitive individual. Yet, for someone of such caliber, to have experienced a failure in the evolution of his martial soul, and to remain unable to break through to the 30th level at over 50 years of age, was indeed a profound and burdensome scar. There is no need to dwell on scars. After all these years, I have grown accustomed to it. The master smiled faintly, although he appeared quite at ease. Tang Sen discerned a deep-seated reluctance in the depths of his eyes. Let us not dwell on that. Sanpao, lead the way, the master instructed, and promptly. Sanpao dashed to the front. However, after only a few steps, a rustling sound emerged from the forest. In the distance, a mist began to silently envelop the surroundings. It is the dream flower. Quickly, don my specially crafted mask, and stay close behind me to avoid inhaling more of the toxic gas. To their astonishment, they encountered this poisonous fog within mere minutes of their journey. The master swiftly distributed masks to everyone and briefly instructed them on the proper breathing technique. Fortunately, they had prepared for such eventualities. Otherwise, they might have perished here before even locating the soul ring. The dream flower is a bloom that can induce hallucinations rapidly, and the veil of mist is the toxic gas released by it. Inhaling it would render one unconscious within half an hour. If lucky, one might awaken once the mist dissipated, but if unfortunate, they would be devoured by other beasts after losing consciousness. All defenses rely on the premise of being awake. Once one succumbs to unconsciousness, apart from the most primitive instincts for self-preservation, there is virtually no defense left. At last, they emerged. After a frenetic sprint, the master gasped for breath as he exited the dream flower's toxic veil, a look of relief washing over his features. Following closely behind him were Qin Feng and Tang San. Though both appeared equally breathless, they were evidently in far better condition than the master. Are you both all right? The master inquired with urgency as he examined Qin Feng and Tang San. At level 29, he could endure the toxins. But these two children had only just reached level 10. A mere touch of the poison could spell disaster for them. Your mask is already permeated. Let me take a closer look. The master meticulously examined Tang San. However, after his inspection, a look of puzzlement crossed his face. How curious. Though the mask is saturated, the toxic pollen should have reached your mouth and nose. Yet you appear unscathed? The master gazed at Tang San in astonishment. The pollen from the dream flower is highly toxic, entering the body through respiration and vaporizing. Yet the specially designed mask should intercept the deadly substance. Yet here was Tang San, mask permeated but seemingly unaffected, leaving the master perplexed. Perhaps it is related to the herbal baths my father gave me since childhood? Tang San speculated, unaware that the master would eventually investigate the side effects of this toxic mist. If discovered, it could lead to complications, so he hastily concocted an excuse. Your father? That is indeed a possibility. The master stroked his chin thoughtfully. Tang San's father was a titled Douluo, and given his profound heritage, it was plausible that such special herbal baths could yield extraordinary results. Surprised by the master's readiness to accept his explanation, Tang San felt a sense of astonishment. He had expected to elaborate at length to convince him. However, on Tang San's side, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief, yet at this moment, Qin Feng was gripped by tension, for the master was approaching his direction, having just navigated the toxic mist with ease, unscathed by any trace of its venom. It was perplexing. The vile creature had voraciously consumed the poison, perhaps leaving behind some evidence. His mind raced, concocting a plausible excuse that would not arouse Tang San's suspicions while deftly deceiving the master. Little did the master know that, despite appearing to have 2 students, he was actually accompanied by 1 bronze and 2 kings. Xiao Feng, allow me to examine you closely, the master said as he drew near, his curiosity piqued. Qin Feng was utterly spotless, not a speck of pollen adhering to him. An anomaly indeed. To remain completely untainted by the illusionary flower's pollen required at least the mastery of a soul emperor, yet Xiao Feng was merely at the 10th level. Yes, master. I too find it quite strange. Just moments ago, amidst the mist, I encountered a soul beast with luminous eyes, and subsequently summoned my hammer, striking wildly, Qin Feng replied, feigning innocence and confusion. Are you referring to the duality celestial hammer? The master pondered deeply, his knowledge of the hammer nearly blank. The only information he had uncovered about it the night prior were the phrases 1 Yin claims life and 2 Yins pursue the soul. Indeed, Qin Feng nodded impassively, as if he had genuinely encountered a soul beast on his path. However, he did not anticipate that as soon as he uttered this statement, he would feel an unusual gaze from Tang San. Brother Feng had indeed summoned the celestial hammer along the way, but what about before that? Tang San had witnessed the various toxic mists swirling around Brother Feng, and even with the hammer, some residue should have clung to his garments. Coming from the Tang sect, Tang San's observational skills far surpassed those of ordinary individuals. What is it? Tang San's purple extreme magic pupil stirred, sensing movement within the distant underbrush. What is it? Xiao San, the master, noticing Tang San's unusual demeanor, approached with a look of inquiry. At that moment, a series of snores drew near. It was 9 spectral wolves. Thunderous flatulence, the roaring 3 cannons. The master dared not delay, immediately summoning the 3 cannons and enveloping them in 2 streams of yellow light, one of which he bestowed upon the cannons. Quickly put on your masks. This mere 10th level spectral wolf dares to act so recklessly before me, seeking death. As the belly of the 3 cannons swelled, the master shouted to Qin Feng and Tang San. Qin Feng, quick-witted, donned his mask with remarkable speed, even swifter than when he encountered the illusionary flower. Meanwhile, Tang San stood there, utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the master's intent. Boom. As Luo Sanpeio's belly swelled to its utmost limit, a sound akin to the earth shattering erupted. It turned out to be a flatulence. Tang San's lips twitched, leaving him in a state of utter bewilderment. Xiao San, please retrieve 2 carrots from the bag I just gave you. A serene silence enveloped the scene as the master cast a glance at Tang San. Does Sanpao still have an affinity for carrots? Upon hearing this, Tang San promptly handed the carrots to the master. As you can see, Sanpeio's primary means of offense is flatulence, and carrots have an excellent effect in inducing such. As the master's words fell, Tang San seemed to detect a fleeting hint of bitterness on his otherwise placid visage. Indeed, the master was a proud and tenacious individual. Who would have expected that such a person would wield a martial spirit that manifests as flatulence? This would be a source of embarrassment for anyone, I dare say. Moreover, the odor was particularly foul. I never anticipated you'd be such a Sanpao. Truly, I wish to be suffocated by your noxious emissions. After the gaseous release, Qin Feng squatted down and fiercely ruffled Sanpeio's furry head. Previously, in novels and animations, it was merely depicted as a mist emanating, resembling a smoke bomb attack, devoid of any olfactory experience. However, now Qin Feng was experiencing the reality. It was an unbearable stench, reminiscent of decayed snakes and rotten mice mingled together. Thankfully, they were in the forest. Had this been on the streets, bystanders might have found themselves retching. Of course, the most unfortunate were the deceased spectral wolves on the ground, frothing at the mouth, indicating their grim fate. At that moment, a white light appeared on the corpses of the 9 fallen spectral wolves, revealing floating white rings. These were the soul rings, which emerge upon the death of a soul beast, and can be drawn in with soul power. The master hurried to the spectral wolves' remains and demonstrated the steps for absorbing the soul rings. Have you grasped the technique? After the demonstration, the master inquired of Tang San and Qin Feng. Both nodded in unison. Let us proceed with our search. Thus, the trio roamed through the forest, and before long, sunset approached. Along their journey, they encountered over 20 soul beasts, but either the soul rings were unsuitable or their ages insufficient. All were summarily dismissed by the master. This bamboo seems promising. As night fell, the master finally discovered a soul ring that appeared quite commendable. Is this bamboo? Tang San looked at the bamboo with a hint of surprise, his eyes reflecting a trace of confusion. Have you forgotten what I told you about the characteristics we should seek in a soul ring? The master smiled gently at the two. My blue silvergrass is best suited for control-type abilities, so the soul ring should possess both resilience and defensive traits. Feng's hammer should focus on strength and offensive capabilities. Tang Sen blurted out. Throughout this journey, they had indeed been learning in the wild, with the master imparting knowledge without pause. Now, do you believe this bamboo possesses both resilience and defensive traits? The master queried. Indeed. Upon hearing the master's words, Tang Sen experienced a moment of epiphany. Teacher, let us now vanquish this plant-based bamboo to obtain a soul ring. After an entire day's journey, Tang Sen felt utterly fatigued, and yet Feng Ji's soul ring remained elusive. There is no rush. While this bamboo may suit you, its age is somewhat inadequate. If we do not encounter a superior option later, we shall opt for this one. The master gently patted the bamboo before continuing onward, with Qin Feng and Tang Sen trailing behind. At this moment, Qin Feng appeared less restless than Tang Sen. Instead, he was filled with curiosity about the surroundings. As for the soul ring, he was confident it would eventually manifest. After all, he possessed a system. Being a modern youth well-versed in novels and comics, he had encountered numerous tales of systems, which typically dispatched tasks to their hosts sporadically. Although his own system remained silent for now, he believed that once it initiated a task, he would thrive. Thus, Qin Feng approached this expedition with a zen-like demeanor. Suddenly, a discordant sound erupted from the front, as Luo Sanpao cleared the path. What is that? Soon after, a rustling noise echoed through the forest. A sense of urgency enveloped the air, prompting Qin Feng and Tang Sen to instinctively survey their surroundings. Teacher, over there in the low underbrush. Qin Feng noticed a glimmer of purple light in Tang Sen's eyes as he honed in on a corner directly ahead. In an instant, a black snake darted forth, the black mandala snake. The master's pupils constricted as two soul rings swiftly enveloped Luo Sanpao. Heaven-shattering, earth-rending, hypnotized Luo Sanpao. With a powerful leap, Luo Sanpao's belly swelled to several times its normal size. A thunderous noise erupted, accompanied by an overwhelmingly foul odor that spread rapidly. The surrounding flora visibly wilted under the stench. The black mandala snake, momentarily dazed by the hypnotic effect of the gas, slowed its movements. Curiously, how could a creature as ancient as this black mandala snake, rumored to be hundreds of years old, be present here? Although the snake's speed had diminished, the master dared not afford even a moment's complacency. He urged the two boys to run while he meticulously devised an optimal escape route. However, the dense and complex jungle left them with but a single path ahead. Truth be told, the master felt immense frustration at encountering such a fearsome poisonous creature in this area. This location was merely the periphery of the beast hunting forest, where soul beasts typically capped out at around 200 years. Yet, here was a black mandala snake of over 400 years, a presence that should be utterly impossible in this locale. Teacher, how do you know this snake is centuries old? Tang Sen inquired, astonished by the master's confidence. How could he discern the age of this soul beast at a glance? Surely, there must be some secret to it. Little San, little Feng, today I shall impart to you a principle. The more rings and bones one possesses, the greater the power, the fewer rings and bones, the wiser it is to flee. The term ring here refers to the soul ring, while bone denotes the soul bone. I shall elaborate further on this in the future. But to summarize, one can ascertain the age and combat prowess of a soul beast by observing its size and dimensions. The current mandala serpent, measuring over 4 meters in length, is likely a soul beast of 400 years, possessing significantly greater strength than us. At this moment, the mandala serpent moves with astonishing speed, appearing to soar through the air. This serpent is venomous. Sanpao, intercept the opponent. Master commanded Sanpao, who was darting faster than them. However, drawing from prior experience, a figure swiftly emerged from the swirling black mist. The short-limbed Sanpao was seized by the mandala serpent's deadly jaws, akin to a beast capturing its prey. As the master's command fell, Sanpao, who had just been caught tightly by the serpent, vanished from sight. The mandala serpent was accelerating, closing in on them. In a moment of urgency, Tang Sen retrieved several radishes from the soul guide and hurled them at the mandala serpent. What precise skill! The master observed Tang Sen with surprise. Take this. As Tang Sen acted, Qin Feng seized the opportunity during the serpent's momentary distraction and swung his hammer down with great force. Be careful, the master shouted to Qin Feng. Win, brother. Tang Sen, witnessing Qin Feng's reckless charge, was startled and immediately activated the purple extreme demon eye to track the mandala serpent's movements, joining the fray. The master, beside himself with anxiety, was stamping his feet. Even at level 29, he would not dare to confront the mandala serpent head-on. Yet these two youngsters rushed in without hesitation. Regrettably, Sanpao had proven ineffective, as after utilizing 3 attacks, he was rendered incapable of delivering a 4th. I will draw its attention. You aim for its vulnerable spot with your hidden arrows, Qin Feng instructed Tang Sen as he approached. Upon hearing this, Tang Sen's eyes widened in surprise. Wind Brother shared his thoughts. Utilizing the Ghost Shadow Misty Steps, Tang San seized the opportunity while Qin Feng entangled the mandala serpent, aiming his hidden arrows and piercing the serpent's throat. Excellent work. Qin Feng clapped his hands, watching Tang San with satisfaction. In truth, he could have slain the mandala serpent himself, but he held little interest in the soul ring it possessed. Have we succeeded? The master rushed over, his gaze filled with disbelief. 2 level 10 children managed to defeat a 400-year-old soul beast, particularly a venomous mandala serpent. If this were to be spoken of, they would likely be deemed fools. Not only level 10 children, but even a soul master of level 31 would need to think twice. After all, the mandala serpent's speed and venomous nature were formidable. Teacher, this serpent seems somewhat distracted and rife with flaws, Tang San remarked to the master. It appeared that the serpent had never regarded them as adversaries. Upon contact, he sensed its disinterest in battle, intent solely on rushing towards the master. It was precisely because the serpent did not acknowledge them that Tang San could secure victory with a single strike. If not, even with the purple extreme demon eye and the Xian Jade hand, he would still need to exert considerable effort. Distracted? A flicker of confusion crossed the master's gaze. However, this expression vanished instantaneously with the appearance of the yellow soul ring. Little San, the soul ring of the mandala snake has emerged. This soul ring possesses formidable defensive capabilities and is imbued with toxins. I believe it is the optimal choice for your blue silver grass. The master regarded Tang San, his calm countenance betraying a hint of excitement. Master, but this is a plant-type martial soul. Is it truly possible to absorb the mandala snake's soul ring? Tang San's eyes reflected a trace of hesitation. Little San, hasten to absorb it. No one in this world has ever claimed that plant-type martial souls cannot absorb the mandala snake's soul ring. The soul ring shimmered in and out of visibility, and Qin Feng cast a glance, urging, if you do not absorb it now, it will truly vanish. Indeed, no one has ever stated that soul rings have restrictions. According to my research, even plant-type martial souls can absorb non-plant-type soul rings. It is merely that no one has attempted it before, leading many to consider it a taboo. Little San, do you trust your master enough to try it once? The master approached Tang San, half squatting to support his shoulder, his dim eyes now sparkling with an unprecedented brilliance. Over the years, due to the lack of practical application of his theories, many high-ranking soul masters scoffed at his research on martial souls. All theories should transition from concept to practice, and the master now needed someone to help him realize his theories. That person was Tang San. Yes, I believe in you, master. Tang San nodded firmly. He then sat cross-legged, closed his eyes in meditation, and in an instant, a yellow glowing soul ring appeared above his head. As he watched the soul ring slowly merge, a glimmer of anticipation surged in the master's eyes. Is Little San's presence truly that significant? Why are all these small soul beasts fleeing as if faced with a dire threat? Qin Feng observed the distant stillness with a touch of confusion. Chapter 28, Thunderous Tyrant Tiger, Third Update. For some unknown reason, as Qin Feng gazed at the now deserted area where the soul beasts had fled, a sense of dread began to seep from the depths of his being. This should be impossible. The master stood up, staring at the backs of the fleeing beasts and the surrounding area devoid of even a single low-level soul beast, his expression filled with perplexity. Generally speaking, when a soul master absorbs a soul ring, it does not affect the surrounding soul beasts, let alone cause them to flee in panic. The master, bewildered, contemplated moving forward to discover what had transpired in that shaded grove. Just moments ago, all the soul beasts had rushed out from that very thicket, desperately fleeing. And there might very well be secrets concealed within. The master, astonished, was about to raise his head to proceed when he suddenly froze, resembling a vividly lifelike statue. His legs trembled, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead at a visible rate, as if he had encountered an extraordinary monster. As Qin Feng discerned the unusual demeanor of the master, he was about to inquire about the cause when a colossal tiger, adorned with striking black lightning patterns, caught his gaze. The beast panted heavily, its ferocious breath sweeping aside the surrounding flora as if they were mere chaff. Its powerful paws were so massive that one alone could rival the size of Qin Feng's head. The thunderous dominator tiger. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence as the master's legs trembled. He desperately attempted to retreat, yet despite his utmost efforts, he found himself rooted to the spot. The name Thunderous Dominator Tiger resonated with an imposing grandeur. Qin Feng stepped forward, locking his gaze onto the formidable creature. The master bellowed in warning. This was a soul beast of no less than 500 years, and trifling with it was a grave mistake. In the presence of the Thunderous Dominator Tiger, they were akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. A sudden roar erupted from the tiger, its enormous head turning towards the lifeless black mandragora serpent nearby before it began to stride forward, each step resonating with authority. 1,000-year soul beast. The master stumbled and fell to the ground, realization dawning upon him. Just moments ago, he had been baffled by the presence of the black mandragora serpent at the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest. Now, the truth was clear. It must have provoked the thunderous dominator tiger. The black mandragora serpent was notorious for its vengeful nature, and the thunderous dominator tiger shared a similarly fierce disposition. This creature possessed an exceptionally strong territorial instinct, and, like the serpent, harbored a profound grudging spirit. It would not rest until it avenged any insult. Moreover, the thunderous dominator tiger bore another trait. Gratitude turned to vengeance. Should anyone eliminate its adversary, the tiger would subsequently regard the slayer as its new foe, perceiving such an act as a challenge to its prowess. Just moments ago, Xiao San and Xiao Feng had united to slay the black mandragora serpent, and now the thunderous dominator tiger had likely fixed its gaze upon them. The violet aura emanating from the tiger served as a dire warning of impending conflict. Xiao Feng, you must flee, the master urged, forcing himself upright as he addressed Qin Feng. At this juncture, the master seemed resolved that every escapee counted. Flee first? A mischievous glint appeared in Qin Feng's eyes. The master's martial soul, the three cannons of Luo, had succumbed to incapacitation, although he was at level 29. He resembled a mere scholar devoid of offensive capability. How could he hope to contend with such a beast? Moreover, Xiao San was in the midst of absorbing a soul ring. If he abandoned Xiao San now, not only would the soul ring absorption fail, but Xiao San's life would also be at stake. What are you hesitating for? We cannot afford to suffer total annihilation. The master's countenance turned grave, his voice rising in a roar that echoed with unprecedented despair. They had already faced a formidable challenge with the mandragora serpent, and now encountering the thunderous dominator tiger was a matter of life and death. A millennium-old thunderous dominator tiger was not something even a soul master of level 39 would dare provoke. And to them, in the tiger's eyes, they were mere appetizers. It was all his fault for recklessly urging Xiao San to absorb the soul ring. Had he forsaken the soul ring of the mandala serpent, he would likely have already departed this realm of chaos, never to encounter the pursuing thunder tyrant tiger. The master now sincerely yearned to deliver a few slaps to himself. If he were to lose his own life, so be it. However, these two children were paragons of the spirit master community. Should they perish, it would be an unforgivable crime. Now, he could only urge Xiao Feng to flee, and regarding the thunder tyrant tiger, he would delay it for as long as possible. This was the sole act he could perform for Xiao San in this dire moment. For the first time, the master felt an overwhelming sense of despair. He had believed that with this newly accepted disciple, he would usher in a bright new chapter in his life. Yet, he never anticipated that it would be snuffed out before it even began. We cannot face total annihilation. Thus, let me have a go at you. Qin Feng cast a glance at the master, then leaped forward, his hammer crashing down upon the tyrant tiger's head. What sort of maneuver is this? The master in the distance felt as if he were suffocating. That is the thunder tyrant tiger. Not only would a strike to its head be perilous, but even plucking a single hair could cost you 9 lives. Master, I entrust Xiao San to you. Qin Feng infused his soul power, transforming the originally black hammer into an exquisite black, white, and gold mini hammer that appeared in his palm. In that fleeting moment, Qin Feng felt an exhilarating rush of blood and an explosive surge of power. Savor my celestial hammer. With his Qian arm raised, Qin Feng brought down the Yin-Yang celestial hammer with tremendous force. Crackle. However, at the instant of Qin Feng's mighty strike, a flash of lightning erupted from the thunder tyrant tiger. This was the innate power of the thunder tyrant tiger, lightning. The master shouted anxiously from behind. Yet, he was a moment too late. The lightning had already surged toward Qin Feng, its violent energy paralyzing his limbs and nearly rendering him powerless. By heavens! How dare you electrocute me? Qin Feng's hands tensed, an unknown force surging through him as he struck at the tyrant tiger with the ferocity of a whack-a-mole. Around the battlefield, trees lay in ruin, resembling a scene from the depths of hell. Indeed, this was the prodigy that Tang Hao had recognized. The master marveled at the sight. To think that at such a mere 10th level, he could contend with the thunder tyrant tiger. A beast of such caliber was akin to a soul respect of over 30 levels. Alas, it seemed that the Yin-Yang celestial hammer could not be wielded for long, otherwise, it would truly be unparalleled through the ages. The master discerned that Qin Feng's Yin-Yang celestial hammer was showing signs of exhaustion due to its excessive consumption of soul power. If this continued, within 3 strikes, Qin Feng's body would be completely drained. Chapter 29, A Hard-Fought Victory. Roar. With a thunderous roar that shattered the heavens and earth, the thunder tyrant tiger's eyes turned a furious crimson. Having been assaulted by the mandala serpent was one thing, but now being injured by a mere human child was an immense humiliation. At this moment, arcs of electricity crackled around the thunder tyrant tiger. its massive claws raking the ground, gathering momentum to strike. Qin Feng was drenched in sweat, despite his earlier graceful and agile movements. He now seemed to be on the precipice of overwhelming adversity. In reality, after enduring several attacks, Qin Feng's body began to descend into a state of decline. The principle of reciprocity was at play. Previously, wielding the Twin-Yi Tiangang Hammer had allowed him to effortlessly vanquish his opponents without exerting much force. Thus his body could withstand the strain. However, today he faced the formidable Thunder Tyrant Tiger, which was a notch above him in strength, compelling Qin Feng to excessively draw upon the power of the Twin-Yi Tiangang Hammer to maintain equilibrium. While one or two attacks were manageable, after enduring a relentless barrage of over 10 strikes, his body was nearing its limits. Dear sister, I beseech you for assistance. Qin Feng cried out for help to the system, yet it remained indifferent, as if isolated from the world, never acknowledging his plight. If not for the fact that he could still breathe and draw upon soul power, and that the status bar before him was still operational, he would have genuinely believed that this aloof system had forsaken him. It seemed reliance on the system was utterly futile. Why should he, at barely 6 years of age, be burdened with such overwhelming sorrow? At present, he could summon the Heavenly Gang Hammer for only 2 more strikes. If the 3 adversaries were indeed capable of movement, then escaping with his life would not pose a significant challenge. However, the crux of the issue lay in Tang San's breakthrough. He could easily depart, but Little San could not. The latter was in the pivotal moment of absorbing the Soul Ring, entirely devoid of defensive capabilities, making him a certain target for the Thunder Tyrant Tiger's assault. What was to be done? Furrowing his brow and stamping his foot, Qin Feng suddenly experienced a flash of inspiration. A smile crept onto his lips as he brandished the Twin-Yi Tiangang Hammer and strode purposefully toward the tiger's jaws. His demeanor markedly resolute as he focused on the poised Thunder Tyrant Tiger. What was Little Feng attempting to do? The master, observing from a distance, was genuinely alarmed by this action. Did he intend to leverage the lethal force of the Twin-Yi Tiangang Hammer for a decisive strike against the Thunder Tyrant Tiger? If that were the case, it would be utterly foolish. The tiger's bones were exceptionally hard, and its fur was akin to golden armor, impervious to both bludgeoning and piercing attacks. Typically, when encountering such a beast, unless one possessed extraordinary strength, the best strategy would be to retreat without hesitation. Roar! As Qin Feng approached, the Thunder Tyrant Tiger unleashed a bolt of its innate thunder. Qin Feng easily sidestepped it. In terms of speed, if they were of comparable rank, he had never truly felt fear. Even Tang San's ghost shadow phantom could not be taken lightly. Roar all you want. I shall deliver another hammer strike. The Twin-Yi Tiangang Hammer instantly expanded, and Qin Feng's lips turned stark white at an alarming rate. What on earth was this child planning? The master watched Qin Feng with an anxious demeanor, his hands hanging limply at his sides. Having witnessed the recent battle, he knew that such a strike against the Thunder Tyrant Tiger would only result in the creature being momentarily stunned or sustaining minor injuries, hardly sufficient to incapacitate it. Yet now, what was the intention behind another hammer strike aimed at the tiger's head? He believed that Little Feng was an intelligent individual, one who would not engage in futile efforts. Moreover, the master clearly observed that Qin Feng's lips had turned as pale as paper following the execution of this attack. The consumption of soul power had reached its zenith, leading to a depletion of vitality and essence. The former may be restored after a certain period, yet the damage inflicted by the latter is truly irreversible. What compels Zhao Feng to expend his vital essence to unleash such an attack? The master pondered in confusion. As the Thunder Tyrant Tiger beheld Qin Feng rushing towards him, it stomped its feet, and a flash of lightning erupted. Immediately, with a powerful swipe of its claws, it launched a ferocious attack, causing Qin Feng's arms to tremble from the violent electric shock. Nevertheless, Qin Feng, undeterred, brought his heavy hammer crashing down upon the Thunder Tyrant Tiger's head. A resounding thud echoed as the tiger's black and white fur became stained with crimson. This audacious act incited the Thunder Tyrant Tiger's wrath. My heavens! Zhao Feng, flee at once. That is the Thunder Tyrant Tiger's innate skill, Thunder Wave. The master shouted desperately. Yet, he failed to notice the slight upward curve of Qin Feng's weary lips. With a flick of his wrist, a crisp and exquisite mechanical sound resonated. Qin Feng had been preparing for this moment for quite some time. Whoosh! A sound akin to piercing the heavens emerged from Qin Feng's sleeve, swiftly embedding itself in the tiger's throat. In that instant, the Thunder Tyrant Tiger howled in agony, thrashing about wildly as it crashed into trees and rolled on the ground. After a brief moment, silence enveloped the scene. Qin Feng exhaled in relief. It worked. He owed a debt of gratitude to Zhao San for having coated the arrow with potent poison. The Thunder Tyrant Tiger, with its tough hide and formidable strength, was notoriously difficult to deal with. Breaching its defenses from the outside felt like a mere fantasy. Thus, Qin Feng contemplated whether he could introduce the toxin directly into its body. Initially, he intended to ambush the Thunder Tyrant Tiger with his sleeve arrow while it was roaring. However, he realized the likelihood of failure was too great. Subsequently, he recalled that the Thunder Tyrant Tiger had previously unleashed a small wave of light from its mouth to attack him. This inspired him to incite the tiger to unleash the same light wave, allowing more time for it to open its mouth. However, he had not anticipated that his provocation would ignite the Thunder Tyrant Tiger's fury, prompting it to employ its innate skill, Thunder Wave. Fortunately, the eagle hook arrow he had forged hung on his sleeve arrow. This arrow, crafted by both him and Xiao San, had achieved unparalleled hardness and sharpness, perfectly shattering the thunder wave that the tiger had just conjured. Thus, the Thunder Tyrant Tiger met its demise. Qin Feng drew a deep breath. At that moment, a purple glow naturally emanated from the Thunder Tyrant Tiger, gradually coalescing into a violet soul ring. Observing this, Qin Feng settled into a meditative position, a faint aura of soul power surrounding him. The astonished master gazed at Qin Feng incredulously. Chapter 30. Am I being consumed? Xiao Feng, what do you mean by this? The master approached, initially believing that Qin Feng was merely recovering soul power, unaware that Qin Feng was actually drawing forth the soul ring. Master, did we not come out here to seek a soul ring? I find this soul ring to be rather impressive. Firstly, it possesses formidable offensive power, and secondly, it is imbued with the attribute of lightning. For Qin Feng, vanquishing this Thunder Tyrant Tiger is indeed an unexpected achievement. This is a Millennium Soul Ring, one he personally acquired. It would be a tremendous waste to let it dissipate. In any case, the system remains silent. And who knows when it might assign him a new task. If it never does, he could find himself in dire straits. Thus, he resolved to absorb the Soul Ring without delay, at least to elevate himself to the rank of Soul Master. As for the subsequent matters, they could be addressed later. Have you lost your mind? Do you see the color of this soul ring? The master's eyes bulged like cowbells as he nearly shouted at Qin Feng. Absorbing a soul ring that exceeds one's physical limits could lead to a backlash. Who on this continent absorbs a Millennium Soul Ring at the 10th level? It is purple. Since you know it is purple, tell me what that signifies. The master pointed at the soul ring, his voice hoarse with anger. He had reiterated this countless times upon entering. Even a wooden-headed child should remember. Purple denotes a Millennium Soul Ring. Qin Feng gazed at the master in bewilderment. The master held an unwavering confidence in his research, as it represented nearly his entire life's work, granting him absolute authority in this realm. Having already slain the creature, it would be such a pity for the soul ring to simply disperse. Perhaps the master should attend to Xiao San instead. As soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, he felt a sense of transcendence. In an instant, the soul ring materialized at his waist. You, a child cannot be taught. A child cannot be taught. The master was fuming, smoke practically emanating from his head. How could this child be so obstinate, refusing to heed any counsel? Just moments ago, Xiao San had reached a limit of over 400 years, while typically, one absorbs soul rings within 200 years. Very few dare to absorb a 400-year soul ring. And now, here we are, starting off with a Millennium Soul Ring. Should one lament the insatiable nature of humanity, or commend his audacity? With that, the master, seething with anger, strode over to Xiao San. Had Qin Feng not begun to integrate the soul ring into his being, he could have forcibly destroyed it, enduring some injury himself to prevent Qin Feng from facing death. However, now that the integration had commenced, it was best to let nature take its course, as any interference could lead to a soul ring explosion, and he had no means to obstruct it, given that it was a Millennium Soul Ring. The master departed. Yet Qin Feng remained oblivious to his absence. At that moment, he entered a space devoid of self, akin to a cosmic void, surrounded by an expanse of darkness, punctuated by a few bright, twinkling stars. Was this the tribulation one must endure while absorbing a soul ring? Although Qin Feng was a transmigrator and had read extensively about Douluo continent, he only had a theoretical understanding of what transpires during the absorption process. He had never experienced it personally. This was the first time in his many years on Douluo continent that he was genuinely immersed in the sensation of absorbing a soul ring. It was an extraordinarily mysterious experience, tinged with a sense of bloodline awakening. Is it here? A fierce roar echoed through the air as Qin Feng gazed into the distance, where a single Thunder Tyrant Tiger transformed into 4 or 5, charging towards him with reckless abandon. In that fleeting moment, as the Thunder Tyrant Tiger approached, Qin Feng felt an invisible force constricting his throat, leaving him gasping for breath, unable to draw in air no matter how hard he struggled. Within the span of half a second, his previously pale face flushed a deep crimson, and veins bulged on his neck and forehead. He yearned to fight back. Yet his resistance was as futile as a mere leaf challenging the ocean. Every attempt was in vain. Though Qin Feng had prepared himself for this encounter, He could never have anticipated the sheer terror encapsulated within the soul ring of this millennium-old soul beast. While he might have devised a strategy to defeat it from a distance, the moment he attempted to absorb the soul ring, it became a direct clash of wills. He was merely a 6-year-old child, and colliding with the lingering essence of a slain soul beast was akin to an egg striking a rock, utterly hopeless. Gritting his teeth, Qin Feng resolved to endure the ordeal. However, before he could sustain his resolve for even 2 breaths, his muscles were violently torn apart. Blood gushed forth, spilling from him like a torrent. In that moment of despair, as he felt his strength waning, Qin Feng suddenly beheld a massive maw emerging from the darkness, which proceeded to devour the shadows around him as if it were merely snacking on cookies. What was this phenomenon? He stared in bewilderment at the grotesque creature above him, recognizing it as one of his own grotesque insects. How could this wretched insect consume this space? Moreover, it regarded him with an expression that seemed to exude sheer excitement, as if it had discovered a delectable morsel. A chilling thought struck Qin Feng's mind. Trapped by the thunder tyrant tiger, if this foul creature sought to feast upon him, he would be utterly powerless to stop it. Panic surged through him. He dared not even blink, for the moment he did, that hideous insect would inch closer. The once pitch-black sky was now significantly diminished, devoured by the relentless chewing of the insect. What was this madness? The insect, seemingly dissatisfied with its slow progress, wriggled closer to Qin Feng, gnawing its way toward him. In his current state, he was no larger than a single foot of this grotesque creature. He could clearly see its emerald eyes, hairy legs, and hear its terrifying sounds as it advanced. The heavens truly seemed unjust. Who would have thought that he, a proud soul, would meet his end at the hands of such an unsightly insect? Qin Feng let out a howl of lament, decrying the inequities of the world. He lamented why he had not extinguished this blight in its cradle. Just then, the insect loomed before him, its gaping maw and sharp fangs directed towards him, dripping with saliva. Chapter 31. The Master Poisoned to Death? Third update. You repugnant creature, must you be so revolting? Viscous saliva dripped on a Qin Feng, causing goosebumps to erupt across his body, nearly provoking him to regurgitate his last meal. Even in death, one should retain some semblance of dignity. Yet how could he, a mere human, discuss dignity with a worm? With sharp fangs poised to strike, Qin Feng, eyes tightly shut, was met with the crisp sounds of gnashing. Gradually, the cacophony diminished, and the world around him fell into a tranquil silence. At that moment, Qin Feng vaguely sensed an itch coursing through his body. Was it possible he had not perished? In the depths of his subconscious, he pondered this question. If he were truly consumed, he should have dissipated entirely. Even his consciousness severed. How then could he still feel an itch? Slowly, he opened his eyes, stunned to find himself seated amid a constellation of stars. A grotesque little worm, almost blending into the darkness, writhed over him. Bewildered, Qin Feng wondered how he had suddenly grown larger while the previously colossal ugly worm had shrunk. Moreover, had he not just awakened? A flurry of questions swirled in his mind. Could it be that everything he had experienced was but an illusion? Qin Feng surmised that the thunder tyrant tiger had intended to eliminate him through a mirage, only to be detected and devoured by this hideous creature. Rising to his feet, he slightly lifted his left hand. Gazing at the worm, which resembled a silkworm but was several hundred times less appealing, he fell into deep contemplation. What on earth was this creature? How could it consume even illusions? He had never encountered a soul beast like this in the novels he had read. The status bar described this hideous worm as a divine beast, but how could such a creature be classified as divine? Baffled and conflicted, Qin Feng ultimately decided to set this matter aside. He focused his mind, and the external form, resembling a finely crafted sculpture, trembled slightly before his eyes snapped open. Beside him, a violet halo slowly rose from the ground, passing through his head and vanishing into the ether. This signified the successful fusion of the soul ring. Wind, brother Wind. A voice, filled with astonishment and excitement, echoed from the distance as Qin Feng stood. It was night, and a small fire had been ignited where Tang Sen was, while Master lay beside it. Ordinarily, flames should not be kindled in the spirit beast forest. How could Tang Sen disregard the Master's warnings and start a fire? The Master has been poisoned. I attempted to remedy it, but the toxin has spread throughout his body, Tang Sen said with a helpless expression. He had no desire to light a fire here, but the Master's body was far too cold. As a member of the Tang sect, he was also a master of poison. The venom of the black mandrake snake is inherently fierce, possessing a formidable neurotoxic nature. In this desolate place, where medicinal resources are scarce, it is nearly impossible for him to completely eradicate the toxin. Even suppressing its onset proves to be exceedingly challenging. If only he could venture out to procure an antidote, Tang Sen would be confident in his ability to cure his master. However, should he leave to seek medicine, there would be no one to safeguard his master and third brother here. Should a carnivorous beast appear, they would undoubtedly become its next meal. If he were to take his master along, Feng Ge would still be here, assimilating a soul ring, and any encounter with danger would spell certain doom for him. Tang Sen cannot bear to forsake his friends in such a manner. Let me take a look. Qin Feng exclaimed in urgency, stepping forward with swift resolve. Logically, isn't it true that Xiao San possesses a unique antidotal technique? The snake venom should not be insurmountable, should it? Why then does the master still appear to be in a state of deep unconsciousness? Qin Feng touched the master and found his hands and feet icy cold. His breathing was exceedingly weak, as if he were on the brink of death. How could this be so grave? Qin Feng stared at Tang San in disbelief. The master had been stricken at the heart by the serpent's venom, teetering on the edge of demise. Is the toxin from this black mandrake snake truly so rapid in its effects? When I awoke, the master's pulse was already exceedingly frail. For the past 3 days, I have been sustaining his life with my soul power and the special herbs I found in this soul-hunting forest, Tang San lamented, his face etched with helplessness. Has it truly been 3 days since you awoke? Qin Feng gasped in astonishment. How could so much time have elapsed? He had distinctly felt that his absorption of the soul ring had taken but a moment, yet 3 days had slipped by in the blink of an eye. Indeed, I spent 2 days absorbing the soul ring, so the master must have been poisoned for 5 days now. An unexpected incident prolonged the absorption process, resulting in a full 2-day endeavor to complete it, Tang Sen explained. Goodness. Qin Feng inhaled sharply. This time, they were truly at a critical juncture. So much time had passed. Why did you not take the master out to heal? You've missed the optimal window for treatment. Qin Feng gestured animatedly towards Tang San. Had they taken him outside upon awakening, there might have been a glimmer of hope. Now, alas, the master was on the verge of death. I wished to take the master out then, but if I did, that would leave only you, Feng Ge. In the event of a soul beast appearing, you would undoubtedly perish. Tang Sen's face was a portrait of anguish. He had been torn with indecision, nearly colliding with an ancient locust tree out of frustration. One was his teacher, the other a brother and dear companion. Choosing between the two was a torment that made him wish he could tear himself in half. Given the circumstances, taking the master outside while leaving Feng Ge behind might have afforded the master a sliver of hope, but Feng Ge would surely not survive the night. For if left unguarded, the wolves would come to prey upon Qin Feng, who was in the midst of a breakthrough. Conversely, if they stayed, Feng Ge would not fall victim to external forces, yet the life of his master would slowly fade away. In that moment, Tang San was deeply torn, ultimately deciding to choose the latter option. He would remain here, waiting for Qin Feng to achieve his breakthrough before venturing out. As long as he could gather the surrounding herbs, with his understanding of toxins, sustaining life for a day or two would not pose a challenge. However, he did not anticipate that this ordeal would extend over 4 days. It was only when his master was utterly exhausted that Qin Feng finally completed his breakthrough. Chapter 32, Electrotherapy. Observing Tang San's complex expression, Qin Feng understood that the latter was likely experiencing a tumultuous mix of emotions. As a person deeply rooted in loyalty, he found himself at a crossroads, torn between the life of his master and his own. The weight of this dilemma was a heavy burden on his conscience. Qin Feng hesitated, gazing at his master. Had Tang San truly managed to take the master away at that moment, it was likely that the latter could have survived. But it would have cost Qin Feng dearly. In his weakened state, with no protection surrounding him and his consciousness shackled in a stupor, he would have been oblivious to the loss of a hand to a wild wolf. In all honesty, he felt a profound sense of gratitude towards Xiao San for guarding him during this time. If he were to take the master out now, what were the chances of saving him? Qin Feng's expression grew grim as he regarded Xiao San. For reasons unknown, when Tang San met Qin Feng's penetrating gaze, he felt as though his thoughts were laid bare. If there had been hope a day prior, now, observing his master's lips turn a deep shade of purple and his body grow cold, Tang San sighed deeply. The poison had entwined with the heart. Aside from his father and brother Feng, this master was the person he trusted the most. Witnessing such a vital figure gradually deplete his life force before his very eyes was a heart-wrenching experience for Tang San. Did this imply there was no salvation? Qin Feng inquired, his gaze fixed on Tang San. The latter, lost in thought, slightly shook his head. If there were a chance for rescue, he would not appear so despondent. This was intriguing. Did it mean that in order to merge with the Millennium Soul Ring, a sacrifice of a master was required? Qin Feng clutched his head, feeling a tinge of melancholy. He wondered if he had unwittingly transformed into a legendary figure with a dark constitution. Perhaps it was a terrifying type of dark constitution that demanded a life for a step forward. Qin Feng summoned his 2-element Heavenly Gang Hammer, gazing at the blood-red flower blooming at the base of the platinum hammer. As a traveler, he was well aware that the 9-heart sea lotus was an extraordinarily powerful healing type martial soul. Yet, he was uncertain about the 9-heart blood sea lotus. It could also potentially be a healing-type martial soul. Black hammer shatters the heavens. White hammer severs the gates of hell. 9-heart blood sea lotus. Qin Feng murmured the phrase his master, Tang Hao, had once spoken. The meaning of the black hammer's ability to wield exceptional destructive power was quite clear. Well, there was no option left but to treat this like a dead horse being used as a live one. Qin Feng gripped the two-element Heavenly Gang hammer and then flipped it to the platinum side. This marked the second occasion he had turned to the platinum hammer. The first was in front of Tang Hao, and this second time was now. In the previous battle, it seemed as though it had been an unspoken agreement to continuously use the black hammer. Brother Feng, what do you intend to do? Tang Xin looked at Qin Feng with a hint of trepidation. What was the purpose of bringing a hammer before the master? Is this preparation intended to hasten the teacher's demise and subsequent reincarnation? The teacher is still alive. One of my dual essences is the 9-heart blood sea begonia. Although it bears one additional character for blood, I surmise it possesses healing powers as well, Qin Feng remarked to Tang San. 9-heart begonia? 9-heart blood sea begonia? What are those? Tang Xin inquired, feeling overwhelmed and unable to comprehend the words spoken by Feng Ge. For now, I will refrain from explaining. Just know that I am aiding the master in his recovery, Qin Feng declared, focusing intently on his task, as in the next instant. A soul ring enveloped the dual essence Tiangang Hammer. A torrent of soul power surged forth, unleashing a tempest that uprooted surrounding trees. Tang San was forcefully thrust 3 meters away by this overwhelming force. Is this the power of a 1,000-year soul ring? Tang San gazed at Qin Feng in disbelief, perceiving him as nothing short of a monster. The teacher previously stated that the first soul ring could merge for a maximum of 400 years. Yet Qin Feng had exceeded that by a factor of 2. First soul skill, explosive thunder. Lightning flickered around Qin Feng, akin to a roaring thunder dragon. This was his inaugural attempt to infuse soul power into the platinum hammer. Soon after, he felt the platinum hammer emit a terrifying roar. Let me give this a try? Qin Feng swung the hammer down onto the master's abdomen. Instantly, the black robe tore apart, and a spray of dark blood erupted from the master's mouth. It truly works. Qin Feng exclaimed with delight upon witnessing the foul blood spewing forth from the master's lips. Does it truly work? Tang Sen rushed over. Having never seen such a method of healing before, he had not heard of anyone in the Tang sect using a hammer for treatment. Wait a moment, Feng Ge. Why does the teacher's aura seem to be fading? Tang Sen grasped the master's icy hand, realizing that the teacher's life force was nearly extinguished, and his pulse had even ceased to beat. This cannot be. Qin Feng's brow furrowed slightly, disbelief etched on his face. He then knelt beside the master, placing his ear against the area of the master's heart. The previous strike had shattered the clothing from the master's abdomen to his chest, allowing the sound of the heartbeat to be most distinct. As Qin Feng pressed his ear to the heart, his complexion turned ghostly pale. The master's heart had ceased to beat. More accurately, its rhythm was exceedingly faint, nearly imperceptible. Yet, his recent healing method was akin to simulating a defibrillator for resuscitation. How could it be that the situation worsened? Could it be that the energy was insufficient and required augmentation? Ziz. A spark of electricity flickered in the palm of Qin Feng's hand. Feng Ge, are you planning to strike again? Tang Sen hurriedly interjected, attempting to prevent him. If another blow were to land, there would be no opportunity to even leave a testament. It would lead to immediate demise. I was pondering whether the power was inadequate and considered providing the master with an additional charge. Feng Ge, may I ask what caused the teacher to end up in this state? Tang Sen stood in front of Qin Feng, a mixture of amusement and despair in his expression. Poisoned, indeed. However, after he uttered those words, it was as if a light had dawned upon him. The master was afflicted by poison. The foremost task should have been to expel the toxin, so why had he resorted to a form of electrotherapy? Even if he managed to revive the heart, the poison would still linger. Qin Feng tapped his head, realizing that in a moment of folly, he had nearly brought about the master's demise. Perhaps I should attempt a different approach? Qin Feng inquired, glancing at Tang San. Brother Feng, please reconsider. Tang Sen interjected with a pained expression, positioning himself in front of Qin Feng. He could not deny that Brother Feng was an extraordinary individual, yet when it came to healing, he felt a sense of trepidation. Chapter 33, Return My Beautiful Hammer. So, Tang San, do you possess any remedies? Qin Feng asked, looking at the barrier Tang San had formed. Tang San shook his head slightly. Had he possessed a solution, he would have acted long ago instead of waiting for Brother Feng. Well then, if you could treat me, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Do you wish to witness the master's demise? Qin Feng pressed on. Tang San reluctantly stepped aside, disheartened. He truly wished for no harm to come to his teacher. If Brother Feng had a method of healing, he would undoubtedly welcome it. However, the question remained, what kind of treatment could it be? Yet he felt utterly incapable of healing. If this continued, it would only lead to the master's peaceful passing. Very well. I shall place my faith in you, Brother Feng. Tang Xin seemed to have made a monumental decision, exhaling deeply from the depths of his being. Do not place your trust in me too readily. I am merely experimenting. If it succeeds, splendid. If not, we can dig a grave for the master and commemorate him annually, Qin Feng remarked, gripping the hammer in his hand, his gaze taking on a peculiar intensity. That seems to be the only option, Tang Xin replied with a resigned smile. Wait, Brother Feng, may I say one last thing? As Qin Feng prepared to act, Tang Xin hastily called out. What is it? Qin Feng asked, puzzled. Brother Feng, I noticed that when you attempted to save the person, it appeared akin to an attack. Genuine healing should not be mistaken for aggression, should it? It feels as though you are not saving someone, but rather striking them. Who saves a person and rends their garments in the process. Now that you mention it, I too have begun to sense that. Qin Feng had previously realized that he seemed unable to harness the power of the 9-heart blood sea begonia. Rather, he was still channeling the force of lightning. Moreover, he noticed that this lightning seemed considerably weakened after passing through the platinum hammer. Now that even Tang Xin had discerned this, was it possible that he had indeed taken a wrong turn? Understanding that Tang Xin was a traveler from another world, Qin Feng knew that his words carried weight. Focusing intently, Qin Feng infused his soul power into the two-instrument Heavenly Gang Hammer. Soon, he discovered that his soul power remained concentrated within the black gold hammer, failing to merge with the platinum hammer. The 9-heart blood sea begonia hadn't absorbed even a fragment of soul power. With this realization, Qin Feng finally achieved a profound understanding. It seems that I had unwittingly employed my soul technique to strike the master. The blood he expelled was not a sign of recovery, but rather the consequence of my hammer forcefully compressing his abdomen. Goodness, how fortunate that the master lies here. Had he known the method I employed for his healing, would he not have sought to rend me into fragments? Thankfully, Shaoxin intervened. Or else we would have been singing a requiem for the master together in the soul-hunting forest. With a swift motion of my wrist, I channeled my soul power, forcibly redirecting it towards the platinum hammer and the 9-heart blood sea peony. As the ferocious soul energy surged forth, the previously sealed gateway of the 9-heart blood sea peony swung wide open. Beneath the platinum hammer, the crimson petals began to unfurl at a visibly accelerating pace, ascending like a blossoming flower. This blood-red blossom radiated a crimson glow, emanating an extraordinary healing force. Could this be the 9-heart blood sea peony? The flower appeared for but half a second before vanishing before my eyes, merging into the two instruments Heavenly Gang Hammer. The once platinum hammer now bore a faint reddish hue. Very well, let me put this to the test. In an instant, a surge of violent soul power coursed through me as I brought the hammer down upon the master. Each strike rejuvenated him incrementally, restoring his essence. My speed multiplied several times, and I struck with fervor. The master's heart, which had nearly ceased its rhythm, began to beat anew. Shaoxin, assist the master in removing his garments, I instructed as I continued to strike the master's head. Without hesitation, Tang Xin stepped forward, and upon peeling away the master's clothing, he was taken aback. The outer layer of the master's skin had swollen, encasing a layer of black liquid within. It appeared as though he was encased in a colossal blister filled with this noxious liquid. Suddenly, a spark of electricity pierced through. The massive black blister promptly burst, unleashing a foul, putrid liquid that gushed forth from the master's body like a dam breaking under pressure. With a sigh of relief, I delivered a heavy blow to the master's swollen head. Then, akin to squeezing a sponge, the toxic fluid sprayed out. The master was returning to normal. Tang Xin gazed at me as if I were a devil. This method of healing was truly unprecedented. That last blow had exhausted me thoroughly. Shaoxin, I need to rest for a moment, I said, feeling utterly drained. The exertion of the 9-heart blood sea peony had completely depleted my soul power. I lay down and swiftly succumbed to slumber. When I awoke, it was already the following morning. Brother Feng, you're awake? Tang Xin greeted me, tending to a fire as he prepared some wild vegetables. Shaoxin, how is it that you even brought a pot? I asked, astonished at his resourcefulness. This is what I found within the soul guide, the item that the teacher had given me upon our earlier venture into the forest. Now that the teacher has returned to normal, Tang Xin's mood has markedly improved. Last night, upon inspecting the soul guide, he discovered some cooking utensils and decided to take them out. Oh, how delightful. Qin Feng swallowed hard, his gaze fixated on the pot of wild vegetables, his mouth watering. It has been several days since he last had a proper meal, and he was now nearly skin and bones. We have all gone days without substantial nourishment, ordinarily. Feng Ge, you would scoff at such fare. Tang Xin chuckled warmly. Oh, I don't believe I have ever tasted these wild vegetables. How do you know I would disdain them? A flicker of doubt sparkled in Qin Feng's eyes. Feng Ge, do you not recall? During your first visit to my home, that very dish was served at the table. You took a single leaf and resolutely refused to eat any more. insisting instead on preparing your own dinner that evening. Tang Sen replied, half-jokingly. Just as the two engaged in their banter, a sudden cough interrupted them. Chapter 34. The Master Awakens Teacher. Tang Sen instinctively reacted upon hearing the sound, his entire demeanor shifting. Yet, the master did not fully awaken, appearing to be in a rather dazed state. Tang Sen turned to Qin Feng and remarked, Our teacher is in dire need of care right now. While Feng Ge could assist, I possess a bit more attentiveness. Hence, it is most fitting for you to fetch the Chilean grass. This is a secret technique of the Tang sect. Xiao Feng, why did you ignore my advice and insist on absorbing that Millennium Soul Ring? The master suddenly sat up, delivering a slap to Tang San, followed by a flurry of blows. Fortunately, Tang San had anticipated this and managed to evade the onslaught. However, it became evident that the master was intent on reprimanding Feng Ge for his reckless decision to absorb the Millennium Soul Ring, a choice the master deemed fatal. The subconscious, akin to a hidden demon within the human psyche, compels individuals to act in ways they would typically avoid. This manifests most vividly in dreams, where the subconscious becomes active, leading many to experience scenarios in their dreams that they would not dare pursue in reality. In this sense, the master now resembled a somnambulist. What is happening to the master? Qin Feng inquired. Do you believe that he is currently striking you, Feng Ge? Tang San restrained the master's limbs, yet he continued to flail, occasionally throwing punches as if venting frustration at an unseen adversary. This shouldn't be happening. Qin Feng remarked with a wry smile as he observed Tang San and the seemingly sleepwalking master. Where is the Chilean grass you were supposed to collect? Now is not the time for explanations. We must first calm the teacher. Here it is. Qin Feng produced a generous handful. This herb grows abundantly along riverbanks, so he was not at all reluctant to gather it. Brother Feng, I must trouble you to reduce this substance to a fine powder, preferably within this bowl. Tang San retrieved another bowl from the soul-guiding device. Very well. Qin Feng had no reason to refuse. So he fashioned a small pestle on the spot and began to crush the celery orchid grass. The verdant juice was administered to the master, while the remaining residue was smeared upon his forehead. Within a mere minute or two, the master fell into a serene silence. At last, it was time to dine. With the celery orchid grass in their possession, Tang Sen felt a sense of reassurance. The two of them each took a bowl and commenced their breakfast. After they finished, they fed the master a bit as well, primarily soup, as the master could not consume anything else. 3 days swiftly passed. During this time, as both Qin Feng and Tang San had returned to their normal states, their meals had significantly improved. Almost every evening, they enjoyed meat, and the master also benefited from a bit of meat broth. Having been in a coma for so many days, despite being a formidable soul master, he could not withstand hunger. It was essential to have something in his stomach. Today, I will go hunting. Brother Feng, please keep a close watch over our teacher. Little San expressed a hint of concern to Qin Feng. Throughout these days spent together, Tang San had observed that while Brother Feng was adept at healing through battle, caring for others was perhaps beyond his capabilities. Rest assured, everything will be fine with me around. He then reclined on the grass, propping his legs up and singing a tune. Time passed, and Qin Feng faintly felt someone kicking him, jolting him awake. He had dozed off unexpectedly. Xiao Feng, I told you not to absorb the Millennium Soul Ring, and now look at this. Qin Feng was met with the icy gaze of the master. Master, you're awake? Qin Feng exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the master regaining consciousness. His astonishment quickly morphed into exhilaration. With the master awake, they could finally leave this wretched place. They had been here for far too long, and everything had become tiresome. You still dare to smile? I was meant to die alone, but you insisted on accompanying me, leaving only Little San behind. The master lamented, filled with regret. He felt he had let down both Little San and Tang Hao, previously poisoned. He believed he had no chance of survival and had intended for the two young ones to live on. However, Qin Feng had stubbornly insisted on absorbing the Millennium Soul Ring, resulting in their mutual demise. Master, I believe you must have misunderstood. Neither of us is dead. Qin Feng attempted to clarify. Nevertheless, the master waved his sleeve dismissively, steadfast in his belief that he was dead, and so was Qin Feng. Teacher, you're awake. Just as Qin Feng was about to relinquish his efforts, a clear voice rang out from afar. It was Tang San's voice. He approached, carrying several wild rabbits on his back. Little San. The master was taken aback upon seeing Tang San, his surprise palpable. Could it be that his theories were flawed? Had the limits of a soul master's first soul ring been misjudged, allowing Little San to descend as well? However, the data he studied for most of his life should be infallible. Teacher, what kind of gaze is that? Tang San vaguely sensed a peculiar look from the master directed at him. Xiao San, have you also perished? The master regarded Tang San with a hint of perplexity. Tang San then turned to Qin Feng, who merely rolled his eyes in response. I cannot outmatch your teacher. You should elucidate to him why we have perished. Qin Feng shrugged in resignation. No matter how he articulated his case, the other party simply refused to believe him. There was little he could do. Since the other party was Xiao San's teacher, it would be up to Xiao San to convince him. Teacher, we are, in fact, not dead. After grasping the situation, Tang San explained with a touch of exasperation. How is that possible? I was afflicted with the venom of the black mandala snake. Even the methods of the spirit hall would scarcely save me. The master declared resolutely. Chapter 35, The Master's Confusion. Indeed, teacher, you were poisoned, but later, Feng Gu revived you, Tang San clarified. The master's expression was extremely vivid, resembling someone who had just heard utter nonsense. At the moment he laid down and closed his eyes, he had already resigned himself to the conclusion of his life. Had this been uttered by anyone else, the master would have had no desire to listen. Yet, since it was said by Xiao San, a child who appeared genuinely sincere and unlikely to speak falsehoods, could it be that Feng really had saved him? But how? The master gazed at Qin Feng, then shifted his focus back to Tang San. Teacher, perhaps it is better you remain uninformed. Observing the master's stern demeanor, Tang San felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. This is unacceptable. Have you forgotten what I told you? You must learn to explore the truth. Since you claim I was not dead and was saved, let me see the evidence. The master insisted with an air of determination. Proving my father is my father? Upon hearing the master's words, Qin Feng was suddenly struck by a thought. It seemed the master had perhaps slept too much and was a bit oxygen deprived, needing a good shake to clear his mind. Master, do you truly wish to know how I healed you? Qin Feng approached, inquiring with a different demeanor. Xiao Feng, you must understand. The spirit of inquiry is the fundamental essence of a scholar. Very well, the spirit of inquiry. Qin Feng then unleashed the Tiangang Hammer. Xiao Feng, what do you intend to do? The master retreated 2 steps, his eyes wide with fear. Master, did you not say scholars are seekers of knowledge? Then allow me to demonstrate how I healed you. Qin Feng advanced with the hammer in hand. Feng Gu, be gentle. Do not harm the teacher, Tang San cautioned, patting his own forehead. Shortly thereafter, a cacophony of screams echoed through the forest for several minutes. Absurd. Utterly absurd. How can this be? This is simply beyond belief. Beside a fire, the master banged his thigh. The hammer wielded by Qin Feng could indeed heal, if one disregarded the pain. It could be said that the more one was struck, the more invigorated they became. Moreover, Qin Feng had integrated a Millennium Spirit Ring, a revelation even more astonishing than his ability to cure the serpent's venom. Master, allow me to serve you a bowl of meat soup, Tang San said, taking a spoon and ladling a bowl of soup for the master. The master took a blissful sip, and it seemed as though a surge of vitality coursed through him. Qin Feng was acutely aware of the reason behind the master's exhilaration, after dedicating a significant portion of his life to the theory of the 10 core competencies. Encountering someone like Qin Feng was undoubtedly exhausting for him. Xiao Feng, let me witness you once more conjure the Millennium Spirit Ring, the master said. Gazing at Qin Feng with an air of skepticism, a surge of soul power erupted from Qin Feng, and in an instant, a purple spirit ring materialized. Hehe, Xiao San is the embodiment of my 10 core competencies, while you, Xiao Feng, have become their disruptor. I find myself at a loss whether to laugh or cry. The master remarked with a wry smile as he gazed at Xiao San upon seeing the purple spirit ring again. The first principle of the 10 core competencies of martial spirits is the age of the spirit rings, with a single ring reaching a maximum of 423 years. The master's precision down to the last digit stemmed from his unwavering confidence in his research. However, he had not anticipated that Qin Feng would manifest a Millennium Spirit Ring, a phenomenon unprecedented in his experience. Truth be told, he felt a sense of confusion, questioning whether he had been somewhat narrow-minded in his investigations over the years. I was merely fortunate that the Thunder Tyrant Tiger had just ascended to a millennium, Qin Feng said to the master, wary of causing him to lose heart, fearing that it might lead to a lasting decline in the master's spirits. He understood that feeling all too well. It was akin to laboriously composing a thesis of thousands of words, only to discover that even the simplest data were erroneous. He had experienced such a sensation upon graduating, and had his resilience been slightly less, he might have leapt from the 8th floor of the Mingda building. That was the culmination of an entire academic year's worth of effort. Now, the master's lifelong dedication, a theory he regarded as truth, had been irreparably shattered by Qin Feng. Anyone would feel disheartened in such a situation. The master patted Qin Feng on the shoulder, feeling much more at ease. Before long, morning arrived. Due to the master's incomplete recovery, Qin Feng and Xiao San assisted him out of the soul-hunting forest. Upon reaching the outside market, they rented a carriage, which made their journey considerably easier. Together, Qin Feng and Tang San helped the master ascend to the loft. The master's residence was situated above. with his study located in front and his sleeping quarters behind it. Thank you both. You have truly worked hard, the master said, sitting on a stool, looking at the two with immense gratitude. As a mere guest professor at the Nodding Junior Soulmaster Academy, he had no family ties there aside from his friendship with the principal. These two children had afforded him his first experience of familial warmth in this place. Xiao Feng. Xiao-san, when the time comes, you may go to the spirit hall to test your soul power. Once you become soul masters, you will each receive a gold coin monthly, allowing you to relinquish the burdens of being work-study students. The master said to the two as he sat on the stool. Master, I shall fetch you some lunch, Qin Feng replied. Rest assured, I shall not perish from hunger, and I have some provisions stored here. You may continue with your endeavors. The master gestured dismissively. Tang Xin hesitated, wanting to speak, but holding back. Though my health is poor and work has been suspended, you must not cease your cultivation. Otherwise, that would be a grave error. The master was well aware of Tang Xin's thoughts. He first considered his own well-being, which brought the master great comfort. However, in comparison to his own condition, the cultivation of the two was far more crucial. He could not allow Tang Xin to halt his training for his sake. Moreover, after the treatment with the 9-heart blood sea tang, his health had significantly improved. Besides, he was a level 29 Great Soul Master, certainly not in need of care from two children. Very well, but remember to eat, Qin Feng said as he and Tang Xin descended the stairs. Tang San, why do you seem so distracted? Qin Feng inquired, noticing Tang San with his head lowered. At that moment, a small, slender figure rushed towards them. Chapter 36, The Two Factions of the Academy. The small male student appeared as though he had found a savior. Li, what is the matter? Qin Feng and Tang Xin exchanged surprised glances at the male student, who had always been seen alongside Wang Sheng. They recognized his face, but did not know his full name. Brother Feng, Brother San, trouble has arisen. We, the working students, have clashed with the noble children, and a fight has broken out on the back mountain. Moreover, Sister Xiao Wu has wagered with the nobles' leader, Xiao, that the loser must obey the winner. The small male student spoke with a worried expression. He had just sent someone for assistance, and, upon seeing Brother Feng and Brother San supporting the master upstairs, hurriedly followed. What? Lead the way, quickly take us there. Thus, the male student led the way, with Qin Feng and Tang San following closely behind. Meanwhile, on the back mountain, two factions had emerged. To the east of the lawn stood the working students, while to the west were the noble children. The ground was uneven, making it difficult to stand steadily. You working students are truly overestimating yourselves, daring to challenge the most handsome and strongest leader of the 6th grade at Nodding Academy, Xiao. I doubt we shall see your humble kind around the academy much longer, a male noble student declared with a cold gaze directed at the group of working students. His expression filled with disdain. Little girl, you still have time to regret it. Although I wouldn't mind having another pet rabbit, taunted a burly youth, his lips curling into a contemptuous smirk. Leader Xiao, are you afraid? If you are, then just call me Sister Xiao Wu, and we can let today's matter go. Xiao Wu proclaimed with great authority towards the burly youth. Anyone who bullied her working students would face her wrath directly. Over the past fortnight, Xiao Wu's popularity had soared, and all working students heeded her command, leading to numerous incidents, ultimately culminating in this confrontation between the working students and the noble children. Am I afraid? Do you not wish to inquire about who I am? In this Nodding Academy, I can assure you that no one dares to challenge my authority. Not only within the academy, but throughout the entire Nodding City, I can walk with confidence, for I, Xiao Qinyu, am the son of the city lord, declared the robust young man, pointing to his chest. At that moment, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Indeed, no one would dare to provoke the son of the city lord. It was no wonder he exuded such arrogance, as even the teachers of the academy refrained from intervening in this matter, knowing he had a powerful father. I care not who your father is. If you provoke my sister Xiaowu, you shall face the consequences, Xiaowu retorted, arms crossed, and sporting a disdainful expression. However, the combination of her scorn and her youthful, delicate visage added a touch of charm to her demeanor. Huh, Wang Sheng, has your group of work-study students truly fallen to such depths that you would allow a mere girl to lead you? She appears scarcely beyond her childhood. Quit your prattle. If there's nothing more to discuss, let's get on with it. I am here to duel, not to engage in petty insults, Xiaowu exclaimed, her impatience evident as she stamped her foot. Ah, indeed, such childishness. Very well, I shall not bully you. We shall each send out 10 participants, taking turns to battle. The victor may proceed to the next round until all from the opposing side are defeated. What say you? Dai Laodao proposed, a sly smile playing on his lips. Their side was comprised of noble youths, whereas the work-study students had only a couple of strong contenders. The odds were decidedly in their favor. Even if Xiaowu proved formidable, a series of opponents would surely overwhelm her. All right, let us proceed. Who shall be the first to step forward? Wang Sheng, having spent years in this environment, recognized the trap set for Xiaowu. However, with her agreement, retreat was not an option. Sister Xiaowu, allow me to go first. I am familiar with their fighters and can hold my ground, Wang Sheng suggested, determined to shield Xiaowu for a few rounds, hoping to even the odds. Very well. You may take the lead, Xiaowu replied, exuding the confidence of a true leader. Wang Sheng, I never claimed this round was for you. I merely intended to stretch a bit, smirked a male student wielding a stick, addressing Wang Sheng. With that, a somewhat slender young man stepped forward. Your opponent this time is me, Pai Feng, an 11th level spirit master wielding the silver ring poison vine. A white soul ring shimmered before them. An 11th level spirit master, gasped many of the work-study students, taken aback by Pai Feng's unexpected advancement. Wang Sheng felt a wave of apprehension. Whether he could withstand this formidable adversary was uncertain. The students from their work-study program are devoid of soul rings, while the noble offspring, including the esteemed Xiao and one known as Pai Feng, possess them. It appears the situation for the work-study students today is somewhat precarious. A cold smirk graced Pai Feng's lips as he spoke. To be honest, he was genuinely grateful to that young man named Qin Feng from last time. He was akin to an 80-year-old green bamboo. Now, filled with confidence, he believed that if he encountered the one surnamed Qin again, he could easily obliterate his opponent's head. Humph. The underling who was defeated by our brother Feng has returned to prance about just as he is healed. Wang Sheng let out a derisive laugh, his gaze taking on an unusual intensity. What did you say? Upon hearing this, a chilling shadow passed through Pai Feng's eyes. It was a forbidden topic for him. What did I say that you cannot hear? Are you deaf? Wang Sheng retorted with a scoff. I see you are courting death. Pai Feng lunged forward with a swift stride. Chapter 37. Challenge to Qin Feng? Third update. Soul Technique. Lockdown. Black vines, akin to lurking serpents, surged forth, instantly sealing all avenues of retreat for Wang Sheng. Roar. Wang Sheng clenched his fists tightly, unleashing a surge of ferocious power. His martial spirit was that of a tiger, and most beast martial spirits are fused. After this fusion, both his speed and attack power soared to unprecedented heights. With a fierce tiger pounce, he attempted to forcibly tear through Pai Feng's blockade. However, as his claws made contact with the black vines, Pai Feng's lips curled into a slight grin, observing him as one would a monkey. His soul ring was that of green bamboo, which possesses remarkable resilience. Even an opponent of equal rank would find it exceedingly difficult to break through his vine barrier, let alone someone without a soul ring. Indeed, as Wang Sheng's claws struck the confines of the opponent's vine prison, he found himself utterly dumbfounded, realizing that his claws could not budge an inch. What was happening? At that moment, Qin Feng and Tang San arrived at the scene. Upon seeing them, Xiao Wu's face lit up with joy. How could you be so impulsive as to engage in battle with the noble offspring? Due to several senior work-study students standing before them, the nobles had not noticed Qin Feng and Tang San's arrival. Humph, I knew you would say that. They have come to bully us. Can we really endure this? Xiao Wu crossed her arms, pouting indignantly. Tang San understood Xiao Wu's temperament. She was a girl who would never let go of a grudge and would not conceal her feelings. The advantage of such a character is her straightforwardness, while the disadvantage is her recklessness. If she encountered someone cunning, she could easily be outsmarted. Xiao Wu shot Tang San an angry glare, her fury palpable. Meanwhile, Qin Feng observed quietly from the sidelines, unwilling to involve himself in their matters. But Tang San was at a loss for words. How could someone of such young age harbor such thoughts? It seemed they truly needed to teach them a lesson this time. As the three discussed, a tremendous force surged towards them. Wang Sheng was hurled like a bowling ball, instantly knocking several disciples who stood before Xiao Wu and her companions into disarray, their cries echoing in the air. TSK, TSK, Wang Sheng, it seems you are lacking. How could you still claim to be the foremost among the diligent students? Pai Feng remarked with a smug expression, embodying the arrogance of a victor. Indeed, he was the offspring of General Pai, a true talent emerging from the Tiger Gate. Xiao Laoda praised Pai Feng with an air of admiration. You flatter me. It is Wang Sheng's inability that is evident, Pai Feng replied, slightly lifting his chin with a grin as he regarded Wang Sheng, who resembled a drenched rat. You have lost the first round. Who do you intend to send out for the second? Xiao Laoda inquired, his demeanor brimming with confidence. How about I take the stage? At that moment, three shorter figures emerged before the gathering of noble youths, with Tang San stepping forward from the left. It is you, Pai Feng exclaimed, visibly excited upon seeing Tang San and Qin Feng. Meanwhile, Xiao Laoda's gaze remained fixed on the right, where the other party's eyes glimmered with incredulity. What is the matter? Tang San approached Pai Feng. He was curious to see whether his blue silver grass would triumph over the opponent's silver ring poison vine. With his blue silver grass now infused with toxicity, the outcome was uncertain. Humph, You worthless being with blue-silver grass. I have no interest in battling you. I want to challenge this young man, Pai Feng declared, pointing at Qin Feng. Oh, you wish to challenge Brother Feng? Initially, Tang Sen intended to teach Pai Feng a lesson for his insolence, but upon hearing that he aimed to confront Qin Feng, he couldn't help but smile. The fool was clearly courting disaster. The events relayed by his teacher in the carriage had recounted how Brother Feng had defeated the Thunder Overlord Tiger without a spirit ring. Now, equipped with a purple spirit ring, his strength was unfathomable. Truth be told, Tang San believed that even if he exhausted all his secret techniques, he could barely contend with Brother Feng. If Pai Feng sought his own demise, Tang Sen would not intervene. With a resolute demeanor, he stepped back. Last time you bested me, but this time I possess a spirit ring. I am eager to see how you intend to overpower me, Pai Feng proclaimed with great pride. Once you can be defeated, you can always be defeated. Have you not heard this saying? A large black hammer materialized in Qin Feng's grasp, its appearance sudden and imposing. A saying? Who uttered that? Pai Feng mused, pondering if his inattentiveness in class had led him to miss such wisdom. I said it. Qin Feng replied with a smirk. You dare toy with me. I shall turn you into a training accident this time. Dark vines surged forth, rapidly coiling around Qin Feng. Yet, Qin Feng stood resolutely in place, unwavering as he gazed at Pai Feng. What is this fool doing, standing still? Many noble youths questioned, their expressions tinged with astonishment. Suddenly, a sound akin to time freezing resonated through the air. The mighty hammer effortlessly shattered the black vine of the opponent, subsequently striking the head of Pai Feng. How is this possible? How could you breach my defense? Pai Feng gazed incredulously at Qin Feng. What is impossible about it? It is simply as such, Qin Feng declared, swinging the hammer with fervor, each blow landing upon Pai Feng's head. The soul technique Pai Feng had invoked dissipated in an instant. Pai Feng was not a fool. If he were to charge recklessly on a true battlefield, he would have perished countless times by now. Thus, he resolved to summon reinforcements. If we all join forces, this brat is surely finished. Brother Liu Erlong, Brother Ling Feng, shall we unite our strength? I will defend while you attack, Pai Feng proposed, approaching Liu Erlong and Ling Feng. However, he failed to notice the peculiar demeanor of Liu Erlong and Ling Feng, who appeared somewhat hesitant, as if they had encountered something terrifying. What a bunch of useless cowards. What is wrong with you two? Pai Feng scolded them angrily before striding towards Xiao Da. Chapter 38, Lord Feng? Yet, he was oblivious to Xiao Chunyu, who was preparing to sidestep behind him. Xiao Da, it was this brat who attacked me last time and even stole my card. Pai Feng ranted, cursing Qin Feng while addressing Xiao Chunyu. You Qin, turtle. Today I, Xiao Da, am here. If you have the courage, come and face me. Pai Feng's lips curled into a sinister smirk, revealing a fierce glimmer in his eyes. Oh, is that so? Qin Feng, with his signature smile, stepped forward deliberately. Who is this work-study student? This year's work-study student seems exceptionally formidable. Pai Feng is the son of the Grand General of Notting City. Offending him is already quite precarious, yet he dares to challenge Xiao Da? Murmured many students, their gazes fixed on the unfamiliar Qin Feng. To them, this lad must be tired of living. However, work-study students are often seen as expendable if they perish. So be it. How could they possibly compare to the elevated noble offspring? Brother Feng, do not act impulsively. Xiao Da is an 11th level soul master and possesses the rare white soul ring, rumored to have defeated 12th level soul masters. Wang Sheng cautioned Qin Feng. Yet, Qin Feng had already stepped forth, leaving Wang Sheng to cast a worried glance at Tang San. The reason Xiao Da had attained his position as the leader of the Notting Junior Academy was partly due to his lineage, but primarily due to his formidable strength. In the Douluo continent, one's background may enhance one's prestige, yet ultimately, it is one's own abilities that matter most. One must forge their own strength, they say. Upon hearing Wang Sheng's words, Xiao Wu began to share in the concern. However, at that moment, Tang San wore a mysterious smile. Today, boss, you promised to break that brat's legs and crush his skull. However, I only desire that you incapacitate him completely, so I may torment him at my leisure. Pai Feng's face twisted with rage, his teeth grinding, fists cracking ominously. Meanwhile, Xiao, the boss, remained turned away from Pai Feng, his countenance dark and his body trembling. Were it not for the sheer cliff behind them, he would have leapt into the abyss. Who knew Pai Feng had provoked such a formidable figure? Oh, you intend to break my legs, do you? Qin Feng glanced at Liu Erlong and Ling Feng, who immediately averted their gazes, as though they had encountered a ghost. Xiao, teach him a lesson. We, the noble science, are the true rulers of Notting Academy. Pai Feng raised his fists, mistakenly believing Xiao was merely gathering his strength, and began to rally the crowd with fervent cries. Xiao, teach him a lesson. We, the noble science, are the rightful kings. In an instant, all the noble youths joined in a chorus of shouts. The overwhelming response exhilarated Pai Feng, prompting him to shout even louder. Yet, Qin Feng stood unwavering at the forefront, as though he were a rock amidst a tempest, unfazed by the approaching throng. I'll let you play the stoic. Once Xiao is ready, you shall realize your folly, Pai Feng declared coldly, jutting out his chin defiantly. Suddenly, a crisp sound resonated throughout the arena. Silence enveloped the crowd in an instant. Shouldn't the blows be directed at the work-study students? The students on that side were equally bewildered. Xiao Wu gazed at Tang San, her cherubic face filled with confusion. Tang San shrugged slightly. He truly was at a loss. Previously, he had no worries, confident in Feng Guo's strength, but now Xiao had unexpectedly slapped Pai Feng. A turn of events he could not have anticipated. Feng Guo, this is akin to a deluge overwhelming the Dragon King's temple. Our family has collided with theirs. A burly youth approached with a mischievous grin, his face adorned with a semblance of apology. Feng Guo? Many wore expressions of bewilderment. This scoundrel referred to Xiao as Feng Guo? Oh, you remember me? Qin Feng's lips curled into a subtle smile, a knowing gleam in his eyes. He was not feigning. Who could have guessed that the three ruffians he had once decisively overpowered were Xiao, Liu Erlong, and Ling Feng? Upon arriving, Qin Feng had recognized the leading figure, Xiao, and realized the nobility's tragic fate was about to unfold. How absurd, this is Feng Guo. Are you blind? What is wrong with having a meal with him? Do you seek revenge? Are we nobles so miserly? Xiao exclaimed, seething with indignation as he continued to reprimand Pai Feng. To be candid, had this individual not been the son of a general under his father's command, Xiao Chunyu would have truly contemplated ending his life today. Moreover, he had informed his father of the incident, who advised him to avoid antagonizing such a person. Though Notting City is a small border town, it is a place where hidden talents abound. Anyone capable of injuring a 12-year-old spirit master at the age of 6, without any ability to retaliate, is indeed extraordinary. What are you all waiting for? Shout for Feng Guo. Xiao bellowed in frustration. In an instant, the voice of Wind Master echoed. Xiao Dezai, trembling with trepidation, approached Qin Feng and retrieved 2 cafeteria meal cards from his pocket. Master Feng, I apologize. I truly did not anticipate that our families would encounter one another, he humbly expressed, bowing deeply. You do possess a certain perceptiveness, Qin Feng remarked with a playful smile, casting a unique glance at Xiao Qinyu. Thank you, Master Feng. May I go and offer my apologies to Miss Xiaowu? Xiao Dezai's timid gaze sought Qin Feng's approval. Upon receiving a nod, he sighed in relief and hurried to Xiaowu. Miss Xiaowu, I was in the wrong earlier. This is my compensation for you. From this moment forth, you shall be my aunt. Whatever you say shall be law. And should you direct us eastward, I assure you, my brothers shall not venture west. Assuming an exceedingly humble posture, Xiao Dezai presented the other golden card to Xiaowu. Just call me Sister Xiaowu from now on, and you all must take on the responsibilities of all the work-study students. After a brief moment of surprise, Xiaowu grasped the cafeteria card with a commanding demeanor, pointing at Xiao Dezai and the other noble youths. Very well, we shall take care of everything, Xiao Dezai proclaimed, thumping his chest in assurance. At that moment, all Xiao Qinyu desired was to swiftly send away this formidable presence. He was willing to go so far as to compensate the work-study students rather than face any further confrontation. You have shown wisdom. We shall take our leave now. With the noble youths conceding, their presence here became redundant. Watching Xiaowu and her companions depart, Xiao Dezai exhaled with relief. However, at that very instant, a hand gently rested on his shoulder. A chill ran down his spine as he froze, recognizing the aura of Qin Feng. How delightful that you have shown such understanding this time. I had anticipated we would engage in another bout. Coincidentally, I have recently acquired a new soul ring and am in need of some practice, Qin Feng remarked with a subtle smile, laden with meaning. A new soul ring. Master Feng, you jest. How could I dare to fight you? Even if I had tenfold courage, I would not presume to challenge you. Xiao Dezai half sank before Qin Feng, a bitter expression on his face. Last time, without a soul ring, they were already outmatched. Now, with one, it would be a certain defeat. Who would jest at their own expense? Then, it appears the responsibilities of the work-study students shall fall to you, Qin Feng observed, his lips curling into a slight smile as he took small steps away. Xiao Dezai, who is this fellow? Pi Feng, who had overheard the exchange between Xiao Qinyu and Qin Feng, dared not utter a word. He and Xiao Dezai were of the same age, and over the years, Xiao Dezai had always been a standout among their peers. He had never witnessed such fear in him. Is he merely a child? Why the excessive fear? Who is he? Do you comprehend how these uneven patches on the ground came to be? Do you know why Liu Erlong and I only just got out of bed today? Xiao Dezai regarded Pi Feng with a frigid expression. Pi Feng, bewildered, shook his head in confusion. When it comes to Qin Feng, a hint of trepidation flickers in Xiao Qinyu's eyes. Is he truly that formidable? The young man clad in leather armor gazes, wide-eyed and agog, at the senior Xiao, questioning whether the latter is jesting. How could he possibly possess such strength? Are all work-study students not deemed worthless? At this moment, other noble scions gathered around, eager to discern the identity of the individual who could instill fear even in the son of the Lord of Nodding City. Do not blame me for the warning. It is prudent to avoid provoking that eccentric. Upon encountering him, one should humbly address him as Master Feng. Otherwise, even divine intervention may not save you. Observing the encroaching crowd, Xiao Qinyu uttered this dire statement. Initially, the onlookers maintained an air of indifference, but upon hearing those words, an inexplicable weight pressed upon them. Moreover, witnessing the unprecedented seriousness etched on Zhao's face tightened each heart in trepidation. It seems that in future encounters with this individual, a detour would be wise. If even the son of the city lord harbors such fear, what fate awaits us mere commoners? Enough of this gathering. Let us first attend to the areas designated for the work-study students. Under Xiao Qinyu's leadership, a remarkable phenomenon unfolded at Nodding Academy today. The diligent work-study students, who typically toiled under the scorching sun, had vanished, replaced instead by pampered scions of affluent families. These delicately skinned noble youths, unaccustomed to such labor, suffered from skin irritations and were pricked by thorns. In Dormitory 7, it was apparent to all that the noble faction had made an unprecedented concession. The work-study students had triumphed over their aristocratic counterparts solely due to the presence of Brother Feng. Why are so many people gathered here? Qin Feng pondered as he surveyed the dormitory, surprised to find over 20 individuals encircling him. Dormitory 7 is divided into east and west wings, and the east wing, where Qin Feng and his companions resided, housed merely a dozen or so individuals. Brother Feng, they all wish to know why Xiao Qinyu fears you so greatly that he refers to you as Master Feng, said Tang San, a wry smile adorning his face as he regarded Qin Feng. To be frank, he too was curious about the reason. Indeed, Brother Feng, what could compel Xiao Qinyu to so willingly concede defeat? Xiao Wu approached, echoing Tang San's sentiment. At this moment, she, like Tang San, had adopted the term Brother Feng. Given that Qin Feng was indeed her senior and possessed considerable strength, addressing him in such a manner seemed entirely reasonable. Oh, our little sister Xiao Wu has taken to calling me Brother Feng? Qin Feng regarded her with a teasing glint in his eye. Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed crimson. In the eyes of ordinary work-study students, she was a veritable legend, yet in the presence of Tang San and Qin Feng, the dynamic shifted, for both had bested her. Albeit neither sought to bask in the glory of their triumph. Brother Feng, please refrain from teasing Xiao Wu. Instead, enlighten us about why Xiao Qinyu so readily acknowledges you as Master Feng, Tang San implored. Ah, come now, I merely jested with Xiao Wu. Is that not acceptable? After all, she is your wife and my sister-in-law, Qin Feng replied, his demeanor suddenly adopting a more mischievous tone. A devilish smile gracing his lips as he looked at the two. Very well, I shall spare you my jests. In truth, there is little to it. I merely taught them a lesson previously, and I did not anticipate encountering them again today. Qin Feng observed Tang San's lowered head and Xiao Wu's flushed cheeks, and, with utmost seriousness, he remarked, did I not previously reprimand them? Tang San looked at Qin Feng in astonishment. Had he not spent nearly all his time in Qin Feng's company? When had Brother Feng engaged with these individuals? At that moment, Wang Sheng and the others listened quietly from the sidelines. The more they listened, the more incredulous they became. Back then, Brother Feng had already been capable of defeating Xiao Laoda and his companions to the ground, compelling them to call him grandfather. It was simply terrifying. Why were all the work-study students so extraordinary this year? By the way, Xiao-san, how did your quest for soul rings go? Upon learning the details, Xiao Wu gazed at Tang San with a mischievous grin. Not bad, it went relatively smoothly. Indeed, their search for soul rings had been successful. Both he and Brother Feng had found suitable soul rings. The only lingering concern for him was the teacher's injuries. Xiao Wu observed Qin Feng and Tang San. Oh, what of it? Tang San and Qin Feng exchanged puzzled glances. For some reason, both felt that the atmosphere was slightly off, a sense of foreboding rising within them. I, Xiao Wu, a first-year work-study student, possessing the rabbit martial spirit and being a level 12 battle soul master, hereby challenge both of you. A powerful surge of soul energy emanated from Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu actually had a soul ring, and it was level 12. Wang Sheng and the other work-study students were utterly astonished. They had never witnessed Xiao Wu unleash her martial spirit before. This was the very first time. No wonder she dared to challenge Xiao Laoda. She was brimming with confidence. Chapter 40, Testing Soul Power. Ah, Xiao-san, you and Xiao Wu should spar first. I shall see if Xiao Laoda and his group are diligently assisting our work-study students. Qin Feng sprang from his bed with agility and dashed outside, disappearing from sight in no time. His bed was conveniently located by the door, making his escape quite swift. However, Tang San was in a different predicament. Xiao Wu was right beside him, her unwavering gaze fixed upon him. Xiao Wu, I never imagined your martial spirit would truly be a rabbit. Tang San chuckled as he gently stroked Xiao Wu's ears. Her rabbit ears twitched slightly before she assumed a combat stance. Tang San internally resisted. He genuinely did not wish to fight Xiao Wu. Yet, at this moment, her relentless attacks were already upon him, caught off guard by the swift and continuous onslaught. Tang San, out of necessity, finally acquiesced to Xiao Wu's challenge. Meanwhile, Qin Feng had already sprinted out of the school gates. In any society, lacking financial resources is untenable. So Qin Feng resolved to visit the Spirit Hall to assess his soul power. Once he earned the Spirit Hall's recognition, he would receive a gold soul coin each month. At the very least, he would not have to worry about his livelihood. Strolling along the bustling street, after inquiring with a passerby for directions, he found the Spirit Hall's location within approximately 10 minutes. Regardless of whether in the Star Luo Empire or the Heaven Do Empire, the Spirit Hall's position has always been distinctly iconic. It was a place of solemn grandeur, reminiscent of a cathedral, encircled by iron railings that resembled a slumbering beast. The expansive square was accentuated by two imposing sculptures, and a few patrolling soldiers occasionally passed by, adding a lively sparkle to the scene. At that moment, Qin Feng was halted by the soldiers on patrol. Greetings, I hail from the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. My instructor has sent me here to assess my martial spirit. Qin Feng courteously addressed the soldiers. Their duty was to safeguard the martial spirit hall, and it would indeed be peculiar if they did not stop an unexpected visitor like Qin Feng. A student from the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy? Very well. You may proceed, one soldier replied, removing the weapon that blocked Qin Feng's path. As Qin Feng took a few steps forward, he overheard the soldiers engaging in hushed discussions. Had I been accepted into the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, I wouldn't be stationed here on guard duty, one soldier lamented. Comparisons are futile. Some individuals are destined for greatness, far beyond our reach. Their routine patrols around the square had become rather mundane, and this newfound topic of conversation momentarily piqued their interest. Qin Feng stepped lightly into the martial spirit hall of Nodding City. The structure was a colossal dome, which, through the eyes of this time traveler, could be likened to a blend of medieval European architecture with hints of ancient Roman influence, a veritable melange. Its façade spanned over 100 meters in width and soared more than 20 meters high, encompassing 3 full stories. The entire edifice was constructed of brown stone, with the main entrance resembling a long sword. Having perused numerous novels, Qin Feng vividly recalled that this was the insignia of the lowest-tier branch of the martial spirit hall. At the entrance, 2 guards stood at attention, embodying a military demeanor. Yet, Qin Feng sensed no significant fluctuation of soul power emanating from them. They appeared to lack even the status of soul masters. Indeed, given Nodding City's remote location, the guards were merely at the level of soul warriors. Greetings, uncles. I am a student from the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, sent here by my teacher to test my soul power. May I inquire where I should proceed for the assessment? Qin Feng inquired politely. A well-mannered child was always easier to deal with, and upon hearing Qin Feng's courteous request, one of the guards knelt down. I see. Young one, have you spotted that large circular pillar inside? Proceed towards it, ascend to the 2nd floor, and seek out Master Matthew, the Grand Soul Master, the guard advised, adjusting Qin Feng's attire before pointing inside. Thank you, uncle, Qin Feng replied graciously. However, just as he approached the pillar, preparing to ascend the stairs, an inquisitive gaze fell upon him. Child, what brings you here? A young woman in her 20s regarded him with a detached expression. Qin Feng, now aware of her presence, noticed that there were 2 individuals at the desk, one male and one female. Hello, big sister. I am here to test my soul power, Qin Feng politely responded. Testing your soul power? You mean awakening your soul power, correct? Is it yet another scion of that illustrious family? The young woman inquired with a keen interest as she gazed at Qin Feng. Typically, only the offspring of prominent families possess the privilege to awaken their martial souls at the Spirit Hall. No, I have already acquired my first soul ring. I am here to undergo a soul master assessment. Although it was somewhat shameful to act adorably, Qin Feng maintained a naive and endearing expression while looking at the lady. In his words, adorableness is righteousness, and it transcends gender. In his desire to ascend quickly, Qin Feng resorted to some rather uncharacteristic tactics. He never imagined that one day he would resort to such antics, which left him feeling quite apprehensive. Oh, you've acquired your first soul ring? Yet you appear to be no more than 6 or 7 years old. Extend your little hand so that I may see your martial soul, she remarked, her attire slightly revealing. She squatted down, astonished, as her fair hand gently parted Qin Feng's palm. He dared not look up, fearing that a mere glance would provoke an embarrassing reaction. After all, he was not truly a 6-year-old child, but rather an adult in terms of mentality. Cough, cough. I can't help but feel this child does not seem to possess a soul ring. Cici, allow me to assess him, a male companion of the woman expressed, his demeanor tinged with irritation. At that moment, a voice resonated from above, and an elderly gentleman, impeccably dressed yet with a head full of white hair, descended with an air of authority. The emblem of 3 swords upon his attire marked him as a grand soul master. Master Matthew. Both the man and woman exclaimed with reverence as they addressed the elder. Ah, it is Yun Tao and Cici. Why are you two causing such a commotion? I trust you are aware of the Spirit Hall's regulations, Master Matthew admonished with a serious tone. As Yun Tao stood beside the elder, Qin Feng stole a glance at the man from earlier. Master Matthew, there is a child here for a soul power assessment, although he seems rather young. Yun Tao explained to the esteemed Grand Soul Master. Typically, children of such tender ages, around 6 or 7, have only just awakened their martial souls. It would be improbable for one to come for an assessment. Yun Tao wondered if someone had intentionally allowed this child to create a disturbance. An assessment of soul power? Are you certain you did not mishear? Master Matthew regarded the youth clad in the nodding academy uniform with some astonishment, pondering whether the instructor had miscommunicated. He should be here to awaken his martial soul, correct? But how could he be attired in the uniform of a junior soul master from Nodding Academy, without possessing soul power? Could it be that Nodding City has produced a prodigy? The more Master Matthew contemplated, the brighter his dim eyes became. Greetings, Master Matthew. I am Qin Feng, sent by my teacher to undergo the Soul Master Qualification Assessment. Qin Feng introduced himself to the elder with the poise of a little gentleman. His petite stature and adorably naive demeanor were complemented by a slight charm. Seizing the moment while Qin Feng was momentarily distracted, the young woman beside Yun Tao scooped him up as if he were a cherished doll. A child so charming and exhibiting such gentlemanly qualities was indeed delightful. It must be said that a young lad like Qin Feng is truly a heartthrob, and this scene stirred a wave of jealousy within Su Yun Tao. Ahem, Master Matthew. The esteemed soul master feigned a cough, casting a glance at Cici. It appeared that Cici had an epiphany, her cheeks flushing as she set Qin Feng down. Since you are here to assess the soul masters, follow me upstairs, Master Matthew urged, eyeing Qin Feng. Come along, Cici. Let us see if a prodigy has indeed emerged from Nodding City, Su Yun Tao said with a smile, taking Cici's hand as they ascended the stairs together. Cici looked at Su Yun Tao with a hint of surprise. Her feminine intuition suggested that the woman might be feeling envious. Master Matthew's office was located on the 2nd floor, exuding an ancient aura upon entry. However, the assessment was not to be conducted within the office itself, but rather along a narrow path beside it, leading to the laboratory of the Hall of Spirits designated for testing martial spirits. Within the laboratory, numerous black stones were scattered about. If Qin Feng recalled correctly, these stones were used during the awakening of soul power. Our soul power assessment commences here. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Master Matthew, the head of this branch of the Hall of Spirits, and today I shall oversee your soul power evaluation. Within the Empire, our Hall of Spirits. Master Matthew, can we begin? Qin Feng interjected, feeling a sense of urgency as he sensed that Master Matthew could speak for over an hour. After all, he was merely here for a straightforward assessment, and there was no need for excessive elaboration. In terms of knowledge about the Hall of Spirits and the various empires, Qin Feng, as a time traveler, surpassed Master Matthew. Ah, are the youth of today so restless? When cultivating soul power, it is best to remain composed, otherwise, one might end up like me, unable to break past level 30 for a lifetime, Master Matthew lamented, slowly preparing the testing tools. Master Matthew, please proceed with the evaluation. He is just a 6-year-old child, and should not bear such weight, Cici remarked, exuding an air of exasperation. Master Matthew was a commendable individual, a sage of considerable depth, kind-hearted and well-liked. His only flaw was his tendency to be overly verbose. All right. Alas, I am getting old and cannot keep pace with the thoughts of the youth. I hardly understand what the rush is about, Master Matthew responded, turning his attention to Qin Feng. Child, now is the time for you to manifest your martial spirit and soul ring. Qin Feng nodded slightly, concentrating for a moment as a gentle wave of soul power enveloped him. Suddenly, a black hammer appeared in the palm of his hand. Uft! Su Yun Tao could not suppress a chuckle. Was this hammer not akin to the ones used by ordinary craftsmen? How could such a martial spirit possibly attain a soul ring at the tender age of 6 or 7? Typically, at this age, those who can acquire a spirit ring are none other than the offspring of noble families, as they have the assistance of family members to capture spirit beasts. While Su Yun Tao may be unaware of circumstances in other regions, he is quite certain that within the city of Nodding, no family possesses a martial spirit as rudimentary as a hammer. This implies that a child from the village is unlikely to have a spirit ring at the tender age of 6 or 7. Su Yuntao's skepticism towards the child is not born of animosity. Rather, the situation seems implausible. If the child truly possessed a spirit ring, it would likely be a mere coincidence, perhaps a decade old. Such inferior commoner spirit masters, upon passing their assessments, receive a solitary gold coin monthly from the spirit hall, managing to scrape by on that meager sum throughout their lives. CC cast an exasperated glance at Su Yuntao. Why was he so small-minded? Though it was a hammer, it still had offensive capabilities, and given the child's tender age, he could potentially evolve into a formidable spirit master in the future. Furthermore, the child had already reached level 10 at such a young age, while they had only just awakened their martial spirits at that age. What was there to scoff at? A hammer, being a weapon spirit, was still somewhat respectable. Master Matthews nodded slightly. Child, in addition to manifesting your martial spirit, you must also summon your spirit ring to complete the assessment, he gently reminded, noticing that Qin Feng had yet to release his spirit ring. Thinking perhaps his explanation was unclear, Master Matthews kindly offered a soft nudge. Grandpa Matthews, Sister CC, and Uncle Su Yuntao, could you please step back a little? Qin Feng looked up with wide, innocent eyes at the three surrounding him. Why should we step back? Are you feeling a bit shy, little Feng? Master Matthews inquired with a warm smile. It was normal for some children to be introverted and unable to summon their spirit rings in the presence of strangers. No, I'm just worried about hurting someone. Qin Feng shook his head slightly, his gaze adorably naive as he looked at Master Matthews and the others. Not to worry. Just call it forth. Everyone here is a great spirit master. It won't be an issue, Master Matthews reassured him with a benevolent smile. At that moment, Qin Feng turned his attention to CC and Su Yuntao. Little Feng, heed Master Matthews' words. You needn't worry about us. Just proceed with your summoning, CC said gently, pleasantly surprised at the child's concern for others. This child must be here for amusement, fearing he might hurt someone. What harm can that puny spirit ring do? In stark contrast, Su Yuntao cast a dismissive glance at Qin Feng, a smirk of disdain gracing his features. Chapter 42. This cannot be. Unexpectedly, before Su Yuntao could finish his sentence, a fierce glint flashed in CC's beautiful eyes, directed at him. Realizing this, Su Yuntao promptly sealed his lips. He had no desire to offend CC over such a trivial matter, especially since they were still in the throes of romance. If this incident were to jeopardize their relationship, it would be disastrous. Then I shall begin, Qin Feng declared, standing resolutely in the center of the assessment laboratory. His fists clenched tightly, concentrating all his energy. In an instant, a faint purple light coalesced from the ground, accompanied by a crackling sound reminiscent of thunder. What could this purple light signify? Su Yuntao, along with his companions, exchanged bewildered glances. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning, resembling a branch, shot forth from beside Qin Feng, followed by an overwhelming surge of power that shattered several windows in the laboratory. Even Matthew and his two companions were violently pushed back several meters by the residual force of the spirit ring, with Su Yuntao at the front being directly toppled over. A roar akin to that of the king of beasts descended upon them, leaving everyone feeling lightheaded, struggling to breathe, and utterly immobilized. 1,000-year spirit ring? Once that oppressive aura dissipated, the entire evaluation laboratory lay in disarray. Fortunately, Xiao Feng had positioned himself in the center. Otherwise, the might of the thunderclap tyrant tiger could have caused them serious harm. Matthew, astonished, approached Qin Feng, his face reflecting disbelief as he beheld the purple spirit ring enveloping him. If his eyes had not deceived him, this was indeed a 1,000-year spirit ring. This was inconceivable. How could one possess a 1,000-year spirit ring? Su Yuntao's jaw nearly dropped in shock. The maximum age for a first spirit ring was merely 400 years. Even the most prodigious talents could not withstand the burden of a 1,000-year spirit ring, let alone the first ring. Even a second ring would require careful consideration. Su Yuntao's expression bordered on madness. Truth be told, anyone witnessing this scene would react similarly to Su Yuntao. Even Matthew, a grand soul master with over 80 years of experience, was equally stunned. However, Su Yuntao's outrageous behavior overshadowed his own astonishment. Grandpa Matthew, is it all right? Qin Feng disregarded Su Yuntao's near mania and turned to Matthew, who was inspecting him with the curiosity of an archaeologist. Why yes, but I have a question for you, Xiao Feng. If I am not mistaken, your spirit ring is that of the thunderclap tyrant tiger. How could you possibly defeat such a creature with just that hammer? Matthew, momentarily taken aback, took a moment to process, his murky eyes filled with confusion. Su Yuntao stepped forward, eager for the answer. Throughout history, no one has ever possessed a 1,000-year spirit ring as their first. Even the highest-ranking titled Douluos of the Spirit Hall were no exception. The primary reason was the inability of the body to withstand such power, and secondly, all spirit beasts had to be slain by oneself in order to absorb their rings. Who at the Soul Master level could defeat a 1,000-year spirit beast? Not to mention 100-year beast without assistance would be a daunting challenge. My spirit ring? Qin Feng feigned innocence in his response. The three of them nodded in unison, each wearing an expression of eager anticipation. Previously, while hunting spirit beasts in the forest with his teachers, they had encountered a battle between a black mandala snake and the thunderclap tyrant tiger. Ultimately, the tiger succumbed to the snake's venom, and his teacher instructed him to seize the opportunity and deliver the fatal blow with a sharp weapon. It was not that Qin Feng intended to conceal the truth. Rather, this was indeed the reality. Even the master would likely concur with his account. Is that truly possible? Qin Feng distinctly observed Su Yuntao's lips twitching. The black mandala serpent is a highly venomous snake, possessing remarkable speed that rivals the thunder tyrant tiger. When these two spirit beasts engage in combat, it is conceivable that individuals in search of spirit rings might seize an unexpected opportunity. However, the likelihood of such an occurrence is virtually non-existent. How then did Qin Feng encounter it? Moreover, during the absorption of the spirit ring, one typically faces the assault of the spirit beast's soul. How did he manage to endure this? This is indeed astonishing, unprecedented. Then, his grandfather interjected. May I inquire who your teacher is? Matthew asked Qin Feng. While this seemed to hint at fortune, it also concealed elements of strategy and various intricacies. A child of merely 6 or 7 years, even if the thunder tyrant tiger were injured, would not be capable of such feats. My teacher? Others refer to him as the master, Qin Feng admitted, revealing that it was indeed the master who had guided him to the spirit beast forest. This was a truth he had no reason to conceal. The master? The very one who published the core competencies of spirit masters, later expelled by the spirit hall? I never imagined he would be in our humble nodding city, Matthew mused, stroking his beard with a knowing expression. If it was indeed the master leading the expedition, then the occurrence of such extraordinary events becomes plausible. In the Douluo continent, that person is truly a remarkable figure, shrouded in an enigmatic aura. Xiao Feng, come over and test your spirit power. Let me see your level. Master Matthew beckoned Qin Feng to a luminous yellow crystal orb. Nodding slightly, Qin Feng placed his tender hand upon it, and in an instant, a yellow light emanated from the orb. Although somewhat faint, it was exceptionally clear. 14 levels. Matthew gazed at the crystal orb in astonishment, then turned to Qin Feng as if he were a monster. Logically, one would expect a level 11. Yet Qin Feng had inexplicably leaped 4 levels to reach level 14. You are Qin Feng, correct? Master Matthew asked, his expression grave as he scrutinized the boy. Qin Feng nodded shyly. Matthew then inquired with a benevolent demeanor. Yet Qin Feng sensed an underlying peculiarity in his kindness, reminiscent of a would-be child abductor. Matthew's words were met with subtle affirmations from the onlooker. CC. This child, should he join the Spirit Hall, has an immeasurable future ahead. Perhaps the Nodding City branch would gain recognition from the sub-branch, or even the main hall, because of him. For years, this child had undoubtedly been the most formidable entity CC had ever encountered. Join the Spirit Hall? But I am currently a student at the Nodding Junior Spirit Master Academy. It may not be appropriate to join the Spirit Hall now, Qin Feng replied, gazing blankly at Matthew and CC. Indeed, if you are presently a student at the Nodding Junior Spirit Master Academy, it would be somewhat inappropriate to enter the Spirit Hall, Matthew acknowledged with a slight nod. However, at that moment, CC approached, a crescent smile gracing her lips, her captivating eyes fixed intently on Qin Feng. Chapter 43, Playing Games. For some reason, as CC approached, an unsettling sensation stirred within Qin Feng. As Xiao Feng, now a student of the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, you need not be coerced into joining the Spirit Hall. However, do make it a point to visit Sister CC often. Here, take this token. With it, you may freely enter and exit all branches of the Spirit Hall below the sub-halls. With a tone reminiscent of soothing a child, CC handed a token to Qin Feng. Thank you, Sister CC, Qin Feng replied, nodding adorably as he accepted the token. He then bounced down the stairs with an air of exuberance. Why did you give your token to that child? Su Yuntao questioned CC after Qin Feng had left. What do you understand? This child possesses immense potential for the future. It is prudent to establish a good rapport with him while we can. CC retorted with a hint of annoyance. Humph, your thoughts are truly ahead of their time, Su Yuntao scoffed, descending the stairs with a semblance of irritation. Do not blame this old man for being talkative. CC, perhaps Su Yuntao is not the right match for you. He harbors a narrow mind. And should you truly become involved, numerous challenges will ensue. Matthew observed Su Yuntao's departure before speaking. In every aspect, Su Yuntao pales in comparison to you. Thank you, Master Matthew, for your sage advice, CC expressed with a distinct smile before also making her way down the stairs, leaving Matthew to sigh in solitude. Outside on the bustling street, Qin Feng aimlessly wandered, now possessing the identity of a soul master and having received a gold coin from the Spirit Hall. He considered himself somewhat affluent. After all, Notting City is merely a remote small town, where the economic conditions are rather modest. A single gold coin could sustain a family for an entire year, thus he truly could be deemed a minor tycoon at this moment. Little Wu would undoubtedly seek to challenge him. Unlike the flamboyant and carefree Xiao, he felt restrained, for Little Wu was his sister-in-law. One rarely witnesses an elder brother confronting his sister-in-law. Notting City is rather dull, he remarked with a hint of exasperation. After a day of wandering, he felt utterly fatigued. Suddenly, a voice resonated from behind. Come one, come all, the Hercules welfare event is in full swing. What? Zhao Wuji is back again. Let's go. This time I must secure a piece of gold. You? Huh. Look here, the single man of 20 years, the Qian arm, is mine. Two young men, upon hearing the commotion, displayed expressions of eager excitement. Gold. What is that about? Just moments ago, the corner was desolate. Yet Qin Feng was astonished to find it now teeming with a crowd. Curiosity is innate to human nature, particularly for someone like Qin Feng, who had been bored all day, so he seized the opportunity to slip into the heart of the gathering. Inside was a middle-aged man, his head wrapped in a bandaged hat, with a sharp, thin visage adorned with pockmarks. Before him stood a table, upon which rested a glass box containing a substantial gold ingot. At the front of the box was an opening just large enough for a fist to enter. Come one, come all. Old Fourth is here to deliver some benefits. Give it a try, and you might just see your pockets filled with gold coins. A man repeatedly called out. In no time, a crowd began to gather, drawn by the spectacle. Today, many unfamiliar faces were present, prompting Old Fourth to explain the rules. The man wore a sly grin, embodying the essence of a cunning merchant. Qin Feng, like the others, listened intently to the man's words. After hearing him out, Qin Feng scoffed with disdain. He was surprised to find that this place employed tactics reminiscent of those on Earth. The premise was simple. A gold bar was placed inside a glass box with a small opening, and whoever could extract the gold bar would claim it as their own. However, not just anyone could attempt this. Each trial required a copper coin. Although a copper coin represented a significant portion of an ordinary person's wages for half a month, many in the crowd still gazed with fervent enthusiasm, eager to try their luck. They harbored a glimmer of hope, believing they might retrieve the conservatively valued gold bar worth 1,000 coins, thereby securing a life free from toil. All right, seeing your excitement, let us commence. Who will seize the opportunity and become the true treasure champion? The man bellowed as the throng grew larger. Almost immediately after his proclamation, numerous individuals stepped forward, eager to pay and attempt to retrieve the gold bar. Yet, after several attempts, none succeeded in extracting it. Another wave of hopefuls followed, but, as before, most left disheartened. An hour passed, and the crowd had mostly transformed into mere spectators. It seems no champions have emerged this week. I had hoped for another eccentric like last week who would allow me to recoup my losses, the man remarked, a grin plastered across his face, revealing his unscrupulous nature. The basin he used to collect money was nearly full, and Qin Feng estimated nearly 300 participants had tried their luck. Clearly, this trickster was profiting handsomely from his ruse. The last person to successfully extract a gold bar was likely a plant, and it was astonishing that so many still believed in this charade. They were undoubtedly paying a tax on their intelligence. As the sun set completely, he called out again. Is there anyone else wishing to try? Whoever can retrieve this gold bar shall claim it as their own. For those uninterested in the bar, there are 300 gold coins available as an alternative. Only 10 minutes remain. If no one steps forward, Old Fourth shall take his leave. Noticing the dwindling interest, the man known as Zhao Wuji shouted once more. Uncle, may I give it a try? Qin Feng gently inquired of the pockmarked man. Step aside, child. Don't come here just to cause a ruckus. The man retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Qin Feng before dismissing him. Little brat. This time it will cost you a copper coin. Can you, such a tiny child, afford it? The onlookers exchanged amused glances, wondering what a mere child was doing trying to join in the fun. I have money. Qin Feng's big, round eyes gazed at the crowd, only to be met with another round of hearty laughter. Child, we do not accept change here. At least one copper coin is required to start. The fourth man glanced at Qin Feng and impatiently remarked. In this world, small change was akin to loose coins, with a conversion rate where 10 small coins equated to 1 copper coin, 10 copper coins to 1 silver coin, and 10 silver coins to 1 gold coin. I have a gold coin. Qin Feng retrieved a gold coin from his pocket and raised it slightly. He had received this coin earlier, but chose to keep it tucked away in his pocket. Who is this young master? The moment Qin Feng displayed the gold coin, astonishment rippled through the crowd. Some lamented their own existence, realizing their entire fortune was no more than a single gold coin. Qin Feng was not particularly surprised by the reactions, considering that 1 gold coin could sustain a typical family for an entire year. It was equivalent to around 30 to 40,000 yuan on Earth. A 6 or 7-year-old child brandishing such an amount would elicit the same incredulous expressions from anyone nearby. Of course, Qin Feng was not reckless. Before displaying the gold coin, he surveyed his surroundings and noticed that soul masters were exceedingly rare, and he had yet to see a grand soul master. Given his current combat prowess, only those above grand soul masters posed a genuine threat to him. Should anyone dare to rob him, he would simply crush their skull. I did not expect you to be a young master. The fourth man's gaze fixated hungrily on the gold coin in Qin Feng's hand, his hands itching to seize it. Can I play this game? Qin Feng inquired innocently, feigning ignorance. Of course you can. We welcome everyone here. The fourth man regarded Qin Feng as nothing more than a large gold coin, nearly drooling with excitement. Regardless of age, as long as one had money, they were welcome. Then I will try once. Please give me change first, Qin Feng said to the man, wishing to clarify the funds to ensure a smooth conclusion. Little master, why not try a few more times? I can give you a discount. If you try 10 times, I will only charge you 5 copper coins. How does that sound? The scheming fourth man grinned at Qin Feng, eyes glinting with mischief. The onlookers were intrigued. Their interest piqued. Whether the child was deceived or not mattered little to them, as they harbored resentment towards the wealthy. A 6 or 7-year-old child carrying a gold coin clearly belonged to a well-off family, and losing 6 or 7 copper coins would be but a mere drizzle in comparison. No, I will only try once. If you do not provide change, then I will not participate. The fourth man chuckled and counted out 9 silver coins and 9 copper coins for Qin Feng. Qin Feng took the money and tucked it into his pocket. Immediately, he placed his small hand into the box, its length perfectly accommodating the gold ingot within. With a firm grip, his previously tender and smooth hand suddenly revealed bulging veins, unleashing a surge of remarkable strength. The fourth man, known for his pockmarked face, initially wore a contented expression, but as he witnessed Qin Feng upright the gold ingot, his countenance nearly turned a ghastly green. The onlookers around them displayed an equally captivating range of emotions, transitioning from disdain to astonishment, ultimately erupting into cheers and encouragement. They were all participants, akin to Qin Feng, and despite not claiming the gold as their own, they hoped someone would extract it, unwilling to allow the fourth man to profit excessively at their expense. Such is the rawness of human nature. Is this acceptable? Qin Feng inquired, setting the gold aside and addressing the fourth man. The latter's face twitched in disbelief. This child was a veritable anomaly. No mere child, nor even a mighty strong man, could possibly extract such a heavy ingot. After all, he had tampered with the item. Were it not for the crowd's watchful eyes, he would have relished the opportunity to thoroughly challenge this child. Where did this extraordinary strength originate? Fourth man, speak up. The child has produced the gold. Do you intend to renege? Some eager onlookers urged, having watched the fourth man remain dumbfounded for so long. Alas, it seems this week has been plagued by misfortune. A veritable strongman has emerged. The fourth man with a pockmarked face, concede defeat. Take the gold. The man appeared despondent, lowering his head in a sigh that conveyed a sorrow deeper than the loss of a parent. I do not desire this gold ingot. I want that bag of gold coins, Qin Feng declared, setting aside the gold and performing an astonishing act by grasping a nearby bag of coins. You want coins? The fourth man's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets upon seeing Qin Feng seize the bag of coins. Yes, this gold ingot is far too heavy. I would prefer this bag of coins, Qin Feng replied with an obedient demeanor. However, beneath his seemingly innocent gaze, a glimmer of mischief flickered. He had witnessed such tricks numerous times before. During his previous life on Earth, banks and real estate developers often employed similar ruses, and typically, such gold was not genuine. Initially, Qin Feng hoped to find a semblance of trust among people here. Yet, upon touching the so-called gold ingot, he began to calculate in his mind. If it were authentic gold, he could have effortlessly extracted it with his strength, but this particular ingot had required immense effort to lift. Genuine gold, weighing over 100 pounds, would hardly be so diminutive. If it indeed weighed that much, it would be worth tens of thousands of gold coins. With such wealth, wouldn't he once simply purchase land, build a home, and enjoy a quiet retirement? Who would venture out to engage in such dealings otherwise? He suspected this was likely a counterfeit gold ingot, filled with some other material, or perhaps the base itself was a magnet, keeping the item adhered to its position. Initially, he felt a twinge of hesitation, pondering whether he had misjudged the situation. However, upon observing the con artist's demeanor, his resolve solidified. The coins in the adjacent bag were undoubtedly real currency, while the nature of this so-called gold nugget remained shrouded in uncertainty. Dear child, this piece of gold is worth thousands of coins. Accepting this bag of coins would be a blatant loss for you. He noticed a crowd gathering nearby, each person vociferously attempting to persuade Qin Feng. Chapter 45, A Serious Predicament. The man with the pockmarked face wore an expression of melancholy and concern as he regarded Qin Feng. Indeed, Qin Feng had deduced correctly. The gold nugget was a counterfeit, a mere prop in their deceitful scheme. Yet, the substantial bag of coins was genuine. To enhance the authenticity of their ruse, the entire gang had pooled together their possessions. If the crowd were sparse, the child might have been kicked aside for attempting to take the bag of gold. However, with so many witnesses present, a confrontation might have resulted in their own undoing before they could even reach the child. The moment they resorted to violence, anyone with an ounce of intelligence would swiftly discern the deception. They had been conning people for nearly 2 months. If exposed, their escape would be improbable. Their only hope rested on the ability of these bystanders to dissuade the young boy. Qin Feng addressed the gathering spectators, fabricating a narrative to make his choice of the bag of coins seem more reasonable. Unbeknownst to him, as his words fell, Old Four shot him a venomous glare, as if to say, "How dare you flaunt that gold nugget, and now you scoff at its weight? Did its heft not strike you as significant when you first produced it? Ah, truly a commendable child. Just look at the upbringing of such well-mannered offspring." Following Qin Feng's statement, a chorus of praise erupted. A child possessing such profound awareness was indeed a rarity. While engaging in conversation, Qin Feng swiftly seized the bag of coins and fled. Oh no! Old Four attempted to intercept Qin Feng, but was obstructed by the throng. Old Four, we are genuinely happy for you. Who would have thought you would encounter such a sensible child? If it were us, you would have likely lost everything, remarked a few individuals who typically conversed amiably with Old Four, their smiles betraying their intentions. Yet, they remained oblivious to the turmoil brewing on Old Four's face, which was contorted in barely contained frustration. That gold nugget was worth at most a single coin, while the bag held a staggering 500 coins. Had there been fewer people around, he might have pushed those blocking his path to the ground and unleashed a brutal attack. On the way, Qin Feng sprinted with remarkable speed, making his way toward Nodding Academy without pause. However, the conspicuousness of the hefty bag of coins was undeniable. If only Xiao San were here, with a soul guide device, it would be far more convenient to conceal this, Qin Feng mused. Ding, ding, ding. On the street in front of Nodding Academy, the sound of hammering caught Qin Feng's attention. Unlike the usual clang of iron, this one resonated with a certain vigor, reminiscent of the chaotic yet powerful technique of the wind hammer. Stopping in his tracks, Qin Feng noticed a familiar figure in the blacksmith shop, hammering away at molten iron. Xiao San. Without a second thought, Qin Feng dashed into the forge. Brother Feng, Tang Sen exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing Qin Feng, who was lugging a large burlap sack. Come here, Qin Feng beckoned him. The others were engrossed in their work, hardly noticing the exchange between the two boys. After all, they were merely children, and in a shop filled with robust men who would pay attention to the trivial matters of two youngsters. What is going on? Tang Sen looked at Qin Feng, bewildered, as if he had never seen him in such a state before. Is there a restroom here? Qin Feng inquired. Tang Sen rolled his eyes, realizing that Qin Feng had merely come in search of facilities, thinking there was something more urgent. Just go straight ahead and take a right, he instructed, pointing down a path. He had come here after testing his soul power in the afternoon and was already familiar with the layout, having visited the restroom during his visit. Come with me, Qin Feng insisted, pulling Tang Sen along towards the restroom. Brother Feng, what is so important that we had to come here to discuss? Tang Sen asked, shutting the door behind them, his tone tinged with annoyance at being dragged along under the pretense of urgency. This is a blacksmith shop, and with all these men around, one can only imagine the cleanliness of the restroom. It's indeed something of significance, Qin Feng replied with a subtle smile, just as a blinding golden light erupted from within the restroom. Be Brother Feng. Tang Sen stared in awe, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. The sack contained an estimated 400 to 500 gold coins, an unimaginable sum that Tang Sen had never encountered in his life. Back in the village, he was accustomed to receiving only a few copper coins each month, and aside from the single gold coin he had just received, he had never laid eyes on such wealth. Use your soul guide to store it, Qin Feng instructed, gesturing to the device on Tang San's waist. Tang San was too stunned to speak, merely nodding in agreement as he carefully maneuvered the sack of gold into his soul guide. Once they emerged from the restroom, Tang San exchanged a few words with the shopkeeper before slipping out the back door with Qin Feng. Brother Feng, where did you get all this money? Tang San asked incredulously, unable to fathom how a 6 or 7-year-old could amass such wealth in a single afternoon. You didn't steal it from the bank, did you? But even if you did, how could you possibly take that much? After all, this was 500 gold coins. This afternoon, I received a reward from playing a game. Those deceitful individuals still covet the gold coin in my possession, but little did they expect to have squandered their own resources. With his hands clasped behind his head, Qin Feng chuckled. Now that the two of them had entered the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, they were, in principle, considered safe. allowing for a more relaxed conversation than before. Observing that his companion genuinely did not comprehend, Qin Feng recounted the events of the day. However, as they strolled along the campus path, neither Qin Feng nor Tang Sen noticed the shadows lurking within the academy, stealthily trailing behind them like poised serpents. Chapter 46. A Mixed Duo? After hearing Qin Feng's words, Tang San's lips twitched in response. Those swindlers were indeed unfortunate to have crossed paths with Brother Feng. Forget about 100 pounds. If Brother Feng exerted his full strength, he could easily lift 200 or 300 pounds with a single hand. This fellow is truly extraordinary. Yet, they brought this upon themselves by deceiving others. In the remote town of Notting, a copper coin represented roughly a quarter of an ordinary person's monthly wage. These were indeed blood-sucking fiends. Before long, they arrived at the plaza beneath the teaching building. Being a weekend evening, the area was devoid of people. After all, who would come here to study on a weekend? Most children either wasted their time in the dormitories or frolicked outside. Just then, while engaged in lively conversation, Tang San felt a strange sensation wash over him, a nagging feeling as if they were being watched. What is it? Qin Feng inquired, a hint of confusion in his gaze. His heightened physical perception, enhanced by the system, was not as refined as Tang San's. Brother Feng, we may have a tale, Tang San replied, a faint purple glow igniting in his eyes. Under the influence of the purple extreme demon eye, Qin Feng discerned several figures clad in black, trailing them from behind. Oh, they actually dared to follow us. A smirk crept across Qin Feng's lips, his expression devoid of concern, instead tinged with amusement. Let us head to the back mountain. Casting a glance at Tang San, a glimmer of something unusual flickered in his eyes. All right, following Brother Feng, Tang San nodded in agreement. Thus, the two figures, originally headed towards the dormitory, veered in a different direction, making their way to a small grove behind the school. They soon arrived at the very spot where they had battled noble offspring earlier that day. This should suffice, Qin Feng declared upon surveying the area. It was spacious, deserted, and perfect for any kind of activity. Come out. What are your intentions by following us? Tang Sen called out coldly towards a shadowy path behind them. Being on the back mountain, the night was largely void of visitors, leaving the path dimly lit by the moonlight. Well, have we been discovered? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, a voice filled with astonishment emanated from behind. Following this, 5 men of varying heights and builds appeared before them. Among them was the previously known Old Four, whose face was marked by pockmarks. Indeed, it is you, Qin Feng remarked, a crescent smile gracing his lips, revealing his foresight. Old Four, with a cold tone, retorted, are you not afraid that I will expose you tomorrow? Despite the menacing aura radiating from the group, Qin Feng maintained a demeanor of calm and composure as he met the gaze of his adversary. Old Four sneered, if we eliminate you, who could possibly find us after we leave Notting City tonight? A slightly shorter man scoffed, brothers, why waste words on these children? Allow me to crush their skulls directly. A lanky figure dashed forward, brandishing a large knife, aiming to cleave the two. Qin Feng and Tang Sen deftly evaded, swiftly moving to the sides. Brother Feng, this place is quite suitable. Shall we showcase our soul skills and see who prevails? Tang Sen suggested with a subtle smile. Oh, showcase our soul skills. I fear I might inadvertently kill them. Qin Feng replied with a charming grin. Such arrogance. Do you even know who we are? The man retorted. Blue silver grass, entangle. Before the man could finish his sentence, a faint blue light emanated from Tang San's palm, rapidly ensnaring the assailant. 100-year soul ring. The black-clad men gasped in unison upon witnessing Tang San's display of the 100-year soul ring. The child appeared no older than 5 or 6, yet possessed such a remarkable soul ring. Clearly, his identity was extraordinary. Humph. No wonder you dare to appear so unfazed. It turns out you possess a 100-year soul ring. If we were outside, we might have indeed retreated, but here, in this desolate place, the child proves true to his age. Cleverness can lead to downfall. A corpulent man, resembling a ball, stated coldly, revealing 2 soul rings, one white and one yellow. If they failed to recognize this as a ruse after witnessing Tang San's soul skill, it would be a foolish oversight. Alas, the 2 children stood no chance against 5 adults. Cleverness only led to their undoing. Great Soul Master. Tang San's expression shifted to one of grave concern upon seeing the rotund man's soul rings manifest. In his realm, few could pose a threat to him, save for the extraordinary Brother Feng. If he were indeed a Great Soul Master, it would spell trouble. Xiao Bai, 21st level, 2-ring Great Soul Master. Martial Soul, purple striped red rat. The portly man prepared for battle, a large rat materializing in a shadowy form around him. The mouse's eyes glowed with a crimson hue, exuding an aura of menace, especially with the streaks of purple running like lightning across its black fur, imparting an inexplicable sense of oppression. Damn, As this man locked onto him, Tang San's expression became exceedingly grave. Earlier in the forest, he had exhausted his hidden arrows and had intended to forge a new one at the blacksmith's today. However, he was interrupted by Feng Ge's 500 gold soul coins before he could complete it. Had he possessed his hidden arrows, he would have been utterly confident in his ability to eliminate this rotund adversary using both the arrows and his ghost shadow misty steps. Yet now, if he attempted to rely solely on his blue-silver grass, his chances of victory were scarcely above 10%. Hey, have you all forgotten about me? Qin Feng, standing to the side, felt a chill sweep past him as all eyes turned toward Tang San. Chapter 47, Whack-a-Mole. Qin Feng felt as though he were a neglected concubine. Forlorn and desolate, he sensed that if this continued, the spotlight would be entirely seized by the third party. Thus, he resolved to assert his presence. Kid, do you wish to reincarnate early? Previously, a tall and lean figure darted forward, wielding a large blade aimed at Qin Feng. Bang! With a thunderous crash, a shadow flitted through the night, and in the next moment, a sturdy pine tree in the distance came crashing down. Old Five. After a moment of stunned silence, the others finally reacted, realizing that Old Five had just been used as a punching bag. Strangely, upon hearing the words reincarnation, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel an urge to assist. He lightly tapped his small hammer against his palm, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Damn it, you're courting death, shouted a slightly plumper man, cursing as he summoned his martial spirit. Second brother, don't be rash, let me handle this. The round man blocked the advancing second brother, his gaze becoming serious as he focused on Qin Feng. Compared to the boy wielding blue-silver grass before him, this one with the hammer appeared to be more formidable. He sensed an unexplainable pressure emanating from the latter. Third brother, I have already dispatched one. This is the second. As Qin Feng spoke, he raised his hammer and swung it toward the man whose martial spirit was the purple-striped red mouse. Surprisingly, since arriving in this world, he had yet to experience the thrill of smashing moles, and today seemed to present the perfect opportunity for such exhilaration. Very well, I shall take charge of these three. Tang San's fighting spirit ignited. Thick strands of blue-silver grass erupted from the ground, launching an assault against the three men. Humph, what of your century-old soul rings? My second brother is a level 19 soul master, and both of us are soul masters. I rather wish to see how you dare to boast. The three men attacked Tang San from different directions. Fortunately, Tang San could suppress these three in terms of soul rings and speed. Had an ordinary person faced these three soul masters, he would have wagered they wouldn't survive 3 breaths. While there is a bit of excitement over there, we are rather lacking in action here, Qin Feng remarked with a knowing smile. To be honest, I am intrigued to know how someone so young can affect such depth. Before me stands a great soul master who exhibits not an ounce of concern. The rotund man, resembling a ball, gazes at Qin Feng with considerable intrigue. After wandering the world for so long, it is the first time he encounters someone capable of boasting even more than himself. And at such a tender age of 6 or 7, were it any other child of the same age, they would likely be paralyzed with fear, perhaps even losing control of their bowels. Qin Feng, a first-ring soul master of the 14th level, manifests his martial spirit, a hammer. As his voice echoes, a faint purple glow materializes beside him. In an instant, a purple soul ring gradually coalesces around him. The entire back mountain is illuminated, resembling the ethereal lights of the Arctic, awash in purple hues. Gulps. Both the trio battling against Tang San and the rotund man opposite Qin Feng swallow audibly. Brother, am I seeing things? Is that a 1,000-year soul ring? The man with a pockmarked face stands dumbfounded, glancing at the previously plump figure. Are children nowadays so abnormal? 100-year soul ring and a 1,000-year soul ring. It is indeed a 1,000-year soul ring, the man addressed as brother mutters, seemingly lost in thought. If their opponent possesses 2 soul rings, one being 100 years and the other 1,000, they would undoubtedly flee without hesitation. Such an anomaly would be beyond their capabilities to confront. First soul skill, Thunder Explosive Hammer. As the first soul ring integrates, Qin Feng transforms, exuding an aura akin to that of a thunder deity, surrounded by crackling arcs of electricity. With the power of the Thunder Tyrant Tiger infused into him, his martial spirit merges, giving rise to the first soul skill, Thunder Explosive Hammer. If you were a second-ring soul master, I might respect you, but alas, you are merely a first-ring soul master. Even with a 1,000-year soul ring, there remains an insurmountable chasm between us. Second soul skill, Wave Stepping. As Chiobai's voice resonates, the two martial spirits meld into the enormous eyes of the purple striated red rat. Qin Feng brings down his heavy hammer, just as the opponent narrowly evades the strike. I truly feared I might crush you with my first blow, witnessing the opponent sidestep his initial attack. A smirk dances upon Qin Feng's lips, tinged with amusement. Currently, with the first soul ring integrated into the transformed hammer. Qin Feng's combat prowess aligns closely with that of a level 20, and his soul power expenditure is minimal. This time, he intends to refrain from employing the two-element heavenly hammer. Should he unleash such a technique, this rotund fellow would be reduced to mere crumbs. He estimates that the two-element heavenly hammer could bolster his strength by at least 10 levels. You truly are more inflated than I. Unbeknownst to him, Qiubai has stealthily maneuvered behind Qin Feng, launching a claw-like attack. Yet, in the next moment, crackling electricity envelopes him as Qin Feng retaliates with a hammer strike. How is this possible? How could you react so swiftly? Qiubai narrowly evades Qin Feng's second attack, his face betraying a lingering fear. This was a combat strategy he had meticulously devised, intended as a surprise assault. Against any adversary he had previously faced, this initial move had always ensured their defeat. Never had he encountered a child like this one, who not only evaded but also turned the tables to strike back. Brother Feng, do you wish for me to assist you in restraining this rotund fellow? Tang Sen inquires, noticing the rotund man has evaded Brother Feng's second hammer strike. Such a frenzied assault must undoubtedly consume an extraordinary amount of soul power. Fortunately, my soul skill allows for a comprehensive area attack, so unleashing another strike poses no significant concern. Binding the groundhog's feet. What amusement could there be in that? Qin Feng remarked with a faint smile. At the very moment his words fell, he executed the chaotic wind hammer technique. With each successive blow, the ground would cave in further. The portly man, terrified, scurried about in a frenzy. Having traversed the world for so long, he had never encountered such a monstrous child. The sheer ferocity of his attacks was terrifyingly extreme. If he were to be struck even slightly by the boy's onslaught, it would spell his doom. The 1,000-year soul ring was indeed formidable. However, he was fortunate to possess considerable speed. Otherwise, he would have been utterly at a loss. If this continued, once his opponent's strength was exhausted, the battlefield would belong to him. What a nimble, hefty fellow. But let's see how you escape now. Oh my goodness. Upon witnessing Qin Feng wielding a massive hammer in pursuit, Qiubai leapt up in excitement. Boom. The hammer scraped through the air, crashing down towards the ground. Instantly, arcs of electricity surged forth, and the immense weight pressed down on the earth. Everyone could clearly see Qiubai's garments torn asunder in an instant. Chapter 48. Thunderous Explosive Hammer. Seeing the rotund man struck, Qin Feng let out a joyous exclamation, raising his eyebrows in delight. By the heavens, the lightning danced wildly, resembling a shower of stars, landing precisely upon the exposed Qiubai. In that moment, as he bolted away, he emitted a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Fortunately, it was night. Otherwise, this spectacle would have surely blinded both Qin Feng and his companion. As the electric light gradually dissipated, Qiubai somehow managed to procure a garment to wrap around himself. That scoundrel! How dare he humiliate him so publicly in front of his comrades? Today, he would not let this slide. His gaze, twisted with rage, bore down upon Qin Feng, as if he were intent on devouring him whole. Can the groundhog outrun the hammer? The corners of Qin Feng's mouth curled into a smirk as he spoke nonchalantly. I shall ensure that you pay 100-fold for evading my hammer. The aggressor's voice turned gravelly, and a flash of white light swept through, releasing the previously ensnared level 19 soul master, entangled in the blue-silver grass. Tang San was momentarily taken aback. The blue-silver grass, which had ensnared him, was severed as if it had encountered a razor-sharp blade. Martial spirit fusion technique. Suddenly, a tempest of soul power enveloped the man beside him, causing the purple-striped red mouse to swell to twice its original size. The soul master known as Number 2 had inexplicably appeared before the purple-striped red mouse. Black cat. A glimmer of green light flickered in the man's eyes. A cat and mouse combination? Qin Feng found this martial spirit fusion technique intriguing. Normally, shouldn't the spirits be similar to fuse together? How could a cat and a mouse possibly combine? Martial spirit fusion technique. At the utterance of this phrase from Feng Gu, Tang Sen's expression turned gravely serious. The teacher once imparted that the fusion of martial souls is a remarkably formidable skill, often enabling combat across different levels. As Tang Sen observed, another martial soul began to slowly manifest from his palm. His teacher had instructed him to refrain from wielding this martial soul unless faced with life-threatening danger. In the current scenario, if he did not unleash this martial soul, both he and Feng Gu would face dire consequences. Moreover, it was evident that their adversaries from earlier had retreated to a safe distance, underscoring the terrifying power of this impending attack. Rest assured, a mole remains a mole. Regardless of its transformation, how strong could it truly become? A fierce whirlwind erupted, and the originally black spiked hammer shed layers of dark iron, transforming Qin Feng's once ordinary and unremarkable hammer into a completely new weapon in that moment. What manner of martial soul is this? Upon witnessing the starkly contrasting black and white hammer in Qin Feng's grasp, the two onlookers exchanged glances of perplexity. They had never encountered such a martial soul before. Yet it emanated an overwhelming sense of dread. Thunderous explosive hammer. Suddenly, a dazzling light illuminated the back mountain of Nodding Academy, followed almost instantaneously by a cataclysmic explosion that shook the ground. The previously dormant city of Nodding was abruptly awakened. Tang San, concealed in the rear with the Haotian hammer shielding him, could smell the acrid scent of singed hair, reminiscent of an exploded hairstyle. Monstrous. Such a terrifying freak. These words floated in Tang San's mind. The grassy expanse of the back mountain was utterly devastated, leaving behind a massive pit akin to a celestial chasm, burying 5 individuals. However, aside from the first and second leaders who sustained severe injuries, the others were merely left incapacitated. A ring-like soul guide device appeared in Qin Feng's hand, seemingly of considerable quality. He had unwittingly obtained it after striking down Xiao by moments earlier. If he was not mistaken, the opponent's garments had originated from this very ring. Feng Ge, it seems someone is approaching. Tang San vaguely sensed a large group gathering at the foot of the mountain, seemingly preparing to ascend. Let us descend via the small path. After such a commotion, if the school's security team had not yet taken action, Qin Feng would genuinely begin to question the efficacy of this so-called protection team. Surely some of the faculty would also make their way in this direction. Teachers within the school can be categorized into 2 types. Those in management positions, possessing strong administrative abilities but lacking combat prowess, and those in teaching roles, who typically surpass the great soul master level in strength. In the event of significant occurrences within the school, it is generally the teaching staff who are tasked with resolving the situation. Indeed, thus, the two made their way down the mountain in another direction. One path led downwards, shrouded in darkness, largely deserted. The security team would merely come to assess the situation, unaware of what had transpired, and thus they would typically opt for the main road. The matter would be left to Nodding Academy to resolve, and as for the final outcome, Qin Feng had little interest in pursuing it. Indeed, as they had anticipated, the narrow path bore no footprints. They descended smoothly to the lower level. That night, a commotion erupted within the school, as many teachers hurried to the back mountain. It was rumored that a few exhibitionists had been caught, suspected of vandalizing school property, and the institution contemplated referring the matter to the Lord's Manor for resolution. As these individuals were escorted out, they vociferously hurled insults, calling others little brats and similar taunts. The following day, the school issued a formal notice regarding the incident. However, it showed no inclination to investigate the 2 children from Nodding Academy, said to be 5 or 6 years old, as it was deemed improbable that any child could best those 5 individuals. Among them, one was a formidable soul master at level 29, while another ranked at level 19. The Academy's leadership surmised that these individuals were likely fabricating outrageous tales in a desperate bid to evade responsibility. Thus, Qin Feng and Tang San returned to their tranquil routines. Tang San became an apprentice at the blacksmith shop nearby, honing his forging abilities while also utilizing the tools available to craft hidden weapons, much to his delight. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, with his 500 gold soul coins, embarked on an investment venture, emerging as the most enigmatic businessman in Nodding City. He employed individuals to manage numerous establishments throughout the city, spanning hotels, retail, and various industries. As for Zhao Wu, after being assessed as a soul master, she relinquished her work-study student title and joyfully ascended to the position of the top student at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. She frequently sought to challenge Qin Feng, the most mysterious figure within the academy, but was consistently thwarted by Tang San. Having personally experienced Qin Feng's thunderclap hammer, Tang San was reluctant to subject Zhao Wu to another encounter, for Qin Feng was an unparalleled force, a terrifyingly formidable entity. Yet Zhao Wu remained undeterred by Tang San's warnings. In fact, the more he obstructed her, the more her curiosity grew. Unable to withstand her persistent pleas, Qin Feng ultimately acquiesced to Zhao Wu's challenge. Chapter 49, Time Flies, Third Update. Naturally, the outcome was predictable. Before Qin Feng could even unleash the duality heaven-suppressing hammer, he triumphed over Zhao Wu in an instant. Subsequently, Zhao Wu recognized the vast chasm between her and Qin Feng, resigning herself to her place and indulging in a leisurely life filled with classes and relishing her role as the head girl, often teasing the aristocrats. Thus, a year passed in the blink of an eye. At Nodding Academy, an academic term spanned 1 year. Throughout this time, whenever Tang San observed other students being visited by their parents bearing gifts, he felt an unexplainable envy. He longed for his father to appear at the school, not necessarily bringing gifts, but merely to cast a glance in his direction. Regrettably, his father never made an appearance during that entire year. Xiao San, what are your plans for the holiday? One morning, As Xiao Wu packed her belongings, the long-awaited holiday had finally arrived. Her bright eyes sparkled as she looked at Tang San, her small hand playfully resting against her lips, exuding a mischievous demeanor. Tang San paused his tasks, taken aback by her inquiry. Could you just say yes or no? Xiao Wu pouted, directing her question at Tang San. Of course. As long as you don't mind the distance or my humble abode lacking in hospitality, that's perfectly fine, Tang San replied with a shrug. His family's circumstances were rather meager, and particularly his father's temper was quite fearsome. It would be troublesome if Xiao Wu were intimidated by him. Are you still poor? You hardly spend your monthly allowance. And I can't even imagine how much you've saved. Plus, with Brother Feng as your strong ally, why would you worry about not being able to host me? Xiao Wu crossed her arms, casting a disapproving glance at Tang San. He could only smile helplessly, then turned his gaze towards Qin Feng. Over the course of a year, his growth had been remarkably swift, yet compared to himself, Brother Feng's progress was truly extraordinary. He hardly attended classes. Yet his cultivation not only remained on track, but had even surpassed theirs. Living in the dormitory and dressing casually, he had become a wealthy figure in the hidden circles of Notting City, employing over 100 people as his subordinates. Naturally, aside from Tang San, hardly anyone was privy to this secret, not even Xiao Wu. This was primarily due to Qin Feng's fear that others wouldn't keep such a secret. Tang San's words were undoubtedly accurate. After all, the other party was a time traveler, and such nuances should be clear to him. As for Xiao Wu, despite her age of nearly 100,000 years, she possessed the heart of a little girl. If he were to share this information with her, it would likely be common knowledge throughout the school by the following day. He had no desire for such notoriety. He preferred to remain low-key and ordinary. Qin Feng cherished a simple and unpretentious student life. The monotony of daily deposits of hundreds of gold coins was rather dull. Reclining on his bed, he quietly perused a book. Brother Feng, Xiao Wu and I are merely friends. It's not as complicated as you think. After spending a year with Brother Feng, he had come to understand some of his more obscure terms. The term dog food seemed to refer to the idea that he and Xiao Wu were a couple, and their affectionate behavior was akin to feeding Brother Feng, who was all alone. However, he and Xiao Wu truly had no such relationship. They were just friends sharing a bed. At school, others mistakenly believed that Qin Feng and Tang San were brothers, one taking his father's surname and the other his mother's. Although they were not blood-related, over the past year, Qin Feng had come to feel like his true brother. Nevertheless, he was filled with despair. Why did this couple insist on bringing him along on their outings? He now felt he could empathize with Dean Flander in the presence of Master and Erlong. Being a single dog was truly enviable. Wow, is that a carriage? The trio arrived at the entrance to find a brand new carriage waiting for them. Qin Feng remarked, "This comfortable carriage costs just a copper coin to travel to St. Soul Village, which is not exorbitant for me at this moment. Brother Feng, we could just walk. Is such luxury really necessary?" Tang San's mouth twitched slightly. If they were to walk, it wasn't too far, and spending a copper soul coin felt a bit excessive. Qin Feng rolled his eyes, casting a sidelong glance at Tang San. If others were merely polite, it would be one thing. But for the mistress to show him such courtesy is quite another. She must understand the extent of his wealth, not to mention a single copper soul coin. Even a gold soul coin is well within Qin Feng's means. Hop in, mistress. A man as affluent as Brother Feng doesn't concern himself with such trifles. Little Wu was the first to board the carriage. Her impressions of Qin Feng were succinct, wealthy, enigmatic, and a great brother. How could you even bring that up? Some people seem to owe Brother Feng a dozen gold coins, don't they? Sitting in the carriage, the mistress remarked pointedly to Little Wu. At the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy, Little Wu not only dressed extravagantly, but also exhibited great generosity, often treating others, which swiftly depleted her coins, leaving her indebted to Qin Feng for several gold coins. Your sister-in-law's money is your money. You can repay it in the future, Qin Feng jested. With his daily income exceeding 100 gold coins, he truly did not mind those few coins. He could not help but feel grateful to those Na'vi individuals who had provided him with 500 gold coins as startup capital, combined with a modern mindset. Investing here was akin to an instant success. I wouldn't want him to repay me. Once I become a great soul master, I'll earn 10 soul coins a month, Little Wu declared with a proud toss of her head. Laughter erupted in the carriage. As they traveled by horse-drawn carriage, they swiftly arrived at Holy Soul Village. Little Wu, I must warn you, my father's temper is rather volatile, so please be mindful of your words. Tang San expressed his concerns. He was particularly worried that Little Wu's impulsive nature might inadvertently offend his father, which would spell trouble. After all, considering his father's temperament, just the thought of it made Tang San's head ache. Soon, they entered the blacksmith's shop. Sigh, it's still as chaotic as ever, Tang San lamented. His expression filled with resignation as he began to tidy up. Observing the quietness of the room, Qin Feng speculated that Tang Hao might have departed. However, He was unexpectedly dragged into the role of a third wheel. He felt quite disheartened. As Tang Xin tidied up, he called out. After a brief moment, an individual emerged from the back room, Old Jack. Initially, he had intended to find Tang how to accompany him to the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy to collect Tang, San, and Qin Feng, but he had been unable to locate him. Grandpa Jack, what brings you here? Tang Xin asked, somewhat surprised to see Old Jack. The elderly man merely raised his hand slightly. With a sigh, Old Jack shook his head in resignation. How could Tang Xin have such a father? Not only had he neglected him as a child, but even in adulthood, he showed no concern. As Tang Xin picked up a letter and read its contents, tears unexpectedly welled in his eyes. Thank you, Grandpa Jack. If there's nothing else, please don't see me off, he said, his mood appearing quite somber. Old Jack looked at Tang San with surprise, taken aback by his abrupt dismissal. The blacksmith is truly detestable. Such a fine child has been forced into this state. After Old Jack's departure, Tang San sat upon a low stool, his mind flooded with memories of his father. Previously, in the Tang sect, he had no family. Coming here, he had finally gained a father, only to have him leave a mere note behind. With his father's absence, there could be no home here. A wave of loneliness suddenly engulfed Tang San. In truth, it meant little. A flower nurtured in a greenhouse can never withstand the tempest. It was merely his father's wish for him to depart and grow independently. Observing Tang San's despondent demeanor, Qin Feng approached to offer consolation. He was not particularly adept at comforting others, but he could only speak plainly. Surely, the other party would understand, for Tang San was not merely 7 years old. Yes. Thank you, Brother Feng, Tang San replied, his expression a mixture of complex emotions. Perhaps his father, as Brother Feng suggested, feared that he would not grow if he remained by his side. That day, the previously lively Zhao Wu became exceedingly silent, quietly assisting Tang San in tidying the blacksmith shop. Soon after, Qin Feng joined their efforts. The once disheveled and chaotic blacksmith shop transformed into a remarkably tidy space, thanks to the diligent work of the three young figures. Gradually, the sun began to set, casting a soft crimson light into the blacksmith shop, illuminating the old tools of iron. At the entrance, the three young figures sat together, each bearing a distinct expression. Suddenly, the one in the center, Tang San, stood up. Thank you, Zhao Wu. Thank you, Brother Feng. He expressed his heartfelt gratitude to the two. With his father gone and his only remaining family member lost, he was profoundly thankful to Qin Feng and Zhao Wu for bringing order and cleanliness to the blacksmith shop. Why such formality? Have you forgotten what your father said? Qin Feng remarked, glancing at Tang San. Little San, do not be disheartened. Perhaps your father wishes for you to be self-reliant and strong. Zhao Wu gazed at Tang San with her bright, shimmering eyes. Brother Feng, Zhao Wu, I would like to take you both somewhere. Please follow me. Tang San looked at them, a tender light of emotion shimmering in his eyes. He certainly recalled his father's words, since leaving the Holy Soul Village. Brother Feng had become his kin, and they referred to each other as brothers. He believed in his father's intentions, as Zhao Wu had articulated, to foster his independence. Now, he understood. From this moment forward, he would strive to become a self-reliant and formidable man. Where are we going? Zhao Wu inquired, her beautiful eyes sparkling with intrigue. It is a wonderful place. Come with me. Thus, Tang San led Zhao Wu ahead, his demeanor radiant with joy, while Qin Feng trailed behind, caught in the golden light of the setting sun. No matter how he tried to evade it, he could not escape this scene of affectionate camaraderie. Qin Feng anticipated what would ensue next, yet felt helpless. After all, he was Tang San's elder brother. As his younger brother courted his beloved, what could he, as an elder sibling, do? Should he intervene? Even when pierced by countless arrows, this pitiful single soul must still raise a radiant smile in greeting. As evening descends, three diminutive figures stroll along the mountainside, gazing down into the valley where a dying sun pierces through the blossoms like an arrow. A gentle breeze whispers, causing countless flowers to dance like fish. What a beautiful place this is. The trio finally reaches the summit, where a vast sea of flowers unfolds before them, creating an exquisite tableau against the backdrop of the vibrant twilight. Zhao Wu feels her eyes captivated by the enchanting scene. This is where I usually practice. Isn't it beautiful? Tang San inquires, observing Zhao Wu and Qin Feng. Indeed, the place is truly remarkable. While it seemed pleasant in the anime, experiencing this floral paradise in reality is profoundly breathtaking. Here, an inexplicable sense of tranquility envelopes one. And it is no wonder that Tang San chose this location for his training. The environment is simply idyllic. Tang San gazes solemnly at Qin Feng and Zhao Wu. What is the matter? Zhao Wu, perplexed, looks at Tang San, sensing his seriousness for the first time. You need not ask me this question. Remember, a year ago I was your brother, and I shall always be. Qin Feng asserts, patting Tang San's shoulder with a weighty yet resolute tone. How did Feng Ge know what he was about to ask? Did he possess the ability to read minds? Chapter 51. What have I done wrong? Given that his father is currently missing, Tang Xin seeks to earnestly inquire of Qin Feng and Xiao Wu whether they wish to become his true family. To his surprise, Qin Feng seemingly perceives his innermost thoughts. Feng Ge is too enigmatic, or perhaps too uncanny. If possible, Tang Xin genuinely wishes to peer inside Qin Feng's mind to uncover its secrets. At merely 7 years of age, he understands how to hire others, acquire property, and act as a behind-the-scenes magnate, miraculously fostering flourishing enterprises. Frankly, in the presence of Qin Feng, Tang Xin feels his 30-plus years of intellect somewhat inadequate. It seems Feng Ge is the true time traveler, while he himself is but a counterfeit. If there is nothing pressing, I shall obediently take my leave and lie down over there. I've already consumed a mountain of dog food. You too. Please continue. Qin Feng casually excuses himself. What follows should be the classic display of affection, a scene that could overwhelm with its sweetness, one that Qin Feng's heart cannot bear. Thus, he finds solace beneath a tree, cradled by nature. After a minute or two, he hears a voice declaring that if anyone wishes to bully you, they must first step over my corpse. Qin Feng plucks a flower and gently places it at his nose, inhaling its delicate fragrance. Stretching languidly, he reflects on how the past year has been spent within the confines of Nodding City, with little opportunity for exploration elsewhere. This place is truly delightful. Time slips away unmeasured, and suddenly, a swift sound jolts him from his reverie. A silver needle hovers above his eyes, having struck a mosquito that now flails helplessly with one wing impaired. Qin Feng's forehead darkens in exasperation. Displaying affection is one thing, but why must the innocent mosquito be subjected to such cruelty? Were it capable of speech, it would undoubtedly unleash a torrent of curses upon its aggressors, lamenting its only transgression, merely flitting past them. It merely grazed the left wing. Moments later, a youthful voice pierced the air. It was Xiao Wu, hurrying over. One could distinctly see a lustrous silver needle embedded deep within the mosquito on the tree, which struggled in vain against its predicament. Feng Ge, are you lying here? Given that the flowers towered above waist height, Qin Feng was nearly concealed within their embrace, and Xiao Wu had just noticed him lying nearby. Indeed, just awoke. Qin Feng replied as he rose from the floral thicket. At that moment, Xiao San approached as well. They both silently observed as Xiao San extracted the silver needle from the mosquito. Freed from its restraint, despite its punctured left wing, the mosquito bravely took to the air, navigating the winds with undeterred resolve. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a silvery moonlight gradually enveloped the three small figures, gradually obscuring them until all fell silent in that moment. 5 years later, in the Baloch Kingdom, a territory of the Tiando Empire, it stands as one of the 4 major kingdoms within the empire, ruled by Kandera, the cousin of King Okula of the Tiando Empire. Among the kingdoms of the Tiando Empire, Baloch is renowned for its formidable military might, situated at the southernmost edge, bordering the Xinglua Empire. This kingdom boasts 2 economically vibrant cities, the capital, Baloch City, where King Kandera resides, and Soto City, located in the heart of the bountiful Lima Plain, celebrated as the Granary of Baloch. Both cities are crucial economic hubs, heavily guarded. Soto City, apart from the capital, is the largest city, as evidenced by the 3rd-tier martial spirit main hall established by the Spirit Hall. On this particular day, at noon, under the blazing sun, 3 youths, a young man and a woman, entered through the eastern gate. They appeared to be mere teenagers, carrying no luggage. The young man on the left, approximately 1.7 meters tall, boasted refined features and a hint of handsomeness, dressed in a pale purple outfit, adorned with a ring, and wearing an enigmatic smile. In the center stood a girl with a ponytail, clad in a pink short top, her complexion smooth and delicate, her figure enviable, drawing admiring glances from many women. The young man on the right, also around 1.7 meters tall, wore a light blue ensemble, complemented by a belt studded with 24 gemstones, exuding an approachable charm. Xiao San, Feng Ge, what do you think Master is truly pondering? Why would he send you to register at that so-called Shrek Academy, when so many other schools are eager to accept you unconditionally? The girl in the middle expressed her displeasure as she regarded the 2 young men beside her. The esteemed master seems to wish for us to venture outside, remarked the young man clad in lavender with a playful smile. Brother Feng, have you not explored enough places already? Xiao Wu glanced at Qin Feng, her delicate face slightly pouting. It was not until the year of her impending graduation that Xiao Wu discovered that Brother Feng was, in fact, the newly crowned wealthiest individual in Nodding City, with business interests sprawling across neighboring cities, earning him the admiration of even the city lord. Remarkably, half of the 2nd floor of the cafeteria at their Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, a place they had previously been too timid to enter, was under his ownership. Unlike others who would disappear for leisure, He engaged in business and negotiated projects. One must admit, Brother Feng's covert operations were exceptionally proficient. Were it not for Xiao Chunyu witnessing Qin Feng as a distinguished guest at the city lord's estate, it is likely that none would have been the wiser. Xiao Wu, the teacher only requested that Brother Feng and I join him. You were not invited, said the young man in light blue, his smile radiating an inexplicable sense of humility. Humph, you heartless wretch. Do you genuinely think I came here for you? If it weren't for both of you, would I have set foot in this place? I do not care what you think. I am weary from accompanying you, and I require a few days of amusement to mend my wounded spirit. Xiao Wu pouted, adopting an injured demeanor. Oh dear. The formidable leader of Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy can be hurt too? How intriguing, Tang Xin observed with an amused glint in his eye as he regarded Xiao Wu. The trio, undoubtedly among the more attractive individuals in Soto City, attracted considerable attention as they strolled down the street, a male and female playfully bickering. Ahem. Have you two been exchanging banter for over half an hour? Aren't you tired? Perhaps we should find a place to rest. We can always explore later, Qin Feng interjected, feigning a cough while wearing an awkward smile, reminiscent of a single man. Look, Brother Feng is considerate, Xiao Wu remarked, pursing her lips, seemingly hinting at something deeper. Very well, we shall heed Brother Feng's advice and find a hotel to settle in, Tang San responded promptly. Then, shall we stay at that hotel? Xiao Wu pointed towards a nearby establishment. The hotel ahead, named the Rose Hotel, primarily featured a white decor accented with red. Both Qin Feng and Tang Sen nodded in agreement, as they were indifferent to their choice. Thus, the three entered the hotel, immediately greeted by an enticing fragrance. Excuse me, could we have 3 rooms, please? Tang Sen spoke to the receptionist upon their arrival at the front desk. 3 rooms. The receptionist appeared momentarily taken aback, her gaze filled with confusion. Typically, would one not request a single room? What seems to be the issue? Tang Sen queried, puzzled by the receptionist's peculiar expression. There is no issue at hand. However, it is rather coincidental that our hotel now has only 2 rooms available, one being a lavish rose suite and the other a standard single room. You two shall occupy the larger suite, while I shall take the modest single room. After all, you have been sharing a bed at school for quite some time. Qin Feng decisively pointed to the small single room. He preferred the comfort of solitude and had no desire to be cramped with a third party. Sir, are you indeed opting for the single room? Inquired the attendant, drawing closer. Qin Feng nodded slightly in affirmation. Here is your room card, sir. You are assigned to room 301 on the 3rd floor. Should you find yourself feeling a touch lonely during the night, do not hesitate to call our service hotline. Our hotel offers specialized massage services. The attendant raised her eyebrows suggestively, elongating the word massage with an unmistakable insinuation. Tang San's expression grew somewhat rigid upon hearing her words, leading him to mutter under his breath, what kind of hotel has Xiao Wu chosen? Sir and miss, there remains but 1 room. Do you wish to proceed with the booking? The attendant gazed at Xiao Wu and Tang San with a knowing look. Only 1 room left, Tang San pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Although they had previously shared a bed, this was a hotel, and sharing a room felt rather delicate. Fear not, sir. The Rose Suite is quite spacious. It can comfortably accommodate not just 2, but even 4 individuals, the attendant said, leaning in toward Tang San with a conspiratorial smile. What's with that expression, little brother? You seem quite reluctant, she teased. If there were another room available, do you think I would still agree to share with you? Just give me the key to that single room. However, before Tang Sen could make a decision, Xiao Wu, who had been waiting impatiently, interjected, her cheeks flushed with annoyance, and then turned her gaze toward the attendant. The attendant, quick on her feet, began the process without delay, for the number of bookings directly affected her performance. Ladies and gentlemen, the total for both rooms amounts to 3 silver soul coins. The attendant presented a bill. Forgive me for any inconvenience, Feng Ge. I shall cover your room expenses, Tang Sen offered, producing gold coins from his soul guide. Qin Feng appeared quite nonchalant, as Tang San was financially comfortable enough to manage the room fee without issue. Surely that room was reserved by me first? Just as Tang San was about to hand over the gold coins to the attendant, a voice called out from behind them. A striking young man, towering at nearly 6 feet tall, approached. His hair was a lustrous golden hue, slightly wavy, and his eyes possessed an alluring charm that seemed to ignite a sense of urgency in those who met his gaze. He was accompanied by 2 stunning young women, who, upon closer inspection, bore an uncanny resemblance to one another. They were twins. Are you new here? Do you not realize that I am a distinguished guest? You ought to ensure that a room is always reserved for me. The handsome young man embraced 2 ladies as he approached the front desk. With merely a sidelong glance at Tang San and Xiao Wu, he spoke coldly. At that moment, Qin Feng was preparing to ascend the stairs. Upon hearing the commotion, he halted in his tracks. Who are you? The attendant appeared somewhat bewildered, as the manager had not informed him to reserve a room. Quickly, summon your manager. The strikingly handsome man, with an aura of menace, placed his hand firmly on the marble countertop, causing it to crack instantly. The attendant was taken aback by such a fierce display and hurried to the back to find the manager. Indeed, he was a newcomer, having worked there for less than a week, and this was his first encounter with such an incident. My good fellow, your brazen attempt to seize our room seems rather inappropriate, does it not? Tang San inquired, gazing at the dashing young man with golden hair. Although he sensed a perilous energy emanating from him, Tang San was unwilling to relinquish their rights without a fight. What of it? There are no rooms available here, so you might as well leave. Zhao Wu, lacking Tang San's restraint, shouted directly at him. Qin Feng arrived at the scene, his gaze filled with amusement as he regarded the handsome youth. If his memory served him correctly, this was Dai Mubai, indeed living up to his reputation for charm. Well, it has been quite some time since anyone has spoken to me in such a manner. You are the first to dare address me this way since my arrival. I see you are both soul masters. If you can defeat me, I shall relinquish this room to you. However, should you fail, I expect a demonstration of how you intend to vacate. As his words fell, an aura of chilling intensity swept through the air. It is indeed young Master Dai. This situation arises from our hotel's oversight. Please, do not act impulsively. I apologize on behalf of the establishment. A middle-aged man hurriedly approached the front desk. Manager Wang, you are becoming quite the businessman, but today, spare us the pleasantries. I will take full responsibility for any losses incurred. The golden-haired youth declared, and in that instant, a formidable surge of soul power radiated from him. The twin sisters exhibited no concern, but instead regarded Tang San and Zhao Wu with mocking expressions. Manager Wang, initially intending to mediate, found himself retreating behind the front desk. Chapter 53. Will young Master Dai compensate entirely? Come what may, I fear you not. As the head of Nodding Academy, Zhao Wu's straightforward nature was evident upon witnessing the scene before her. She could no longer contain herself and prepared to charge forward to teach the rogue a lesson. Wait, allow me, Tang San interjected, grasping Zhao Wu's arm. Why? I intend to strike him so hard, he won't recognize his own mother. Zhao Wu retorted, her previously fair complexion now flushed with anger. Do you not recall that I vowed to protect you forever? This is a matter for us men to resolve, Tang San replied, gazing at her with a hint of tenderness. The once agitated Zhao Wu gradually calmed under his earnest look. At this moment, in the rear, Qin Feng gestured to a customer service representative who had approached earlier. Dear guest, I sense that living alone may bring you some solitude. Please, choose one, he remarked, noting that the cost was merely a single silver coin. The customer service representative, appearing timid, scurried over and handed Qin Feng a small booklet. Positioned at the foot of the grand staircase in the lobby, Qin Feng had taken a few steps toward the commotion, but had not yet reached Zhao Wu and Tang San. You truly brave the storm for the sake of performance. Qin Feng mused, casting a knowing glance at the man while flipping through the booklet. The customer is our deity. Serving them well is our greatest honor. The representative replied with a grin that bore an unsettling undertone. If a guest selected a companion, he would earn a commission of 2 copper coins. Considering his monthly salary was only 10 copper coins, it was a matter of survival. Do I strike you as that sort of person? My heart, like a crystal chalice, is pure. I merely called you over to prepare me a pot of tea. As I find myself somewhat parched, Qin Feng declared, tossing the booklet towards the customer service representative with an air of noble righteousness. What sort of aesthetic does this hotel uphold? Age aside, the choices are utterly unappealing. Do I, Qin Feng, appear to lack taste? The representative's previously radiant smile immediately faltered, his demeanor stiffening. How could the jovial expression vanish so swiftly upon perusing the booklet? What are you waiting for? Hurry and prepare it. Qin Feng tossed a copper coin to the representative, who immediately perked up and rushed off to fetch the tea, securing a mere 2 copper coin commission for this transaction. He could not afford to be lax in such a fortunate opportunity. Meanwhile, the battle between Dai Mubai and Tang San had commenced. In terms of physical prowess, Tang San clearly held the upper hand over Dai Mubai. However, Dai Mubai was not one to easily concede, displaying a fierce determination. The two soon unleashed their soul power, prompting those nearby to hastily retreat. No one wished to witness the spectacle only to be swept away in its chaos. Sir, are you certain you wish to drink here? A server inquired, bringing over the tea. The atmosphere in the lobby appeared rather tense, with even the manager lurking behind the front desk, bewildered that this gentleman intended to enjoy his tea amidst such turmoil. Just set it down there, Qin Feng replied, gazing intently into the distance, eager to witness the unfolding prowess of Dai Mubai. At that moment, Dai Mubai found himself ensnared within Tang San's blue-silver grass. You have lost, Tang San coldly declared, fixing his gaze on Dai Mubai, now enveloped in the vines. During their earlier confrontation, He had employed his second spirit ability to entwine the blue-silver grass around his opponent, rendering Dai Mubai unable to escape. He indeed. If I were to possess only 2 soul rings, you would have won this battle. However, I still have my 3rd soul ring. Dai Mubai slightly curled his lips, and in an instant, a tempest of soul power converged. 3rd soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Dai Mubai's body rapidly expanded. A radiant golden light pierced through, obliterating all the blue-silver grass. Tang San was taken aback by the ferocity of the golden-haired youth, instantly being pushed back. Tang San, are you alright? Zhao Wu hurriedly rushed over to support him. My diamond transformation can sustain for half an hour, during which my speed, strength, and other attributes will exponentially increase. Even with your exquisite control of toxins, you cannot harm me. Currently, you are not qualified to be my opponent. The golden-haired man slowly approached. Halting a few meters in front of Tang San and Zhao Wu, his gaze imbued with a sinister smirk. Oh, what do you think about being my opponent? Just then, a voice emerged from a sofa on the left. It was Qin Feng, leisurely sipping tea. Who are you? Dai Mubai's voice turned somewhat cold upon seeing the young man before him. Qin Feng, a level 29, second ring equipment soul master, with the martial spirit of a hammer. Qin Feng set his teacup down slowly, approaching with an air of nonchalance. How intriguing. Today seems to be filled with individuals who overestimate themselves. I shall indulge you for a while. Dai Mubai's sinister gaze fixed on Qin Feng, having been present for so long. No one had dared to provoke him in such a manner. This boy was the first. Wait, I need to confirm. All losses will be compensated by you, right? Dai Xiao? Amidst their confrontation, Qin Feng suddenly directed a question at Dai Mubai. Rest assured, I will cover all losses. Feel free, Dai Mubai replied dismissively. Oh, then I shall be at ease. Upon hearing this, a playful smile crept onto Qin Feng's lips. Let us go. We must leave. Tang San, sensing Qin Feng's expression, suddenly felt a chill and instinctively pulled Zhao Wu to the farthest corner. In recent years, his time spent with Qin Feng had been the longest. Whenever Qin Feng displayed such a playful smile, it indicated that he was about to exert his full strength. At that time, Brother Feng was merely level 19. And the memory of their fierce battle during the Soul Ring acquisition still lingered vividly in his mind, as he was astounded by how half of the soul-hunting forest had been devastated. Truly, one more boastful than the other. A whirlwind enveloped Dai Mubai, and in an instant, the hall echoed with the roar of a mighty tiger. Clearly, Qin Feng's actions had thoroughly provoked Dai Mubai. Yet, in response to Dai Mubai's display, Qin Feng remained remarkably composed. With a flick of his wrist, a purple light manifested beside him, a Millennium Soul Ring. Upon witnessing the 1,000-year Soul Ring, Dai Mubai's eyes widened in astonishment. No wonder the opponent dared to challenge him. Possessing a Millennium Soul Ring at level 29 truly marked him as a prodigy. Chapter 54, Madman. Thunderclap Exploding Hammer. A black hammer appeared in Qin Feng's hand, and without further ado, he leaped into the air and brought it crashing down. In an instant, a thunderous roar shattered the tranquility of the hotel lobby, leaving chaos in its wake. Futile efforts, for my White Tiger Vajra has formidable defensive capabilities. Your meager assault cannot harm me. Dai Mubai retreated several paces, as a colossal tiger figure shielded him from Qin Feng's hammer. Though his handsome facade appeared calm, a tempest brewed within. The earlier strategy employed by Tang San with the blue-silver grass showcased a refined cunning, while this young man before him seemed to embody sheer, violent destruction, devoid of any guile. He relied solely on unadulterated strength, representing the pure essence of power. The so-called path of power obliterates all. For in the presence of absolute might, all schemes crumble to dust. Is that so? Quite intriguing. Qin Feng's pupils constricted, and in the next moment, a violent surge of thunderous energy crackled ominously. Had one looked closely, they would have observed blackened marks scorched into the ground by the electric blaze. You are fortunate to be the first serious soul master I have encountered in a long time. Let me first demonstrate my White Tiger Radiant Wave. Dai Mubai leaped into the air, unleashing a terrifying beam of white light from the gaping maw of the tiger behind him. The immense shockwave threatened to topple the entire hotel, causing chandeliers and decorative paintings to plummet to the ground. Those who had been spectating moments ago fled in terror. What had begun as a contest had transformed into a veritable battlefield. Remaining still would be tantamount to courting death. So this is the White Tiger Radiant Wave. It is not as formidable as I had imagined. The moment the wave erupted, an eerie, ghostly voice whispered in Dai Mubai's ear. Startled, he swiftly turned, only to see a massive black hammer descending upon him. Instinctively, Dai Mubai activated his White Tiger protective barrier. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as he collided with the marble front desk, causing the high-density marble to shatter instantaneously. A soul master possessing a Millennium Soul Ring at the 29th level is indeed formidable. Rising to his feet, Dai Mubai brushed off the dust. His smile now tinged with a more ominous chill. What does our esteemed Dai wish to concede? Qin Feng observed him with a knowing gaze. Concede? The notion of surrender does not exist in my vocabulary. The moment Dai Mubai's voice fell, he stomped his left foot heavily upon the ground. White Tiger Radiant Wave. His golden hair billowed as his handsome visage twisted into a slightly menacing expression. The lobby had now irrevocably become their battleground. Even those who wished to spectate had no choice but to retreat outside. This must be your true strength, Dai Mubai. I thought so. For how could someone of such mediocrity lead Shrek Academy? Qin Feng smiled faintly, recalling that Dai Mubai should be the strongest among Shrek Academy at this moment. Who exactly are you? The instant Dai Mubai's White Tiger Radiant Wave surged toward him, he swiftly appeared behind Qin Feng, intending to launch a pincer attack. This was the first time he encountered someone younger and of a lower rank who managed to evoke such a palpable sense of threat. Me? The one who will thrash you. Qin Feng replied with a grin. In the subsequent moment, a dazzling display of electricity enveloped Qin Feng. With a thunderous roar, he wielded his heavy hammer, veins protruding from his hands, striking down like an enraged titan. Witnessing Qin Feng's reverse swing, Dai Mubai immediately activated his first soul skill, the White Tiger Shield. Just as he believed he could withstand the blow with merely a few steps back, he watched in disbelief as the hammer shattered his protective barrier, hurtling towards his abdomen. The resulting explosive sound echoed as Dai Mubai was sent crashing through 3 Roman columns of the hotel. Such ferocity. Half of the front of the Rose Hotel had collapsed. Onlookers outside gasped in astonishment, relieved they were not inside, for otherwise, they might have become collateral damage. Marking the anniversary of their own demise next year. Located in the heart of Soto City, the Rose Hotel attracted a constant flow of visitors. Upon hearing the commotion, many gathered to witness the spectacle. It is human nature to seek excitement, and this was no exception. However, amidst the increasing crowd outside, the battle between Dai Mubai and Qin Feng went unnoticed, particularly by Dai Mubai, who was entirely focused on Qin Feng. He realized that both his first and second soul skills had been utterly overwhelmed by his opponent. Indeed, a millennium must confront a millennium. Very well, you have successfully provoked me. I shall unleash my third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. A terrifying pressure surged forth as Dai Mubai's shirt tore apart, revealing muscles akin to a devil's, his physique appearing several times more robust than before. Most striking were his mismatched eyes, one red and the other blue, evoking an inexplicable chill upon meeting his gaze. In his previous encounter with Tang San, he had only exerted a fraction of his strength. Now, he would fully deploy the White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Under its influence, all of Dai Mubai's abilities doubled. The tide of battle, previously in Qin Feng's favor, was swiftly reversed. Of course, the front of the Rose Hotel had become naught but ruins. In my White Tiger Diamond Transformation, no great soul master can withstand, Dai Mubai coldly declared, eyeing the somewhat fatigued Qin Feng. Should his opponent also possess a third soul ring at level 30, there might be a chance of a twist in fate, but victory today was assuredly his. What a headache. I never anticipated that I would have to resort to my second soul skill against Dai Mubai. Qin Feng positioned the heavy hammer before him, a smirk gracing his lips. Second soul skill. Dai Mubai momentarily froze. From the outset, he had sensed that this individual before him seemed to possess only one soul ring. He had speculated whether this was due to the low level of the first soul ring, leading his opponent to bypass the second. If what Qin Feng had just used was indeed his first soul ring, then the second soul ring must at least be. At this realization, Dai Mubai gasped. What kind of freak had he encountered to possess a Millennium Soul Ring as his first? He had not even considered the possibility that Qin Feng was merely attempting to intimidate him. As both parties engage in combat, any attempts at intimidation from the opponent hold little significance. True intimidation should occur prior to the confrontation, instilling fear in the adversary to the extent that they reconsider and ultimately abandon the fight. However, at this juncture, with the battle already in progress, even if the opponent claims to possess a 10,000-year soul ring, he will not relent. With the invocation of the second soul skill, a tempestuous force akin to a tornado erupted beside Qin Feng, radiating overwhelming power. Chapter 55, The Power of the Titan. Beneath Qin Feng's feet, a shadow gradually ascended, infused with an ancient and terrifying aura. Dai Mubai, upon witnessing the black gleam emanating from beneath the purple soul ring, instinctively recoiled. A 10,000-year soul ring. Dai Mubai inhaled sharply, a chill coursing through his spine. The first soul ring was a millennium old, the second a decade long. What monstrous being had he provoked? It was astonishing that the Heaven Do Empire harbored such talent among its younger generation. A profound fear surged within Dai Mubai, rendering him nearly breathless. This was the first time he felt intimidation in the presence of a peer. The power of the Titan. The hammer in Qin Feng's grasp expanded several-fold, and behind him, a colossal phantom materialized, a titan enveloped in golden fur. This soul ring was the culmination of Qin Feng's utmost effort, employing all his hidden cards. It was not a matter of arrogance. He merely sought a millennium soul ring to survive, never anticipating that his seemingly dormant system would issue him a second task upon reaching level 19, this time to acquire a 10,000-year soul ring. At that moment, he truly comprehended the nature of his system. Unlike the captivating systems he had read about in novels, which frequently assigned tasks, this system was mundane and monotonous, only presenting tasks when one was preparing for advancement. Moreover, it did not penalize failure by diminishing one's possessions. Instead, it merely cost one's life. When Qin Feng expressed his intention to seek a 10,000-year soul ring, the master leapt from his bed, regarding him as though he were mad. That day, his hoarse voice echoed throughout the loft, as he repeatedly engaged Qin Feng in conversation, even unveiling his long-held theories, declaring it impossible and urging him not to pursue such folly. Of course, had the master succeeded in deterring him, Qin Feng would not have remained true to himself. He enlisted the aid of Xiao San, and together they scoured the soul-hunting forest, ultimately encountering the golden-furred titan, the king of the forest, who was over 10,000 years old. They stealthily poisoned the area where the titan resided, enduring a month within the forest until the titan was sufficiently weakened for them to seize their opportunity. In that fierce battle, Qin Feng expended a staggering sum of several thousand gold coins, utilizing an array of rare and exquisite materials for his hidden weapons, including the dragon whisker needle, specifically designed to penetrate defensive energy. As the wealthiest individual in Nodding City, he had no trouble sourcing crystal resources. In due time, both Qin Feng and his companion were thoroughly prepared, resulting in a fierce battle that lasted an entire half-day. The scene was shrouded in darkness, chaotic and dire, with half of the soul-hunting forest laid to waste. At that moment, the enforcers of the Spirit Hall were on the verge of capturing them, but fortunately, Qin Feng possessed a token granted by the Spirit Hall, which allowed them to narrowly escape disaster. The primary reason, however, lay in the disbelief of the Spirit Hall's elders, who could not fathom that two mere children could wreak such havoc. Thus, Qin Feng painstakingly acquired his second soul ring. As for the absorption process, thanks to the presence of the black insect, Qin Feng discovered that even a 10,000-year soul ring was no match for it. Any formidable foe could be vanquished, making the experience utterly miraculous. He vividly recalls that day when the sun dipped low in the sky as they entered the nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. The master, in a frenzy, rushed to their dormitory, having searched for them tirelessly for an entire month, as reported by Wang Sheng and the others. Throughout that month, the master had been consumed by thoughts of them, darting between the attic and their dormitory as if he had lost his very soul. Subsequently, Qin Feng and Xiao San were taken to the attic, where they received a thorough reprimand. However, when Qin Feng revealed the 10,000-year soul ring, the master fell into a profound state of introspection. Qin Feng distinctly remembers that the master, who had already lost several pounds, shed an additional 10 or more during that month. This battle marked the second occasion on which Qin Feng unleashed the power of the Titan. As his heavy hammer descended, it sparked blinding flames, the explosive force obliterating the front of the Rose Hotel. Dai Mubai's white tiger transformation disintegrated under the weight of Qin Feng's assault, leaving him no opportunity to react. After the battle, with the black and purple soul rings absorbed into his body, Qin Feng approached Dai Mubai. His strike had been somewhat heavy, and Dai Mubai would bear the cost. Qin Feng extended a hand, smiling amiably at Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai cast a glance at Qin Feng, placing his hand in Qin Feng's palm, and was promptly pulled up. They were not mortal enemies, and they would soon meet again, so there was no need to sever ties. Money was trivial. However, your strength is undeniable. You are the most formidable soul master I have ever encountered, Dai Mubai exclaimed, acknowledging his defeat with grace. Moreover, he had never experienced such exhilaration in battle as he did that day. Thank you for your kind words. I believe we shall meet again soon. Qin Feng replied with a subtle smile, regarding Dai Mubai with a newfound admiration. Oh, are you, like them, preparing to apply to Shrek Academy? Earlier on the street, Dai Mubai had overheard Tang San and a girl debating matters concerning Shrek Academy, likely referring to the new students of this year. Qin Feng had merely smiled and followed along, leading Dai Mubai to assume he was just an observer. Me? Perhaps I might even be exempt from the examination. Qin Feng replied enigmatically with a knowing smile. Humph, you seem quite proud, having been bested by Brother Feng. Xiao Wu and Tang San, having sensed the silence from within, entered the room. The ceiling that once loomed above them had been completely shattered. The intensity of the battle between the two was evidently fierce. Oh, this year's newcomers are indeed fascinating. Should any matters arise in Shrek Academy in the future, feel free to seek me out. Dai Mubai patted his sleeves and strode out directly. The two twins, akin to frightened little birds, hurriedly nestled into Dai Mubai's embrace. How astonishing, Feng Gu. After Dai Mubai's departure, Tang San, scrutinizing the battlefield, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The entire hotel resembled a colossal chair, with towering heights at the back and a relatively low front hall. This front hall was merely a single story, its rooftop adorned with a profusion of red roses. At that moment, these roses lay scattered on the ground, transforming the once opaque ceiling into a completely unobstructed rooftop, rendering the Rose Hotel a mere shadow of its former self. Essentially, half of the hotel was ruined. What a price it must entail, even if one had wealth. Such extravagance could not be justified. Excuse me, how shall the damages here be compensated? Tang San inquired awkwardly of a staff member. Chapter 56, Flender. Greetings. As Dai Xiao mentioned earlier, all losses incurred here will be attributed to him, so none of you need to bear the burden. Very well, Tang San shrugged helplessly. Feng Ji's ferocity is truly remarkable. Thankfully, the accommodation area at the back remained unaffected, otherwise, they would have to find another place to stay. You all go ahead and explore for a while. I have some business matters to attend to, Qin Feng remarked to Tang San and Xiao Wu. Indeed, Feng Gu. You carry on with your tasks. We shall dine together later, Tang San replied, well aware that Feng Gu often vanished without a trace. And he had grown accustomed to Qin Feng's sudden departures for business. This visit to Soto City was not solely for academic pursuits. There were significant business interests as well. He was now waiting in a private booth at a CAF in Soto City, as per a note he previously received. After approximately half an hour, a man in his 50s, wearing glasses, appeared before Qin Feng. You must be Feng Xiao, the man inquired politely. This individual was none other than Flender, the esteemed dean of Shrek Academy. Flender, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Qin Feng stood up, smiling warmly to greet Flender. Feng Xiao is indeed his alias. Beginning business at the tender age of 7, he realized that without disguising himself as a scion of a prominent family, no one would take him seriously. Thus, all business transactions were conducted under the name of Feng Xiao. I heard that Feng Xiao has arrived in Soto City, so I specifically brought some items for you. These are local specialties, Flender grinned, presenting an assortment of fruits and other goods. True to his reputation as a miser, Flender managed to economize even in sponsorships. Despite knowing that Qin Feng required scarce ores or other rare metals, Flender had brought along only some inexpensive fruits, epitomizing frugality to the utmost degree. Engaging with Flender occurred when I was at level 19. At that time, to confront the golden-haired titan, Qin Feng deliberately sent someone to procure that piece of crystal from Flender. Subsequently, a business collaboration was established between them, with Qin Feng frequently purchasing rare minerals from Flender's shop to craft concealed weapons for Xiao San and others. The primary motivation behind Qin Feng's actions was his deep gratitude towards Xiao San for the invaluable assistance during the acquisition of his second soul ring. It can be said that without Xiao San's support, hunting the golden-haired titan would have posed an epic challenge. Before arriving in Soto City, Qin Feng learned of the financial crisis faced by Shrek Academy. Thus, he discreetly hinted to a few individuals that he had intentions to invest in the academy, leading Flender to approach him. Of course, Master and Xiao San were unaware of the connection he shared with Flender. In business matters, Qin Feng remained clandestine, with very few people knowing the extent of his covert developments. He would never disclose that he was among the shareholders behind the previous Rose Hotel. This explains why he previously inquired whether it was all on Dai Xiaoquan's account. Although he had invested, he primarily received dividends without actively participating. Hence the operations of the Rose Hotel were of no concern to him. Qin Feng was indeed a person of pure and simple nature. I hear young Master Feng intends to invest in our Shrek Academy? Our academy is the elite institution of Soto City, a mid-level academy of great repute, Flender boasted enthusiastically, painting a dazzling picture of Shrek Academy. Qin Feng quietly sipped his coffee, listening with keen interest. Half an hour later, Flender continued, our faculty is immensely formidable, including renowned teachers such as Xiao Xian, the Food System Soul Emperor, Lu Qibin, the Control System Soul Emperor, Li Songyu, the Assault System Battle Soul Emperor, and Zhao Wuji, the Soul Saint of Unmoving Ming Wang. Upon hearing Zhao Wuji's name, a long-lost voice echoed in Qin Feng's mind, a sound he had awaited since reaching level 29. It seemed he would have to offend Teacher Zhao this time. What Dean Flender has mentioned is indeed enticing, Qin Feng said with a smile. Indeed, our Flender Academy is known for its potential. Just look at the caliber of our faculty among mid-level academies, Flender proudly declared, patting his chest. If it weren't for the Academy's principle of choosing only exceptional talents, we wouldn't have reached such heights. I wonder, Dean Flender, what if I wish to join your Shrek Academy? Qin Feng inquired meaningfully, gazing at Flender. The smile that had just adorned Flender's face suddenly froze. Young Master Feng. Everyone must pass an examination to enter Shrek Academy. If you wish to exchange an investment for admission, it would only be. Flender looked intently at Qin Feng. Though he yearned for Qin Feng's investment, the academy was on the brink of collapse. Nevertheless, it was akin to his very soul, impervious to any form of defilement. In the past, many prominent families sought to invest in Shrek Academy in exchange for admission, yet he had resolutely turned them all down. Flander, though in dire need of funds, would never compromise his integrity, for Shrek Academy represented his ultimate principled stance. Director Flander, do you believe I could gain admission without examination? Qin Feng inquired, a playful smile gracing his lips as a violet light flickered into being. Witnessing this ethereal purple halo emerge, Flander's eyes widened in astonishment. Beneath the violet glow, a swirling mass of dark energy coalesced into a soul ring. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the cup Flander held slipped from his grasp and shattered on the floor, leaving him transfixed, akin to a lifelike statue, his gaze locked on Qin Feng. The first soul ring is a millennium? The second, 10 millennia? His face involuntarily twitched in disbelief. His very own fifth soul ring was a millennium. Yet here stood this prodigious youth whose second soul ring was already of 10 millennia. For the first time, Flander felt a shortage of cerebral blood flow. Chapter 57. Investment of 10,000 gold coins. If this remarkable young man were to join Shrek Academy, he would undoubtedly become a superlative anomaly. Such a talent, not only worthy of investment, but deserving of the Academy's financial support, was a rare find indeed. Flander, having traversed the continent and encountered numerous young elites, had never before encountered a being of such extraordinary caliber. Who, one might wonder, was this prodigious youth? He possessed not only acumen in commerce, but also exhibited an epic level of prowess in cultivation. Typically, those who excel in trade from noble families often have some deficiencies in their cultivation, thus dedicating their efforts to business. Is there any possibility for someone like me to enter Shrek Academy, Director Flander? Qin Feng smiled, his expression imbued with meaning. Swallowing hard, the statue-like Flander spoke. It would be an honor for Shrek Academy to welcome a talent of your stature. He placed a hand over his heart, performing a gesture of gentlemanly respect. The Academy was known for its extraordinary talents, and it would be remiss not to embrace such a formidable individual. Oh, it seems Director Flander is amenable to my admission into Shrek Academy. However, I am in no rush, as I wish to ascertain whether the faculty truly possesses the formidable strength you claim. Director Flander, Qin Feng replied with a cheerful demeanor. At that moment, the system issued a third task: exploit Zhao Wuji's weakness. Naturally, Qin Feng sought an opportunity to confront Zhao Wuji. While following the conventional admission process was an option, challenging Zhao Wuji upon enrollment would suffice to achieve his objective. However, if that were the case, my Twin-Yi Tiangang Hammer would be too conspicuous. Not only would Xiao Wu and the others be present, but also other testers. Although I possess sufficient strength to protect myself, revealing the Twin-Yi Tiangang Hammer would be rather inappropriate. Furthermore, there is another reason. Since I am to engage in battle with Master Zhao Wuji, it is only fitting to choose a tranquil night and utilize the full power of the Twin-Yi Tiangang Hammer. Otherwise, would it not be a disrespect to the immutable king? What are you thinking, Feng Xiao? At that moment, Flander inquired, a look of puzzlement on his face. In the next few days, I will randomly select one of your teachers for a personal assessment. If I find it satisfactory, then I shall enroll in Shrek Academy, Qin Feng replied with a smile. Feng Xiao is going to conduct a personal assessment? Flander was taken aback by this statement. What kind of student is this, challenging a teacher before even enrolling, and only joining after being satisfied? Could it be that the words of Dean Flander were somewhat embellished? Qin Feng glanced at Flander with a teasing expression. No. If Feng Xiao wishes to challenge, then I naturally welcome it, Flander said cheerfully while sipping his coffee. So, Feng Xiao, regarding our Shrek Academy. Flander's demeanor shifted, his small eyes narrowing as a glimmer sparkled in his gray irises. After all, he was here to seek sponsorship, and that must not be forgotten. I plan to pledge 10,000 gold coins for starters, Qin Feng stated after a moment of contemplation. If converted to Earth's currency, 1 gold coin here equals 30,000 renminbi. Thus, my 10,000 gold coins are equivalent to over 300 million in one go. What 10,000 gold coins? Upon hearing this, Flander's eyes gleamed with dollar signs. With 10,000 gold coins, Shrek Academy could be renovated, and such ample funding would easily sustain us for another year or two. Indeed, Feng Xiao is generous, Flander thought, his heart brimming with joy. This trip was certainly worthwhile. Bringing all these specialties was not in vain. However, Flander was unaware that had he brought not specialties, but rare ores and metals, Qin Feng might have made an even grander gesture. Over the past 6 years, Qin Feng had multiplied his initial 500 gold coins by several tens of thousands, amassing a fortune of over 1 million gold coins. Therefore, Parting with 10 or 20,000 gold coins was truly no challenge for him. Feng Xiao, here is your admission notice. Please keep it safe. With a resounding thud, a grand seal was stamped, and a brand new admission notice was handed to Qin Feng. Fortunately, this time I brought along a soul guide device, the admission notice, and a pen. Now that this notice is in Feng Xiao's hands, I trust he will not go back on his word. I must say, I am quite the clever dean, serving my students. Shrek Academy is destined to thrive under my stewardship, Flander thought, grinning with self-satisfaction. I shall accept this admission notice for now, but Dean Flander, do not rejoice too soon. Everything will depend on my personal assessment of the teachers here, Qin Feng said, quietly sipping his coffee. Feng Xiao, feel free to test, until you are satisfied. Flander replied with a playful grin. I did not expect that we have been conversing here for an hour or two. Recently, with the commencement of the Shrek Academy, there has been quite a bit on my plate, so I shall refrain from further idle chatter. After concluding the discussion, Flander feigned a glance at the time and, adopting an anxious demeanor, spoke up. Very well, since Dean Flander is so occupied with affairs of great importance, I shall not impose upon him any longer. Qin Feng replied with a wave of his hand. Truly, he is a cunning old fox, eager to abscond with the money. However, Qin Feng has never suffered losses in business. Previously, Flander had provided him with an investment ratio. Should one invest over 10,000 gold coins, they would automatically acquire 30% of the shares in Shrek Academy. Consequently, he has become, aside from Flander, the largest shareholder of the Academy. Presently, the returns may be modest, but in the future, once he participates in competitions and garners accolades, the returns will multiply significantly. To Qin Feng, Shrek Academy represents a lucrative opportunity that is destined to flourish. Well then, I shall not intrude upon your refined pursuits any longer. I shall take my leave, Flander declared, finishing his coffee and then departing. Qin Feng lingered in the CAF for a while, gazing out at the picturesque scenery, savoring his coffee. After approximately half an hour had passed, he placed the items Flander had left on the table, pondering how to manage this assortment. At that moment, a series of clumsy noises echoed from outside. Suddenly, the door to Qin Feng's private room was flung open, and upon making eye contact, a look of utter astonishment appeared in Qin Feng's eyes. Where the hell are those two wretched individuals? If I don't find them, I swear I will skin them alive. Upon seeing Qin Feng, a young man mumbled in frustration. He was named Stan, the son of the Lord of Soto City. He had his eye on a girl, intending to pursue a romantic interest, but unexpectedly, a man and a woman had interfered. He had clearly seen the two enter the CAF, so how could they have vanished so inexplicably? With a resounding slam, Stan forcefully shut the door, as if eager to broadcast his vexation to the world. The youth was indeed rather impetuous. Qin Feng shrugged helplessly, his expression one of bemusement. Xiao Wu, Xiao San. What brings you two here? Upon descending, he spotted Xiao Wu and Xiao San walking down the street. Brother Feng, you wouldn't believe it. We just came to the rescue and dealt with a scoundrel, Xiao Wu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with a sense of righteous pride. What? You dealt with a scoundrel? Qin Feng was taken aback. At that moment, Xiao Wu recounted the events that had transpired a little over 10 minutes prior. It turned out they had ventured out from the hotel and, feeling somewhat bored, decided to explore Soto City. Later, while meandering about, they stumbled upon a seemingly pleasant shop. However, to their dismay, the proprietor turned out to be a swindler. It was unclear whether the third party was merely foolish or misguided, as she insisted on purchasing a crystal from within. Unbeknownst to them, the leader of this group harbored romantic inclinations for one of the women, who resolutely rejected his advances. Consequently, he instructed his lackeys to assault her boyfriend as a means of coercion. Fueled by a strong sense of justice, Xiao Wu could not remain passive and intervened, delivering a lesson to the aggressors. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's account, Qin Feng appeared disheveled, as if caught in a tempest. By the way, were you both hiding in the CAF just now? Qin Feng inquired as he walked. How did you know, Brother Feng? Xiao Wu responded, astonished by his words. That scoundrel found me. After all, Qin Feng replied with a resigned shrug. It turned out he had inadvertently taken the blame for the duo. Haha, what a futile endeavor. Xiao Wu laughed, revealing that they had entered the CAF merely to mislead their pursuers. In reality, they had slipped out through the back door. To their surprise, that despicable man had sent someone inside to search for them. Well, that is behind us now. By the way, would you like some fruit? Qin Feng gestured, retrieving fruits from his soul guide. These were the same delicacies that Flinder had previously brought, including various snacks and local specialties. Brother Feng, you actually bought fruit? Xiao Wu marveled at Qin Feng, wiping the fruit on her clothing before indulging. Hee, Qin Feng replied with a subtle smile, choosing not to respond further. By the way, Brother Feng, some of the rare metals and ores we encountered in that shop bear a striking resemblance to those you gifted me earlier, Tang Xin remarked. Crafting hidden weapons necessitates constant interaction with such materials. If they share a common origin, there exists an inexplicable familiarity. It was the familiar metallic sensation at the entrance that compelled me to enter the shop. If I am not mistaken, the owner of that establishment is a bespectacled middle-aged man, correct? Qin Feng questioned with a faint smile. How did you know? Both Tang San and Zhao Wu, who was still relishing her fruit, turned their attention to him. That shop is one I have long collaborated with. It's where I procured the previous crystal. And today's fruits were also a gift from that owner. Qin Feng replied cheerfully. Ugh, this fruit was given by that swindler, Zhao Wu exclaimed, her expression turning as if she might regurgitate the fruit she had just consumed. The thought of that unscrupulous merchant incited her ire. A mere chunk of stone priced at 500 gold coins was nothing short of highway robbery. Fortunately, the merchant, for reasons unknown, had suddenly decided to forego their payment. Nonetheless, Zhao Wu still handed over 200 gold coins. At that moment, she felt as if she might explode with frustration. 200 gold coins could buy a plethora of delightful treats and beautiful garments. How delightful it is to encounter you while indulging in fruit. Just as they were about to approach the Rose Hotel, a young man with fiery red hair and a somewhat plump physique appeared before the trio. Behind him, several of his associates swiftly encircled them. At this moment, a man in his 30s approached with deliberate slowness. You managed to find us? The incredulity in Zhao Wu's gaze was palpable as she beheld the young man before her. It was truly astonishing that he could locate them in such a vast expanse as Soto City. Do you have any idea who I am? The young man coldly smirked upon hearing this question. He was none other than the son of the city lord, the heir of Soto City, capable of finding anyone he desired within its bounds. Is it these two who have injured you? At that moment, a young man standing behind spoke in an exceptionally frigid tone. His name was Zhu Si, renowned among the younger generation of Soto City, having achieved the formidable level of 40 at merely 30 years of age. Brother Zhu, it is indeed these two, Sidan affirmed, prompting all the young men to nod in agreement, as though bearing witness. Qin Feng felt utterly exasperated. Why did he continually find himself embroiled in such humiliating situations? There were times when he truly wished to refrain from engaging, yet there were individuals who willingly presented themselves for his wrath. This is merely childish nonsense. You two should kneel and apologize to Sidan. The young man named Zhu Si spoke with an icy detachment, exuding an air of superiority. Kneel and apologize? Zhao Wu stared at him in disbelief. As the formidable leader of Nodding Academy, such words were typically reserved for her to utter. It was indeed a peculiar turn of events for them to be directed at her. What other option is there? Zhu Si's voice grew even colder. He had no desire to involve himself in trivial matters of youth, yet being the son of the city lord and a subordinate of his, he felt compelled to intervene. After all, future endeavors in Soto City would necessitate the favor of the city lord's son. Otherwise, what purpose would a level 40 soul master serve in this setting? These youngsters, barely soul masters themselves, were laughably weak in his eyes. Why not allow me to strike first? Qin Feng's voice suddenly interrupted. Instantly, all eyes turned towards him. Boom. In that moment, a surge of dark energy manifested, unleashing a terrifying force that struck the young man squarely in the face. He was sent flying several meters, and a nearby ornamental sculpture shattered upon impact, leaving him sprawled on the ground like a lifeless creature, motionless as though in a state of unconsciousness. 10,000-year soul ring. Sidan gasped, feeling as though he might suffocate from shock. How could this young man, seemingly of similar age, possess such an extraordinary soul ring? Yet, Zhu Si lay unconscious from a single blow. Surely, this could not be an orchestrated act. Get lost, unless you wish to share his fate. Qin Feng commanded coldly. Certainly. He primarily sought to discover what remarkable treasures he could unearth on his third attempt. His first endeavor yielded an unsightly creature, while the second brought forth a rather impressive artifact. Indeed, Qin Feng now eagerly anticipated the third treasure. Upon reflection, he found the system to be rather commendable. Although it typically exuded an air of aloofness and presented few, yet challenging tasks, it was not at all stingy with its rewards. After Qin Feng's sharp admonition, the group dispersed in fright, their hasty retreat akin to a desperate race for safety. Initially, they had presumed they encountered an easy target, only to realize they had kicked against an iron nail. How absurd, they fled so easily. Zhao Wu regarded these individuals with disdain, considering them a bunch of cowards. Following this brief interlude, they swiftly arrived at the Rose Hotel. At that moment, the establishment was undergoing urgent repairs, with a multitude of craftsmen laboring both inside and out. However, this did not impede their accommodation, as alternative routes led to the lodging area. The next morning, a voice called out, "Brother Feng, are you in your room?" Early on, even before the sun had fully risen, Qin Feng heard the familiar voice outside his door. After a brief pause, he opened it. Given their plans to visit Shrek Academy that day, they had risen quite early. Shrek Academy, located in a remote village, was over 2 hours' journey from the city center. Naturally, a carriage was essential for their travels. Is this truly Shrek Academy? Why does it seem so desolate? As noon approached, they finally reached the academy. However, upon disembarking from the carriage, both Xiao Wu and even the usually composed Xiao San were taken aback by the sight before them. The dilapidated state of Shrek Academy resembled that of an old rural dwelling. Yet, despite its worn appearance, an extensive line of eager students formed, suggesting a bustling activity within. Mom, is this really the Intermediate Soul Master Academy where one can become a Viscount upon graduation? A boy in line gazed at a woman with innocent curiosity. This is what the Spirit Hall representatives claimed. It must be true. The woman pondered the child's words for a moment before responding. It was indeed information relayed from the Spirit Hall. Otherwise, they would not have traveled such a distance to this village, trusting that the Spirit Hall officials would not mislead them. Yet, the place seemed exceedingly run down. Is this truly a Soul Master Academy? The boy remarked with evident disdain. Compared to other Soul Master Academies, this place is simply a stark contrast. Wow, Dad, this school is really terrible. I am, after all, a genius from an intermediate academy. Must we come to such a dismal place? Just as the boy's lament faded, another voice chimed in with a similar critique. Qin Feng and his companions spent the entire morning in line, overhearing numerous complaints about the academy. They soon realized that many of these individuals had come believing the claims from the Spirit Hall that graduating here would grant them noble titles, thus bringing their children to this seemingly inadequate institution. Does it not seem as though the master is leading you all astray? For over an hour, Xiao Wu found herself enveloped in a cacophony of ridicule, leading her to question the legitimacy of the institution before her. Is this truly a secondary academy? Perhaps this is merely a trial, or could it be that the actual school lies elsewhere? Upon hearing such musings, Tang Xin addressed her with conviction. He firmly believed that there was a reason for their instructor to bring them here. Surely, the individual would not lead him astray. Soon, they found themselves at the front of the line, and only then did they perceive the reality of the registration area, which was manned by an elderly gentleman. Before him sat a wooden box, so rudimentary that it appeared even less impressive than the school itself. Students aspiring to partake in the preliminary trials of Shrek Academy were required to deposit a gold coin into the box to unleash their martial spirits. If deemed suitable, the old man would nod in approval. If not, he would simply instruct them to leave. Next in line, a woman departed with her child, her demeanor replete with disappointment. The elderly man's voice then resonated, devoid of emotion. Too old, no need for testing, be gone. A middle-aged man had just placed his money into the box when, in that instant, the old man lifted his gaze and waved his hand dismissively. Sir, my son has just reached the appropriate age. Could you perhaps make an exception? The man inquired with a forced grin. The old man replied coolly, age is age. This is the rule of Shrek Academy. What rule? You are clearly just swindling the registration fees. Return my money. The middle-aged man clenched his fists, seething with indignation. Oh, you seek a refund? At that moment, a smirk crept across the old man's lips as he glanced toward a large tree in the distance. If you wish for a refund, you must first defeat me, and then we shall return your fees on the spot. From the tree, a young man with golden hair descended, and as he landed, 3 spirit rings materialized around him. 1,000-year spirit ring. The sight of this young individual startled the previously enraged man into silence. The crowd, which had been clamorous moments before, fell quiet. Chapter 60, I am exempted from testing. Humph, what ill fortune befalls me? This so-called Shrek Academy is nothing but a deceitful establishment. Confronted with the might of a spirit master, the middle-aged man found himself powerless, leaving in a huff with his child. Despite the attention directed at him, most bystanders chose not to dwell on the incident, their expressions betraying amusement at the spectacle. After all, such misfortunes were not theirs to bear. Why concern themselves further? Who is that individual? Meanwhile, Xiao Wu's attention shifted away from the earlier man, landing instead on Dai Mubai. At that moment, Dai Mubai had also noticed Xiao Wu and her companions, yet upon meeting Qin Feng's gaze, he instinctively averted his eyes. Next, following this brief interlude, tranquility returned as the old man once again called out to those in line. A middle-aged woman clad in a gray dress approached the front with her son. Teacher, do you think my son can enroll in Shrek Academy? A middle-aged woman, after tossing a gold coin into a wooden box, urged her son to showcase his martial soul. The old man merely cast a glance and then shook his head slightly. No, next. His tone was utterly indifferent. Throughout the morning, very few had passed the preliminary test. Why? My son is of the right age, and he is not too old. Why can't he get in? Upon hearing the old man's words, the woman became furious. It felt as though everything hinged solely on the old man's judgment. Just like that, a gold coin was wasted, and she was not about to let it go easily. Because your son is an ordinary person. The old man glanced at her, his voice growing even more monotonous. Ordinary person? My son possesses a century-old soul ring. How many among his peers can boast of such a feat? Do you not know that the teachers at Soto Intermediate Soul Master Academy are even vying for my son? As she spoke, pride gleamed in her eyes. A mother takes great pride in her son's excellence, and she was no exception. If it weren't for the Soul Hall's promise of a noble title upon graduating from Shrek, who would abandon the Soto Intermediate Soul Master Academy for this remote location? Huh. Even if your son's soul ring is a century old, his soul power remains that of an ordinary person. The old man suddenly rose. A surge of soul power emanating from him. 6 soul rings materialized in succession. A soul emperor. The revelation of these 6 rings startled everyone. They had not anticipated that this seemingly unassuming gatekeeper was, in fact, a soul emperor. Shrek Academy truly was a place of hidden talents. One must understand that a soul emperor could easily be sought after at any prestigious soul master academy. With such high caliber, it was no wonder the Soul Hall praised this institution. Some who had previously shown reluctance now bore resolute expressions. The opportunity to learn alongside a soul emperor at an intermediate academy was undoubtedly an honor. Yet, they were soon met with a sobering reality when the old man spoke again, dousing their hopes with cold water. If you wish to enroll in Shrek, you must understand the meaning behind its name. Shrek signifies a monster. This is an academy for monsters. We do not accept ordinary people. We only seek monsters. Do you understand? As the old man's staff struck down, a wave of overwhelming energy left no room for doubt regarding the weight of his words. Upon hearing this, most parents glanced at their children, then sighed and departed, realizing the futility of their hopes. They understood that ignoring the old man's words would merely result in a waste of money. Unexpectedly, the old man proved to be quite amusing, particularly his declaration of only seeking monsters, which struck a chord with Zhao Wu. Now you see, the teacher would never deceive me or Feng Ge, Tang San said with a smile, clearly appreciating the old man's words. Soon, it was the turn of Qin Feng and his companions. Zhao Wu led the way, tossing a gold coin into the box before placing her hand forward. The bone age is appropriate, she heard the old man murmur, a hint of satisfaction evident in his voice. Following her was Tang San, who swiftly passed the bone age examination as well. Feng Ge, what is going on? With most behind them already tested, Qin Feng had yet to arrive, leaving Tang San somewhat perplexed. Weren't they supposed to enter Shrek Academy together? Had Feng Ge suddenly devised other plans? Excuse me, are you with them? The old man inquired. If so, please step forward to test your bone age. Generally, if individuals arrive together, they would be tested collectively before releasing their martial souls. Me? I seem to be exempt from testing for admission, Qin Feng replied. Tang San, Zhao Wu, and even the distant Dai Mubai looked on with astonished expressions. Exempt from testing for admission? Is that even possible? A cloud of confusion enveloped the group as they turned their gaze toward the old man. Surely you haven't been deceived by those outside offering fake certificates? Our Shrek Academy has never allowed exemptions. The sole pathway into Shrek Academy is through examination. The elder scoffed, his gaze tinged with a semblance of pity for the overly confident Qin Feng. Past instances had shown that he, Li Songyu, had meticulously vetted every student since the Academy's inception, never issuing a single notice of exemption for admission. Feng Ge, stop joking around. Come over and let the teacher test your bone age, Tang Sin urged, sensing the awkwardness in the air. He was baffled as to why the usually astute Feng Ge would make such a childish jest. Is it true or false? Why not just verify? Qin Feng disregarded the gazes around him, retrieving the exemption notice that Flinder had given him the previous day. Wah! Li Songyu was momentarily taken aback as he beheld Qin Feng producing the exemption notice. Dai Mubai leaned in closer, intrigued, as he had never seen such a notice before. However, given Qin Feng's exceptional prowess, it was conceivable that he could be exempt, yet Li Songyu had just stated that no such notices had ever been issued since the Academy's establishment. Tang San and Zhao Wu remained keenly focused on the notice in Qin Feng's hand. Feng Ge, how did you acquire the exemption notice from Shrek Academy? Zhao Wu inquired. Confusion etched on her face. Tang San, too, was puzzled as he regarded Qin Feng. If it was indeed Qin Feng who presented it, the notice must surely be authentic. Years of familiarity assured him that Qin Feng was far from a trivial individual, but when had he received such an exemption notice? Chapter 61, Oscar Sausage Card, Third Update. This exemption notice? I believe it was rather forcefully given to me by the Academy's dean, Qin Feng replied. Forcefully given to you? Dai Mubai's expression turned peculiar. He recalled that Dean Flinder was not one to act in such a manner. Mr. Li, do you think Brother Qin Feng has been deceived? Dai Mubai glanced at Li Songyu. Li Songyu appeared exceptionally focused, even employing a magnifying glass to scrutinize the admission letter before him. After a minute or two, He exhaled deeply. This must indeed be the first exemption letter issued by Dean Flander in the history of Shrek Academy. With a somewhat grave tone, Li Songyu remarked that while the signature could be forged, the aura of a soul master could not. This letter bore the unmistakable essence of Flander, making it virtually impossible to be counterfeit. Furthermore, he had observed this individual named Qin Feng closely, and the latter's demeanor did not suggest deceit. However, Shrek Academy had never granted an exemption to anyone before. What was so extraordinary about Qin Feng that warranted such an exception? It was well known that when the son of the Soto City Lord approached with an offer to invest 3,000 gold coins into Shrek Academy, Dean Flander had resolutely declined. Given the current struggles of Shrek Academy to maintain basic operations, 3,000 gold coins would be akin to a lifeline, yet Dean Flander had still refused. What could have prompted the issuance of this unprecedented exemption letter? The more Li Songyu pondered, the less he understood. Hiss! Dai Mubai gasped in astonishment, realizing the authenticity of the letter. You too, summon your martial spirits. With Li Songyu acknowledging the legitimacy of the exemption letter, there was no need to waste further time on Qin Feng. All right. Tang San and Zhao Wu simultaneously summoned their martial spirits, a rabbit and a blue silvergrass. This blue silvergrass can be cultivated to such an extent? Li Songyu inquired, visibly shocked. He had never witnessed a seemingly useless martial spirit like blue silvergrass being cultivated so rapidly. Didn't the teacher say that Shrek Academy only admits monsters? I wonder if I qualify as one, Tang San asked with a cheerful smile. Haha, you certainly qualify as a monster, Li Songyu replied with a hearty laugh. Mubai, these three have passed the preliminary test. You may take the second batch inside. Li Songyu instructed Dai Mubai. Wait, teacher, I haven't been tested yet. At that moment, a charming young girl in a light green princess dress approached, her voice melodious and soft. Dai Mubai turned his gaze towards her, feeling a flutter in his heart. This girl possessed a striking beauty, radiating the charm of an ideal neighbor's sister, naturally evoking a sense of protectiveness. The girl placed a gold soul coin into the box and then extended her hand. As Li Songyu reached out, his pupils constricted in surprise. Do your family members know you are here? He asked gravely. This is my own matter, teacher. You needn't worry. Am I eligible for Shrek Academy? The girl in the light green dress playfully inquired. You are eligible, Li Songyu nodded affirmatively. All right, those who have successfully passed the first round. Follow me to undertake the second test, declared Dai Mubai. Upon hearing his voice, a group of around 10 individuals followed him into the depths of the arena. They traversed a path within the campus, adorned with small trees on either side. However, at that moment, Dai Mubai appeared somewhat distracted, frequently glancing back over his shoulder. What are you sneaking around for? Are you planning to cause trouble for some poor girl? Zhao Wu remarked, her tone laced with irritation upon noticing Dai Mubai's peculiar demeanor. What do you know? I believe I sensed a soul energy that resonates with my own. He replied earnestly. And what of it? Zhao Wu scoffed, firmly entrenched in her perception of him as an incorrigible rogue, dismissing any explanation as mere pretext. If I could encounter a soul master whose spirit aligns with mine, we would be able to unleash a fusion soul skill, enhancing our attacking power exponentially. Dai Mubai elaborated with sincerity. Oh, so, you're saying you felt the presence of a fierce tigress? Zhao Wu smirked, her lips pursed in amusement. It's possible, he admitted, feeling slightly embarrassed. After all, cats do bear a resemblance to tigers. It could very well be a cat. Qin Feng chimed in with a grin. Indeed, it could be a cat, Dai Mubai replied, scratching the back of his head with a wry smile. This is the second round. To gain entry into Shrek Academy, you must navigate 4 trials in total. Please wait here. And shortly the instructor will inform you of your tasks. He instructed the accompanying students, gesturing towards the area ahead. The second round was overseen by a somewhat older instructor. Just then, a flashy little cart appeared beside the testing area, driven by a burly man with a scruffy beard and glasses. Get your delicious Oscar brand sausages here. Big, thick, and delectable, he bellowed. Are there sausages? Feng Good, do you want some? If you do, we can have Xiaosen fetch some. Zhao Wu said with a playful grin directed at Qin Feng. You clearly want them for yourself, yet you insist on dragging Feng Gu into it, Xiaosen mused, suspecting that Zhao Wu was merely indulging her own cravings. Oh come on, it's not every day we get sausages. After an entire morning of travel, I'm absolutely famished. Please, dear brother, just go buy some, Zhao Wu pleaded, adopting a charmingly persuasive demeanor. All right, I'll fetch some, Tang San replied, exuding an air of resignation as he approached the sausage vendor. Sir, may I have 5 sausages, please? He politely requested, producing a copper coin. What did you just call me? The vendor, who had previously been in high spirits, now stood frozen, staring at Tang San in disbelief. Sir? Is there something wrong with that? Tang San wondered, taken aback by the vendor's reaction. I'm only 14. How dare you call me sir? The vendor exclaimed. wide-eyed in astonishment as he gazed at Tang San. In the depths of his heart, he mused that perhaps it was time to take better care of himself, as he had been unceremoniously addressed as uncle. Chapter 62, An Aura of Philosophy? Is it truly possible? Are you really just 14? Upon hearing this, Tang San was utterly astonished and cast another glance at the seemingly middle-aged youth who claimed to be 14. At such a tender age, his face was already adorned with stubble. It was indeed rather peculiar. I am Oscar, and I am indeed 14 years old, a student at Shrek Academy. You may inquire with anyone to confirm my age, Oscar stated earnestly while skewering sausages. Being mistaken for an uncle was quite vexing. After all, he was undeniably a handsome young man. Well, I truly apologize, senior, Tang San said, handing over a copper coin, his face a mask of regret. To be misidentified as an uncle in one's teenage years was indeed somewhat disheartening. Xiao Ao, you are trying to deceive us again. I must inform you that Tang San and Qin Feng are my brothers. If you dare to trick them, I shall not let you off easily, Dai Mubai interjected, swiftly approaching upon noticing Tang San purchasing sausages. Big brother Dai, I shall leave at once. Tang San observed the senior's apparent fear of Dai Mubai with a look of perplexity. This sausage is magical, Xiao Ao, transform another one for Tang San to see. Dai Mubai issued a cold reprimand, and in the next moment, Tang San felt his worldview shatter. In the distance, Qin Feng kept glancing this way, and for some reason, as he watched Oscar's actions and listened to the incessant incantations spilling from his lips, he sensed an overwhelming philosophical presence, which filled him with dread. It was baffling how serious the anime had seemed, yet witnessing it live was utterly mind-bending. At that moment, Qin Feng found himself at a loss for words, as if he were witnessing the pinnacle of philosophical prowess. I believe I shall forego this sausage, thank you. Tang San appeared to retreat like a disheartened soldier. As a staunchly straightforward individual, a member of the Tang sect, he felt himself teetering on the brink of collapse. Xiao San, did I not send you to procure sausages? Upon seeing Xiao San approach empty-handed, Xiao Wu questioned him with a look of confusion in her eyes. Tang San leaned closer to Xiao Wu's ear and whispered something. Though the content remained a mystery, how can there exist such peculiar martial souls in this world? Xiao Wu remarked, her body covered in goosebumps. Soon, the sausage vendor had vanished without a trace. For this second round, you two need not participate in a test. I shall directly advance you to the fourth round, Dai Mubai announced to Tang San and Xiao Wu. As for Qin Feng, who had already secured an exemption from the test, Dai Mubai had chosen to disregard him. It was fortunate that Qin Feng had received an exemption, otherwise he might have found himself on the receiving end of a beating in today's fourth round. The terrifying prospect of a 10,000-year spirit ring loomed ominously in his mind. Exemption? Why are we granted an exemption? We do not require your favoritism. Xiao Wu questioned Dai Mubai, her expression radiating righteous indignation. Everything should be based on merit. If we were to enter through the back door, what would that signify? Certainly. Feng Ge is extraordinary. The school did not merely open a back door for him, but rather welcomed him with open arms. However, for her and the third party, they lacked such capabilities, a fact she was acutely aware of. This is not me granting you a privilege. As long as you reach level 25 before the age of 14, you can bypass the previous trials and directly enter the fourth round, Dai Mubai remarked with a shrug. Oh, Xiao Wu replied, indicating her understanding. Both she and the third party had indeed surpassed level 25. Exempt from examination? On what grounds do the three of them receive such an exemption? Just as Dai Mubai prepared to escort Qin Feng and the others to the fourth round, a dissatisfied male student in line for the second round questioned the supervising teacher. If you also reach level 25, you may skip the first 2 rounds and proceed directly to the final challenge, the teacher explained. What? They both have reached level 25? Are you showing favoritism? The male student wore an expression of disbelief. These 3 merely tower over us slightly. How could their cultivation surpass ours so significantly? At that moment, many individuals turned their gazes in their direction, their eyes reflecting skepticism. Favoritism? Just because you cannot achieve it does not mean others cannot. Let them demonstrate. Dai Mubai declared as he produced a crystal ball and tossed it to Tang San. Tang San received the crystal ball and proceeded to channel his soul power into it. In an instant, the crystal ball emitted a blinding radiance. This particular crystal ball was a finely crafted white one, capable of displaying varying levels based on color. The level could be discerned at a glance. However, as this was a precise measurement crystal ball, it could not test levels beyond 30, otherwise, it would shatter instantaneously. Is that a crack? Some students gasped in astonishment upon seeing the fissure on the crystal ball. This signifies reaching level 29. What sort of anomaly is this? At such a young age, he has already attained level 29, simply unfathomable. At this moment, Tang San handed the crystal ball to Xiao Wu. It appears that this year, Shrek Academy has indeed welcomed some remarkable prodigies, a teacher remarked with a hearty smile upon witnessing Tang San and Xiao Wu complete their tests. I must say, possessing such a level at the same age categorizes them as true monsters among prodigies. Just then, the light green-clad girl, who had been waiting in line, spoke up with a soft voice. If that is the case, I believe I too can skip the second round. She took the crystal ball, which soon radiated brightly. Though not as brilliantly as Tang San and Xiao Wu's, yet she achieved level 26. I would like to give it a try as well. Suddenly, a cold voice emerged from behind as a girl clad in black approached. She exuded an aura of chill. Upon placing her hand on the crystal ball, it erupted with a brightness surpassing that of the light green-dressed girl, indicating she was around level 27. The onlooking students were left in stunned silence. Indeed, they were all extraordinary individuals. Let us proceed. I shall guide you all inside, Damu Bai declared upon encountering the group. Yet, before he could take a single step, a male student shouted once more. You just tested 4, but there are 5 of you entering. What does that signify? Is the one untested a beneficiary of connections? The male student pressed on, his gaze icy. The individual he referred to was none other than Qin Feng. Are you speaking of him? Damu Bai scoffed. Indeed. Have I been exposed? It seems you can no longer maintain your facade. The male student retorted with a cold smirk. Chapter 63. Finding a place for Teacher Zhao. He is not my concern. He is exempt from examination for admission, a privilege I cannot even dream of enjoying, Damu Bai remarked, regarding the male student with a hint of self-deprecation. What? Exempt from examination for admission? Upon hearing this, a teacher at the back stood up, incredulously staring at Qin Feng. Such exemptions had never occurred at Shrek Academy. However, if he were a fraud, he would undoubtedly fail to pass the stringent scrutiny of Li Songyu outside, a man known for his unyielding standards who would never permit substandard individuals to breach the gates of Shrek Academy. This indicated that he was indeed genuinely exempt from examination. You are unaware that the admission notice was personally signed by the principal of Shrek Academy, Flander? Perhaps you should all verify the authenticity of your notifications. Damu Bai quipped, casting a mocking glance at the male student, as though regarding a fool. The previously arrogant male student, upon hearing this, lowered his head and refrained from further comment. The principal of Shrek Academy, a legendary soul sage. How could one dare to belittle such an esteemed figure? Noticing the man's silence, Damu Bai let out a cold snort and proceeded with Qin Feng and the others towards the 4th challenge. The 4th challenge was a practical test. Some students possessed high innate talent and levels, yet there were always those whose practical abilities fell significantly short of their potential. Regarding such students, our academy's principal, Flander, has stated unequivocally that they should not be admitted, Damu Bai informed the group. I can't help but feel that your selection process at Shrek Academy resembles choosing a spouse, with such stringent requirements. I must inquire. How many students has your academy admitted over the years? How many are currently enrolled? After hearing this, Xiao Wu pursed her lips and asked, with such rigorous standards, it would be a stretch to admit even 10 in a year. Over the course of more than 20 years, the academy has enrolled a total of 42 students. Should all of you be accepted today, it would set a record for the highest number of new students in the history of Shrek Academy, for currently, including myself. There are only 3 students enrolled, Damu Bai replied with a wry smile. What? 42 students, and only 3 currently enrolled. Upon hearing this, apart from Qin Feng and the aloof young lady behind him, the others displayed expressions of utter astonishment. Is this truly a school? Merely 3 students enrolled. Huh. We must be the luckiest students around, the only school within the intermediate academies where the number of teachers exceeds that of the students. Although the 3 students felt somewhat solitary, the excellence of their teachers brought them a sense of happiness. But why not expand the enrollment? 3 students seem rather insufficient. And how can the school function properly with such a meager number? Tang San glanced at Damu Bai. Typically, a Soul Master Academy is not a charitable institution. It must generate revenue, yet with only 3 students, how can it sustain itself? Even if these 3 students are affluent nobles, it hardly suffices for exploitation. Otherwise, how would Shrek Academy thrive in such a small village? The dean has always emphasized quality over quantity. Damu Bai responded with a knowing smile. Oh, it appears this year is promising, as 5 individuals have arrived. At that moment, a pair of bovine-like eyes opened, accompanied by a rather gruff voice. Teacher Zhao, this year. 4 individuals have reached the 4th test, with 1 exempt from the entrance examination. Damu Bai addressed the rugged man who had just awakened from his slumber. Exempt from the entrance exam? Who is the exempted one? The man's gaze sharpened, seemingly hearing this term for the first time. Qin Feng, present the exemption notice for Teacher Zhao to examine. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng nodded and produced the exemption notification. How unusual. Could it be that Flinder has accepted a bribe, allowing someone to bypass the entrance examination at Shrek Academy? Zhao Wuji, do not acknowledge such a document. In my eyes, only those who pass the test are deemed students of Shrek Academy. Zhao Wuji cast a disdainful glance before carelessly tossing the admission notice to Dai Mubai. In response to Zhao Wuji's arrogant demeanor, Dai Mubai could only offer an awkward smile. Teacher Zhao, no need to rush. Let us put on a grand show tonight. Qin Feng remarked with a mischievous smile as he gazed at Zhao Wuji. Host, Qin Feng. Gender, male. Age, 13. First martial soul, duality celestial hammer. Second martial soul, divine beast. Soul bone, 1. Soul power, 899192019000000. An attribute panel appeared before Qin Feng, with his soul power approaching 90 million, making tonight the perfect occasion. Dai Mubai, please light a stick of incense for me. At that moment, Zhao Wuji casually instructed Dai Mubai. Huh, Teacher Zhao, what do you mean? Dai Mubai's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing Zhao Wuji's request. Typically, Zhao Wuji was always the supervisor. Why was he suddenly asking to light incense tonight? I haven't stretched my limbs in a while. I'm planning to move these old bones of mine. The moment the man finished speaking, he began to limber up, and Tang San and the others distinctly heard the ominous cracking of his joints, instilling a palpable sense of intimidation. At first glance, Tang San sensed that this man was formidable and surely not to be trifled with. Teacher Zhao, this seems rather inappropriate. In previous years, I was the one who conducted the tests. Dai Mubai looked helplessly at the rugged Zhao Wuji. Enough of your chatter. Would you prefer to join them? Zhao Wuji shot a glare at Dai Mubai, who immediately displayed a clear expression of panic. Today, fortune smiles upon you. I have chosen to personally accompany you in a playful endeavor. You shall have the span of a single incense stick to deliberate. After this time elapses, regardless of the methods you employ, if any one of you can withstand my presence for the duration of an incense stick, then you shall be deemed the victor. Bear in mind, do not attempt to resort to cunning, for no one can evade the reach of my attack through mere swiftness. As Zhao Wuji spoke, an inexplicable aura of pressure emanated from him. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of Tang San and his companions turned grave, and thus they commenced their discussion. Is it true? At that moment, a sly smile played at the corner of Qin Feng's lips. He promptly excused himself under the pretext of needing to use the restroom. Half a minute later, Qin Feng found himself on the rear mountain of Shrek Academy, an expansive forest sprawling before him. That must be Zhao Wuji's office, he mused, observing a loft, which bore a striking resemblance to the structures he had encountered while indulging in anime, showing little alteration. Chapter 64, A Pyrrhic Victory. Indeed, this is the very place. Meanwhile, the battle outside was drawing to a close. Xiao Wu had been rendered unconscious, while Tang San was employing various concealed weapons against Zhao Wuji. Qin Feng merely watched silently from the sidelines. Zhao Wuji was inflicting severe punishment upon Tang San and his companions, and this evening, Qin Feng would ensure that Zhao Wuji would experience an equally intense thrill. What a tenacious little hedgehog. Zhao Wuji unleashed his abilities, sending Tang San sprawling. At that very moment, a golden needle materialized in Tang San's hand. Seizing the opportunity, he propelled it through the air, piercing Zhao Wuji with a swift hiss. How formidable Tang San is. Beside him, Dai Mubai's eyes were filled with incredulity. You little hedgehog, today I shall impart a lesson upon you. Zhao Wuji seethed with fury, resembling a roaring lion as he valiantly bore the agonizing pain to unleash his second soul skill, the powerful diamond palm. This little hedgehog had embedded something within him, causing a tearing agony throughout his body. He was determined to teach this creature a lesson, or his heart would remain burdened with resentment. Little did he anticipate, at that moment, Tang San conjured a small black hammer, striking it forcefully towards Zhao Wuji. What can such a diminutive hammer do to me? It was even smaller than the hammers used for construction, and Zhao Wuji dismissed it entirely, raising his hand to block it lightly. However, in the next instant, a tremendous force struck Zhao Wuji's face. He let out a pained cry, his expression contorting as his face swelled to the size of a fist. The time of the incense stick had elapsed. Dai Mubai's voice rang out. Although Zhao Wuji was still seething with rage, he had previously declared the duration to be that of an incense stick, and thus he chose to halt his actions. This was merely the beginning of their academic journey. Opportunities would abound in the future, and there was no need for haste. Observing this, Tang San also ceased his efforts. Thank you, Teacher Zhao. Tang San bowed respectfully to Zhao Wuji. Throughout the clash, he discerned that Teacher Zhao had not exerted his full strength. If it were an ordinary person subjected to such attacks, they would likely be infuriated and unleash their full strength to forcefully conclude the battle. Ultimately, upon witnessing Xiao Wu's injury, the protagonist became overly agitated. Had this not been an examination, it is feared that they would have met an unfortunate fate. No matter. Zhao Wuji's speech was somewhat disjointed. Initially, he intended to practice with a few children, but unexpectedly found himself in such an embarrassing situation. Are today's students truly this fierce? Oscar, your business has arrived. Observing that the battle had finally subsided, Dai Mubai let out a quiet sigh of relief and then called towards the depths of Shrek Academy. What? My business has arrived? In the next moment, a scruffy old man appeared before everyone, pushing a cart with remarkable speed. Oscar, bring out some sausages. Dai Mubai instructed Oscar. Once again, this familiar motion. Qin Feng, who was approaching, wore a pained expression. Despite his efforts to resist Oscar's sausage summons, he found himself inexplicably drawn in, as if by a devilish magnetism. Especially at the moment the sausages emerged, Oscar's beaming smile pierced Qin Feng's very soul, nearly causing him to spew blood onto the ground. If there were a platform akin to TikTok in this world, Oscar would undoubtedly be a philosophical figure with millions of followers. No, I shall not consume that sausage. Although he was beginning to struggle for breath, Tang San still resolutely refused. Oscar's actions were simply too outrageous for Tang San to accept. While Oscar's demeanor was undeniably a bit lewd, the sausages did possess excellent healing properties. Dai Mubai, adopting a sincerely earnest tone, attempted to explain. When he first encountered Oscar, he too found it unbearable, but gradually grew accustomed to it. No, I will first assist Teacher Zhao in removing the dragon beard needle. Tang San approached Zhao Wuji, observing the swollen lumps across his body, and utilized a special method to extract the dragon beard needle. Upon completing the task, Tang San exhaled deeply, and in that instant, he felt slightly lightheaded. Noticing this, Qin Feng stepped forward swiftly. His initial reason for coming here was to anticipate such an occurrence. Tang San had exhausted all his soul power and was now utterly fatigued. What a little hedgehog. Oscar, bring me some sausages. Zhao Wuji muttered, then shouted at Oscar. To be cornered by this little monster to such an extent was truly humiliating. Huh, is this also a new student? Why does he seem so old? And he has bumps on his face. Oscar regarded Zhao Wuji as if he had discovered a new continent. Do you want to be punished? I am Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji bellowed in fury. Oh dear, it is actually Teacher Zhao Wuji. I almost didn't recognize you. Oscar scratched the back of his head and retreated a few steps in fright. Teacher Zhao, your sausages are ready. Just 1 copper soul coin. At that moment, Oscar deftly handed several sausages to Zhao Wuji. At that moment, Tang San sensed his eyelids growing heavier, ultimately succumbing to a deep slumber. Your name is Qin Feng, isn't it? Zhao Wuji inquired, addressing Qin Feng, who was supporting Tang San. Indeed, Qin Feng nodded in affirmation. Tomorrow, await me here. Although you have been granted admission without examination to study at Shrek Academy, you must first pass my scrutiny. Do not let the privilege of Flanders' direct admission lead you to complacency. His gruff voice resonated with an undercurrent of irritation, akin to a man seeking to vent his frustrations. Oh, Qin Feng replied with a slight nod. There's no need to wait until tomorrow. We could engage in a spar tonight. Mubai, please arrange their accommodations, but do not disturb anything on the ground. It's toxic. This little hedgehog can collect it himself later. My heavens, that was Teacher Zhao just now. I almost failed to recognize him at first glance. Oscar whispered to Dai Mubai after watching Zhao Wuji depart. What has gotten into Teacher Zhao today, to be so harsh on the new students? Could you speak a little louder? I suspect Teacher Zhao is currently brimming with pin-up frustration. Dai Mubai shot Oscar a disapproving look. In Shrek Academy, the most daunting fate one could face was being under the watchful eye of Teacher Zhao Wuji. It was akin to living in a hellish reality. Qin Feng, follow me. Dai Mubai instructed as he carried Tang San. Understood, Qin Feng replied, nodding earnestly. He was uncertain about what had prompted Teacher Zhao's demeanor today. Yet he recognized that Zhao was generally amiable towards others. As they walked, Dai Mubai elucidated to Qin Feng, seemingly concerned about any potential misunderstandings. Indeed, it was quite alarming that a new student would faint under a teacher's examination. Such tales were truly harrowing. I must admit, I rather appreciate Teacher Zhao's temperament. Had it been anyone else, they would have surely exploded by now. Zhao seems to handle pressure well, Qin Feng remarked with a knowing smile. He understood that Dai Mubai intended to convey that the instructors at the academy bore no malice towards the students, and today's incident was merely an unfortunate occurrence. Naturally, Qin Feng was also aware of Zhao Wuji's character. He had intended to showcase his prowess before the new students, but unexpectedly encountered resistance. Nonetheless, beneath his fierce exterior, Zhao was genuinely a good person. Hearing you say that, I find myself agreeing that Teacher Zhao is quite resilient, Qin Feng mused. Brother Qin Feng, Teacher Zhao will assess you tomorrow morning. Be prepared. Do not underestimate him based on his imposing physique. He possesses a remarkable memory, Oscar chimed in, drawing closer to Qin Feng. Indeed, Brother Qin Feng, while you are exceptionally strong, you must exercise utmost caution when facing Teacher Zhao. Who knows? He might take out his frustrations on you for his earlier misfortune, Oscar added, prompting Dai Mu Bai to similarly advise Qin Feng to prepare in advance. Although Qin Feng boasted a millennium-old soul ring and a 10,000-year soul ring, he was still only at the 29th level, while teacher Zhao was a soul sage. They were not on the same level at all. Thus, Dai Mu Bai and Oscar meticulously elucidated to Qin Feng the strengths and weaknesses of Master Zhao Wuji's. Soon, they arrived at the dormitory. Qin Feng tidied up their newly occupied room and then stepped outside. At this moment, the sky had begun to dim slightly. After dining in the Shrek Academy cafeteria, the moon hung high in the night sky. Qin Feng donned a complete set of black attire, accompanied by a cloak and cape, vanishing into the shadows of the night. In the attic of the Shrek office building, Zhao Wuji's, feeling the sting of his wounds, soaked a warm towel and placed it upon his face. Suddenly, a low voice resonated from outside. "Who goes there?" Zhao Wuji sprang to his feet, adopting a posture of utmost vigilance as he gazed towards the exterior. After a brief pause, the voice echoed once more. "Who dares to play tricks?" Enraged, Zhao Wuji peered outside, then leapt from the window. At that moment, a dark figure appeared before him. "Who are you? Stop right there!" Zhao Wuji shouted. How dare someone mock him, the unmoved King Zhao Wuji's? It was a fool's errand. Though Zhao Wuji's was somewhat stocky, his speed was remarkable, and he swiftly closed the distance between them. "This must be the spot," the shadow remarked with a hint of amusement. "Who are you? And what brings you to our Shrek Academy?" Zhao Wuji's demanded. "I have come to challenge the unmoved king," came the reply. In an instant, a colossal hammer materialized before Zhao Wuji's, its design peculiar, black gold above and white gold below, with a faint purple glow emanating from the black gold and a crimson light from the white gold. Purple soul ring, black soul ring, a great soul master? Zhao Wuji stared in disbelief at the dark-clad figure before him. He had traversed the martial world for decades and had never encountered such a configuration. Thunderclap hammer. The low voice resonated, and in an instant, lightning danced around Qin Feng. The violent electric light illuminated the darkness, accompanied by a series of thunderous explosions echoing through the mountains. Sixth soul skill, mighty diamond roar. Zhao Wuji's, having been struck twice by the hammer, was furious. Regardless of who this adversary was, he had now deemed them an enemy. Soul bone, Gale Phoenix. Qin Feng's right leg surged with power as he deftly evaded Zhao Wuji's mighty diamond roar. This was the soul bone he had acquired during his second treasure chest opening, originally belonging to the Gale Phoenix, an exceedingly rare speed-type soul bone. "You're quite fast, regardless of whether you are friend or foe. Anyone who dares to challenge me, Zhao Wuji's, shall face the consequences." Zhao Wuji's bellowed, unleashing his fifth soul skill, gravitational compression. To his astonishment, at the moment he activated gravitational compression, a black heavy hammer appeared behind him, descending directly towards the back of his head. In the ensuing battle, the dark figure moved like a specter, striking indiscriminately at him. The relentless onslaught ignited a fire of fury within Zhao Wuji. The speed of the cloaked assailant was astonishing, rendering Zhao's attempts to retaliate futile. Every soul skill he unleashed was squandered, and even his gravity manipulation, intended to impede speed, proved ineffective. Zhao Wuji was seething with rage. "Who are you? Let us engage in a fair fight," he bellowed as he activated his seventh soul skill, manifesting his martial spirit. His eyes, as large as those of an ox, fixated intently on the dark figure ahead. "Are we not already engaged in a fair fight?" Qin Feng replied with a devilish grin. With a ghostly grace, Qin Feng enhanced his Twin-Yi Tiangang Hammer with his second soul ring, delivering a devastating blow with the ferocity of Titan might. Even in his martial spirit form, Zhao Wuji winced from the impact. After enduring a series of strikes, his body was now covered in bruises, and his face was grotesquely swollen. Due to Qin Feng's unmatched speed, Zhao could never land a hit. He would only realize he had been struck after the fact. After more than half an hour of combat, Zhao Wuji had not even managed to grasp the hem of Qin Feng's attire. "I will kill you," Zhao roared, his voice echoing through the forest. As night fell, trees toppled one after another, felled by the might of the King Kong bear's sweeping attacks. Regrettably, despite his efforts, Zhao had yet to catch even a glimpse of Qin Feng's clothing, suffering instead from numerous blows. While conventional attacks might be ineffective against a soul sage of Zhao's toughness, Qin Feng's strikes were precisely tailored to counter Zhao's defenses. With a millennium-old soul ring and the enhancement of the Twin-Yi Tiangang Hammer, Qin Feng was able to disregard Zhao Wuji's formidable resilience. The frustration Zhao felt was overwhelming, almost causing him to spit blood in exasperation. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the sky. "That should be enough, don't you think?" It was Flander. Zhao Wuji, his anger flaring, shouted at the flying figure above. This young man's attack power was not particularly impressive, but his speed was extraordinary. While Zhao had not sustained any internal injuries, the physical toll he endured was considerable, pushing him to his limits. If the two of them teamed up, Taking down this opponent should not be difficult. Ah, Dean Flander. I was hoping to have a bit more fun with teacher Zhao Wuji, Qin Feng remarked with a playful tone as he removed his cloak, revealing his true identity. It's you, Zhao Wuji exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Isn't this the boy who gained admission without examination today? Teacher Zhao, didn't you say you would test me tomorrow morning? I was afraid you might wait too long, so I thought I'd have the test tonight. Qin Feng replied cheerfully. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji nearly choked in frustration. What a stroke of misfortune. Today was truly an ill-fated day, as he had been consecutively pummeled by 2 students, one of whom was even stronger than the previous. The boy named Tang Xin had merely utilized his 4th soul skill, showing no real effort. The individual known as Qin Feng had manifested his martial soul in its true form, yet he still found himself on the receiving end of a beating. The title of a movable king seemed to be a misnomer. Perhaps it should be altered to a movable punching bag, as he was merely enduring blows. I wonder what young Master Feng thinks of our academy's instructors. Is he satisfied? Flander, disregarding Zhao Wuji's presence, directed his inquiry towards Qin Feng, for the sum of 10,000 gold coins held greater significance. To be candid, Flander had not anticipated that Qin Feng would possess such extraordinary prowess. Initially, he presumed there was a formidable adversary invading, prompting his hasty arrival. Upon arrival, he discovered that the assailants bore merely 2 soul rings, one of a millennium and the other of 10,000 years. Such distinctive soul rings immediately brought young Master Feng to Flander's mind. He had thought young Master Feng would comfortably outmaneuver Zhao Wuji and the others from Shrek Academy. Yet the outcome astonished him. Zhao Wuji was utterly unable to retaliate. This was simply extraordinary. Flander had encountered a multitude of talents. Yet someone like Qin Feng was unprecedented in his experience. A great soul master suppressing a soul sage. Who among the continent could achieve such a feat? Although the opponent did not overpower the soul sage in terms of raw strength, his speed was truly astonishing. Even if Flander were to intervene, he might not be able to subdue him. Rest assured, overall, Shrek Academy has won my heart, especially my match against Teacher Zhao. It was quite exhilarating. Had you not arrived early, I could have continued for another half hour, Qin Feng remarked with a smile as he glanced at Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji, rubbing his swollen face, remained silent. If the battle had continued for another half hour, he would likely have to take a sick leave the following day. Are the children of today so ruthless? Did I disturb young Master Feng's enjoyment? Does this imply that young Master Feng is willing to enroll? Flander initially expressed his apologies, followed by a slight smile as he inquired. Hearing that Qin Feng seemed in good spirits, he had nearly feared that the investment plan might fall through, which would be a considerable loss of 10,000 gold soul coins. Rest assured, I shall not renege on my promise. This gold card contains 10,000 gold soul coins. And from this day forth, I officially invest in Shrek Academy, Qin Feng declared as he produced a gold card. Just moments ago, Qin Feng had achieved a promotion to level 30, concurrently completing the advancement task issued by the system. Host, Qin Feng. Gender, male. Age, 13. First martial soul, duality sky hammer. Second martial soul, divine beast. Soul bone, 1. Soul power, 01000000000. Advancement treasure chest, 1. Gazing at his attributes. Qin Feng was filled with mixed emotions. He was elated at his successful promotion and the acquisition of an advancement treasure chest. His first treasure had yielded a divine beast. Although he was unsure of its name, overall, his 2 instances of surpassing levels to absorb soul rings had relied on the assistance of others, or else he would have met an untimely end. The second treasure had granted him a soul bone, the soul bone of the breaking wind golden phoenix, without which he would not have been able to suppress Zhao Wuji. Completing the system's task of overwhelming Zhao Wuji would have been nothing short of a dream. He believed that the rewards from the third treasure chest would undoubtedly be impressive. The mere thought filled him with anticipation. Indeed, joy is profound and sorrow equally deep. Upon reaching the 30th level, he now requires an astonishing 100 million soul power to advance by a single tier. 100 million. It is worth noting that a mere breath contributes only 1 soul power. It seems that I must inhale to the point of asphyxiation to accumulate such a staggering amount. Does it not? Currently, I am only at level 30. What shall I do at 40 or 50? The mere thought of it leaves me breathless. The early stages were exhilarating, but the later stages feel like a funeral pyre. At this moment, Zhao Wuji and Flandra remained in the forest. Flandra, you lack loyalty. Why did you not inform me of this boy's formidable strength? Zhao Wuji asked, his face swollen. Had he been forewarned, he might have taken precautions and avoided this physical ordeal. How was I to know that young Master Feng would seek you out? I assumed he would approach someone like Li Songyu, not the strongest among us. Flandra responded, equally astonished. You ought to have mentioned it beforehand. We have an extraordinary behemoth in Shrek Academy. Though Zhao Wuji had calmed down, he still voiced his grievances. How could he possibly be angry with a benefactor like Qin Feng? One beating could yield 10,000 gold soul coins. Zhao Wuji believed he could endure 10 such encounters. Consider it a contribution to the academy. Your institution has been revitalized. Do you not feel a sense of greatness? Flandre, initially intending to offer some gold coins to comfort Zhao Wuji, cleverly adorned him with a mantle of honor instead. Ah, that does seem to have a ring of truth. Zhao Wuji acknowledged, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. He now considered himself a savior of the academy. However, he remained oblivious to the peculiar glint in Flandre's eyes, which seemed to suggest a saving of some gold soul coins. Thus, the two approached the vicinity of the academy. Zhao Wuji. At that moment, a chilling voice resonated through the air. Who could that be? Zhao Wuji inquired, his gaze filled with confusion as he looked at Flandre. Flandre, equally puzzled, shrugged in response. Could it be young Master Feng again? Surely, he would not be so tedious, having just concluded our last encounter. As they scanned their surroundings, a figure clad in black stood atop a towering tree. The individual was draped in a cloak, eerily reminiscent of Qin Feng. Young Master Feng, do not jest. I have already been thoroughly bested, Zhao Wuji lamented, addressing the cloaked figure above. His earlier confrontation with Qin Feng had been the most exasperating battle. Despite possessing the strength to crush his opponent in an instant, he found himself unable to grasp the slippery foe and ended up taking several bites in return. Wait, this is not young Master Feng, Flandre suddenly noted with a grave expression. The aura and physique of the figure above were distinctly different. This person was robust and emanated an inexplicable pressure. Zhao Wuji, come with me, the voice commanded, and in an instant, the shadow vanished from sight. Zhao Wuji and Flandre exchanged glances before hastening after the shadow. They were eager to discern the purpose of this enigmatic figure's presence. Moments later, the shadow came to a halt atop a fractured tree. What business could this esteemed individual possibly have? Flandre, having just gained clarity, realized that this figure was far beyond their capabilities and certainly not Feng Shao. Despite Qin Feng's extraordinary soul rings and speed, his soul power remained at the level of a grand soul master, lacking the elusive sense of threat emanating from this presence. Me? Naturally, I have come to challenge the immovable king. I wish to experience the sensation of combat without relying on soul power. The man's voice carried a hint of amusement. In the same position, with the same individual, the only difference was the hammer and the assailant. Ah, and the soul rings. As the hammer struck the ground, soul rings materialized, revealing a dazzling array of purple, black, and a striking crimson. Sealed, a title Douluo, with 10,000 years of soul rings. Zhao Wuji was so taken aback that he could hardly breathe, swiftly turning to Flandre with a look that seemed to ask, did you invite this individual? A title Douluo. With 10,000 gold soul coins, Zhao Wuji would not dare to engage. If he did, would he be buried in a coffin of gold? Your Majesty Haotian, may I inquire what grievance Zhao Wuji has caused you? 10,000-year soul rings and a hammer. This is clearly Tang Hao, the Haotian Douluo, who even dared to confront the Spirit Hall. Reflecting on the matter, it was evident that Shrek Academy had never crossed paths with this individual. Why then had he suddenly appeared today, evidently seeking to challenge Zhao Wuji? Had Zhao Wuji offended him previously? That seemed implausible. Zhao Wuji was merely a soul sage, while Tang Hao had vanished for several years, rendering any connection improbable. Where have I offended you? If the younger ones are struck, it is only natural for the elder to seek retribution. Enough chatter, immovable king, shall we begin? A formidable pressure enveloped Zhao Wuji, rendering him breathless. He pondered Tang Hao's words. Was this not a case of the young striking first, followed by the elder seeking vengeance? Such indignity. The young? Could it be that Feng Shao and Tang San are favored by His Majesty? Tang Hao's surname is Tang, and among those who entered today, one is named Tang San, while the one wielding the hammer is Qin Feng. The former bears the martial soul blue silvergrass, and the latter wields a hammer. There seems to be a subtle connection here. Ah, indeed, the esteemed headmaster of Shrek Academy is quite perceptive. However, with such a splendid moonlit night, I trust Headmaster Flandre does not wish to engage in a confrontation as well. A chilling glare pierced through the air, prompting Flandre to shake his head vehemently. The force of that hammer could easily crush his skull. If you wish to avoid conflict, then silence yourself. The voice, though calm, carried an undeniable aura of authority. Subsequently, a torrent of ferocious attacks surged forth. Trees in the back mountain toppled one after another, entire rows uprooted in the chaos. Flying through the air, Flandre watched the scene unfold with a sigh. He never anticipated that these two exceptional individuals would be aligned with His Majesty Haotian. It was no wonder that Feng Shao would challenge Zhao Wuji. After all, his younger brother had been struck, prompting this confrontation to fall upon Zhao Wuji. However, the wind was somewhat more forgiving. The opponent possessed speed but lacked formidable strength, leaving Zhao Wuji with merely superficial injuries. Yet, the current adversary was a different matter altogether, a being that once instilled fear even in the spirit hall. Nevertheless, this individual seemed devoid of malicious intent. As if to convey a warning, these two are under my protection, and should you dare to impose unwarranted punishment, I shall retaliate in kind. That night, in the forest behind the mountain, birds flew under the moonlit sky. A series of earth-shattering sounds echoed, fortunately distant from the academy, or many would have surely been roused from their slumber. After what felt like an eternity, the cacophony finally subsided. At that moment, the figure in black stood before Zhao Wuji, whose visage had swollen grotesquely, one eye darkened while the other was suffused with crimson veins. Blood continued to trickle from his nose, which he had only just managed to wipe clean. Zhao Wuji, do you comprehend what I have conveyed? The figure in black inquired coldly, stepping away from Zhao Wuji. Despite his battered appearance, Zhao Wuji was animated with fervor. Thank you, Your Highness Haotian, for your guidance. He expressed sincerely to the very person who had just assaulted him. At that moment, Flanders arrived, observing the exchange between Zhao Wuji and the figure in black. Suddenly, a voice, imbued with a sense of profound history, resonated within his mind, leaving him momentarily dazed, as if enlightened. This shall serve as compensation for both of you. Your future days will demand much toil. With those words, the figure vanished into thin air. Flanders, you are utterly ungrateful. When His Highness Haotian commanded you to be silent, you dare not utter a word. Fortuitously, His Highness bore no ill will. Had he intended otherwise, you would be burning incense for your own sake this time next year. Zhao Wuji remarked, having lost 2 teeth and speaking with a slight lisp. What do you know? Even if we were tenfold in number, we would still be no match against His Highness Haotian. Furthermore, if I were to perish, who would retrieve my remains? You think of incense, dream on. Our corpses would likely be dragged away by wolves and devoured. Do you wish to be consumed by wolves? Flanders gazed at the scarred Zhao Wuji, his expression a peculiar mix of mirth and restraint. Though Flanders' words seemed callous, Zhao Wuji pondered for a moment and found a hint of truth within them. My words may be coarse, yet they are not without reason, don't you agree? Flanders probed with an almost ethereal intensity. I care not. You remain despicably ungrateful, Zhao Wuji retorted, though inwardly accepting Flanders' reasoning, his demeanor still brimming with indignation. In the boys' dormitory, within the shared quarters of Qin Feng and Tang San, Qin Feng approached the bed where Tang San lay, his vitality severely diminished. Chapter 68. We are all quite innocent. With a flick of his wrist, Qin Feng summoned the Twin-Yi Tiangang Hammers into his grasp. Channeling his soul power, a vivid red flower blossomed forth. He intended to use the Twin-Yi Tiangang Hammers to heal his comrade. Feeling a renewed confidence after the Master's previous guidance regarding the 9 heart blood sea tangs, assuring himself that this time, he would not resort to electrotherapy as he had before. The platinum hammer gently struck Tang San, whose previously pallid complexion gradually regained its vigor. On that night, had anyone peered through the window, they would have witnessed an individual relentlessly hammering down upon the bedridden patient, resembling a scene of murder. The following morning, the crowing of roosters echoed through the air. Slowly rousing from his slumber, Tang San's eyes reflected a hint of confusion. With the first light of dawn breaking, he observed that Qin Feng appeared to be in a deep sleep, seemingly undisturbed. Recalling the previous day's challenge against Teacher Zhao, which had left him injured, Tang San focused his energy, intending to utilize his Xiantian skill to mend his wounds. However, to his astonishment, as he activated the Xiantian skill, he discovered that his body had miraculously returned to its pristine state, devoid of any trace of injury. This was hardly the condition one would expect after enduring a fierce battle. Puzzled, Tang San wondered how his body had healed so completely. While the Xiantian skill could indeed expedite the recovery of physical injuries, he had never encountered such a situation before. Could it be that Feng Gu had something to do with it? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Feng Gu's current deep slumber seemed rather unusual, clearly indicative of excessive soul power exhaustion. Given that Feng Gu had not fought against Teacher Zhao that day, how could his soul power have been so depleted? Was it possible that he had employed the platinum hammer to aid in Tang San's healing? Tang San recalled witnessing Feng Gu's platinum hammer before. Without it, it was likely that their teacher would have perished long ago. Furthermore, during their confrontation with the golden-haired titan, it was also Feng Gu's platinum hammer that had sustained them for an extended duration. It seemed that Feng Gu had indeed assisted in his recovery. Approaching Qin Feng, Tang San cast a grateful glance before quietly exiting the room. The toxic arrows and concealed weapons he had deployed the previous day remained below, and he had no intention of discarding them. Meanwhile, Qin Feng remained oblivious to Tang San's awakening, lost in a delightful dream. He dreamt of the days spent in the spirit hall, akin to living under someone else's roof, enduring humiliation. In his dream, Qin Feng soared through the skies, treading upon the spirit hall, and he even dreamt of being in the company of a graceful figure. Feng Gu, it's time to wake up. Time slipped away, and a gentle warmth illuminated Qin Feng. In his hazy state, he faintly sensed someone calling his name. What time is it? Qin Feng mumbled, still groggy. Having exhausted his soul power the previous day, he was utterly fatigued and had unwittingly slept until the sun bathed his face. Brother Qin Feng, it's almost noon now. If teacher Zhao hadn't taken leave, you would have been in quite a predicament, came the voices of 3 individuals surrounding him, Tang San, Oscar, and Dai Mubai. Good heavens, have I really slept for so long? Qin Feng exclaimed, suddenly jolting upright in surprise. I was going to bring breakfast for you, but since you were still asleep, I ended up giving it to little Oscar, Tang San replied, shrugging his shoulders in exasperation. He hadn't anticipated that Feng Gu would be in such a deep slumber. Had they not called out to him, he might still be asleep. Xiao San, you truly possess remarkable prowess, managing to make teacher Zhao take a leave of absence. It is quite astonishing, considering we have been at the academy for such an extended period without witnessing teacher Zhao's absence. Upon noticing that Qin Feng had risen, a relaxed atmosphere enveloped the entire room, prompting Oscar to engage in light-hearted banter. I hardly believe I am that formidable. Yesterday, I merely caused teacher Zhao a minor inconvenience. Tang San replied with an awkward smile, fully aware of the limitations of his own abilities. It was utterly implausible that he could have inflicted an injury severe enough to warrant teacher Zhao's absence. Perhaps teacher Zhao was merely seeking an excuse to take a day off, and Tang San found himself as nothing more than a scapegoat. Regardless, today we can take it easy. A day free from teachers is truly delightful, Oscar remarked, adopting a relaxed demeanor. Speaking of enjoyment, it seems the one most elated must be brother Qin Feng. Oscar continued his chatter. Oh, why is that? Tang San inquired, a look of curiosity crossing his face. You are unaware? While you were unconscious yesterday, brother Qin Feng helped you up, only to be challenged by teacher Zhao Wuji for a duel the following morning. This revelation elicited laughter from everyone present. Who would have thought such a thing could occur? However, brother Feng is undoubtedly far more skilled than I. It would be quite amusing to see teacher Zhao challenge him, Tang San replied with a smile, his eyes glinting with playful intrigue. Is brother Qin Feng truly that exceptional? Oscar gazed at Qin Feng in disbelief. At that moment, a loud growl erupted from Qin Feng's stomach, revealing that he had missed both breakfast and lunch, and his stomach was staging a rebellion. No, you mustn't listen to Xiao San's nonsense. I am but a mere novice. What they are is a different matter entirely, far beyond my capabilities. Yet, Oscar seemed to be convinced by Qin Feng's playful self-deprecation, offering comforting words that it was no significant issue, merely that they were slightly stronger at present, and that in the future, they would surely surpass the previous generation. After another 10 minutes, Qin Feng felt the tightening of his stomach, realizing he could no longer endure the hunger. He patted Oscar on the shoulder and turned to Tang San and Dai Mubai, signaling his intent to depart. Brother Feng, I believe we are kindred spirits. How about you try my sausage? I'll let you have it for free. As a token of friendship, let us chat the afternoon away. Oscar called out to Qin Feng, who was preparing to leave. Brother Feng, enlarge your bosom. Eat my sausage. Qin Feng froze at Oscar's words, finding them exceedingly awkward. No, I think I shall venture outside for some congee instead. He reasoned that perhaps Oscar had spoken without intent, and he was simply being overly sensitive. After all, Oscar was innocent, and so was he. Qin Feng. Chapter 69. The Plump Phoenix, third update. Qin Feng continually reassured himself, determined not to measure Oscar with the cynical mindset of Earth's youth. He was merely a simple lad. Thus, Qin Feng made his way to the exterior of Shrek Academy. The academy occupied a third of the village, with many structures being the original wooden houses of the community. Among the wooden houses, some astute villagers, driven by the desire to earn a little profit, often established small shops within their homes. Last night, after taking a stroll through the forest behind the academy, Qin Feng realized he had yet to explore this village. As he would be residing here from now on, it was essential to familiarize himself with his surroundings. Thus, Qin Feng began to meander about, searching for something to eat. We have broken up. Please do not harass me any longer. Indeed, following the sound, Qin Feng observed a young man clad in red, somewhat plump in appearance, obstructing a young woman. The young man seemed to be around 14, while the woman appeared to be 17 or 18. Why, Suehua, tell me what I have done wrong. I will change. The young man, resembling a smitten admirer, implored the woman, referred to as Tsuwa. I cannot endure you. We are incompatible. Please, truly do not pursue me any further. The woman's expression revealed her distress, her cheeks flushing at certain memories. Suehua, you are unaware of your fortune. Others would yearn for someone like me and cannot find one. Please do not leave me. I promise to treat you well. The young man stubbornly clung to her. No, We have already parted ways. From today onward, do not seek me again. This is the definitive end. Suehua forcefully attempted to break free from the young man's grasp. But whether due to his strength or some other reason, she could not escape. Very well. If you wish to sever ties, you may. But you must agree to one condition. What condition? Suehua inquired. Let us have one more chance, just once. After that, we shall go our separate ways and never disturb each other again. The young man raised a finger, his expression serious as he gazed at Suehua. Ma Hongjun, you must be dreaming. You are insufferable. The woman shouted, her face a mixture of embarrassment and anger, evidently fearful of the situation. From a distance, Qin Feng, amused by the absurd scene, chuckled to himself. What an intriguing spectacle indeed. Who would have thought that a simple outing for breakfast would lead to such an entertaining encounter? However, his smile caught the attention of Ma Hongjun, who was now seething with rage. What the hell are you looking at? Mind your own business and get lost. Ma Hongjun bellowed, his fury palpable. He was infuriated by the presence of an onlooker who dared to laugh at his predicament. Had he not feared losing Suehua, he would have already dealt with this insolent fool. Oh, are you addressing me? Qin Feng inquired with a hint of amusement. Are you going to leave or not? Otherwise, I will smash your head. Ma Hongjun, one hand still gripping Suehua, glared furiously at Qin Feng. In his view, women were all the same. Their outward rejection was merely a pretense, and a little resistance would soon fade. It was this meddling fool who had spoiled his chances. How fascinating it was to venture out in search of a meal only to find oneself threatened. Qin Feng slowly approached, a knowing smile glinting in his eyes as he fixed his gaze on Ma Hongjun. Though he had yet to engage with the evil fire phoenix, today he intended to ascertain its true capabilities. In that instant, the atmosphere became palpable with tension. How audacious of you, Ma Hongjun thought. I have never encountered anyone bold enough to court such danger. Suehua, wait for me here. I shall return shortly, he declared, planting a kiss on Suehua's hand before rolling forward like a dragon to confront Qin Feng. I afforded you a chance to depart, yet you chose to remain. Do not blame me for the consequences. Though portly in stature, the rotund figure of Ma Hongjun found himself up against an adversary whose speed was astonishing. With a swift and thunderous assault, the short-legged contender charged at Qin Feng. While both appeared to be of similar age, their physiques differed. Ma Hongjun was reminiscent of the stout Zhao Wuji, while Qin Feng stood half a head taller. In a split second, as Ma Hongjun lunged, Qin Feng sidestepped, shoulder colliding with him, and followed up with a sweeping kick that sent Ma Hongjun tumbling to the ground. From a distance, Suehua had initially contemplated making her escape. But upon witnessing Qin Feng's strikingly graceful movements, she was instantly captivated. When had such a handsome figure graced their village? Not only were his actions elegant, but he exuded an aura befitting a deity. Suehua's eyes sparkled with admiration, pondering how she had ever favored the rotund Ma Hongjun when a man of such divine appearance, clad in a light purple garment, stood before her. No longer interested in fleeing, she found herself utterly enchanted by his every gesture, her heart racing with excitement. All right, I shall indulge you today. After enduring several setbacks, Ma Hongjun could no longer restrain himself. Yet unbeknownst to him, Suehua had already shifted her affections elsewhere. Feel the might of my punch. Ma Hongjun unleashed a powerful blow, laced with a hidden flame energy. Realizing he was not invulnerable, he knew he could not withstand the fiery assault of Ma Hongjun's phoenix flames. Ah, so you are a soul master. No wonder you dare meddle. Today, I shall show you the distinction between soul masters. If you lack strength, refrain from interfering. Ma Hongjun's voice turned icy upon witnessing Qin Feng's display of soul power. Who dares to involve themselves in my affairs? He bellowed. Phoenix possession. A surge of purple-red light erupted from Ma Hongjun, transforming him into what appeared to be a humanoid turkey. Is this truly a phoenix? Because to me, it resembles a rather plump chicken meant for soup. Qin Feng remarked with a grin. Unexpectedly, his words elicited laughter from Suehua, who was close enough to overhear. Chapter 70, Love Rivals? Fourth update. You dare to insult me as a mere chicken and sow discord between Suehua and me? Such a crime deserves the harshest punishment. The portly fellow was utterly enraged, as if his hidden vulnerabilities had been touched. Suddenly, his entire being ignited in a blazing inferno, and in the next moment, he leaped up, unleashing a stream of crimson flames from his mouth. Watch out. At that instant, Suehua shouted to Qin Feng from behind, observing the searing flames rushing towards him. Qin Feng immediately activated his soul bone skill, accelerating to 100-fold speed, effortlessly evading the fiery onslaught. Damn it, all because of you. Suehua has turned her affections elsewhere. Today, I shall incinerate you. The sight of Qin Feng's delicate features ignited the portly man's fury. First soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line. The intense flames surged towards Qin Feng, seemingly sealing off all avenues of escape. First soul skill, Thunderclap Hammer. A black spiked hammer manifested in Qin Feng's hand, enveloped by a purple soul ring, crackling with electrical energy. A purple soul ring. Ma Hongjun was taken aback. How could this young lad possess a millennium soul ring? As he witnessed Qin Feng's heavy hammer fearlessly advance through the flames, Ma Hongjun infused his second soul ring. Second soul skill, Blazing Phoenix. Ma Hongjun trembled, transforming into a fiery entity. The temperature of the previous flames seemed to escalate dramatically at that moment. Observing the straight jet of flames, Ma Hongjun sneered. After all, he was merely targeting a male, and injuries were inconsequential. Had it been a female, he would never have unleashed his second soul skill, as he was chivalrous. However, before Ma Hongjun could revel in his triumph, a black hammerhead broke through the flames, crashing towards his face. Boom! Struck directly in the face. Ma Hongjun soared backward like a kite severed from its string, colliding with the grass shed, which shattered instantly. By sheer coincidence, Suehua was nearby, witnessing this humiliating spectacle unfold, effectively obliterating any remnants of his handsome image. You better remember this, kid. Soon, you'll regret it. Ma Hongjun furiously pointed at Qin Feng before swiftly retreating. Having seen his second soul skill easily countered, he realized this individual was no ordinary foe. Continuing would only lead to further disgrace, so he chose to withdraw. He may have been hefty, but he was not foolish, a truly nimble portly man. Qin Feng smiled faintly, speaking with a hint of meaning. The portly man's malevolent flames were indeed formidable, yet Qin Feng possessed a soul bone, and his soul rings surpassed those of his opponent, making it a simple task to dominate him. Thank you so much. Suehua approached Qin Feng to express her gratitude. It was nothing. I happened to be passing by. Qin Feng shrugged. I just heard that this handsome gentleman hasn't eaten yet. Coincidentally, my family runs a small restaurant in the village. May I invite you? Suehua inquired of Qin Feng. That sounds great. Qin Feng replied without hesitation, as the Shrek Academy cafeteria had already closed, and he had ventured out to find food. It was fortuitous to encounter someone with a restaurant. He could hardly refuse. Thus, Qin Feng followed Suehua to the small eatery. On their journey, Suehua recounted her experiences with Ma Hongjun to Qin Feng, expressing that he was a good person, yet they were simply not suited for one another. She emphasized that love should be pursued with someone who truly complements oneself. Qin Feng, already lightheaded from hunger, nodded along, adopting an agreeable demeanor to her words. However, he did not anticipate that Suehua, noticing his compliance, would display a different expression on her delicate face. Soon, they arrived at a quaint little restaurant. Suehua, whose home resided at the village's edge, found the establishment to be tidy and welcoming. Qin Feng, please take a seat. I shall prepare a meal for you, she instructed, placing a cup of tea before him and promptly tying on an apron to begin cooking. Though Suehua was not conventionally attractive, possessing an ordinary appearance, she radiated a sense of genuine simplicity that allowed Qin Feng to sit comfortably. Hey, what happened to you? Why do you have such a large red mark on your face? Exclaimed the chubby boy. Wow, Dai Lauda, I've been bullied. Suehua was taken from me. He rushed over to Dai Mubai, embodying a picture of utter grievance. If a stranger had been present, they might have conjured countless interpretations of the scene. Cough, cough. Who bullied you? Tell us about it, Dai Mubai inquired, seemingly aware that the boy's demeanor was less than dignified, and thus pushed him away to ask. The chubby boy recounted the incident to Dai Mubai and the others, embellishing the tale with a touch of exaggeration. What? Such a thing happened. I must see who dares to bully my brother. Dai Mubai's anger flared upon hearing that someone had brazenly taken Tsuehua before his eyes and even marred the chubby boy's appearance. Although Tsuehua was not particularly attractive, and the chubby boy's looks were also unremarkable, it was clear that this was an affront to his brother. Such behavior could not be tolerated. It was an outright declaration of their perceived vulnerability at Shrek Academy. Tang San, Xiao Wu, Rongrong, and Zhu Qing, I cannot accompany you on your campus tour. I have a matter to attend to. I shall have Oscar take you around instead. Dai Mubai apologized to Tang San and Xiao Wu. Dai Lauda, how could I let Oscar go alone while Fatty has been wronged? I must join as well. Oscar, though a food system soul master with minimal offensive capability, felt compelled to act in defense of his brother. Why don't we go with you? We, too, wish to see who dares to be so outrageous, Tang San chimed in, eager to confront the individual who had disrupted a couple and assaulted the male counterpart. Indeed, my sister Xiao Wu will smash that fellow's head. Let us go together, Xiao Wu declared, her fists clenched tightly, embodying the spirit of a fierce protector from Nodding Academy. Who are these individuals? The chubby boy wondered, feeling quite unfamiliar with the four before him. When did the school gain such bewitching companions? They are the new students who just enrolled this year, Dai Mubai explained. Upon hearing that they were juniors, the previously tearful and aggrieved chubby boy suddenly perked up, his eyes fixated on the newcomers, utterly captivated by their beauty. Cough, cough. You mentioned a young man was bullying you. Why not lead us there at once? Upon seeing the plump boy drooling over Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai feigned a cough. Chapter 71. The flood sweeps away the Dragon King's temple. Hey Dai, Oscar, you two are truly lacking in loyalty. You've already divided the two new female students between you. The rotund boy was quite straightforward, and the current situation clearly indicated that Dai Mubai and his companion had already made their moves. The girl with the ponytail seemed to share a close bond with the junior, indicating little hope for others. Dressed in black, with a striking figure, it appeared Dai Mubai had already laid claim to her. As for the sweet and lovely girl, Xiao Ao seemed to be pursuing her. Though Ma Hongjun was indeed in want of female companionship, he had not sunk to the level of competing with his brothers for a woman. Since Xiao Ao had already begun to pursue, he could not simply intrude. Heavens, these two beasts. Truly, a single misstep can lead to eternal regret. Suehua, when compared to these three, is evidently at a disadvantage. Why did I waste my time on Suehua? Was it merely to enjoy free food and lodging at her place? Ma Hongjun lamented, feeling as if he had traded a sesame seed for a watermelon. Why so verbose? Do you still wish to confront him? Dai Mubai shot a cold glare at Ma Hongjun. Let us go. That young man is clearly bullying our Shrek Academy. Thus, the group set forth in a grand procession. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, dining at Soa's small restaurant at the village's edge, was blissfully unaware that Ma Hongjun had brought so many people to seek him out. He was contentedly awaiting his meal. It must be said, Suehua's culinary skills were indeed commendable. The enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen. Qin Feng, come and try this, Suehua said as she presented the first dish, stir-fried pork with green peppers. Qin Feng's mouth watered. Was this not the flavor of the rustic home-cooked meals he had longed for? Here, he savored the taste of earth, evoking a profound sense of nostalgia. As dish after dish arrived, Qin Feng began to feast heartily. Meanwhile, a large group of people appeared at the site where they had previously fought. This is precisely where we battled. That young man must have gone to Suehua's house. This is utterly intolerable, Ma Hongjun declared in a fit of indignation. Then let us visit Suehua's home. Dai Mubai led the way, as they often dined at Suehua's due to her exceptional skills. Of course, with the presence of the plump boy, their meals were usually half-priced. Let us go. In this manner, the group set off with great fanfare. On the other side, Suehua had just finished preparing the meal. 4 dishes in total, 3 meat and 1 vegetable, looking exceedingly appetizing. Very well done. Thank you for your hard work. Qin Feng expressed his gratitude to Suehua, who was glistening with sweat from her efforts in the kitchen. Do hurry and taste it, Suehua said with a beaming smile. Her eyes seemingly filled with the image of Qin Feng. The aroma wafted through the air, and I instinctively knew that this rascal was present. At that very moment, an unexpected voice erupted from outside. Who dares to lay a hand on my brother? Dai Mubai was the first to charge in, followed closely by the fiercely determined Xiao Wu. As the esteemed leader of Nodding Academy, how could she possibly miss such a righteous scene? However, upon entering and witnessing the diners at the table, Dai Mubai's expression became somewhat rigid. Xiao Wu, who had previously exuded an air of aggression, now bore a different demeanor. You certainly have keen senses, arriving just as Suehua has prepared the meal. Would you care to join us? Qin Feng, engrossed in his meal, glanced over with a cheerful expression. The panting figure of a hefty man soon rushed in, his weight causing him to lag behind. However, he quickly became aware that the atmosphere in the restaurant was palpably awkward. Are you certain you were robbed of Suehua and then unjustly beaten? Dai Mubai fixed a cold gaze on the hefty man. Who was this individual? Was that not Qin Feng? With his first spirit ring spanning a millennium and the second a full 10,000 years, he undoubtedly hailed from a powerful family. How could such a person possibly covet a village maiden? It was not a matter of the maiden's worth, but rather that these two were simply ill-matched. It would be akin to trying to fit a copper coin into a space mint for a gold coin, utterly illogical. Thus, he began to suspect that the hefty man had exaggerated the tale, given that such antics were not unfamiliar to him. Indeed, he stole my Suehua. Just look at how close they are now. Despite the multitude of eyes upon him, the hefty man resolutely defended his position. Actually, you have misunderstood Qin Feng. It was he who saved me just now. Seeing so many people enter, Suehua was terrified, fearing it was Ma Hongjun seeking revenge, and thus hastily clarified the situation. With so many present, surely someone can discern the truth. Qin Feng saved you? At Suehua's words, every pair of eyes turned to Ma Hongjun with an icy glare. Wow, Suehua, they say that sharing a bed for a single night breeds 100 days of affection. You were the first to expose me. What of our bond? The hefty man was utterly taken aback by Suehua's callousness. Humph. You insist on rekindling things with him after our breakup. Had it not been for Qin Feng, I would have. Suehua expressed her grievances, her demeanor one of deep distress. Instantly, the atmosphere in the small diner plummeted to an icy chill. Particularly, The glances from several young women toward the hefty man were ablaze with fury. Although Tsuehua's words were veiled in delicacy, they were not naive and could easily discern the underlying meaning. All right, Boss Dai, even if I may have concealed certain details, this rascal did strike me. The hefty man, realizing that his embellishments had ignited ire, opted for blunt honesty. After all, clinging stubbornly to a falsehood would only lead to further humiliation. Moreover, today he came seeking a venue, and though he lied, this scoundrel also laid hands on him. That is a matter of principle. I believe you deserve to be punished. Zhao Wu exclaimed, her expression a mix of indignation and disbelief, having never encountered such shamelessness that utterly challenged her worldview. Thankfully, Brother Feng was present. Had it been anyone else, it would likely have resulted in yet another miscarriage of justice. It was precisely because of Brother Feng that they were quick to suspect the chubby one. Zhao Wu, how can you say such a thing? He did strike your classmate. The chubby one protested, his face a portrait of grievance. However, at this moment, Dai Mu Bai, who had been holding back, finally spoke up. Chapter 72, Brother Feng? Papaya. What of it if he hit you? Wasn't it he who also dealt me a blow beforehand? Dai Mu Bai glared at Ma Hongjun, his irritation palpable. What? Ma Hongjun's face was a canvas of confusion. The others, too, looked incredulously at Qin Feng, who was leisurely enjoying his meal. Could it be that he had actually struck the formidable Dai Lauda? This seemed implausible. Yet, Dai Lauda was a man of strength and would hardly jest about such matters. Tang San and Zhao Wu exchanged glances. They had assumed Dai Lauda would keep this incident under wraps, but his candid admission only heightened their admiration. Dai Lauda, you aren't coming down with a fever, are you? Ma Hongjun questioned incredulously, reaching out to touch Dai Mu Bai's forehead, for this was entirely uncharacteristic of him. His name is Qin Feng, the first student of Shrek Academy to be admitted without examination. The shocking incident at the Rose Hotel in Soto City 2 days ago was his doing. Are you satisfied now? Dai Mu Bai shot back at Ma Hongjun. Unperturbed by his defeat, he embraced his loss with grace. The distance to Soto City wasn't far. And they were well aware of the uproar surrounding the Rose Hotel incident. They had not anticipated that it was the result of someone who had bested Dai Lauda. Ma Hongjun gulped, realizing that Dai Lauda's words implied that he too had been unable to contend with this newcomer. Wow, Brother Feng, you are indeed impressive. Just when the atmosphere reached a crescendo, Qin Feng prepared to play the humble card, but Oscar, in his naive exuberance, threw his arm around Qin Feng's neck. His eyes sparkling with admiration. Enhancing your stature? Impressive? The chubby one looked at Dai Mu Bai, slightly bewildered. To his surprise, Dai Mu Bai's lips twitched in response. Enhancing your stature? The girls exchanged glances, their curiosity piqued. Ahem, have you all had lunch yet? Why not join me for a meal? To alleviate the awkward tension. Qin Feng feigned a cough, and then inquired of everyone. Shall we dine together? I'll go prepare a couple more dishes. Suehua, with her wholesome smile, tied on an apron and entered the kitchen. Indeed, she was a diligent and capable girl. Any man fortunate enough to marry such a woman would surely lead a blissful life. Qin Feng mused inwardly in admiration. It turns out to be Brother Feng. It feels as though the flood has swept through the Dragon King Temple, a family colliding with another family. After a brief conversation, the chubby man deliberately sat next to Qin Feng and deftly retrieved some beverages from the nearby cabinet, pouring them for everyone. The only thing he remembered was that he seemed to have gained 10 pounds. He chuckled. Well, it's nothing. One doesn't truly know someone without a bit of conflict. Qin Feng smiled awkwardly. In truth, upon hearing the name Ma Hongjun, he had already deduced the other's identity, merely wishing to observe the extent of his abilities. Brother Feng, I have something to inquire about. The chubby man leaned in conspiratorially. Qin Feng's eyes reflected confusion. He was uncertain what this inquiry might entail. Could it pertain to cultivation? Brother Feng, I've heard you possess remarkable skills in enhancing one's physique. Could you possibly share some secrets with me? The chubby man inquired, casting a glance towards Tsuehua, who was in the kitchen. Qin Feng was taken aback upon hearing this. Hadn't he just clarified that the rumors were baseless? He was merely an eternal bachelor, even on Earth. Reflecting on this made him feel a tinge of sadness. The life of a single man watching others flaunt their affection was indeed quite painful. Brother Feng, I implore you. Suehua is truly about to break up with me. Ma Hongjun pleaded with an air of desperation, his eyes brimming with sorrow. After their previous discussion, they realized that Brother Feng had no intention of stealing Tsuehua away. Had it not been for Ma Hongjun's own provocations, Brother Feng would likely not have intervened. What on earth have I gotten myself into? Qin Feng thought, his mind a jumble of exasperation. Why not seek out some papayas? He suggested, his lips twitching with resignation. During his school days, he had often heard of papayas having certain benefits, though he remained uncertain of their veracity. In any case, he had never experienced such effects himself. Papayas? Are these the ones from outside? The chubby man exclaimed as he bounded to the door, soon presenting several green fruits on the table. Goodness! Qin Feng was astonished. There truly were papayas here, which he had previously overlooked. Brother Feng, is this the papaya you mentioned? In our village, no one typically consumes such fruits as they lack flavor. Ma Hongjun remarked, noting that what they referred to as papaya bore no sweetness, rendering it largely unappealing. Seeing Qin Feng's focused gaze on the fruits, the chubby man inquired again, "This is indeed a significant matter for me. I must be proactive." If he wasn't mistaken, this must be the right thing. Qin Feng sliced one open and discovered it was nearly identical to the papayas he was familiar with. So, how should it be consumed? The chubby man asked cautiously, wary of being overheard. Yet, everyone present was at least a great soul master, possessing extraordinary senses. Particularly, the young women in attendance perked up their ears. Their whispers could not possibly elude their notice. Especially when it came to such pivotal topics, secrecy was utterly unattainable. "This is preserved meat with mustard greens. You may give it a try." At that moment, Suehua approached with a beaming smile, carrying a bowl of vegetables. However, she felt an inexplicable oddity in the atmosphere surrounding them. Come, it's time to eat." Dai Mubai broke the awkwardness with his words. The chubby one clenched his fists tightly. "Thank you, Brother Feng. If this really works, I, Ma Hongjun, will follow you faithfully from now on." He expressed his gratitude with tears of joy. "Haha, no need for thanks," came the reply. They sat around a large table on long benches. With Qin Feng positioned in the center, the chubby one to his left, and Oscar to his right. For reasons unknown, he felt somewhat out of place. As Tang San and Dai Mubai were seated next to their companions, leaving him alone. Alas, too much said brings only tears, Qin Feng sighed inwardly. Just then, Oscar leaned in closer, a mysterious glint in his eye, mirroring the chubby one's earlier approach. "Brother Feng, since you understand women, do you know how we men should strengthen ourselves?" Upon hearing Oscar's inquiry, he noticed Zhao Wu's ears twitch slightly. An unsettling chill crept down his spine, as though he were being scrutinized by countless eyes. "Ahem, strengthen the body, is it?" Oscar feigned a cough before shifting the conversation. "Strengthen the body. That is simple. Just run more often." Unbeknownst to Oscar, Qin Feng quietly exhaled in relief. The meal had an air of awkwardness, yet it concluded satisfactorily, with everyone feeling quite full. The total cost of the meal was less than a copper coin, but Qin Feng generously offered 3. Appreciating Tsuehua's excellent cooking and the nostalgic taste reminiscent of Earth's bustling eateries. For him, the wealthiest in Nodding City, this amount was trivial. Suddenly, a commotion echoed through the academy. Didn't teacher Zhao take the day off? Why is there a gathering bell? The group, now full and strolling along a village path, exchanged astonished glances upon hearing the sound. Dai Mubai called out to everyone, "What is happening? What does this signal mean?" Apart from Dai Mubai and the other two, the rest were newcomers, unaware of its implications. "This is the school's assembly order. We must gather within a minute, or we'll face penalties," Oscar exclaimed as he sprinted. However, they were still a distance from the school, taking a full 2 minutes to reach the plaza of Shrek Academy. At that moment, a burly man in a brown coat stood with his back to them. "Oh no, it's the principal." A look of despair crossed Oscar's face. If it were teacher Zhao, a slight tardiness might still allow them to escape punishment, as he too was known to be late. The group of 8 rushed to the front of the plaza. "Isn't that the unscrupulous merchant we encountered the other day? What is he doing here?" Zhao Wu and Tang San arrived at the forefront, only to suddenly recognize an individual among them. This person was none other than the unscrupulous merchant they had encountered during their previous shopping excursion. Yet, this so-called merchant was actually the esteemed dean of Shrek Academy, Fland, a formidable soul sage of level 78. Oscar happened to be standing beside them at that moment and addressed them. "The dean of Shrek Academy, Fland?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Wu's lips twitched slightly, recalling her harsh words directed at him just 2 days prior. Surely, Dean Fland wouldn't hold a grudge, after all. He was a dean. One must assume he possessed a magnanimous spirit. With a hint of melancholy, Zhao Wu glanced at Qin Feng and Tang San, contemplating the repercussions should he indeed harbor resentment towards her. "I doubt he will," Tang San reassured Zhao Wu. "After all, he is a dean, generally. Those who attain such positions are rather forgiving." "Ah, that is not necessarily the case," Qin Feng remarked with an enigmatic smile. "Brother Feng speaks truthfully. You are unaware of Dean Fland's notorious reputation for bearing grudges, as well as his avaricious nature. He can be quite ruthless." Oscar chimed in, his voice laced with exasperation. "You are 1 minute late." At that moment, a deep voice resonated through the air. "Dean Fland, we apologize for our tardiness. We were dining at Suehua's home on the back mountain," Dai Mubai explained to Fland. "Late is late. There is no need for excuses. Each of you shall run 20 laps as punishment," Fland declared with an undeniable authority. "Wait, Just as Dai Mubai was about to lead the group in accepting their fate, Flan called out to them. With expressions of confusion, the group wondered what additional instructions the dean had to impart. As a new semester commences, the punishment for tardiness will be postponed. I wish to address you all first. Every institution's principal delivers a speech at the beginning of the academic year, and Shrek Academy was no exception. Why do you all appear so despondent? Tang San, Qin Feng, and the others exchanged puzzled glances at Dai Mubai. Brother Feng, you will understand shortly, Oscar shrugged in response. Firstly, I am delighted to welcome 5 new students to Shrek Academy this year, and on behalf of the Academy, I extend my warmest greetings to you all. As Flan's words fell, a round of applause erupted from the audience. The first order of business I must address is regarding the tuition and uniform fees. Please proceed to the finance office on the left to pay your fees. Each student is required to pay 100 gold coins. Only those who have settled their fees will be officially recognized as new students of Shrek Academy. The second matter is that our academy operates as an elite institution, specifically designed to enhance the strengths of soul masters while addressing their weaknesses. Oscar and Ning Rongrong. As support-type soul masters, you shall run an additional 10 laps. Flan directed his gaze towards Oscar, who wore an expression of despair. He regretted his earlier words about the dean. It seemed his fate was sealed. Ning Rongrong, upon hearing this, also felt a wave of dismay wash over her. Running was not her forte, and now she was faced with the prospect of completing so many laps. As for the third matter, the senior students of Shrek Academy must set an exemplary standard for the incoming freshmen by running an additional 20 laps. Flander's gaze fell upon Dai Mubai and the chubby boy. While the new students applauded his words, these 3 remained indifferent. It was indeed time for some proper discipline. Dai Mubai and the chubby boy wore expressions of despair. Of course, at this moment, the most despondent was Oscar. For a support-type soul master to run an extra 10 laps, while seniors had to run an additional 20, given the standard of 20 laps, he would have to run 50. Were his legs to be sacrificed? Dean, please reconsider. With the sun blazing, what if we suffer from heat stroke? The chubby boy pleaded with a woeful expression. Indeed, the sun was quite intense. If Oscar were to run alone and succumb to heat stroke, there would be no one to assist him. You can run alongside Oscar, Ma Hongjun. You shall run an additional 10 laps. Flander's voice carried a hint of amusement. The chubby boy's face turned a ghastly shade of pale. At that moment, he truly wished to slap himself. Why had he let his mouth run so recklessly? Thus, the group entered the finance office to settle their fees and began their journey of penance. Under the scorching sun, figures dashed about, among them. Surprisingly leading the pack was Qin Feng. Remarkably, he seemed to grow more exhilarated the more he ran. Chapter 74. Running is truly thrilling. 4th update. 1000. Critical hit 10,000. 1000. At this moment, while running, Qin Feng opened his status panel, and a line of data materialized before him. Host, Qin Feng. Gender, male. Age, 13. First martial soul, duality celestial hammer. Second martial soul, divine beast. Level 30 soul master. Soul bone, 1. Soul power, 12839201000000000. Promotion chest, 1. As Qin Feng sprinted, he astonishingly discovered that his soul power was increasing at an astonishing rate. Within just a few laps, his soul power had surged by over 1 million. Although it was exhausting, witnessing the soul power incrementing by thousands brought an unparalleled sense of satisfaction. He had previously tested that if he ran solely using his physical strength without employing soul bones or soul power, his breathing rate was several times faster than usual. Moreover, each breath was a deep one, occasionally yielding critical hits of 10,000 points. Normally, a person breathes around 20 to 30,000 times a day. At this rate, achieving 1 billion in soul power seemed entirely feasible. Qin Feng, have you lost your mind? This should be the end. In the blink of an eye, over an hour had passed, and only Dai Mubai and 2 other seniors remained, along with the penalized Ning Rongrong. In principle, Qin Feng no longer needed to run and could have taken a break. Yet, he charged forward like a man invigorated by a surge of energy. If he were to use his soul power, it would be one thing, but he was not utilizing any soul power at all. I'm fine. It's been too long since I exercised. I simply need to condition my body. As Qin Feng spoke, his speed doubled once more. With the increase in speed, his breathing rate naturally escalated as well. The sun blazed overhead, and in the distance, a crimson-orange hue began to emerge. Dai Mubai, Qin Feng, Oscar, and Fatty lay upon the verdant lawn. Qin Feng, why are you pushing yourself so hard? Dai Mubai inquired, panting heavily. They had completed 50 laps, and Qin Feng had kept pace with them, running the same distance. Because I'm a novice and must keep up with the masters. Qin Feng replied with a hint of jest. He couldn't very well disclose that he possessed a ridiculous system that allowed him to level up merely by breathing. In principle, as long as his breathing accelerated, he could amass considerable soul power and thus progress. If he were to voice such a notion, these three would likely deem him mentally unsound. You are quite the trickster, Dai Mubai responded, rolling his eyes. The other could likely overpower him and Fatty with a mere punch, while Oscar was hardly worth considering. I can't go on. My legs feel as if they belong to someone else. I should probably steer clear of Dean Flender when next we meet, Oscar lamented after taking a brief respite. Rubbing his legs, Fatty suddenly interjected with an unexpected remark. Oh, do you truly see me as a health consultant? Qin Feng chuckled wryly. Indeed. We're all men here. No need to hold back. Brother Feng, if you know about women, surely you understand men even better? Do enlighten me. For reasons unknown, despite their earlier exhaustion, the mention of this topic invigorated them as if they had taken stimulants. Half an hour later, Brother Feng, you shall forever be my Brother Feng, Fatty exclaimed, his gratitude palpable, nearly lifting Qin Feng off the ground. Fatty, are you still eating? Aren't you worried about your health? Dai Mubai regarded Fatty with an amused expression. Yes, I should indeed eat less. But Dai, you must eat more. After all, you have several matches each day, and you could use the sustenance, Fatty replied. You dare to slander me, Dai Mubai retorted indignantly, glancing around. Just then, a striking figure approached, revealing Ning Rongrong and her companions. In an instant, the four men fell silent. The unspoken understanding among men is remarkably straightforward. We were discussing what we might eat tonight. After 50 laps, our legs feel utterly spent. Fatty said, looking quite worn. 7 treasures, he added. As his voice faded, a radiant light emanated from Ning Rongrong's hand, and a finely crafted 7-layered pagoda materialized. White beams of light emanated from the pagoda and, in the blink of an eye, infused their bodies. The once exhausted group now felt a surge of vitality. This. Dai Mubai looked at Ning Rongrong in astonishment. Fear not, the dean sent us to find you, and he granted Rongrong permission to heal your injuries, Zhao Wu assured them. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Fatty collectively sighed in relief. They were well aware that typically, such punishments forbade any manifestation of soul power. Should anyone attempt to use soul power for restoration or enhancement, they would face severe repercussions. 50 laps, doubled, amounting to 100 laps. At that rate, one might well expect to expel their liver. Consequently, after enduring those 50 laps, they dared not touch even Oscar's sausages. It was indeed a grueling run of 50 laps. Just then, a familiar figure materialized before them. Upon hearing that voice and seeing that silhouette, the group sprang to their feet in unison. Among them, Qin Feng reacted much like Dai Mubai and the others. Although he was now a shareholder of Shrek Academy, he had insisted that Flender treat him like a regular student. Without any special treatment, simply a scholar attending classes. Thus, they all made their way to the cafeteria together. After finishing their meal, the moon hung high in the sky. Shall I assist you? He proposed. This isn't sustainable situation. The four of them walked with stiff legs. Their ascent up the stairs marked by an array of peculiar postures, to the point that Tang San found it hard to watch. Initially, he had intended to run as well, but was subsequently summoned to the principal's office, thus becoming a fortunate survivor. Little San, you needn't worry about us. If you truly wish to find something to occupy your time, perhaps fetch us some water for foot soaking, preferably warm water, Qin Feng suggested to Tang San. Warm water for foot soaking? Tang San looked at Qin Feng incredulously. Yet, knowing that Feng Gu's words were not mere jest, he hurriedly dashed into the room. By the time the four arrived at their dormitory, 4 basins of warm water awaited them. A few breaths later, peculiar sounds emanated from the male dormitory, akin to the noises made after a most pleasurable experience. Qin Feng opened his status panel. Chapter 75, The Third Treasure Chest. Reclining on his bed, Qin Feng leisurely accessed his status panel. Host, Qin Feng. Gender, male. Age, 13. First martial soul. 2 instruments, celestial hammer. Second martial soul, divine soul beast. Level 30 soul master. Soul power, 11, 283, 920, 100, 000. Soul bones, 1. Promotion chest, 1. The astonishing figure of over 10 million in soul power left Qin Feng in disbelief. It seemed evident that after taking thousands of deep breaths today, it was no wonder he felt a slight discomfort in his liver. He pondered what treasures this third chest might yield, perhaps a soul bone, or even a soul beast. With that thought, Qin Feng rubbed his hands together in anticipation. With a mere thought, the purple gold treasure chest gradually opened, followed by a faint red glow. A red orb slowly floated upwards, crystal clear, exuding an ancient aura. As Qin Feng inhaled its fragrance, he felt instantly invigorated, more so than with any rejuvenating elixir. Had he possessed this item today, a mere whiff would have allowed him to run for an entire day. Truly, the system was generous. bestowing not only a soul bone but also a mysterious, invigorating pill. Of course, the first bug-like creature he received was also commendable. Qin Feng extended his hands, ready to gingerly grasp this enigmatic, revitalizing pill. To his astonishment, he discovered that the moment his hand made contact with the crimson pill, a scar that had adorned the back of his hand miraculously vanished, leaving his skin notably fairer. Could it be that this miraculous orb possessed the ability to enhance beauty and erase scars? The scar had been inflicted during his time at the Spirit Hall when Haotian Douluo, upon witnessing his spirit awakening, had nearly rendered his hand useless in a fit of rage. Fortunately, Renxue had intervened, and later, the special medicine from the Spirit Hall had aided in his recovery. Although his arm was intact, the scar remained as a reminder. Little did he expect that today, this enigmatic jewel would restore his hand. What a treasure it was! Qin Feng was overwhelmed with elation. At that moment, the treasure chest gradually closed, and he cradled the orb in his hands. Suddenly, he opened his mouth wide and, without warning, swallowed his precious gem. Qin Feng was left dumbfounded, his entire being petrified for 3 seconds. Surely, I must be dreaming. Rubbing his eyes, he pondered whether one had ever witnessed a spirit master whose spirit emerged without being summoned. Goodness, it has truly vanished. In the next instant, a thunderous crack echoed behind him, and he sprang up with a start. As he moved his left wrist, a grotesque, dark insect materialized in the palm of his hand, crawling while seemingly munching on something, its previously shriveled form now slightly plumper. You wretched creature, return my elixir. Qin Feng glared at the hideous insect. How dare it use the hammer of his left hand to shield the grass of his right? He vowed to unleash the hammer upon this pest. The insect, as if understanding his words, lifted its head slightly, its large teeth gnashing right before Qin Feng's eyes, with tiny red fragments dropping into his palm. How audacious of you to provoke me! Qin Feng felt the audacity of the creature, having brazenly consumed his mysterious elixir while daring to challenge him. Did it truly consider itself invulnerable? A fierce gust of wind swept through, causing the windows to rattle violently. On Qin Feng's bed, a violet light emerged, swiftly followed by a dark aura. Do not think that just because you are my second spirit, I cannot discipline you. Qin Feng grasped the Twin-Yi Tiangang Hammer tightly, with one purple and one black spirit ring swirling above him. The wooden dormitory trembled under the weight of such terrifying pressure in the dead of night. Brother Feng, what is happening? Tang Sen awoke, his heart racing at the sight of Qin Feng. At that moment, not only had Qin Feng summoned the Twin-Yi Tiangang Hammer, but he had also infused it with 2 spirit rings. And the target of his impending strike was none other than his left hand. Is Brother Feng sleepwalking? A terrifying thought suddenly crossed Tang San's mind. After all, who in their right mind would strike their own hand with their right? For reasons unknown. A cold sweat broke out on Tang San's back as he recalled a joke that Brother Feng had once told him. There was a sleepwalker who dreamt of slicing watermelons and ended up beheading his roommate. Tang San swallowed hard. Could Feng Gu possibly be dreaming of smashing watermelons? If that were the case, it would certainly be exhilarating. Tang San found himself too anxious to sleep. He stealthily edged his way to the space beneath the bed. One must never awaken a sleepwalker, for doing so could yield 2 disastrous outcomes. The intertwining of dream and reality might result in a fracturing of personality, spiraling the situation into chaos. If chaos ensued, Shrek Academy would surely face dire consequences. As for the second scenario, there was a chance that Feng Gu could meet an unfortunate fate. Naturally, Tang San wished for nothing but Feng Ji's safety, so he had no choice but to awkwardly conceal himself under the bed, hoping that Feng Gu would not catch sight of him. The dormitory was shared by 2, with Qin Feng's bed positioned to the east and Tang San's placed in the opposite direction, separated by a towering bookshelf. Fueled by immense fury, Qin Feng heard Tang San calling for him, and in that moment, he yearned for the repugnant creature that had dared to provoke him after consuming the elixir to pay dearly for its insolence. Hiss! Upon witnessing Qin Feng wielding a hammer in a threatening manner, the black insect audaciously bit into the palm of his hand. In an instant, a droplet of blood, akin to a pea in size, emerged. Excellent! Qin Feng activated his soul bone ability and, in the next moment, found himself at the rear mountain of Shrek Academy, where he discarded the black insect onto the ground. First soul skill, Thunderclap Hammer. Second soul skill, Titan Might. Boom, boom, boom. That night, the rear mountain of Shrek erupted with commotion, the thunderous sounds resonating like a cataclysmic roar. Flinder was abruptly roused from his slumber. He hastily sprang up and dashed towards Zhao Wuji's room. Rumble. In the forest behind Shrek Academy, a small hill spanning several hundred meters was reduced to flat earth. Huh. Flinder's misfortune was truly remarkable. He had to see this for himself. Initially, Zhao Wuji chuckled, reveling in Flinder's plight. But soon the terrifying noise from the rear mountain became undeniable. It seemed Flinder might just become a fallen owl. Thus, Zhao Wuji, dragging his injured body, prepared to open the door to investigate. At that moment, a shadow descended from above, crashing heavily against the door. Chapter 76. What is thick bread? Zhao Wuji let out a cry of agony as his recently healed injury was once again forcefully slammed to the ground under Flinder's vigorous kick. You're in there? Flinder, gazing at Zhao Wuji's reddened face, asked in a state of confusion. Flinder? What are you doing here? Zhao Wuji, taken aback, expressed his astonishment. Flinder shouldn't be here. Wasn't he supposed to be on the receiving end of a beating? An awkward silence lingered for a brief moment. Yet, as a clever individual, Flinder quickly grasped that both he and Zhao Wuji had come to the same conclusion. Each believed the other was in trouble. Zhao Wuji inquired, let it be. It's likely just Feng Shao practicing his hammer work. Let us return to sleep. Relieved to discover that it was not Zhao Wuji in distress, Flinder exhaled, his voice now devoid of excitement. Matters concerning Feng Shao's life were beyond their concern. Behind the mountain, in the Hall of Inadequacy, it was truly remarkable that it dared to resist. As Qin Feng discovered, this creature surprisingly resisted him. And despite wielding the Titan's power through the two instruments' heavenly gang hammer, he found himself utterly ineffective against it. Instead, he suffered several bites from the wretched creature. Moreover, after consuming his red elixir, it appeared to have become even more resilient, emanating a peculiar strength. Chirping, the insect emitted a series of sounds, scuttling across the surface of Qin Feng's hammer, seemingly treating it as its playground. I shall crush you, Qin Feng bellowed, raising his hammer for another furious onslaught. The entire forest bore the brunt of his wrath, with a significant portion devastated and yet another great mountain collapsing under the force. All right, I concede defeat. After hammering away for several hours on the back mountain, Qin Feng amassed over 1,000,000 soul power points, yet was unable to budge the insect even slightly. Gasping for breath, he resigned himself to misfortune, vowing to deal with the pest once he grew stronger. He then laid down and fell into a deep slumber. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, another figure slowly emerged from beneath the bed, fearful of having their heads smashed like a watermelon, especially after Qin Feng's prolonged hammering. The following morning, a resounding bell echoed through Shrek Academy. Instantly, a flurry of knocking sounds could be heard from outside. It was the wake-up bell for morning exercises, and tardiness would result in penalties akin to the previous day. You're late. Below, Flinder was already waiting for them. Director, why are you up so early today? Oscar appeared groggy and bleary-eyed, a state shared by most of his companions, all exhibiting signs of unpreparedness. You all seem rather tired. Let us schedule our classes for the evening instead, Flinder remarked with a slight smirk, though his expression hinted at something more cunning. Is the director genuinely being so benevolent? Oscar questioned, glancing at the others, including the hefty boy and Dai Mubai. Could it be that Flinder had won a lottery, granting him such an upbeat mood, allowing them to rest until evening? Of course, I am benevolent. But first, you must run 30 laps to wake yourselves up. Flinder replied, his demeanor laden with meaning. Upon hearing this, the group collectively sighed. Let us just get it over with. It's merely 30 laps. Remarkably, Oscar was the first to take the lead. Yawning, Qin Feng felt utterly exhausted, his eyes resembling those of a panda. It seemed as if he had barely closed his eyes before being forced to rise. He had not truly slept at all. Was Shrek Academy so monotonous, merely engaging in running every day? How about we head to the market together, Qin Feng? Ning Rongrong suggested as they lagged behind. After yesterday's grueling run, she was disinterested in continuing the routine, especially under the pretense of attending class. No. I would terrify people with these panda eyes if I went out. Qin Feng shook his head, feeling utterly drained and yearning for sleep. Shall we go shopping for beautiful clothes, Xiao Wu? Seeing Qin Feng's lack of enthusiasm, Rongrong turned her attention to Xiao Wu, and thus, after completing 2 more laps, Rongrong grew increasingly impatient. Oscar, the leader, had been keenly observing her, and thus he deliberately slowed his pace. Rongrong, you must be tired. How about you have my sausage to replenish your energy? As he spoke, Oscar swayed in a philosophical dance, conjuring a sausage into his palm. However, he failed to notice the flicker of disdain in Ning Rongrong's eyes. Of course, having never been in a romantic relationship and being a perennial singleton, Oscar was oblivious, assuming that Ning Rongrong was simply too fatigued from running to pay him any mind. Come on, have a bite. It will restore your energy in an instant, he insisted. No, just go away, Ning Rongrong retorted coldly. It was evident to everyone that she was struggling to contain her irritation. I have one, a really big sausage, Oscar remarked, unaware that he was pushing her closer to the brink. He transformed another sausage and pretended to savor it, believing that perhaps Rongrong felt awkward eating alone, and that by eating in front of her, it would alleviate her embarrassment. I still have 2 thick slices of bread, so you better leave me alone, Ning Rongrong finally erupted, kicking Oscar away and hastening to leave the group. What just happened? Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai stared blankly at Ning Rongrong's retreating figure. I genuinely offered my sausage to help her regain her strength, and it didn't cost her a thing. Yet she not only told me to go away, but also kicked me. What does she mean by saying she has 2 slices of bread? I'm utterly despondent, Oscar lamented, perplexed by his own misstep. Meanwhile, Qin Feng and Dai Mubai shared a look of suppressed laughter. Oh dear, Feng, why are girls so peculiar? Oscar sighed, his face etched with sorrow, exuding an air of despair. Take a look at yourself in this, Qin Feng suggested, though Oscar was oblivious to the chaos swirling around them. Was he truly unaware of how lewd he appeared and how inappropriate his comments were? Why are you handing me a mirror? Are you implying that Rongrong is too good for me and that I shouldn't waste my feelings on such a woman? Oscar's eyes twitched, gazing at Qin Feng like a melancholic prince. Chapter 77, The Young Lady. Ugh, the chubby one nearly retched at the sight. This is utterly shameless. How can such a person exist in this world? What I mean is that you are unworthy of Rongrong, and that mirror will show you how much of a lecherous old man you appear to be, Qin Feng retorted bluntly, having lost his inclination for subtlety. Brother Feng is right. Look at your stubbled face, resembling a 30-year-old uncle, and you're trying to woo girls? Just look at Dai Mubai, and then at Tang San. The chubby one mocked mercilessly. At this moment, the entire group surrounded Dai Mubai, who was with Zhu Zhuqing, while Tang San followed closely behind Xiao Wu. 3 dogs running in between. I embody a rugged, natural beauty that you fail to comprehend. Some girls are simply drawn to the subtle charm of a slightly older gentleman. Oscar flashed a mischievous smile, his eyes playfully teasing the mirror. Unable to contain himself, Qin Feng kicked a stone towards him. In the next breath, the self-absorbed Oscar stumbled and fell to the ground, emitting a cry of pain. As time elapsed, after a grueling ordeal, 30 laps had been completed. The previous night's punishment involved running around the campus, which did not take long, but today's task, circumnavigating the village, equated 30 laps to 100 from the previous night. Thus, there were no specific requirements for replenishment. Everyone could eat while running or consume restorative snacks along the way. Flandre spoke with a chilling tone. Director, Rongrong has already finished. Feeling hungry, she went off to eat alone. Oscar, with a somewhat ethereal expression, remarked, Didn't Mubai inform Ning Rongrong that she was not permitted to go buy food until the task was completed? Upon hearing this, Flandre's voice grew even colder. Long-distance running allowed for eating but prohibited purchasing food. One must either bring provisions or partake in Oscar's sausages. This was the rule at Shrek Academy. Director, I woke up rather early this morning and momentarily forgot about this, Dai Mubai confessed, sacrificing himself for his brother's affection. A glint of frost passed through Flandre's expression. Few had ever witnessed such a frigid demeanor from him. Oscar intended to speak further, but, upon seeing Flandre's grave and icy countenance, fell silent. Hours ticked by. The bright sun transitioned to the slanting rays of dusk. In the Shrek Square, the 7 individuals' stomachs growled audibly. At that moment, beneath the setting sun, a figure joyfully approached, skipping with delight. Flandre rose, emphasizing the significance of the meal. Oscar dared not lift his head, feeling deeply remorseful for the inconvenience caused, as some had not even eaten breakfast and were now famished. Oh, why are you all here? Ning Rongrong inquired, her expression one of confusion. However, the others appeared dejected, as if their strength had been drained. They are here waiting for you. The one who went to lunch, Flandre remarked with a chilling tone. Lunch? Oh yes, I was a bit hungry after running, so I went to eat, she replied, suspecting someone had misled her. Is that so? Did you perhaps dine and then stroll about, buying some clothes? Flandre's gaze turned icy as he regarded Ning Rongrong. Are you spying on me? Ning Rongrong's expression changed dramatically, her anger flaring towards Flandre. You are all students of Shrek Academy. I must be accountable for each of you. Wouldn't you agree, Oscar? Flandre's gaze shifted to Oscar. I apologize to everyone. Oscar made a gesture of apology and voluntarily accepted a penalty of 20 laps. He realized that he should not have uttered such a falsehood. It's all right, go ahead. Qin Feng reassured him, gently patting Oscar's shoulder. In the presence of the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, the disciplinary regulations of Shrek Academy held no sway over her whatsoever. Flandre, do not be excessive. Ning Rongrong pointed an accusatory finger at Flandre, her expression one of indignation. This is my place, and if you refuse to comply with my authority, then gather your belongings and leave. Flandre's gaze was stern as he fixed his eyes on Ning Rongrong. Flandre, you are merely a rank 78 soul sage. Who gave you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner? At this remark, Ning Rongrong completely lost her composure, prompting gasps from those around her. How dare she address Flandre so disrespectfully? Indeed, I am just a humble soul sage, and Shrek Academy may be small, unable to accommodate a grand figure such as yourself. Mubai, kindly assist her in packing and escort this young lady out. Flander replied with a cold smirk, directing his words to Dai Mubai. Understood. Dai Mubai stepped forward, while the others, apart from Qin Feng, regarded Ning Rongrong with peculiar expressions. Yesterday, she had concealed her true self behind a facade of the obedient little sister, but today they were witnessing her genuine character. You dare, Flander. I advise you to mind your own business, or you will face consequences beyond your capacity to bear. Ning Rongrong furiously reprimanded him. Throughout her life, no one had ever spoken to her in such a manner. Normally, if a mere soul sage dared to address her thus, her grandfathers would ensure the offender faced dire repercussions. This is my territory, and I hold the authority here. You speak of consequences? How laughable. To me, you are but a grandmaster, and everyone here surpasses you. What grounds do you have for arrogance? Flander retorted, a playful smile on his lips, his voice turning icy. You are speaking nonsense. My martial soul is the supreme seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda. I am a rare genius within the sect. I am stronger than anyone present. Ning Rongrong nearly shouted in fury. Chapter 78. Why must I be exposed again? What face do you have to claim superiority over anyone here? Dai Mubai? At 15, is at level 37. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Qin Feng are all at level 29. Ma Hongjun possesses a top-tier mutated martial soul, the Phoenix. Zhu Zhuqing's soul power is comparable to yours, yet she has a steadfast goal. What can you possibly compare with others? Flander pointed out one by one. They are battle soul masters, while I am a support soul master. Such comparisons bear no significance. My contributions on the battlefield are paramount. Can any battle soul master rival that? Ning Rongrong maintained her proud demeanor. And on the battlefield, you would be the first to perish. With your temperament, can you truly find sincere companions? Who could you trust with your back? Flander questioned her soulfully. At this, Ning Rongrong fell into a thoughtful silence. Yet she was unwilling to accept her fate, for she was undeniably a prodigious talent of the highest order and could not bear to be belittled to the point of insignificance. I concede that my soul power may not measure up to theirs, but what of Oscar? Surely I surpass him, Ning Rongrong declared, pointing at Oscar, who was jogging nearby. In that instant, a chill swept through the hearts of the onlookers. It must be noted that Oscar had aided her, and it was shocking that merely a moment later she would stab him in the back. Fortunately, he was running. Had he been present to hear those words, the anguish would have been profound. Oscar, have you ever encountered a food-type soul master with innate full soul power? Flinder remarked with a faint smile. This is impossible. How could a weapon spirit possess innate full soul power? Ning Rongrong gazed incredulously at Oscar, who continued to jog. Someone like you, in the Shrek Academy, is regarded as the weakest student. How can you assert that their future achievements will surpass yours? Flinder's chilling words struck at Ning Rongrong's heart, causing her to pale, tears welling in her eyes. Witnessing this scene, Flinder secretly scoffed. If such a young girl could not be managed, what right did he have to consider himself a director? I admit that I fall short in soul power compared to them, but what gives you the right to claim that their future accomplishments will eclipse mine? Our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is as wealthy as a nation, and I am the princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Ning Rongrong gritted her teeth, tears shimmering in her eyes. She seemed to draw upon her family's legacy for one last stand. What an impressive existence the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is. Ning Rongrong, like a star surrounded by the moon, even if she did not attend school, was taught by two titled Douluos. What could these others possibly compare to her? How could they hope to achieve greater success in the future? The opulent Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, and what a little princess she is. Qin Feng, only 13 or 14 years of age, is the wealthiest in Notting City, with a stake in half the industries of Soto City. The iconic Rose Hotel, the Emperor Hotel, and the behind-the-scenes owner of Xingyu Real Estate are all under his purview. At 13 or 14, what remains for you besides relying on your parents? Those possessions are not yours. They belong to your father, the fruits of his labor. Flinder uttered with a cold laugh, offering no mercy in his reprimand. What? The hidden owner behind half of Soto City's industries is actually Qin Feng. Ning Rongrong gazed at Qin Feng in disbelief. This somewhat handsome boy, who mingled effortlessly with everyone, bore such substantial backing. While she had never heard of Notting City, Soto City was a grand metropolis. To possess such wealth indicated a concealed magnate. In contrast, she truly was a dependent on her parents, consuming what they had provided and shamelessly flaunting their accomplishments as her own. Flinder's words instantaneously shattered Ning Rongrong's psychological defenses. With a sudden outburst, she collapsed into tears. Flinder, upon witnessing this, let out a sigh of relief. The younger generation is indeed formidable. She nearly cornered him with her retorts. Such a girl, if not properly guided, would merely inherit the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, becoming the leader of one of the top 3 sects, living a monotonous life surrounded by adoration. How could she ever experience the true delights of life? However, Flander remained oblivious to the pair of mournful eyes fixated upon him. Those eyes belonged to Qin Feng. How was it that he, lying peacefully, had been caught in the crossfire? What did this have to do with him? Why was his past being dragged into the light? Was he the one who had provoked anyone? Clearly, Dai Mubai was far wealthier than he. Why not use him as an example? It was utterly perplexing. So, director, must we still tidy up? After casting a glance at Qin Feng, Dai Mubai inquired of Flander. Do you wish for that girl to depart? Flander asked softly. Dai Mubai remained silent, turning to leave. Why not call Oscar to console her? Flander suggested. With that, he departed, having instructed them to gather at 7 that evening for their official class. Brother Qin Feng, let us dine together later. I shall summon Oscar first, Dai Mubai remarked, patting Qin Feng's shoulder with a knowing smile. Qin Feng's expression darkened. From the moment Flander had exposed his past, he had foreseen this predicament. Brother Feng, you're incredible. I had no idea the Rose Hotel was yours. Can I take Zui Hua there to cook next time? The chubby one chimed in, draping an arm over Qin Feng's shoulder, his eyes glimmering with mischief. Even Zhao Wu joined in, teasing, Brother Feng, this is quite unfair. Last time we booked a room, you insisted on the third party covering the cost. You've profited from your own people, huh? It seems I must stay with the third party a few more times next. She feigned anger adorably. Qin Feng nearly turned to stone at that moment. Damn Flander. You must have a serious conversation with him about life next time. Fortunately, the extent of Flander's knowledge was limited to Soto City. Brother Qin Feng, this isn't fair. You know, regarding my compensation. Dai Mubai shot him a meaningful glance. Dai Xiao, truly, don't heed Flander's wild tales. I am but a pauper. He exaggerated to persuade Rongrong. For the time being, he could only feign poverty. The maintenance costs for the Rose Hotel's lobby were exorbitant, requiring 3 days' worth of income to remedy. That money could not be spent. However, Dai Mubai continued to press, weaving in themes of brotherhood and camaraderie. Ultimately, Qin Feng found himself in a position of resignation. It had to be just the two of them. Indeed, what a fleeting pleasure it was to indulge. But the compensation could lead him to bankruptcy. It seemed imperative to draft a compensation agreement next time. Otherwise, the funds would vanish before his eyes. Soon, they finished their dinner, and it was time to head to the starting point. Flander stood below, awaiting their arrival. Each newcomer bore a look of excitement. For tonight marked the first lesson. Everyone was eager to discover what the inaugural class would entail. Chapter 79, The Soul Duel Arena. Has everyone finished dining? Flander inquired with a knowing tone. We have. The 6 individuals present shouted in unison. Although Oscar had just dined with them, Flander had already sent him to comfort Ning Rongrong. This is a subtle opportunity for creation. How could Oscar possibly let it slip by? Thus, he hurriedly made his way there. Very well, I shall take you to a splendid place tonight. The corners of Flander's mouth lifted slightly. After approximately an hour, they found themselves in the Soul Arena of Soto City. Dean Flandra, are we here for a competition tonight? Zhao Wu inquired with a hint of surprise. After all, they were still just children. Although this place indeed bore a semblance of cruelty, it must be acknowledged that it served as the finest training ground for them. Only by battling opponents here could they uncover and rectify their weaknesses, Flandra explained. At that moment, they had arrived at the forefront of the arena. A massive stone tablet stood before them. Behold the countless names inscribed upon this stone. These are the individuals who perished in battle, their names eternally etched here, Flandra declared, gesturing towards the imposing monument. What? People can die in this arena? Tang San's eyes widened with astonishment upon hearing this statement. Following his surprise, an undercurrent of concern washed over him. While being with Zhao Wu posed no issue, he worried about what might happen should she face danger alone. Not just Tang San, but Zhao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing also bore expressions of apprehension. After all, it seemed inappropriate to engage in such serious matters so soon after the start of the school year. Fear not. What I am bringing you to participate in tonight is a strategic battle, not a fight to the death, Flandra reassured them, seemingly aware of their trepidation. A strategic battle? Curiosity illuminated the faces of the others. Could it be that the arena offered various types of competitions? In the midst of it all, only Qin Feng remained focused on something beyond the familiar sights, having arrived at the entrance of the arena. Here, throngs of people flowed in and out. Yet surprisingly few dining establishments inhabited the vicinity. He contemplated whether he should acquire the square in front of the arena and establish some eateries around it. With the Soul Arena attracting thousands of visitors daily, the profits would surely be substantial. Perhaps he could open specialty food stalls, such as grilled chicken or barbecues. He had concluded that such delights were absent in the Douluo continent. While others chose their paths based on levels of cultivation, like Tang San, he, Qin Feng, sought not only mastery, but also aimed to utilize the intellect of a traveler to gradually become the wealthiest man in the Douluo continent. This was his singular, albeit monotonous, ambition. To his surprise, the Soul Arena indeed featured a variety of categories. I can't believe there are so many types of competitions. Zhao Wu expressed her astonishment. Rest assured, you are the most treasured new students of Shrek Academy. The dean would never allow you to partake in a life-or-death battle. Dai Mubai said with a cheerful demeanor. Even strategic battles are perilous for you. As for life-and-death duels or gambling fights, the dean would certainly prohibit your participation. Flandra added with a smile. Silver spirit rings? They should be relatively easy to obtain, right? Among them, Yin Duhan ranked merely second to last. And it should not be difficult to pick it up. Dai Mubai shrugged, his face bearing an expression of utter helplessness. Mubai, you have already undergone numerous practical experiences here. Why not enlighten them about the rules? Flinder remarked with a nonchalant demeanor. Thus, Dai Mubai proceeded to elucidate the regulations of the Soul Arena to them, and soon, they arrived at the front desk. How do we register? Zhao Wu inquired. Despite the extensive information provided, she had not heard anything regarding the registration process. Dai Mubai responded, and upon hearing his words, Qin Feng and the others began the registration process. Brother Feng, you are already at level 30? At that moment, Zhao Wu was astonished to discover that Qin Feng's soul power was recorded as level 30. Just lucky, leveled up by 1, Qin Feng shrugged and replied. After defeating Zhao Wuji that day, he had already advanced to level 30, though he had simply not mentioned it. Terrifying, Tang Xin murmured. It had barely been a short while since their last encounter, and Brother Feng had already leveled up again. Brother Feng, reaching level 30 is no small feat. As the battles here are categorized by rank, Soul Respecteds compete with Soul Respecteds, while Grandmasters face off against Grandmasters. My higher score compared to Boss Dai's is due to my participation in the Grandmaster Arena, whereas Boss Dai is in the Soul Respect Arena. The chubby one had just informed everyone that his record was 33 battles, with 21 victories, 12 defeats, and 9 points. No worries. I'm just here to enjoy the experience, Qin Feng replied with a cheerful demeanor, a smile that seemed genuine. Yet only Dai Mubai and Tang Xin understood that beneath that smile lay a maniacal warrior. Now that we have completed our registrations, let me share the rules of the arena with you. In the battles of the contest, participants of different types can only partake once a day. To put it simply, if you have completed a solo challenge today, you cannot engage in another solo battle, but you may opt for a different type such as a duo or team battle. Dai Mubai explained to everyone. Upon hearing such peculiar regulations, Zhao Wu expressed her dismay, while the rules for the contest are thus. There are no such restrictions in life-and-death duels or gambling fights. Alas, these two types of competitions are exceedingly perilous. The chubby one had once attended the arenas for these two types of duels as an audience member, and the horrifying scene of a living person being brutally slain still haunted him. Look, the large screen above has automatically assigned you numbers. Up above, the names of Tang San, Zhao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Qin Feng were displayed prominently. Chapter 80, Qin Feng's First Battle. Since today was primarily to allow everyone to experience the arena, Dai Mubai and the chubby one refrained from participating, opting to watch alongside Flinder. Soul Respect Qin Feng. Please proceed to arena number 3. At that moment, a voice echoed through the air. Brother Feng, I never expected you to be the first one to step into the arena. Do your best. Among the four, it was indeed Qin Feng who was the first to make his appearance, and everyone bore expressions of delight and anticipation. They were eager to see how Brother Feng would perform in such an environment. The dazzling starlight radiated as Qin Feng, with an impassive expression, arrived at Arena 3. Surely, the organizers must have erred. How could such a young child be here? Upon witnessing Qin Feng take the stage, the crowd was enveloped in astonishment. Approaching our arena now is Qin Feng, wielding the Soul Hammer, a 30-level Soul Master of the Second Ring. In the arena of Soul battles, only levels matter. At 30 levels, even without a third Soul Ring, he is eligible to contend in the Soul Master competition. What a farce. How dare he appear in the Soul Master arena without even acquiring a third Soul Ring? In an instant, a wave of disdainful murmurs swept through the surroundings. Clearly, he was merely an apprentice Soul Master. The outcome of this battle was evident. Now, let us welcome our second contestant to the stage, Liu Erlong. With the soul of the Siberian Wolf King, a 35-level, 3-ring Soul Master. The host's voice boomed with vigor. Brother Dog is impressive. Brother Dog will tear this little brat apart. A chorus of cheers erupted. Liu Erlong had made a name for himself in the Soul Master arena, particularly due to the terrifying tearing force of his Siberian wolf, which sent shivers down the spine of anyone who encountered him. Those who faced him, particularly females, were left in a state of utter vulnerability. Consequently, he earned another moniker, Welfare Dog. As for the nature of this welfare, one could discern from the predominantly male audience. What are you all thinking? The young man is indeed quite handsome, but am I the type to entertain such notions? You perverse thinkers, kindly step aside. Li Ergo retorted, basking in the cheers of the crowd. All right, both contestants are ready. Now it is time for our battle, the host announced. Li Ergo, with the soul of the Siberian Wolf King, a 35-level, 3-ring assault-type soul master. As the words fell, his soul manifested in an instant. It was a majestic Wolf King, with piercing eyes, dark circles around its eyes, and a mischievous grin that seemed to promise chaos. Wait, why chaos? A term inexplicably surged in Qin Feng's mind at that moment. Isn't this a husky? Qin Feng's body jolted suddenly. No wonder he felt an uncanny familiarity when he first beheld the Siberian Wolf King. This is indeed a husky. Back on Earth, he had once raised one, pondering daily whether to steam or fry it. Qin Feng, a 30-level, 2nd-ring soul master, with the soul hammer. Li Ergo let out a laugh, followed by a derisive smirk. Qin Feng's hammer resembled the claw hammer used by craftsmen for repairs, typically wielded by artisans. Do you believe me if I say I'm here to smash your husky soul? Qin Feng replied with a meaningful smile. Husky soul. Repeat that. Li Ergo, who had previously donned an air of casual amusement, was now radiating an aura of menace. His demeanor was akin to that of a dragon whose scales had been touched. Alas, it appears that today this lad will undoubtedly descend in a rather disheveled state. The most despised thing for Brother Dog is for others to refer to his Siberian Wolf King as merely a dog. Nearby, some spectators expressed their dismay. While calling Li Ergo Brother Dog may be acceptable, labeling his martial spirit as a dog is a grave offense. The host above felt a bit awkward. She was an attractive young lady, making her debut at the Soul Master Arena. Previously, male hosts had been overwhelmingly complained about, and female hosts had mostly fled in fright, prompting her sudden reassignment to the duel arena. It was said that this peculiar situation arose due to Li Ergo, known as the welfare dog. Whenever a woman was present, he would unleash his predatory instincts. Several times, male hosts had stared at female contestants with drooling eyes, whether intentionally or not. They had forgotten to announce the end of matches. Consequently, male hosts faced numerous complaints, unable to impose restrictions on the contestants. The duel arena resorted to replacing them with a new batch of female hosts. Unexpectedly, Li Ergo's eccentric behavior escalated, as he targeted not only women, but men as well. It seemed he derived amusement from the startled gasps of female hosts upon encountering male contestants. As a result, several female hosts could no longer endure and refused to return to the Soul Master Arena where Li Ergo was present. However, his unconventional antics attracted an astonishing audience, propelling the arena into the top 10 for spectator numbers. Observing the frenzied scene below, the host's heart raced, her fair complexion tinged with a hint of crimson. Wasn't your martial spirit a dog? How could that Wolf King display such a foolish expression? Qin Feng remarked, pointing at the martial spirit, which was panting and glancing around. Very well, you are finished today. Li Ergo's fists clenched tightly, his voice almost a whisper through gritted teeth. Brother Dog, rise to the occasion. Brother Dog, tear him apart. It's a new female host today. In an instant, the arena erupted in excitement as several lewd men shouted. Oh, a new female host has arrived today. Li Ergo noticed the female host hovering above and flashed a rather suggestive smile. That lewd, sinister grin made the host feel inexplicably uneasy, as if she had caught the attention of a predator. I have lost count of how many times I have heard that phrase. Qin Feng shrugged, the hammer resting before him, his face devoid of any fear. Very well, I hope you can remain so composed and carefree shortly. Li Ergo replied coldly. He then activated his soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. As the soul rings materialized, the first one integrated into the Siberian Wolf King's form. In an instant, a brilliant light flickered in the Wolf King's eyes. First soul skill, Hungry Wolf Pounce. As Li Ergo's voice resonated, the Wolf King merged with his being, transforming him into a fusion of man and dog. A resounding wolf howl erupted as Li Ergo lunged forward, seemingly intent on bringing Qin Feng down. Chapter 81. Wind-driven combination, 3rd update. Was that sound truly from a wolf? By heavens, it truly sounds like the foolish voice of a husky. Qin Feng muttered. This rascal has left nothing untouched. He has wreaked havoc on everything. Do you have any inkling of the despair one feels when a cherished limited edition Hatsune Miku figurine is carelessly knocked to the ground by such a scoundrel? It's a sense of hopelessness that makes one wish to unleash their fury upon that dog, an urge that lingered throughout an entire night. Regrettably, due to the pressing demands of design work, I chose to let the matter slide at that time. Little did I anticipate that this leniency would extend into a lifetime. And now, the only way I can vent my frustrations upon him is in my dreams. Yet today, fate has led me to encounter a canine spirit manifested in the form of Li Ergo, a dog with the essence of a husky. How absurd. Initially, I had contemplated dispatching him with a swift strike, but my thoughts have since shifted. With a thought, I unleashed my first soul skill, Thunderclap Hammer. Behold, a Millennium Soul Ring materialized before me. In the next instant, Liu Erlong, charging forward, was met with the full force of my hammer crashing against his face. What transpired on the arena was nothing short of astonishing. Our canine comrade was being treated as if he were a mere dog, tossed about with relentless kicks and blows, accompanied by his wails that sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. Yet, that was merely the prelude. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that the dog's head was being mercilessly hammered into the ground by a colossal black hammer, akin to driving nails. Had it been merely brute force, it might have been bearable, but this lad wielded the power of lightning as well. We witnessed the moment the hammer struck. A surge of electricity coursed through the hapless dog, illuminating his skeletal structure. This one-sided mauling continued for over half an hour. By the end, not a single hair remained on the dog's body. All had been reduced to charred remnants. Naturally, his clothes were utterly disintegrated. Fortunately, there was no indecency to behold, as his skin had been singed black, rendering him indistinguishable from a shadow. How utterly cruel. In the observation box above, Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, and Flinder watched Qin Feng's battle with bated breath. At that moment, the rotund figure felt a chill run down his spine. Could this truly be the work of a mere mortal? Thankfully, he had never severely offended Feng, or he might find himself in a similar plight. No, worse. As a crispy roasted phoenix, Ma Hongjun swallowed hard, overwhelmed by the sheer brutality of it all. Meanwhile, below, after the dust had settled, the host stood in stunned silence for nearly half a minute. What an otherworldly battle. It was a spectacle of unimaginable horror. However, Liu Erlong had brought this upon himself. In the Soul Master arena, he had finally met someone capable of teaching him a lesson. What has happened to you, dog brother? You didn't even unleash your third soul skill, Bloodthirsty Wolf, before succumbing. Dog brother, where are the promised rewards? A chorus of dismay echoed from the crowd, followed by a few extremists hurling insults at Qin Feng. Thus, this victory became the only one where the jeers overshadowed the applause. Of course, Qin Feng remained unfazed by the cacophony of criticism. The exhilaration he felt from thrashing that husky was unparalleled. He had finally released years of pent-up frustration. Why do you all gaze at me with such expressions? Soon, Qin Feng arrived at the private box above, only to find that both Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun were gazing at him with expressions akin to those witnessing a demon. Brother Feng, that was rather intense, Ma Hongjun remarked, a hint of trepidation evident in his demeanor. In days past, he would have readily clasped Qin Feng's shoulder, yet in that moment, he seemed hesitant. For the recent battle had left an indelible psychological mark on him. Xiao Feng, you and Mubai should partake in another team battle, came the voice of Flinder, resonating through the room. It was the first time he referred to Qin Feng as Xiao Feng, a phrase that felt somewhat awkward. However, it was a request from Qin Feng. To have the dean call him Young Master Feng certainly hinted at something amiss. Another team battle? Dai Mubai asked incredulously, casting a glance toward Flinder to ascertain whether he was jesting. What is the matter? Do you believe Xiao Feng is unworthy of your partnership? Flinder inquired, directing his gaze at Dai Mubai. Qin Feng was momentarily bewildered, staring at Flinder in disbelief. What kind of phrasing was that? Was he not aware of the ambiguity in his words? And no, that is not it. Xiao Feng's combat prowess far surpasses my own. I certainly didn't intend to imply that, Dai Mubai stammered, realizing that today was meant for the newcomers to acclimatize to the arena. And it seemed inappropriate for an old hand like him to step into the fray. Then what are we waiting for? Go on. Ma Hongjun and I will watch over you, Flinder concluded, shifting his gaze toward another area where Tang San and his comrades were battling. In this box, one could observe all the combat arenas featuring great soul masters and soul dignitaries. Let us register for a team then. Thus, Dai Mubai and Qin Feng descended to the hall below. You register, I'll leave it to you, Qin Feng instructed Dai Mubai. 1 minute later, the Wind Team? Qin Feng stared blankly at the name displayed above. The Wind Team? He echoed, bewildered by Dai Mubai's choice of name, curious as to what had prompted such a whimsical designation. This is how I thought of it. Your last character is Feng, Wind, and my first character is Dai. So I casually combined them into the Wind Team. It sounds quite cool, doesn't it? Dai Mubai explained earnestly. Qin Feng was left in despair. Soon, the system announced their names. Now please welcome the Wind Team to the stage. Dai Mubai, level 37, Martial Soul White Tiger. Qin Feng, level 30, Martial Soul Hammer. As the two approached the arena, the host briefly introduced them. Is it truly them? Dai Mubai's eyes widened with astonishment. Two imposing figures had emerged before them. These two hulking men were known as Black and White. Dai Mubai had previously clashed with the one known as White, ultimately facing a narrow defeat. He had not anticipated encountering these brothers again. Qin Feng, It seems we are in for quite a predicament, Dai Mubai said gravely to Qin Feng. As Qin Feng beheld Dai Mubai's expression, a flicker of doubt appeared in his eyes. Are these two truly so formidable? Chapter 82. The Six-Fingered Qin Demon. My friend, I never anticipated that our adversary would be someone I had previously bested. The man, known as Bai, donned a flowing white ancient robe, complemented by golden-rimmed glasses, exuding the air of a scholarly gentleman, refined and approachable. Oh, so he is your former subordinate? Why don't we, as brothers, perform a duet of Zheng Feng to entertain our esteemed guests? The speaker was a tall, slender man, dressed in stark contrast to Bai, cloaked in a black robe and sporting sunglasses, reminiscent of a fortune teller. With a commanding voice, he proclaimed, "The Qin rises." As the brothers finished their words, an ancient Qin manifested before them. The instrument was astonishingly large, towering at nearly 2 meters and appearing as hefty as a coffin lid. Upon its emergence, both men positioned it on their laps, sitting gracefully in midair, reminiscent of a golden rooster standing tall. 3 soul rings slowly materialized, revealing a standard configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple. In an instant, the crowd erupted in cheers. At this moment, Dai Lauda and Feng Ge felt a sense of trepidation, for they were pitted against the black and white brothers. Above, Ma Hongjuan's eyes were filled with concern. Are these two, wielding a coffin lid and embodying a scholarly demeanor, truly powerful? They seem rather frail to me. Why do they seem so weak? Xiao Wu inquired, astonished. Can they truly be as formidable as the fat one suggested? Do you know what these two are called? The Six-Fingered Qin Demon. Last time, Dai Lauda was utterly powerless against one of them. And mind you, that was just one. If both were to join forces, Dai Lauda could be instantaneously overwhelmed. Fatty's words sent a chill down his spine. Is it really that terrifying? Xiao Wu's complexion turned pale, brimming with dread. At this moment, Tang San was equally astonished. Casting a wary glance below, Feng Ge found himself facing such adversaries. When considering the most fearsome entities in the Soul Master arena, the Six-Fingered Qin Demon consistently ranks among the top. Those who encounter their paired prowess rarely escape unscathed. Ma Hongjun's declaration struck every heart like a thunderclap, prompting all eyes to shift toward Flander, who was enveloped in a complex and anxious mood, his expression grave. The Six-Fingered Qin Demon. A pair of twins endowed with astonishing symbiotic martial souls, possessed double the power when united, far surpassing their individual capabilities. Not only do they share an extraordinary synergy, but their attacks are also of a unique sonic nature. Though they are merely soul masters of the 37th rank, even facing them would be an immense challenge. It has been aptly summarized. Killing is but a matter of 6 fingers. With a single note of the Qin, the living are consigned to the earth. I had intended for the two to hone their skills, yet I never expected they would confront the murderous duo known as the Six-Fingered Qin Demon. Now it is solely up to the two individuals themselves. If they can willingly concede, it would be inconsequential, merely a matter of losing a bit of face. However, given the personalities of these two, Flander let out a deep sigh, his gaze filled with melancholy as he looked down at Qin Feng and Dai Mubai. Why have these two only revealed 1 martial soul and 1 soul ring? Qin Feng pondered, observing the black and white duo who stood as still as statues. Isn't this a combination battle? Are there still forwards and defenders involved? They share a symbiotic martial soul. That instrument represents their collective power. They have claimed countless lives in the arena of life and death, and in the battlefield, anyone who faces them ends up gravely injured or crippled. Dai Mubai remarked to Qin Feng, his fists clenched tightly, his brow furrowed, and a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. Dai Mubai, martial soul, white tiger. A level 37 soul master of the assault system. Dai Mubai manifested his martial soul, revealing the classic soul rings of 2 yellow and 1 purple. I thought you had leveled up this time. It seems you remain at level 37. Looks like my brother, and I will have to show you a good time. The man referred to as Bai smiled faintly. Although his smile was exceedingly gentle, it concealed a chilling aura of menace. Qin Feng, martial soul, hammer. A level 30 soul master of the assault system. Upon feeling the gaze of the two upon him, Qin Feng immediately declared, a level 30 soul master of the assault system? The two erupted into laughter. No wonder you look so forlorn. It turns out you are dragging along a liability. Fear not, brother, we will play a tune to lift your spirits. They both chuckled in unison. Yi Chang'e, level 37 soul master of the assault system. Martial soul, demon lute. Yi Duanga, level 37 soul master of the assault system. Martial soul, demon lute. The black and white brothers declared simultaneously. So they are not truly named black and white. One is Chang'e and the other is Duanga, Qin Feng observed. Black and white merely refers to their attire. Be cautious. For whenever they finish introducing themselves, it is time to engage. Dai Mubai warned gravely. Ding ding dang dang ding. A series of clear sounds echoed, and a gust of formidable energy swept through the arena. First soul skill, White Tiger Barrier. Seeing this, Dai Mubai activated his first soul ring, leaving no room for negligence. However, at the very moment he unleashed the White Tiger Barrier, the man wearing the black sunglasses slightly curled his lips. In the next breath, the opponent's speed surged, producing a cacophony of piercing sounds. Quick, activate the protective barrier. Some spectators up front suddenly found blood flowing from their ears without warning, and anguished cries filled the air. The host floating above had their long hair inexplicably severed, cascading down like fallen leaves. Hiss. At the back, Qin Feng felt a sharp wound appear on his left arm. Sensing only a rush of air, but capturing nothing. Six-fingered loot demon. Qin Feng, upon seeing the two, inexplicably recalled the two blind men carrying a coffin in martial arts tales. Moreover, the method of attack at this moment closely resembles the ethereal wave assault from earlier. How do you know these two are called the six-fingered? Qin Feng, quickly take cover behind me. If this invisible force were to slice across your neck, it would spell disaster. Second soul skill, White Tiger's Radiant Wave. A beam of white light emanated from Dai Mubai's mouth. Chapter 83, Tiger's Roar Technique. The opponent's assault is intangible and elusive. Dai Mubai could only unleash the Radiant Wave in a blind strike at the duo in black and white. However, how could Qin Feng content himself to remain hidden behind Dai Mubai? Thunderclap Hammer. A surge of lightning appeared behind him, and he swung down the hammer. Qin Feng distinctly felt a series of sharp winds slicing past his ears. Upon seeing Qin Feng approach, the two individuals wielding the demonic unleashed a barrage of notes. In an instant, a profound sense of impending danger surged within him. To be honest, since acquiring the system, this was the first time he experienced such a sensation. Zizizi. An overwhelming sense of peril descended, and Qin Feng dared not act recklessly any longer. He raised the massive hammer to shield himself, immediately hearing the sounds of impact against it. Confronting these two foes, Qin Feng felt a frustrating sense of untapped potential. Moreover, their attacks were intangible and omnidirectional. A moment's inattention could spell disaster. In a true life-or-death struggle, it was likely that neither would wish to face such adversaries. Third soul skill, White Tiger's Diamond Transformation. Dai Mubai radiated golden light, his defensive capabilities and strength both elevated to their utmost. Qin Feng, I told you not to act impulsively. If we were to face just one of them, we might manage to hold our ground. However, with both brothers present, it would be prudent for us to concede if necessary. Dai Mubai exclaimed to Qin Feng. If it were he and Zhu Zhuqing, there might be a glimmer of hope, as their martial spirits were somewhat complementary. But the disparity between his and Qin Feng's martial spirits was vast, rendering them ill-equipped to counter such bizarre attacks. He was aware of Qin Feng's ferocity in battle. After all, he could demolish the Rose Hotel. Yet this was sonic wave assault, and one could never predict where the razor-sharp sound waves would strike next. Furthermore, Qin Feng lacked armor to withstand such sonic blades while charging forward. His previous failed attempts served as a poignant reminder. Mubai, what if you were to deploy the White Tiger's Diamond Transformation and then unleash the White Tiger's Radiant Wave? Qin Feng inquired. Although sonic wave attacks were indeed challenging, they were not entirely insurmountable. Who was he? He hailed from Earth, and previously, the landlady had defeated the Six-Fingered with the Lion's Roar technique. Today, while he may not possess the Lion's Roar, was there not a white tiger beside him? The Tiger's Roar technique was quite similar. As long as he could disrupt the opponent's sonic wave sequence, success was within reach. After I unleash the White Tiger's Diamond Transformation, my attack and defense will be enhanced by 100%, and the White Tiger's Radiant Wave will follow suit. Very well, let us shatter their defenses with the Radiant Wave. Qin Feng declared coldly. To break the Six-Fingered with the Radiant Wave? Stop joking around. It's time for them to get serious. It's not too late to concede. Trust me just this once. Don't rush to admit defeat. When you unleash the White Tiger's Radiant Wave, make sure to channel all your strength into the sound, maximizing the roar to its fullest potential. Remember, endure for as long as you can. Qin Feng spoke gravely. All right, on the battlefield, hesitation has no place. Since Qin Feng believes he has a solution, as teammates, we must trust him. Dai Mubai and Qin Feng positioned themselves on the opposite side of the arena, facing the six-fingered Zither demon. At that moment, Dai Mubai stood at the forefront, with Qin Feng to his left. What are Feng Ge and Dai Lao planning? Are they conceding? Ma Hongjun observed the scene below, his eyes filled with astonishment. I can't quite grasp what Feng Ge is up to, but judging by their demeanor, it doesn't seem like they are preparing to surrender. It feels more like a decisive battle. Attacking with sound leaves almost no openings. How can one compete against that? Xiao Wu blinked her large eyes, filled with surprise as she gazed at the arena below. Surrendering is not so easy. Last time, letting you escape was one thing. But this time, we, the brothers, cannot allow you to leave without a trace. That would be laughable. Seeing Qin Feng and Dai Mubai's stance, the black and white brothers assumed they were preparing to concede. Suddenly, a cacophony of piercing zither notes erupted. Indeed, the last time Dai Mubai slipped away from them, it was a disgrace to their reputation. The black and white brothers were notorious for their ruthless attacks. Anyone beneath their realm would either be gravely injured or dead, with Dai Mubai being the sole exception. First soul skill, sound quake of the forest. The zither music poured forth like a torrential downpour. At that moment, Qin Feng called out to Dai Mubai, roar. White tiger's radiant wave. Dai Mubai's face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, as a blinding white light erupted with a deafening roar. Breaking wind golden phoenix, 100-fold speed. Qin Feng harnessed the power of his soul bone, instantly amplifying his speed exponentially, moving across the arena like a bolt of lightning. They actually intend to counter our sound quake of the forest in this manner. The two brothers could hardly believe that their opponent could disrupt their sound wave attack with a roar, rendering them unable to control their sonic blades. Second soul ring, resounding melody for 3 days. As Qin Feng's massive hammer descended, the brothers swiftly repositioned themselves, the zither's resonance thickening several-fold. Run? Do you think you can escape? Qin Feng adjusted his aim in the split second before impact, his arms swelling with veins, the hammer radiating with lightning. Boom. A sound akin to thunder erupted from the arena, the tremendous force shattering the entire stage, causing the entire soul arena to tremble. What? Is he truly a great soul master? This is absolutely ferocious. An audience member nearly had his eyes pop out in disbelief. The speed of this attack was enough to send chills down one's spine. At this moment, although Qin Feng had advanced to level 30, lacking a soul ring meant that, in the eyes of the audience, he could only be considered a great soul master despite being classified as a soul master in the arena. Incredible. Since the six-fingered piano demon first appeared, he has remained steadfast in his position, encountering only a few challengers until now. Who could have anticipated that today he would falter at the hands of such a formidable soul master from the second ring? The surrounding spectators were taken aback. Soon, a series of earth-shattering sounds erupted, and it must be said that the battle was truly spectacular. Is this really effective? Dai Mubai was momentarily stunned, astonished that Qin Feng would employ sound to counter the exasperating sound wave attack. Chapter 84. A moment to unwind together? This method is truly ingenious. In the viewing box above, Flender sighed in admiration. The opponent's sound wave attack relied on controlling sound itself. By generating another sound, the two would blend, effortlessly disrupting the opponent's previously controllable sound waves. It was akin to dismantling a soul skill. How could such a simple solution have eluded him? Flender gently tapped his forehead. To be honest, he had been absorbed in contemplation, pondering how he would respond if he found himself in such a situation at the soul sovereign level. Yet, until now, he had failed to arrive at any conclusion. Seeing this, Flender looked at Qin Feng with great satisfaction. Indeed, the offspring of the Haotian lineage possesses remarkable intellect. To have dismantled both the first and second soul skills of these two opponents was already a source of pride. Excellent. This is the first time my brother and I have encountered such an intriguing adversary. On the arena below, a chilling voice resonated. The magical piano, previously resting on their thighs, was raised by the two. Third soul skill, 6 fingers of the nether soul. The once clear sound now bore a hint of hoarseness. Is this truly the opponent's 6 fingers? Even with the first strike, Dai Mubai felt a sense of discomfort coursing through his body, his head spinning. Mubai? Qin Feng bellowed. After all, this was still sound. If he could disrupt the underlying patterns within the sound, it would alleviate Dai Mubai's distress. Sure enough, upon Qin Feng's voice resonating, Dai Mubai breathed a sigh of relief. Roar. White tiger's radiant wave. At this moment, Dai Mubai's voice was thunderously resounding, seemingly channeling all of his earlier frustration into this attack. This time, I shall make things even more entertaining. Second soul skill, Titan's Might. Qin Feng's hammer was enveloped in a black soul ring, and then he leapt into the air, aiming directly at the two. What? A 10,000-year soul ring? The 6-fingered piano demon duo was instantly filled with astonishment. The second finger. Without hesitation, they unleashed their second finger. Yet, Qin Feng's heavy hammer continued unabated, crashing down upon them. Titan's Might amplifies the power of the hammer in his hand 1,000-fold. Under such terrifying gravitational forces, it was akin to a planetary collision, capable of devastating destruction. Third finger, fourth finger, fifth finger, 6. 2 individuals attempted desperately to impede Qin Feng, yet he stood resolute. Akin to a deity of war, unmoved by their efforts. The arena trembled with a resounding crash. Sparks erupted from the ground as the platform fractured into countless fragments. As for the 6-fingered pianist, he spat forth a torrent of blood, the two adversaries being forcefully ejected from the stage. The once boisterous arena fell silent. all eyes wide with disbelief at the scene before them. In that fleeting moment, the protective barrier surrounding the platform shattered instantaneously. The female host hovering above was momentarily taken aback. What manner of creature could obliterate both the shield and the stage? Dai Mubai, observing from a distance, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Had he unleashed such force at the Rose Hotel, it would likely have been reduced to ruins. It seemed he had inadvertently exerted too much power. Qin Feng surveyed the chaotic aftermath with a slight, resigned shrug. Fearing that the six-fingered pianist might still pose a threat, he had escalated his strength to the utmost limit, never anticipating the dramatic outcome that ensued. Qin Feng, Qin Feng, Qin Feng, Qin Feng. The Wind Duo. A deafening roar of cheers erupted. I hereby declare, the Wind Duo triumphs over the Black and White brothers, the host proclaimed. Thus, beneath the myriad of expectant lights, Qin Feng and Dai Mubai descended from the stage. Thank you, Qin Feng, Dai Mubai expressed with genuine gratitude. Had it not been for his companion, he feared he might have sustained severe injuries, let alone secured a victory. There's no need for formalities. Had it not been for your fierce roar, I would never have had the opportunity, Qin Feng replied with a cheerful smile. The efficacy of the tiger roar technique had evidently proven itself to be on par with the lion's roar. Hey, why are you all out here? As they stepped off the stage, they spotted Ma Hongjun and a few others waiting for them. Brother Feng, Boss Dai, you two are simply incredible. To have defeated the six-fingered pianist, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, his expression one of astonishment. Frankly, he had never anticipated that Brother Feng and Boss Dai could achieve such a feat. It's all thanks to Qin Feng. I merely basked in his glory, Dai Mubai said, casting a glance towards Zhu Zhuqing, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Boring, Zhu Zhuqing remarked coolly, turning her gaze elsewhere. Where has the dean gone? Sensing Zhu Zhuqing's icy demeanor, Dai Mubai hastily shifted the topic to avoid awkwardness. Hadn't the dean been with everyone in the private box? Why had he disappeared? A jovial expression adorned Dai Mubai's face. Having triumphed over the six-fingered pianist made him exceedingly joyous. Boss Dai, since you're in such high spirits tonight, why not indulge in some leisure and find a few ladies for a night of fun? I know a couple of places in Sotoa City where you can unwind splendidly. Ma Hongjun suggested with a mischievous grin, his eyebrows twitching slightly. Fatty, hold your tongue. Do not insult my character. I could never be that kind of person. Just moments ago, Dai Mubai was laughing heartily when he instinctively covered Ma Hongjun's mouth. He then turned to Zhu Zhuqing with an awkward smile. What's the matter with you? Boss Dai? Aren't you usually managing two on the left and one on the right? Ma Hongjun continued. Damn it. Fatty, are you trying to get me killed? Dai Mubai glared at Ma Hongjun, seemingly on the verge of choking him. However, the oblivious Ma Hongjun appeared to sense something, realizing that since Zhu Zhuqing's arrival, Boss Dai had been working hard to maintain the image of a model youth, as if he were pursuing Zhu Zhuqing. Then I'll go by myself. Fatty suddenly shivered at this thought, and in an instant, he bolted away, eliciting eye rolls from everyone present. This fatso is completely slandering me. I'm only 15. How could I possibly engage in such behavior? Besides, are there even any girls here who meet my standards? Dai Mubai said, casting a glance at Zhu Zhuqing, as if attempting to clarify his stance. However, he failed to notice that Qin Feng was observing him with an exasperated expression, as if to say, come on. You're from the imperial family, whereas your emotional intelligence. You're only making things worse. Oh, are you implying that your taste is superior? And you find the girls here beneath you? Zhu Zhuqing shot a glance at Dai Mubai. His previously cheerful demeanor faltered, and his smile froze in place. How could he have uttered such words? Wasn't he that akin to gilding the lily? Your 15 years truly makes me feel nauseated. You men are all filthy creatures. Not a single one worth a damn. Zhu Zhuqing replied coldly. Come now, Zhuqing, that's a bit harsh. Our Xiao San and Brother Feng are both good men. Xiao Wu chimed in with a smile towards Zhu Zhuqing. All right. Xiao San and Qin Feng are as pure as glass. And I'm the only one who is filthy, Dai Mubai sighed in resignation. It's good that you're self-aware, Zhu Zhuqing retorted coldly, her words striking Dai Mubai like a dagger. You, stop right there. Dai Mubai was thoroughly enraged. Since Zhu Zhuqing entered Shrek Academy, he had tolerated her time and again, only to receive nothing in return. Indeed, a dog that licks too much ends up with nothing. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing seemed to disregard his words entirely, continuing to walk ahead. You. A cold glint flashed in Dai Mubai's eyes as he gritted his teeth, staring daggers at Zhu Zhuqing. A wave of energy flickered in his hand, and he genuinely wanted to confront her. After all, he held a distinguished identity, and there had been countless women who had thrown themselves at him. This was the first time he had been bullied by a woman. Just as he was about to charge forward, for some inexplicable reason, he restrained himself. Xiao Wu glanced back at Qin Feng and Tang San, asking, what do you think? I don't know, came the reply. Qin Feng shook his head slightly, and Tang San mirrored his gesture. However, Tang San discerned that Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul must possess some connection to Dai Mubai's martial soul, indicating an intricate relationship between the two. At that moment, under the gentle moonlight, Ning Rongrong and Oscar were seated at the entrance. Ning Rongrong appeared to be in a significantly better mood, while Oscar seemed somewhat different, as if he had been wounded. "What are you doing here so late?" Dai Mubai inquired, his tone notably cold. A flicker of confusion sparkled in Ning Rongrong's eyes. "I'm not sure," she replied. Following Dai Mubai's words, he strode directly inside, with Zhu Zhuqing beside him. Yet, they behaved as if they were strangers, each disregarding the other entirely. "Why are you so cold? Could it be that Zhu Zhuqing has rejected you?" "It's only natural for someone with your flirtatious nature to face rejection," Ning Rongrong unabashedly remarked. "What did you say?" Dai Mubai's gaze turned icy, as if she had struck a nerve. "What did I say? Don't you have any inkling?" Ning Rongrong smirked, raising an eyebrow. "Ning Rongrong, I advise you not to provoke me, or I shall let you experience the consequences of your flirtatious ways. Others may fear your seven-treasure, glazed tile school, but I, Dai Mubai, do not." He concealed his wrath, his eyes glinting with a chilling light as they bore into Ning Rongrong. "Oh, is the chubby orange cat upset? If you have the courage, come at me. Aren't you a white tiger? Let me see if you are a tiger or just a cat." Ning Rongrong puffed out her chest, exuding the pride of a young lady. It appeared she truly underestimated Dai Mubai. "You seek your demise." A wave of energy surged beside Dai Mubai, and in an instant, Ning Rongrong was sent flying several meters away. Whoa! Qin Feng, with no choice, caught Ning Rongrong midair. Otherwise, she would surely have met a harsh landing. While Ning Rongrong exhibited a touch of the temperamental nature typical of a young lady, it hardly warranted such severity. As a man, one must learn to be gentle with the fairer sex. A mere thud against the wall several meters behind would suffice. One was a member of a prestigious sect, while the other hailed from the imperial family. In the end, a conflict was unlikely to ensue. "You actually dared to hurt me?" Ning Rongrong's eyes reflected disbelief. As the cherished little princess of the seven-treasure, glazed tile school, who would dare to strike her? Not even her father would dare raise a hand against her. "I have stated, while others may fear your seven-treasure glazed tile school, I, Dai Mubai, do not." He reiterated with a chilling tone. "Seven-treasure, glazed tower." Ning Rongrong summoned her martial soul. "The seven-treasure, glazed tower. Come on. Am I supposed to fear a little girl like you?" Dai Mubai also summoned his martial soul. He was no benevolent character. The notion of refraining from striking women did not apply to those who offended him, regardless of their gender. Moreover, he was already seething with pent-up anger. And if Ning Rongrong chose to stoke the flames, she could not blame him for singeing her. "Qin Feng, help me defeat him, and I will assist you. At that moment, you shall be our esteemed guest of the seven-treasure, glazed tile school. I shall provide you with whatever you desire," Ning Rongrong exclaimed, addressing Qin Feng behind her. "Well, what if I desire you?" Qin Feng replied with a playful smile. This young lady indeed possessed a certain charm. He had initially intended to intervene and prevent the impending battle, yet his opponent had the audacity to issue commands to him. Qin Feng, a player endowed with a system, knew that surpassing the seven-treasure glazed tile school was merely a matter of time. What could the school offer him then? Wealth? Treasures? He already possessed those. If pressed to identify something unattainable, it would undoubtedly be this young lady. Anything but me. Ning Rongrong's face turned pale, utterly taken aback by Qin Feng's unexpected retort. "Enough. I have no interest in your seven-treasure glazed tile school's meager assets, and those funds are not yours. They belong to your ancestors. What right do you have to barter with your forebears' possessions? As Flinders said, you are merely a freeloader." Qin Feng shrugged nonchalantly, a mocking expression adorning his face. "I am the princess of the seven-treasure, glazed tile school. We are a top-tier sect. We possess." However, before Ning Rongrong could finish, Qin Feng waved his hand and departed. Witnessing Qin Feng's departure, Ning Rongrong's eyes shone with astonishment before she turned towards Oscar. Chapter 86, The Heartbroken Oscar. "Oscar, assist me in confronting him." Ning Rongrong almost commanded Oscar, exuding an air of superiority that elicited an inexplicable disdain. I think I shall pass." Oscar replied with a sorrowful smile, his gaze filled with self-mockery. He appeared akin to someone who had invested immense hope in another, only to face profound disappointment. "Why? Do you not harbor feelings for me? If you truly care for me, you should be willing to risk your life to fulfill my wishes," Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Oscar, who clearly held affection for her, was reluctant to take action. Shouldn't love compel one to selflessly support the other? "I admit that I liked you from the moment I first laid eyes on you, and even up until 2 minutes ago, but now you have left me utterly disheartened," Oscar responded, a sorrowful smile gracing his lips. "Why?" Ning Rongrong sensed an overwhelming disdain emanating from Oscar. perplexed by the stark contrast to the infatuation he had displayed merely half an hour prior. Had her face been marred by Dai Mubai's blow? Oscar scoffed coldly and, filled with disappointment, walked away. You. Ning Rongrong gritted her teeth, infuriated and stamping her foot. Even Oscar, who has always cherished and cared for you, has left. You truly are a failure in life. Dai Mubai, dispersing the white tiger, taunted her. To him, Ning Rongrong was merely an auxiliary soul master, of little consequence. You speak nonsense. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's mockery, Ning Rongrong was seething with rage. Tang San, come here and use your peculiar abilities to help me eliminate him. If you succeed, the 7-treasure glazed tile school will provide you with ample support, and you will at least ascend to the soul sage rank. Ning Rongrong almost shouted at Tang San with fervor. In her heart, she believed that any soul master would be moved by such a proposition. However, she did not observe any sign of excitement on Tang San's face. Instead, she perceived disdain akin to that of Qin Feng. Tang San chuckled lightly, then took Xiao Wu by the hand and departed. Indeed, had it been any other soul master who heard such an offer, they would have likely acted swiftly. After all, it was the backing of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, a foundation of soul saints. Yet, Tang San felt no interest, as he believed that one day he would stand atop the continent. Although the 7-treasure glazed tile school was formidable, it was not insurmountable. It was merely a matter of time. Furthermore, if the 7-treasure glazed tile school truly fell into Ning Rongrong's hands, it would soon become the wasted treasure glazed tile school. Why was this so? As Ning Rongrong watched individuals depart one by one, she felt as though her soul had been lost. The 7-treasure glazed tile school was one of the most powerful sects, and countless people yearned to join. Yet none had the opportunity. Why was there such disdain? To be frank, you truly do not belong here. Dai Mubai, hands in his pockets, left with an air of cold indifference. Why is this happening? Ning Rongrong's expression crumbled as she nearly screamed in madness. In the dark of night, she crouched on the ground, tears streaming down her face. Her usual sense of superiority had vanished, and here, she felt like the weakest and loneliest person. In the male dormitory, Ning Rongrong seems to be crying quite intensely. Oscar, aren't you going to check on her? Qin Feng inquired of Oscar. Brother Feng, it is impossible between us. A prolonged pain is worse than a brief one, Oscar replied, his expression melancholic. Oscar, you should really go see her. She has been crying for almost an hour, crouched in the cold wind. It would be unfortunate if she caught a chill. Qin Feng's tone seemed slightly different as he continued to urge Oscar. Brother Feng, please stop trying to persuade me. She is the exalted princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, while I am merely a minor figure. Let it be. Oscar sighed deeply. Then why don't you just go to her? Why are you here crowding my bed at this hour? Qin Feng exploded in anger, abruptly throwing off his blanket and kicking Oscar off the bed. Exhausted from excessive soul power consumption at the battle arena, Qin Feng was vexed that someone dared to disturb his sleep. It was utterly infuriating. Bang! The wooden board made a loud noise as Oscar let out a cry of distress. What happened? Tang San, tightly wrapped in his blanket, looked at Qin Feng and Oscar in surprise. Brother Feng, we are all fellow wanderers in this world. Why must we be so hasty to turn against each other? Oscar, rubbing his sore backside, wore a sorrowful expression. Get lost. Who do you think is in the same boat as you? If it were me pursuing Ning Rongrong, I wouldn't be rejected. I would be in the Rose Hotel planting flowers together, not feeling as miserable as you. This was utterly embarrassing. Brother Feng, Dai Mubai has Zhu Zhuqing, the fatty has Zuhua, and Little San has Xiao Wu. That leaves just the two of us men. Why don't we? Oscar raised an eyebrow. What the hell? Upon encountering that philosophical smile, Qin Feng's body trembled with surprise. At Shrek Academy, precisely at midnight. On the 3rd floor of the boys' dormitory, an unknown object was hurled out. Bang! 30 seconds later, a flower pot adorned with blossoms plummeted down, followed by another round of shrieks. Brother Feng, is it not a bit windy? Oscar would not fare well. The window glass had shattered, allowing a chilling breeze to sweep in. Indeed, the shards of glass appeared rather unsightly. I shall attempt to patch it up with a cloth. With a powerful kick, Qin Feng sent the entire window crashing down. In the next breath, a heart-wrenching cry ensued. Tang San approached the bedside, gulping nervously. Why provoke Brother Feng? He is notoriously a man of steel. All right, let's sleep. I am utterly exhausted today. At this moment, Qin Feng snugly tucked himself under the covers. Brother Feng, what is it? Qin Feng drowsily inquired. Shall we go check on Oscar? As a food-type soul master, he might not withstand it well. What if? Tang San felt an inexplicable sense of dread speaking in front of Brother Feng. Chapter 87, a difficult test. Those powerful blows, not just Oscar. Even I would find it quite unbearable. Qin Feng, heavily laden with sleepiness, soon drifted off. Tang San could only adopt a posture of prayer, hoping that Oscar would be all right. The following morning, at the crack of dawn, everyone was roused by the assembly bell. Today, they were once again gathered by Dean Flander. Fatty, why does it seem you've lost weight? As the first light of day broke, Zhao Wu observed Ma Hongjun with a curious gaze. Indeed, I fought valiantly against 3 adversaries last night, Fatty proclaimed, a satisfied grin plastered across his face. Little San, what on earth is this uncultured fatso babbling about? Zhao Wu turned to Tang San, bewildered. Tang San wore an awkward smile, momentarily at a loss for words. Brother Feng, do you understand what he means? Zhao Wu, unable to decipher Tang San's subtle smile, turned her innocent gaze toward Qin Feng. It likely means Fatty engaged in intense exercise to lose weight last night. Tang San offered, giving Qin Feng a thumbs up. Such an explanation was truly splendid. A brother is indeed a brother. What? This Fatty actually went out to exercise at night? I find that hard to believe. Someone so overweight must be quite lazy. What kind of exercise could he possibly do? Zhao Wu inquired, her curiosity piqued. If Fatty truly spent his nights exercising, he would hardly still be called Fatty. He would probably be a muscular man by now. Such exercise. Qin Feng pointed to the distance, where 2 stray dogs were engaged in an indecorous act. Zhao Wu's face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe tomato. Brother Feng, you are simply unbearable. Zhao Wu hid behind Tang San, playfully striking him in reproach. I think you all are the unbearable ones. Qin Feng rolled his eyes, lamenting that he had not even had breakfast yet, and was already served a portion of dog food. Truly, who is the one being annoying? You see, even Feng Ge has hinted at it so subtly, yet you persist in probing for answers. Who can be blamed for that? Tang San gently caressed Zhao Wu's hair, his gaze filled with adoration. A critical strike of 999. I've had my fill. Could you two exhibit a modicum of restraint? Qin Feng remarked, his expression marked by exasperation as he observed the affectionate pair. Why can't this world extend a shred of compassion to the single souls? Fatty, let us revisit those twin sisters tonight. At that moment, Dai Mubai's voice rang out. As he uttered these words, his eyes subtly drifted towards Zhu Zhuqing, only to find her wholly indifferent to his presence. Wow, Boss Dai is indulging. Do I get some broth? Fatty inquired, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Of course. I'll find you a lovely one, and the cost will be minimal. Dai Mubai boasted, patting his chest. Ahem, good morning, students. After a prolonged wait, Dean Flander finally made his appearance. Good morning, Dean. The students greeted him in unison. This fellow has a notorious memory for grudges. Anyone who neglects to greet him is sure to be scrutinized, with Oscar being a prime example. There are clearly 8 of you, yet one is missing. Where is Oscar? Flander counted carefully and discovered that Oscar was indeed absent. Perhaps he is resting, Tang San suggested. Last night, he had been unable to ease his mind and went to check on Oscar, whose state was nothing short of tragic. Resting? At such a time, go fetch Oscar immediately. We cannot proceed with today's lessons without him. Flander's voice boomed. Understood. Upon hearing this, Tang San stepped away from the group, preparing to summon Oscar. Just then, a figure bounded down from the stairs like a jubilant kangaroo, exuding palpable joy. Oscar, do you wish to be punished with laps? Flander's tone turned slightly stern upon seeing Oscar's arrival. No, Dean. I've leveled up. I've reached level 30. Oscar replied with a beaming smile. What? You've reached level 30? Flander looked at Oscar in disbelief. It wasn't he just Flander. All present wore expressions of astonishment, including Ning Rongrong, who had kept her head bowed. Her eyes brimmed with incredulity. How could a food-type soul master advance so swiftly? After all, level 30 is a significant milestone. Throughout the continent, few food-type soul masters achieve the rank of soul master, and none so young have ever done so. Could heartbreak enhance one's cultivation? Could being beaten aid in advancement? Dai Mubai and Tang San murmured in unison. Indeed. Among food-type soul masters, you are undoubtedly a top-tier genius. In the future, you might even reach the level of soul sage. Flander's smile was radiant. Indeed, he was proud of this exceptional student nurtured by Shrek Academy. How could his joy not be effulgent? Generally speaking, upon reaching level 30 within the Imperial Army, one could attain the esteemed position of a battalion commander. This holds particularly true for battle spirit masters. However, for food-type spirit masters like Dai Mubai, their worth could far exceed that of a battalion commander, potentially ranking just below a general. It is essential to recognize that a level 30 spirit venerable can produce sustenance sufficient for 500 individuals. As the saying goes, before the army mobilizes, provisions must first be secured, which underscores the paramount importance of food to the military. It's merely good fortune. Oscar humbly remarked upon witnessing the astonished expressions of his peers. Last night, for some inexplicable reason, after being struck by Brother Feng, I suddenly experienced an epiphany. Very well. Let us commence our lesson for today, declared Flander. What is the subject of today's lesson? The The student's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Flander, known for his innovative teaching methods, always managed to infuse excitement into the curriculum at Shrek Academy, leaving the students eager rather than resistant. Today, each of you will consume at least 3 sausages crafted by Oscar, Flander announced with a grin. What? The room erupted in disbelief. What manner of absurd lesson was this? This is part of the adaptive training offered at Shrek Academy. Each of you must learn to utilize Oscar's sausages to replenish your soul power. Flander continued. Director, are you serious? The others wore expressions of despair, while Oscar, in contrast, radiated enthusiasm, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Chapter 88. Has Zhao Wuji's leave concluded? Indeed, Flander affirmed with a slight nod. We are all teammates within the same academy. This approach not only fosters camaraderie among you, but also allows Oscar to gain recognition and a sense of fulfillment. Heh. A sly smile crept across Oscar's face as he reveled in the thought of everyone enjoying his sausages. It was worth noting that, in their usual demeanor, his peers often shunned his culinary creations with disdain. Oscar's gaze swept across the room before settling on Ning Rongrong. This time, he was determined to ensure she indulged in a particularly large sausage. Ahem, I have a big sausage, he chanted as he danced with an air of flamboyance. Oh dear, this is rather provocative, Qin Feng thought, feeling a wave of despair wash over him. Watching the anime previously had not elicited such a reaction. The sausages appeared quite appealing then, and he could not fathom why no one would eat them. Yet, in this moment, witnessing Oscar's lewd incantations and his philosophically infused dance as he slowly extruded the sausage, it sent shivers down his spine. The sausages are ready. Who will be the first? Oscar exclaimed, presenting the large sausage, prompting Flander to call out to the crowd. Upon hearing this, everyone wore expressions of outright refusal. Even Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun displayed frantic rejections. Yet, the current atmosphere clearly indicated that they were to be the first ones targeted. After all, the director's gaze was directed toward the two of them. If death is inevitable, then you go first, Big Dai. I will follow, Fatty, urged Dai Mubai. Shaking his head, Dai Mubai reflected that although he had partaken a couple of times before, witnessing Oscar's increasingly lewd gestures while conjuring sausages made it impossible for him to stomach it. I'll do it. At that moment, a voice suddenly emerged from the back. It was Ning Rongrong. No one expected that she would be the first to step forward. With determination evident in her eyes, she snatched the sausage from Oscar's hands and took a decisive bite. Ning Rongrong had made up her mind. She intended to demonstrate her resolve and commitment to everyone. Flinder nodded knowingly, recognizing the immense determination that the girl had summoned. Oscar, in his wildest dreams, could never have anticipated that Ning Rongrong would be the first to consume his sausage. As he watched her bite into it, a chill ran down his spine. How ferocious! Is there more? After finishing 2, Ning Rongrong looked at Oscar with her bright eyes. There is one more, Oscar replied. For some inexplicable reason, he found it difficult to meet Ning Rongrong's gaze. With 2 decisive bites, she finished the last sausage Oscar had produced. Despite having had a restless night, she felt invigorated. Oscar's sausages were indeed exceptional, providing an immediate and remarkable recovery. Ning Rongrong hailed from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and had sampled food from food-type soul masters there. However, the restorative effects paled in comparison to Oscar's. It was worth noting that their school's food-type soul master was at level 40, whereas Oscar had only just crossed into level 30. The disparity between them was not insignificant. All right, it's our turn now, said Ma Hongjun, as he and Dai Mubai simultaneously reached for the sausages freshly conjured by Oscar. Next up was Tang San. Soon, only Zhu Zhuqing and Qin Feng remained. Brother Feng, I owe my promotion last night to you. Don't rush to eat. Let me conjure a supersized sausage for you so you can skip breakfast, Oscar said, muttering an incantation. In that instant, Qin Feng unexpectedly activated his soul bone ability, instantly enhancing his speed 100-fold, and snatched 3 small sausages, devouring them voraciously. Little Oscar, you needn't be courteous. I'm just like everyone else, Qin Feng said between bites. Despite Oscar's rather dubious sausage conjuring technique, the flavor was undeniably delightful, reminiscent of hot dogs. Eventually, Zhao Wu reluctantly consumed a sausage as well. This left Zhu Zhuqing standing alone, unable to take a step forward, seemingly trapped by her psychological barrier. Zhu Zhuqing, if you wish to defeat Dai Mubai and trample him underfoot, then you must eat that sausage right now. Flinder gazed at Zhu Zhuqing. What does this have to do with me? Dai Mubai said awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. Just when he thought Zhu Zhuqing would remain unresponsive, an astonishing event unfolded before him. To his surprise, Zhu Zhuqing strode directly in front of Oscar, devouring sausages with a fervor surpassing even Ning Rongrong's. Witnessing this, Flinder's lips curled into a smile. He had long understood Zhu Zhuqing's intentions. Do you truly wish to trample me underfoot? Dai Mubai remarked, adopting a resigned stance upon witnessing this unexpected scene. It seemed he had not offended her in any way. How could this woman harbor such a grudge? All right, everyone has successfully completed their course tasks today. You may proceed to dine, as we will resume classes shortly, Flinder announced to the group. At that moment, everyone went off together to eat. Oscar continued to cling to Qin Feng, just as he had the previous night. Thus, 2 days passed. During these 2 days, the students of Shrek Academy had become quite accustomed to the rhythm of their classes. Here, there were no mandatory subjects. Instead, they embraced a tailored approach to education, addressing each individual's needs. It was a stark contrast to their previous experiences in the junior academy, where they were all crammed into one classroom, forced to learn in a one-size-fits-all manner, regardless of their suitability. Cough, cough, I wonder if you all missed me. On the morning of the second day, a stout middle-aged man appeared before everyone. Teacher Zhao Wuji, have you finally returned from your leave? The students expressed their surprise upon seeing Zhao Wuji. They had spent the last 2 days under Flinder's guidance, hardly encountering Teacher Zhao at all. Why does Teacher Zhao appear so severely injured? Xiao Wu whispered to Tang San. Her curiosity piqued. I'm not quite sure, Tang San replied, his expression filled with confusion. He was well aware of the precision he had exercised during their earlier encounter. It was impossible for Zhao Wuji to have sustained such grave injuries. Moreover, several days had passed. How could Teacher Zhao still be in such a state? Chapter 89. Journey to the Star Doe Forest. What are you little rascals discussing? Zhao Wuji's expression darkened, his eyes glaring at the group like bell-like orbs. Why call us little rascals? Why not little bear cubs? Xiao Wu questioned innocently upon hearing Zhao Wuji's remark. What did you say? Zhao Wuji retorted, a flash of anger igniting within him. Oh no, the students thought. During lessons, Zhao Wuji had despised being contradicted. Anyone daring to do so would typically find themselves facing a grueling half-hour of sparring. The next day, those unfortunate enough to have practiced would often struggle to rise from bed. The 3 of them had experienced it firsthand. The sensation was nothing short of excruciatingly vivid. And no, I didn't say anything, Xiao Wu stammered, retreating behind Tang San and Qin Feng, alarmed by Zhao Wuji's fierce glare. As Zhao Wuji lifted his head, ready to utter further words, he suddenly caught sight of the slight smile curving up Qin Feng's lips, causing his heart to flutter and his words to falter. Ahem. Today I shall lead you into the Star Doe Forest, primarily to assist Qin Feng and Oscar in acquiring their soul rings. It is imperative for you all to remember that you are now part of a collective. The advancement of Qin Feng and Oscar signifies the elevation of the entire group. Furthermore, although I am accompanying you, I shall refrain from intervening unless faced with a life-threatening situation. Upon meeting Qin Feng's gaze, Zhao Wuji awkwardly cleared his throat and spoke. It was not that he wished to pry into Xiao Wu's affairs, but rather that she was under Qin Feng's protection, leaving him with no opportunity to delve deeper. Despite being merely 13 years old, Qin Feng possessed considerable power. Aside from Flinder, he was the second largest stakeholder in the Shrek Academy. Zhao Wuji preferred to lead a tranquil existence and had no inclination to provoke the boss, for if Qin Feng were to withdraw his investment, not only would Shrek Academy face dire consequences, but Flinder would also ensure he received a thorough beating. Moreover, the speed of this young man was astonishing. Although Zhao Wuji had the ability to crush him in an instant, Qin Feng's velocity surpassed that of a soul sage, rendering Zhao unable to capture him and instead risking a severe counterattack. In short, the message was clear: one ought not to provoke him. Is Teacher Zhao not angry? Dai Mubai observed Zhao Wuji and exchanged a look with the chubby one, their eyes reflecting profound astonishment. Ma Hongjun also appeared bewildered. This was not at all in line with Zhao Wuji's usual demeanor. Was it possible that Teacher Zhao was feeling particularly lenient today? What are you two whispering about? Mubai, you shall arrange the formation for our advance, Zhao Wuji's gruff voice echoed. Understood. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai nodded vigorously, as if struck by a cold needle. In the academy, it was preferable to offend Flinder than to cross Zhao Wuji. Flinder would hold a grudge and settle scores later. But Zhao Wuji would deal with matters immediately, leaving no room for reconsideration. Qin Feng and Xiao San, you two will lead the way. In the center, we have Oscar and Ning Rongrong, with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing on the flanks. The chubby one will remain at the rear with me, Dai Mubai instructed. Given the formidable combat prowess of Qin Feng and Xiao San, it was most fitting for them to be positioned at the front, while he and the chubby one, who were also no weaklings, would follow behind. In but a few breaths, the formation was established. The Star Doe Forest lies to the southeast of the Barak Kingdom, and Soto City itself is also located in that direction, a distance of just over 500 kilometers. Upon exiting the academy, they set off at a brisk pace, soon feeling utterly exhausted. At this juncture, Oscar's sausages proved invaluable, dispelling their earlier fatigue. Thus, an entire day passed, and as night fell, they arrived at a small town. Naturally, traversing over 500 kilometers in a single day was impossible, and the weary group sought refuge in a hotel. To their surprise, the town was quite lively. Despite its modest size, boasting a wealth of amenities. Qin Feng observed his surroundings with keen interest. Even at night, the streets were bustling with activity, vibrant and animated. Here, we are merely over 100 kilometers from the Stardo Forest, a quaint little town that thrives on the resources provided by the forest. The daily influx of visitors is considerable. Dai Mubai remarked to Qin Feng, the Stardo Forest is one of the largest gathering places for soul beasts. Hence many venture within to hunt these creatures. Oscar, he continued, should we not take a stroll and procure some food? I suspect that by dawn, the eccentric master Zhao Wuji will demand our departure. Oscar chimed in, recalling their last venture into the Stardo Forest, which was nothing short of excruciating. They had set off before dawn, and their meals consisted solely of their own sausages. Oscar felt he was on the brink of collapse. While he was indeed a food system soul master, he questioned whether it was his fate to be so exploited. Eating sausages day in and day out was hardly appetizing. With the lessons learned from their previous experience, Oscar resolved to purchase some provisions that evening. Who is this eccentric? A voice suddenly inquired from behind. Who else could it be but Master Zhao Wuji? Honestly, how could one be so deaf as not to realize that I might be overheard if I repeated myself? Oscar was oblivious to the knowing glances exchanged between Qin Feng and Dai Mubai, who attempted to signal him to be cautious. Alas, Oscar was bluntly outspoken. When he turned around and beheld a familiar figure, he was utterly dumbfounded. Was that not Master Zhao Wuji? Hadn't he gone to settle the accommodation fees? How had he appeared here? For the first time, Oscar felt the weight of the world on his shoulders, as if he could scarcely breathe. Master Zhao, I was just singing your praises, not disparaging you, he stammered, his face a portrait of distress. Oscar, come to the backyard with me. I noticed a small square there. I assure you, it will merely be a heart-to-heart conversation, a bit of psychological counseling, Zhao Wuji said, his hands rubbing together with a mischievous glint in his eyes. This town is quite charming. I shall go buy some items, Oscar muttered, hastily retreating. The thought of discussing his feelings with Master Zhao was daunting. He feared he might require a stretcher to enter the Stardo Forest the following day. Do I truly appear that terrifying? Zhao Wuji mused, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Very well, if you have any purchases to make, do so quickly. Here are your room cards, 4 boys in one room, 3 girls in another, and Oscar and I will share a room. Zhao Wuji had distributed the cards to Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu. Hiss. Ma Hongjun inhaled sharply, realizing Oscar was unlikely to escape unscathed this evening. Master Zhao Wuji, why are there only 3 rooms? We clearly paid for more, Xiao Wu exclaimed, her wide eyes filled with confusion. The allocation from the dean is fixed. There is nothing I can do, Zhao Wuji replied with a slight shrug. Just then, a flash of soul light appeared in the distance, followed by a chilling scream. Not good, it's Oscar. Chapter 90. Oscar gets beaten again. Upon hearing the commotion, the 7 members of Shrek Academy, led by Qin Feng, dashed towards the source of the sound. Oscar was seen with a bruised face, being surrounded and beaten by 2 youths clad in the uniforms of other academies. Foolishness. Qin Feng and Tang Sen rushed forward, delivering a swift kick to the 2 assailants. As members of Shrek Academy, they would never let such an affront go unpunished, especially considering that Oscar was one of their own. With a loud crash, the 2 thugs collided into a nearby vendor's stall, shattering its contents to smithereens. What happened to you, Oscar? Why are you being beaten again? Tang Sen inquired, noting that it seemed Oscar was perpetually on the receiving end of violence. It's nothing, really. I found something they wanted to snatch from me. And when I refused to let it go, they decided to teach me a lesson, Oscar replied, a hint of bitterness in his voice. The assailants exchanged furtive glances. What could it possibly be that you would endure a beating for? Xiao Wu asked, taken aback. Oh, look, you have companions. No wonder you dared to steal from our senior. Tao, one of them sneered, their gaze turning icy as they fixed it on Qin Feng. Mo Banwen from Tsanghui Academy. A level 23, 2-ringed soul master, with a golden dog spirit, one of them announced. They dusted themselves off and summoned their martial spirits, revealing themselves as 2 formidable soul masters. 2 high-ranking soul masters? How about you let me handle this? The rotund youth behind them grinned maliciously. Qin Feng and Tang Sen stepped aside, uninterested in confronting the level 23 fighters. Fiery Phoenix. The chubby youth unleashed a purple-red flame, and in an instant, the 2 assailants were engulfed, screaming in agony. That was a bit ruthless, don't you think? You didn't even leave them a hair, Qin Feng chuckled. Dean Flander told us that a soul master who avoids trouble is not a true soul master. It's not the big troubles we fear, but the small ones. The rotund youth replied with satisfaction. Until now, it had primarily been Qin Feng, Tang San, or Dai Mubai who had engaged in battles. And today he finally had the chance to demonstrate his own prowess. Dean Flander is quite the character, he mused. It's hard to believe he would utter such commanding words. He gives off the impression of a shrewd merchant, miserly and petty, far from imposing. Who dares to strike the students of Tsanghue Academy? Do they wish to court death? A man and woman emerged from a nearby exquisite shop. The man had a somewhat lewd appearance, while the woman was strikingly beautiful, her figure captivating and alluring. Wow, Tsanghue Academy boasts such a stunning girl? The rotund youth felt a rush of warmth within him. Though Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were also quite attractive. The girl before him was undeniably mature for her youthful age of 12 or 13, stirring feelings he had not anticipated. We are from Shrek Academy. And your people assaulted our classmate. They deserve the punishment they receive, Dai Mubai said coldly. At this moment, Master Zhao Wuji had not yet arrived. To speak of it, among this group from Shrek Academy, he was the most formidable. Shrek Academy? What kind of institution is that? I've never heard of it, the young man said. Deliberately elongating his tone, his expression laced with mockery and derision. Suddenly, a stall selling fried snacks on the street was collided into by an object, followed by a cacophony of screams akin to that of a slaughtered pig. The others from Shrek Academy, who had initially appeared to be in a state of great tension, now stared wide-eyed at Qin Feng. Indeed, Brother Feng was a man of few words, yet acted with fierce decisiveness. Once he made a move, there was no room for regret. You dare to strike me. The young man manifested 3 martial spirits, his face contorted with rage as he glared at Qin Feng. His left hand was blistered from the heat, his clothes splattered with oil, presenting a most disheveled sight. It turned out he was a soul master of 3 soul rings. No wonder he had not been disfigured. Qin Feng chuckled lightly, remarking, had this been an ordinary person, they would likely have suffered extensive burns by now. After all, the other party had spoken with such an arrogant demeanor, disparaging Shrek Academy. How could the mastermind behind it all endure such an affront? A punishment was certainly in order. You are truly a mad dog, daring to threaten my visage. Do you even know who I am? I am Tsanghue. Bang, bang. A small wooden building was struck, causing 2 pillars to snap, and it was none other than Qin Feng. The young man drew a massive black hammer without warning, aiming it at the student from Tsanghue Academy. The young man had not anticipated such an unorthodox approach. Typically, one would exchange a few words before engaging in combat. Gulp. The spectators from Shrek Academy were utterly astonished by the unfolding scene. What was happening? When did Brother Feng become so ruthless and straightforward? Did he possess a heartfelt devotion to Shrek Academy, a profound sense of belonging and honor? Yet, he seemed so indifferent to everything else. Previously, they had been filled with rage, intent on delivering a collective beating to this individual who insulted Shrek, but witnessing his dire state, a flicker of compassion arose within them, casting him in a somewhat pitiable light. Tao, are you all right? 2 male students, previously singed by the fat man's flames, hurried over to search through the debris of broken wooden planks. Meanwhile, a female student stood frozen in place, her face drained of color. You dare to strike someone from Tsanghue Academy, roared the male student, his head scorched and shining black, filled with fury. Not many dared to lay hands on students from Tsanghue Advanced Soul Master Academy. But what exactly was Shrek Academy? They had truly never heard of it. Do you aspire to be like him? Qin Feng asked, his gaze cold as he regarded them. Unbeknownst to them, a profound sense of dread inexplicably arose in the hearts of the 2 individuals upon encountering the gaze of Qin Feng. Even more terrifying than the flames ignited by the corpulent man moments ago. The male student, with a tinge of hesitation in his eyes, glanced at his companion, seemingly weighing the decision of whether to vacate the premises. Chapter 91. Tsanghue Academy, what is the meaning of this? At that moment, a middle-aged man with glasses appeared from behind, emanating an aura of chilling coldness, his brows furrowed with a sinister intensity. Teacher Yi. These individuals not only seized the gift Brother Tao presented to Sister Qin, but when we approached to reason with them, the one in red set us ablaze. Brother Tao attempted to intervene, yet before he could utter 2 words, this ruffian rendered him unconscious. The 2 male students painted a dramatic picture, their performances so vivid that one might believe them to be seasoned actors. Nonsense. It was clearly your group that ganged up on Oscar. And yet you dare to turn the tables. Ning Rongrong stepped forward, her face flushed with indignation. As a princess of the sect, though she possessed a slight temper, her moral compass had been honed to be quite upright. Witnessing such blatant slander before her was intolerable. Enough. I am the director of the External Affairs Department at Tsanghue Advanced Soul Master Academy. Which sect do you belong to? The bespectacled man interjected, his voice frigid. The audacity of a mere child being able to incapacitate students of his academy without the use of a martial soul stirred a sense of trepidation within him. After all, only formidable powers with abundant resources could cultivate such prodigious talent. We are students from Shrek Intermediate Academy, Dai Mubai introduced. Shrek Intermediate Academy? Why have I never heard of this institution? Upon hearing this, Yi Zhiqiu's eyes widened with astonishment. It seemed he had never encountered this academy before. Could it be a newly established elite institution? That is merely your ignorance. What? Yi Zhiqiu stared incredulously at Dai Mubai. Unable to believe that a student from an intermediate academy had the audacity to confront a teacher from an advanced academy, a blatant act of insolence. Just as he sought a pretext to take action, Dai Mubai's retort provided him with the perfect opportunity. Even we at Shrek Academy have never heard of it. Isn't that ignorance? Qin Feng chimed in with a slight smile, his lips curling upward. Seeing how brazen you all appear. It seems no one has been here to discipline you. Today, I shall assist the teacher from your obscure school in teaching you a lesson. So you might reconsider your tendency to falsely accuse and bully the kind-hearted students of Tsanghue Academy. As Yi Zhiqiu's voice fell, a powerful soul force emanated from him. Qiangue merge. The dark green tortoise infused itself into Yi Zhiqiu's being. A beast martial soul, Qiangue, with 5 soul rings, a soul king. Upon witnessing this scene, the members of Shrek Academy were filled with astonishment. The colors white, yellow, and purple, were they not the emblems of a soul king? It appeared that trouble lay ahead. For they were indeed facing a soul king. How absurd. The audacity to accuse first when it was they who initiated the altercation. Ning Rongrong, incensed by the unfounded accusations, spoke vehemently. Oscar, noticing Ning Rongrong's unwavering support, cast her a look of profound gratitude. To his surprise, he had not anticipated such staunch defense from her. It was indeed unexpected. It seemed that, despite the circumstances, there remained a semblance of loyalty within her. The beating he had endured today, it seemed, had not been in vain. However, he was unaware that Ning Rongrong's motivation was rooted in an unwavering sense of justice and morality. Within the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, she had encountered her fair share of deceit and baseless accusations. She refused to believe that no one at Tsanghue Academy could reason with them. As it turned out, Tsanghue Academy indeed lacked the capacity for rational discourse. My students have been reduced to this. It was your side that struck first, yet you dare to malign our Tsanghue Academy. Shrek Academy is truly a disreputable institution. For how else could it produce students so devoid of respect for their elders? Yi Zhiqiu remarked coldly. The disgrace of having his students bested by this band of mediocre academicians was unbearable. Prepare yourselves. At that moment, Tang San called out to the group. You little ones are no match for me. It would be wise to summon your teacher, lest you find yourselves in dire straits. Yi Zhiqiu's martial spirit manifested, exuding an aura of chilling intensity. The children before him, save for the golden-haired one, seemed not to have reached even level 30. To him, anyone below level 50 was hardly worth consideration. This fellow may prove to be somewhat troublesome. Perhaps we should call for teacher Zhao Wuji? Oscar inquired of the others. A soul king of level 50 was no trivial matter. Should a confrontation occur, lives could be at stake. Indeed, he posed a challenge. However, there was little recourse, as the opponent's martial spirit was the Qiangue, renowned for its formidable defense. While the defensive capabilities were impressive, the actual offensive power was likely lacking, and they could resort to a coordinated assault. Tang San analyzed the situation and assigned tasks to each member. What a collection of amusing children. Your academy has filled your heads with nonsense, Yi Zhiqiu scoffed coldly. A group of 30-level students, alongside a few in their 20s, dared to think they could defeat a soul king. How laughable. Old man, I grant you permission to utter another word. Qin Feng's voice was laced with icy disdain upon hearing yet another insult to Shrek Academy. Brother Feng, remain composed. The opponent wields the highly defensive Qiangue. We must deliberate carefully before taking action. Upon witnessing Qin Feng's demeanor, which seemed to provoke a deep-seated ire, Tang San could only manage a wry smile as he attempted to restrain him. How could it be that his brother Feng had suddenly transformed into such a fervent supporter of Shrek Academy? Little did Tang San know that Qin Feng was, in fact, the mastermind behind Shrek's operations. This was akin to owning a shop while others openly disparaged it in the presence of its proprietor, claiming it to be nothing but a den of incompetence. As the owner, how could one endure such affronts? Were it not for his respect for Xiao San, he would have long since taken matters into his own hands. Ah, so you still have a temper? Yi Zhiqiu scoffed, his voice dripping with derision. I assert that Shrek Academy has turned you all into fools, your minds filled with nonsense. What will you do about it? Do you wish to strike me? Then come at me. A few children still dared to challenge him, yet even a mere flick of his finger could send them sprawling. Teacher Yi is impressive, shouted the 2 bald students from Tsanghue Academy, taken aback by the unexpected ferocity of their usually seemingly elitist instructor. Humph, what is there to deliberate? Shrek is our cherished home, and now someone dares to insult it. What should we do about it? Qin Feng urged passionately. What else can we do? Let us take him down. Qin Feng's words ignited a fervor among the group. Particularly, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, who had been patiently listening to Tang San, now yearned to unleash their pent-up fury upon this brazen individual. Having lived in Shrek Academy for several years, they considered it their home, and they could not allow anyone to tarnish its honor. Then there's no need for further discussion. I will lead the charge, you all feign an assault, and Rong will provide support from behind. Together, we shall vanquish this insolent fool, Qin Feng declared with fervent conviction, feeling an unexpected talent for oratory emerge within him. Reminiscent of politicians seeking votes or entrepreneurs inspiring their employees to strive for greater success. What did you just call me? Yi Zhiqiu erupted with indignation upon hearing Qin Feng's words. Given that his martial soul was the black tortoise, he held a strong aversion to being referred to as a turtle. The audacity of this youth to call him such was nothing short of a death wish. Old turtle? What's it to you? Qin Feng retorted, undeterred. I now offer you one last chance to regret your insolence. Summon your teacher to apologize, or I shall ensure you regret it dearly. Yi Zhiqiu unleashed a powerful surge of soul power, his demeanor radiating fury. Apologize? I shall crush your shell with my thunderclap hammer. With that, Qin Feng brandished his black hammer, and in an instant, a purple and black aura manifested around him. The sight of the two distinct soul rings evoked gasps from the students of Tsanghui Academy. What manner of creature is this? The first spirit ring is 1,000 years old, and the second is even a staggering 10,000. Yi Zhiqiu was left utterly astounded. He himself lacked a 10,000-year spirit ring, yet here stood a student from a mid-tier academy possessing one. This was beyond outrageous. Not only this young man, but even he himself had never encountered a 10,000-year spirit ring. He had once attempted to corner a 10,000-year spirit beast, nearly losing his life in the process. The first spirit ability, Xian Gui's protection. The second spirit ability, Xian Shui's ice sealing. Gritting his teeth, Yi Zhiqiu summoned a black radiance that enveloped him. And in the next breath, dark armor encased his form. The surrounding temperature plummeted instantaneously. Evil Fire Phoenix, possess. Ma Hongjun could not merely stand by. A purplish-red flame erupted from his mouth, causing the previously frigid atmosphere to rise dramatically in temperature. Yin Ming Cat, Zhu Zhuqing also unleashed her attack. In an instant, all spirit masters sprang into action. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong had just begun to recover from her shock. How could Qin Feng's first martial spirit possibly be a 1,000-year spirit? Under normal circumstances, a first martial spirit would only reach around 400 years. As someone well-versed in lore, she had never encountered a case like Qin Feng's in her readings. Moreover, the fact that his second martial spirit was black was telling. Black signified a 10,000-year spirit ring. How could a rank 19 individual possibly slay a 10,000-year spirit beast? It was utterly nonsensical. Had someone told her such a tale, Ning Rongrong would have dismissed it as a jest, for such occurrences seemed impossible in this world. Yet today, she bore witness to it herself. It was indeed a black spirit ring, unambiguously pure in its hue. The color of a spirit ring cannot deceive. Black is black and cannot be altered by any external force. The 7 treasures are renowned for their power. Ning Rongrong summoned the 7 treasures glazed tower and proceeded to amplify the strength of everyone present. She increasingly yearned to integrate into this group, for once again, Qin Feng had ignited her competitive spirit. In terms of status, they were both scions of nobility, of similar age, yet she found herself still reliant on her family. While he had already established a thriving business, in her sect, she was considered a top-tier genius in spirit cultivation, having reached her 20s. Yet he now stood at level 30, with his first martial spirit being 1,000 years old and his second a legendary 10,000-year spirit ring. She felt as though her years had been in vain, a profound sense of failure enveloping her. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as Qin Feng's thunderclap hammer struck his opponent. Cursed tortoise, if you possess the ability, do not hide your head. Zhu Zhuqing's claws, Dai Mubai's white tiger's radiance, Ma Hongjuan's evil fire, and Tang San and Xiao Wu's attacks all failed to inflict any harm. At that moment, they faintly sensed a significant increase in their strength. It was Rongrong. Seeing Ning Rongrong at the back, the others were taken aback. However, they soon launched a second assault on the old turtle, only to find that this attack was once again thwarted by the turtle's shell. Their frustration was palpable. This is the strength of my defense. Why would I withdraw it? He scoffed, addressing the naive children. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhiqiu maintained an expression of tranquil composure, revealing a subtle smirk. Yet, beneath the confident facade he wore, a sense of unease began to creep into his heart. This group was composed entirely of great spirit masters, or above. Their martial spirits peculiar, and among them was even a member of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, one of the premier sects along the main road, was not to be trifled with. Crossing them could lead to dire consequences. Of course, The individual currently possessing the 7-treasure glazed tower was merely a girl of over 20 levels. If he truly intended to act, he could still eliminate her. The most pressing concern, however, was that hammer. With a first spirit ring of 1,000 years and a second spirit ring of 10,000 years. Such a monstrosity was terrifying beyond measure. If he sought to kill it, complications would undoubtedly arise. Yi Zhiqiu contemplated whether to eradicate them all, ensuring no future repercussions, or to spare them entirely, teaching them a lesson for their earlier offense, thus preserving his dignity while gracefully retreating. Very well. I shall see how long you can evade me. Qin Feng integrated his second spirit ring. In an instant, a terrifying power emanated from the hammer, and Qin Feng's aura shifted dramatically. Wait. Sensing an overwhelming wave of danger, Yi Zhiqiu felt panic rising within him and hurriedly called out to Qin Feng. He vaguely sensed that he might not withstand this upcoming attack. Even if he did, the turtle's shell would undoubtedly sustain damage. Furthermore, this young man's identity was peculiar. A first spirit ring of 1,000 years was not something an ordinary family could achieve. Even if one were to assume he was an ordinary person who fortuitously acquired the first 1,000-year spirit ring, it was improbable that luck would extend to a second 10,000-year spirit ring. In the entirety of Douluo continent, which sect could possibly cultivate a 10,000-year spirit beast? Aside from the spirit hall, it seemed implausible elsewhere. In summary, the forces behind this young man were undoubtedly beyond Yi Zhiqiu's reach. What? Are you afraid? Qin Feng observed him with keen interest, prompting everyone to cease their actions. Your Shrek Academy is indeed impressive, but I am a person of clear distinctions between gratitude and grievance. My student offended you, and you retaliated. That matter is settled. However, someone from your side has disrespected me, showing disregard for their elders, and that cannot simply be overlooked, Yi Zhiqiu stated coldly. Upon hearing this, a glint of amusement flickered in Qin Feng's eyes. Oh, and what do you propose? He inquired, a knowing light in his gaze. He understood that his opponent was beginning to falter, now seeking an avenue for retreat. In truth, there is little to discuss. Simply surrender the insolent lad who previously challenged me to our esteemed Songhue Academy for resolution, and we shall consider all other matters settled. Yi Zhiqiu's gaze fixed upon Dai Mubai. It was clear that the individual in question was indeed Dai Mubai. We shall never abandon our comrades. If you expect us to hand over our brother to you, you might as well continue dreaming your grand dreams. Oscar exclaimed in anger. Both Ma Hongjun and Tang San positioned themselves protectively in front of Dai Mubai. Yet, Yi Zhiqiu paid them no heed. For he understood that the most formidable among them was this young man. Should he consent, then all would be secure. Are you requesting that I surrender him? Qin Feng inquired with a smile. The rotund figure was taken aback by Qin Feng's question. However, to his astonishment, Dai Mubai and Tang San exchanged glances with him, conveying an unwavering conviction through their eyes. In other words, they firmly believed that Qin Feng would never resort to such betrayal. The rotund one fell silent, realizing he had been somewhat hasty and perhaps had misjudged his companion. Indeed, if you hand him over, we shall let bygones be bygones regarding your offense against Songhue Academy. Yi Zhiqiu's mustache twitched, and a subtle smirk emerged at the corners of his mouth. To him, it seemed this young man was now apprehensive. Indeed, self-preservation is a common trait. As long as one can secure their own safety, the plight of others becomes inconsequential. The notion of delivering Mubai seemed rather appealing. Qin Feng turned away from Yi Zhiqiu, feigning contemplation. Dai Mubai and Tang San were both enveloped in confusion. Was Qin Feng truly considering the treachery of betraying his comrades? Yet, he did not seem to possess such a character. After days of interaction, Qin Feng had consistently demonstrated loyalty. Could it be that he was changing in this moment of peril? As the two pondered, Qin Feng raised his head, his eyes blinking slightly. In an instant, the furrowed brows of several young men relaxed. Very well, I have made my decision. Qin Feng deliberately elongated his tone. Ning Rongrong, prepare to assist. Oscar gently nudged Ning Rongrong. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing also appeared to awaken to the situation, as if they were all awaiting orders. Haha. Those who act with purpose are destined for greatness. Yi Zhiqiu wore an expression of profound satisfaction. Indeed, those who aspire to achieve momentous feats must possess focus. Altogether now, just moments ago, Qin Feng's smile abruptly vanished, and in unison, 6 individuals sprang forth, charging forward with determination. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng unleashed his second soul skill, Titan's Might. The 7 treasures are renowned. The first is strength. The 7 treasures are renowned. The second is speed. Ning Rongrong summoned the 7 treasures glazed tower, channeling a cascade of soul energy to bolster Qin Feng and his companions. Their speed and strength surged remarkably under Ning Rongrong's enhancement. Yi Zhiqiu could scarcely fathom that these youngsters were cunningly engaging him in a game of strategy. In haste, He infused his martial spirit into his being. Alas, when Qin Feng's colossal hammer descended with overwhelming force, his defenses crumpled, leaving him momentarily incapacitated. The group exhibited remarkable synergy, strategically targeting the vulnerable spots that Qin Feng had just attacked. Tang San unleashed the enhanced radiant wave, complemented by the fiery wrath of the stout companion, Dai Mubai, following his transformation into the white tiger. Subsequently, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing joined the fray. As the assault continued, Yi Zhiqiu discovered to his dismay that his martial spirit had sustained damage. Indeed, the martial spirit renowned for its formidable defense had been compromised, leading to instability in his vitality, forcing him to kneel in agony. Cheers erupted among the group, their faces alight with joy as they exchanged high fives. Through their collective effort, they had successfully vanquished a formidable Soul King, an accomplishment that, while partly reliant on fortune, remained an undeniable truth. "Let us retreat," Dai Mubai signaled to the others, and they swiftly withdrew. The sensation of teamwork had proven gratifying. If he were to activate his soul bone abilities, coupled with his second soul skill, Zhao Wuji would be manageable, but this turtle-like adversary paled in comparison. He was confident that he could incapacitate the creature within an hour. How could you? Yi Zhiqiu seethed in frustration from behind. Despite his years of experience, he had never anticipated being defeated by a group of students, a humiliation that left him utterly disgraced. However, with his martial spirit compromised, he could not forcefully engage them. He had no choice but to let them depart. Thus, the figures of Qin Feng and his companions gradually diminished in Yi Zhiqiu's sight, ultimately vanishing completely. Meanwhile, Zhao Wuji sat in the hotel lobby, appearing to meditate. Upon the arrival of Qin Feng and his entourage, he coldly inquired, "Zhao Laoshi, we just collaboratively defeated a Soul King." Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Having received accolades from her companions, she felt an exhilarating sense of trust and genuine appreciation, a feeling she had never experienced before. Chapter 94, Entering the Star Doe Forest. "What? You all joined forces to defeat a Soul King?" Zhao Wuji suddenly rose, his expression one of incredulity as he regarded the group. He could believe that Qin Feng had bested a Soul King, but the notion that they had collectively triumphed over one was truly astonishing. Indeed, Brother Feng was the primary attacker, while Dai Laoda and San Gu executed feigned assaults, and Oscar and I provided support from the rear, Ning Rongrong explained, her smile welcoming as she gazed at her companions. Eager to integrate into this collective, she recognized that she must relinquish her lofty demeanor. Thus, she referred to Dai Mubai as Laoda, acknowledging his superior strength and seniority among the students without reservation. As for Qin Feng and Tang San, both surpassed her in prowess, so addressing them as San Gu and Feng Gu was equally appropriate. Indeed, after her transformation, Ning Rongrong was met with smiles from the group, embracing her as one of their own. Since the esteemed Miss Ning Rongrong has the capacity for change, it stands to reason that they are not individuals of petty grievances. Following this battle, the entire team has grown significantly more harmonious. Moreover, it appears that the bond between Oscar and Ning Rongrong has flourished like never before, as if they have become inseparably close once more. Just then, Zhao Wuji, having listened to the entire exchange, spoke with a voice that carried an icy undertone. "What? Departing at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning?" The expressions of the young ladies were filled with dismay. Typically, rising at 7 o'clock at Shrek Academy felt like a near-death experience. Now, the prospect of 5 o'clock was sheer torment. "Then we shall retire for the night," said Xiao Wu, leading the way upstairs to room 201. To accommodate the three young ladies, Zhao Wuji provided them with the nearest available room. Oscar wore a somewhat regretful expression, for just as he intended to retrieve something from his pocket, Ning Rongrong bid him farewell and departed. It's all Zhao Wuji's fault. Why must he utter such words? Could he not have waited just a minute longer? Oscar lamented. "Why do you gaze at me with such a mournful look? Is it merely because you and teacher Zhao share a room?" Zhao Wuji replied, his arms crossed and a smile gracing his face. "What? Teacher Zhao, do not jest. My fragile heart cannot bear it." Oscar was momentarily taken aback by this statement, and then reason swiftly informed him that such a scenario was implausible. Typically, students would occupy one room while teachers resided in another. The idea of students and teachers sharing accommodations seemed utterly absurd. "Do you not believe me? Simply inquire of them, and you shall see." Zhao Wuji's smile took on a more mischievous quality. "Little Oscar, we are feeling rather fatigued. We shall retire for the night now. Good night, teacher Zhao." Dai Mubai yawned dramatically. "What?" The shock reverberated through Oscar's mind like a thunderclap, leaving him frozen in place as he gazed at the retreating figures of Dai Mubai and the others. "Alas, it seems that Flender has allocated us 3 rooms. And considering the impracticality of 5 individuals cramped into a double room, I have brought you along, teacher Zhao. Is that not rather peculiar?" Zhao Wuji's smile was imbued with an unsettling charm. This boy had the audacity to label him as peculiar today. It appeared that a fitting reprimand was in order. Perhaps even a 30-minute session of psychological counseling. Teacher Zhao, I truly was not referring to you. Oscar seemed to be making a final desperate stand. Unfortunately, his struggle proved futile. Zhao Wuji, with a smile still upon his face, placed a hand upon Oscar's shoulder and led him upstairs to the room. Teacher Zhao, may we not simply enjoy a peaceful night's sleep? Upon entering the double room, Oscar breathed a sigh of relief. Sharing a bed with Teacher Zhao would undoubtedly be too overwhelming. Have you forgotten how I instruct you? It is essential to engage in reflex training before sleep, for the mind is laden with drowsiness at that time. The effectiveness of the training increases under such conditions, Zhao Wuji remarked. But, Teacher Zhao, did you not previously mention the morning? It seems that practicing when the mind is most alert is indeed the most effective, or am I mistaken? Oscar murmured to himself upon hearing this statement. Very well, this place is suitable. You may utilize your martial spirit, while I shall train my reflexes barehanded against you. With that, Zhao Wuji's voice boomed as his fist, akin to a sandbag, hurtled toward Oscar. Throughout the night, Oscar consumed recovery sausages while enduring blows, his cries echoing for over half an hour. The following morning, as dawn broke with a grayish hue, Xiao Wu walked alongside Oscar, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Why do I feel as though you didn't sleep well last night? Given that the girls' quarters were situated downstairs, they were largely unaware of the events that transpired above. I was inadvertently injured during a special training session with Teacher Zhao, Oscar replied, his face haggard and bloodshot. Last night, Zhao Wuji's so-called special training had merely been an opportunity to deliver punishment. Perhaps it was a sign of midlife crisis, after all. Merely uttering the word perverted had led to such a harsh beating. Who had he offended? Xiao Wu regarded him thoughtfully before bouncing away with a joyful gait. The forest was vast and lacked a unified path, thus the task of forging ahead fell to Dai Mubai. Once Zhao Wuji led everyone into the forest, his demeanor shifted from the relaxed manner exhibited outside to one of heightened vigilance. The Stardow forest was far removed from the domesticated soul-splitting forest. It was home to many formidable soul beasts, and a moment's carelessness could jeopardize the entire team. It was no wonder Zhao Wuji was on high alert. One misstep could result in utter disaster. While everyone walked cautiously, there was one among them who appeared utterly at ease, Xiao Wu. She frolicked about, seemingly undaunted by the dangers lurking within the forest. Chapter 95. The Millennium Phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Seeing Xiao Wu in such a carefree state, Zhao Wuji furrowed his brow. This young girl was far too reckless. This was the Stardow forest, not her home, and yet she pranced about with such joy. Nevertheless, since her escapades remained within a controllable range, Zhao Wuji refrained from admonishing her further. Everyone, take 3 sausages each. These sausages remain effective for 12 hours. Oscar proclaimed as he continued to distribute them. Hurry and take them. The Stardow forest is far more complex than the domesticated forests outside. Try not to wander too far. Zhao Wuji's rugged voice resonated once more. Upon hearing this, everyone promptly accepted the sausages. After traversing for over half an hour, Zhao Wuji suggested, let us pause for a moment to rest before we proceed. Upon hearing this, the group sought out suitable resting spots, while Dai Mubai continued to clear the path. Suddenly, a sound pierced the air. What was that? At that moment, a sound emerged from the distant jungle, imbued with a youthful timbre. It was a nest of spirit beast cubs. Dai Mubai remarked, these little creatures are obstructing our path. We should take an alternate route. Tang Sen smiled slyly, his gaze reflecting a different sentiment towards the diminutive spirit beasts. What shall we do with them? Just let me eliminate them, he retorted. Dai Mubai conjured a radiant light in his hand, preparing to strike. Just then, Tang Sen intervened. No, do not harm them. Although these spirit beasts are not yet of age to provide us with soul rings, if we kill all the lower tier ones, what hope remains for the existence of higher tier spirit beasts in the future? Hearing this, Dai Mubai paused for contemplation. Indeed, there was wisdom in his words. Well said. Xiao San, your teacher must be an exceptional individual to impart such understanding, he acknowledged, redirecting their path. Tang Sen chuckled softly. These teachings were indeed bestowed upon him by his mentor. He had always regarded his teacher as exceptionally wise, capable of articulating profound truths with clarity. Overall, Tang Sen held a deep respect for his mentor. Besides his teacher, Feng Gu was another figure he revered. During their time at Nuoding Academy, while the teacher imparted wisdom, Feng Gu would effortlessly dismantle grand principles with a mere word. If Feng Gu had overheard Dai Mubai's praise for their teacher, he would likely retort, isn't that a truth known to any sensible person? If you eradicate the young, how can the old persist? It's akin to raising ducks at home. If you disdain the ducklings for being unproductive and cease to rear them, will the older ones continue to thrive? Clearly not. Thus, the practical wisdom of their teacher became common knowledge to Feng Gu, while the theories regarding martial spirits were repeatedly challenged by him. For instance, the first martial spirit's maximum age was over 400 years, yet Feng Gu surpassed it with a millennium. The second martial spirit, which could not exceed 800 years, was outdone by Feng Ge's 10,000 years. The teacher often lamented, why was there a Feng when there was already a gang? Suddenly, Zhao Wuji stood up, his expression grave as he scanned the surroundings. What is it, Teacher Zhao? Ning Rongrong and Oscar queried, puzzled by his sudden tension. I just sensed something approaching. You must remain vigilant, Zhao Wuji warned sternly. Instantly, everyone heightened their alertness. Xiao Feng, you and Zhu Zhuqing go investigate what it is. Zhao Wuji instructed Qin Feng and Zhu Zhuqing. Qin Feng moved with remarkable speed, while Zhu Zhuqing, being a spectral cat herself, was also swift and possessed keen eyesight, allowing her to quickly detect concealed entities. A phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Qin Feng exclaimed. What? A phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake? Zhao Wuji responded with surprise. Feng Gu, how long is this snake? Tang Xin inquired. Approximately 6 to 8 meters. From 6 to 8 meters, that translates to approximately 1,000 to 1,800 years, making it perfectly suitable for you. Tang Xin pondered for a moment before excitedly addressing Oscar. This knowledge was imparted by his teacher, who taught him to estimate the age of a serpent based on its length. Typically, the third spirit ring lasts around 1,000 years, aligning perfectly with Oscar's needs. Suddenly, something descended from the dense canopy above, a large serpent that swiftly vanished from sight. It was the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake, a powerful serpent that relies not on venom, but on its remarkable strength. Its method of attack is notably straightforward. It employs speed to catch its adversaries off guard, and then constricts them to suffocate. Little San, you are remarkable. You can even discern the age. Upon hearing Tang San's words, everyone, except Qin Feng, who was on guard, displayed expressions of astonishment, including Zhao Wuji, who seemed particularly incredulous. Generally, determining the age of spirit beasts is an exceedingly challenging task due to their diverse nature, yet Little San articulated it with such ease. One must admit, he truly deserves the title of an encyclopedia of the spirit world. You need not praise me. This is entirely the result of my teacher's teachings, Tang San humbly replied. I truly learned all of this from him. In that case, since you possess such knowledge, how do you propose we confront this phoenix-tail coxcomb snake? Zhao Wuji inquired of Tang San. I believe it would be more prudent to consult Brother Feng. He consistently identifies the weaknesses of opponents swiftly and accurately. While I can do the same, my approach tends to be somewhat prolonged. It would be troublesome if this phoenix-tail coxcomb snake were to escape, Tang Xin said, shifting his gaze toward Qin Feng. Indeed, Brother Feng was far superior to him in this regard. Entrusting this matter to him would be most appropriate. Qin Feng. All eyes turned toward him, surprised to discover that both he and Tang San were concealing their true capabilities. Do you want me to speak? Qin Feng asked. Of course. Please share your thoughts, Zhao Wuji urged, eager to hear Qin Feng's strategy. I ask you, what do snakes fear the most? Qin Feng queried. Snakes? It seems they have no real fears. If one had to name something that doesn't fear death, it might be. Ning Rongrong pondered for a moment before speaking. Chapter 96. The Serpent Matriarch. As expected of a young lady from a prominent family, she was astute and quickly grasped the crux of the matter. Indeed, as Rongrong stated, the fatty's evil fire phoenix exerts a certain suppression over this serpent, making it ideal for fatty to lead the offensive. Moreover, this snake is non-venomous. It relies primarily on its speed. The two supportive spirit masters should remain behind teacher Zhao Wuji, while the others charge in to deliver a flurry of blows. Qin Feng outlined the plan, which was straightforward and effective. Upon hearing Qin Feng's strategy, Zhao Wuji couldn't help but commend him. Indeed, the fatty's flames will effectively restrain the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake, ensuring it remains occupied. Furthermore, since this snake is non-venomous and primarily relies on constriction, as long as we protect the supportive spirit masters, the rest can rush in to collectively overpower it. The method is indeed straightforward and rather crude, yet exceedingly effective. Just then, Zhu Zhuqing, who had been vigilantly observing the surroundings, exclaimed. As anticipated, a colossal serpent suddenly soared through the air. This formidable serpent, adorned with a striking crimson crest atop its head and covered in jet-black scales, emanated an aura of sheer terror. It moved with remarkable swiftness. Before the rotund figure could react, the phoenix-tailed rooster snake had already slipped past them. Rongrong, Oscar, retreat to the back and let teacher Zhao Wuji safeguard you. The rest of you follow me, Qin Feng shouted. Subsequently, everyone charged forth. Qin Feng took the lead, promptly activating his soul bone ability, the Gale Golden Phoenix, enhancing his speed 100-fold. In an instant, he appeared before the phoenix-tailed rooster snake, as if he had teleported. One must admit, The speed of this soul beast was indeed astonishing. Qin Feng barely managed to keep pace. The phoenix-tailed rooster snake seemed utterly astonished by Qin Feng's sudden appearance, coiling its body as if preparing for a desperate battle. However, Qin Feng would not allow it to succeed. He brandished his hammer and delivered a powerful blow. The phoenix-tailed rooster snake was sent soaring several meters, fortuitously landing near the rotund figure and his companions. Well done, Brother Feng. The rotund figure, infused with the essence of the evil fire phoenix, unleashed a surge of purplish-red flames. Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai feigned an attack, while Tang Sen swiftly utilized blue-silver grass to bind the creature. Except for Zhao Wu and Oscar, everyone else engaged in the fray. With a resounding crash, the phoenix-tailed rooster snake was subdued, appearing somewhat on the brink of exhaustion. Well, you little rascals have coordinated rather well, managing to trap the phoenix-tailed rooster snake. Zhao Wuji remarked, visibly impressed. Normally, the phoenix-tailed rooster snake is not such an easily dealt with soul beast. Its speed is remarkable. Even Zhao Wuji would need to employ gravitational suppression to capture it. Without such limitations, it would indeed be challenging to match its velocity, as it is renowned for its swiftness. Oscar, come here, Tang San instructed, having ensnared the phoenix-tailed rooster snake with blue-silver grass and toxins, revealing only its head. Oscar approached slowly, knife in hand. Must we kill the soul beast to obtain a soul ring? Xiao Wu interjected, her complexion paling as she attempted to deter them. Xiao Wu, what is troubling you? A soul master cannot progress without a soul ring. This world operates on the principle of survival of the fittest, a time-honored rule. Dai Mubai remarked, bemused by Xiao Wu's demeanor. Perceiving that her protests were largely ineffective, Xiao Wu fell silent, standing quietly to the side. Meanwhile, Qin Feng remained acutely aware of Xiao Wu's expression, which was marked by a complex array of emotions, an unmistakable reluctance coupled with an inescapable sense of helplessness. Indeed, Xiao Wu herself was a soul beast, and there exists an inexplicable bond among soul beasts. Just as a human hunts alongside other beasts, witnessing one's kin being gradually tormented to death by other species is indeed a profound emotional hurdle to overcome. Suddenly, at the moment when Oscar was about to plunge his blade, a voice resonated from the distant forest. It was an elderly woman accompanied by a striking young girl with short hair, whose beauty was remarkable. 6 soul rings? A soul emperor. Upon noticing the old woman leaning on a serpent-headed staff, the surrounding onlookers were filled with astonishment. To encounter a soul emperor in this place was unexpected. This is the phoenix-tailed crowned snake we hunted, the elderly woman stated coldly as her first words. Her tone carried an air of arrogance. Yours? My student has slain it. What proof do you have that it belongs to you? Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji immediately showcased his 7 soul rings. 7 rings, a soul sage? The old woman's expression shifted to one of surprise upon recognizing Zhao Wuji's rank. It was astonishing that a soul sage could appear at the outskirts of the Stardow forest. She had initially assumed that these individuals were no more than level 50, and thus had spoken so brazenly. However, realizing that there was indeed a soul sage among them, the old woman thought to herself that resolving this matter might not be so simple. Honorable soul sage, you can see that this phoenix-tailed crowned snake bears the wounds of our assault, and it is quite suitable for my granddaughter. Might you consider relinquishing it to us? The elderly woman spoke with utmost politeness to Zhao Wuji. In the continent, few possessed the audacity of Qin Feng. Most would still show reverence upon encountering a soul sage, even those of level 60 or above. Zhao Wuji remained silent, turning his gaze towards Oscar, who was prepared to act. Your soul beasts are formless entities. Whoever captures them claims ownership. Now that this one is in our possession, how can it simply be deemed yours? Oscar retorted without hesitation. After all, it was his companions who had aided in the capture. He could not easily relinquish it. Indeed, it is true that you caught it. But we wounded this phoenix-tailed crowned snake, granting you the opportunity. Moreover, this soul beast is particularly suited for my granddaughter, so I humbly request that you, esteemed soul sage, show mercy and grant the old woman a favor. The elderly woman maintained her courteous demeanor. Am I to grant favor to you, the unmoved King Zhao Wuji? Who are you? Zhao Wuji regarded her with a discerning gaze. He had always been one to provoke trouble, having faced those of higher rank without hesitation. How could he possibly regard someone of significantly lesser rank with any seriousness? Ah, it is the esteemed, unmoved King Zhao Wuji. I have long heard of you. I am not a renowned figure. My friends in the Soul Master community have taken to calling me Snake Granny, the elderly woman replied, a unique smile gracing her lips. Chapter 97, A Band of Oddities. Upon hearing this remark, an unusual gleam flickered in Zhao Wuji's eyes, which were previously clasped in a defensive posture across his chest. Indeed, my acquaintances in the realm of Soul Masters refer to me in such a manner. Perhaps I am fortunate to bask in the glory of my husband, Meng Shu, whom the Soul Master community affectionately calls Dragon Duke. The elderly woman's smile appeared exceedingly benevolent, yet it concealed an enigmatic aura of lethal intent. Dragons and serpents. I see you for what you truly are. It turns out that this venerable figure is none other than the legendary serpent matriarch, Qiao Tianxiang. What an honor it is to finally meet you, Zhao Wuji exclaimed, visibly astonished. He had long been aware of the Dragon Duke and Serpent Matriarch, a couple who had made their mark early in their careers when he was still quite young. It was said that the Dragon Duke had already attained the rank of Soul Sage back in the day. Now, if he had not yet ascended to the title of Douluo, he would surely be at the level of a Soul Douluo. It was truly unexpected to encounter such a figure today. Were it another Soul Emperor, Zhao Wuji would likely not have given them a second thought. However, considering this esteemed individual, serious contemplation was warranted. The Dragon Duke and Serpent Matriarch frequently operated in tandem, with the Serpent Matriarch present. The Dragon Duke was surely not far behind. Zhao Wuji had little confidence in confronting both at once, especially given their unique martial soul fusion technique, which even a titled Douluo would think twice about engaging. I am merely receiving the courtesy extended by my friends in the Soul Master community. The so-called Dragon Duke and Serpent Matriarch pale in comparison to the unmoved king, Zhao Wuji, the elderly woman's side. Although her demeanor suggested a sigh of resignation, there was no hint of weakness in her stance. Observing the exchange between the two, Qin Feng regarded them with a look of disdain. I must request that Lord Zhao Wuji grant my husband and me a favor. Today, my granddaughter seeks a soul ring, and we have been pursuing this serpent for quite some time, the elderly woman stated with an air of utmost humility. Yet, despite her humble tone, her words bore an unexpectedly firm resolve. Alas, we have no choice. If you would kindly seek another serpent, I am currently employed at Shrek Academy, leading my students in their quest for soul rings. Coincidentally, my students have just reached level 30 and require this serpent, Zhao Wuji responded, his expression tinged with awkwardness. The Dragon Duke and Serpent Matriarch were not easily trifled with, and thus Zhao Wuji found himself lacking the earlier bravado. However, should they insist on claiming the serpent, he would be left with no choice but to offend them. After all, this serpent had been slain through the combined efforts of the students from his academy. If he were to relinquish it so easily, how would the students regard their institution? And what would become of his own authority as their teacher? Yet, should conflict arise, it would necessitate silencing the opposition. Otherwise, should the Dragon Duke learn that, apart from the swift Feng Shao, the others would surely meet their doom, it would spell disaster. However, eliminating them was no simple feat. While the younger one might be dispatched with a single strike, the Serpent Matriarch would likely prove a formidable adversary. Should the attempt fail and she retaliate, it would lead to significant complications. What? Your students are level 30? The Serpent Matriarch gazed at Oscar and the others with a look of astonishment. It appears they are merely 13 or 14 years old. How could they possibly reach level 30? Release your martial spirits and soul power for Elder Snake, Zhao Wuji said, observing the incredulous expression on Elder Snake's face. All right. Upon hearing Zhao Wuji's words, all but Qin Feng unleashed their martial spirits and soul power. Although there were no crystal orbs present, formidable soul masters could often discern their approximate ranks from the emanating soul power, with a typical margin of error of merely 1 or 2 ranks. Dai Mubai, aged 15, possessed the White Tiger martial spirit and ranked as a 37th level 3-ring battle soul master. Tang San, aged 12, wielded the Blue-Silver Grass martial spirit and was a 29th level 2-ring control system soul master. Oscar, aged 14, bore the Sausage martial spirit and was a 30 level 2-ring food system soul master. One by one, they revealed their martial spirits. The scene left Elder Snake utterly astonished, casting her into a moment of existential doubt. The eldest among them was not even as old as her granddaughter, yet one had already attained the status of a 37th level soul venerable. How terrifying is this? Are the children outside so formidable? Watching Elder Snake's astonishment, Zhao Wuji felt a surge of vanity. This group of young prodigies was certainly a source of pride. This time, we are here to assist Oscar, the food system soul master, in locating his martial spirit, as it is notoriously difficult to find one for such a category. Zhao Wuji spoke with an innocent grin. A 14-year-old at level 30, and a food system soul master? How astonishing. Elder Snake felt a tingling sensation at the back of her head. Food system soul masters belong to the auxiliary category, yet they are significantly rarer. Throughout her many years of wandering, she had scarcely encountered a 14-year-old food system soul master of level 30. Truly a marvel. And what of these 12-year-olds at level 29? Her own granddaughter, hailed as a peerless genius, had only just surpassed level 20 at the same age. This is simply abnormal. Undoubtedly, the most extraordinary of all is this 37th level individual. At 15 years old, to achieve such a level is almost celestial. Surely, they will not fall short of the rank of Soul Douluo in the future, perhaps even aspiring to become a title Douluo. Elder Snake drew in a sharp breath, pondering what sort of academy Shrek Academy is, and from where Zhao Wuji had gathered this collection of prodigies. It seems that capturing this phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake today may prove to be quite the challenge. She glanced at her granddaughter, who appeared to be still processing the astonishing revelation. The girl wore an expression of sheer disbelief, murmuring to herself, "This cannot be. How could they possess such high levels at such a young age?" The shock was indeed monumental, as she had grown up enveloped in the adoration of her grandparents, with no one around her ever surpassing her. Now, the sudden emergence of a group of younger soul masters, all more powerful than she, was a bitter pill to swallow. Chapter 98. Choose a male. Moments ago, out of the 8 individuals present, 7 had revealed their soul rings. The individuals revealing their ages were all younger than her, with the least impressive being a mere 26. 26, at 13. Reflecting on her own 13th year, she had only reached level 22, and at that time, she felt quite proud of herself. Now, in comparison to this group, she felt akin to a mediocre talent. However, why did the fellow on the far left refrain from showcasing his martial spirit? Was it due to its inadequacy, rendering him too embarrassed to display it? Everyone else had manifested their martial spirits and introduced themselves, yet only Qin Feng remained silent. At this moment, Meng Yiran took notice of Qin Feng, the seemingly indifferent youth. "My sincerest apologies. I must request that Elder Shipo seek a more suitable martial spirit for your granddaughter." Zhao Wuji spoke with an air of dismissal. It appeared that this esteemed soul sage was reluctant to bestow his martial spirit upon the two of us. The tone of Shipo's voice turned icy. "Not at all. It is simply that we find ourselves well suited, leaving us no alternative, and we cannot concede." Observing Shipo's suddenly resolute demeanor, Zhao Wuji also adopted a similarly defiant stance. Were the Dragon Lord present, he would certainly be wary, but against merely Shipo, Zhao Wuji held little regard. "Very well, if that is the case. Shall we resolve this matter according to the customs of the Soul Master Realm?" Upon witnessing Zhao Wuji's unexpected firmness, Shipo took a step back in concession. She had just perceived the murderous intent in Zhao Wuji's gaze and recalled his fearsome reputation from years past. Had it not been for their apprehension of the dragon and snake names, he might have resorted to violence already. The customs of the Soul Master Realm? What might those entail? Zhao Wuji inquired, perplexed. He had roamed freely, never considering himself part of the Soul Master community. Since both parties are involved in this pursuit, let us allow the 2 children to duel. The victor shall claim the prize. Shipo suggested with a smile. "I see you are deliberately stirring trouble." Zhao Wuji's voice dripped with cold anger. Oscar had already displayed his martial spirit, and Shipo was not blind. She knew full well that Oscar was a food-type soul master, yet still insisted on a duel, which was clearly an attempt to provoke. Upon hearing this, Shipo was aware of her own shortcomings. Her daughter was a battle soul master, while the opponent was a food-type soul master. The disparity was evident. "Allow me to intervene. I am at level 29, and my martial spirit is blue silvergrass, which should not put you at a disadvantage." Just as the situation grew tense, Tang San stepped forward. 29, blue silvergrass. Shipo murmured, seemingly appraising Tang San. If her granddaughter faced this young man, she might very well have a solid chance of victory. Zhao Wuji, noticing Tang San's emergence, felt the tension in his brow ease slightly. Others may have found it challenging, but with Tang San, their position appeared considerably more secure. This young man possessed an array of peculiarities that even left him scratching his head. "Your martial spirit is the seemingly useless blue silvergrass. If I were to face you, would it not appear that I, Meng Yiran, am bullying you, rendering my victory rather unglorious?" Meng Yiran, with a hint of pride, raised her chin slightly. "What do you intend to do?" Tang San was taken aback, not expecting to be regarded with such disdain. Although his blue silvergrass might appear somewhat inadequate, he was confident in his formidable strength. Why was he not afforded an opportunity? Are women nowadays so superficial? "I wish to choose one," she declared. "Rest assured, I do not discriminate against women. I prefer men." Meng Yiran seemed to anticipate the thoughts of Zhao Wuji and the others. Thus, she spoke preemptively. "Prefer men?" Upon hearing this, not only the members of Shrek Academy were surprised, but even the snake lady raised an eyebrow in astonishment. There were 5 males at Shrek Academy. The one with blue silvergrass was out. The food system could not be challenged. And there was the chubby one alongside the white tiger. Could it be that she intended to challenge the chubby one? The snake lady pondered. It was evident that she could not challenge her own granddaughter, and although the girl displayed a degree of arrogance, she was not foolish enough to overestimate herself. Thus, only the chubby one remained. As for the carefree lad who had not yet unleashed his martial spirit, it was unlikely that her granddaughter would engage with him. Earlier, this chubby fellow had revealed his martial spirit, resembling a mutated phoenix. If her granddaughter were to face him, it might be manageable. The snake lady felt a sense of unease, while Zhao Wuji, too, felt uncertain. The chubby one could not possibly compare to Tang San. If Tang San were to take action, Zhao Wuji believed victory would be assured. Yet, if the chubby one were to step in, there was a chance of defeat. Having tacitly accepted the challenge prior, there was no turning back now. Should the chubby one indeed falter, the coveted phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake would be relinquished without a fight. I choose him, Zhao Wuji stated, amidst his worries, as Meng Iran pointed nonchalantly to the seemingly indifferent Qin Feng on her left. What? You choose him? Are you certain? The expressions of everyone from Shrek Academy morphed into one of bewilderment, as if stifling laughter. What is the matter? Is it not acceptable? Meng Iran asked, bewildered by the strange countenance of the Shrek members. Ha ha, of course it is. Zhao Wuji laughed heartily. Observing Zhao Wuji's mirth, the snake lady felt a nagging apprehension. Could this lad also be a soul master of over level 30? Alas, I knew I could not escape this, Qin Feng sighed, feeling utterly helpless. While others had unleashed their martial spirits, he had refrained, believing it would balance the scales, as a 10,000-year soul ring could indeed be intimidating. Yet, who could have anticipated that she would actually choose him? Brother Feng, I am counting on you for my phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake, Oscar exclaimed, bouncing about in excitement, nearly tossing flower balls to celebrate. Your name is rather peculiar. Fengxiong, are you truly strong? Meng Iran inquired, her large eyes glimmering with curiosity. Qin Feng lowered his head, utterly exasperated. Oscar is truly intent on tarnishing his own reputation. I am Qin Xiong, no? Qin Feng, a 30-level second-ring soul master. Wielding the martial spirit of a hammer, Qin Feng directed his introduction with a hint of pride. He then shot an angry glare at Oscar, blaming this scoundrel for leading him astray. A 30-level second-ring soul master with a martial spirit of a hammer? Does that not place me at the same level? At this moment, Meng Iran is also a 30-level second-ring soul master, and she has ventured forth to seek soul rings for her advancement.